Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here with another video. This one's all about debugging. That's right. It's so important to, use this skill and have the skill with you when you're creating workflows, when you're, working day in, day out with AI and automation. Knowing how to debug things is very, very important, and understanding what the different types of bugs are can really help you out. So in this video, we're going to go over various different forms of bugs and situations, and even some ideas on how to debug them. So if you're excited, let's get started. All right. So whenever we're working with, AI and automation, there's a lot of different types of bugs and issues that are going to come up. So I'm going to go over the various types of ones and how I actually, work through them. And hopefully this will help you out as well. The first type of major bug that you're going to experience is the most common one, and that's known as a runtime bug. So a runtime bug is when an actual, run of your workflow happens and something fails. Okay, hence the name runtime bug. So with these ones here, they're generally the types of bugs that, you can usually figure out. So maybe there was some data that came in that, it was incorrect, or maybe there was something along the flow that broke. Many times, it's like just information that is not formatted correctly. So let's just dive into an n8n workflow here. And as you can see right now, I don't have anything. So I'm just going to throw in a trigger here, just like that. And right now I'm going to create, let's say, an HTTP request. All right, just like that. So now if I try and run this here, you can already see I've got, a runtime bug going. So I hit the execute button and boom, I've got a problem. The workflow has a problem. And usually it's saying what the actual problem is. So if I actually double click on this, as you can see, well, guess what? It doesn't have a website. So now I'm just going to type in anything here, ASDF. All right, wonderful. So that one is a very straightforward one. Other times you'll have runtime bugs where it's like the data that came in or came out was incorrect, but you won't know that until you actually run the workflow. Okay, so that's what the runtime bug is all about. The next type of bug here is known as a non-runtime bug. These are a little bit more harder to figure out, and many times they have to do with either logic or data. This could mean that, like at this point here, as we're looking at this here, my logic could be off. So I'll show you an example of, a non-runtime bug. So a logic bug. So watch this. I'm going to put Markdown here. And usually if I get a proper website, so let's get solomonchrist.com. So as you can see, I've got the data from solomonchrist.com. And so now the idea here is that I want to take that data and throw it into a Markdown. Okay. And this is actually, like the actual logic is out of order. So this ran as a runtime, but it is a non-runtime bug because the logic is wrong. This is my output, but the output is HTML, raw HTML. I didn't want that. I wanted it to be in Markdown. Well, guess what? I have to move my nodes around, and now I will actually be able to fix that non-runtime bug, which is a logic bug. So now when I execute this workflow, watch this. There we go. Now I've got the correct output. And that is what the non-runtime logic bug is all about. One of the things that I like to do is I like to pseudocode things. And pseudocode is a fancy word for write this out in plain English, step by step by step. And so in this case, I want to get a website, I want to parse the website, and I want to make some JSON from the website. That's pseudocode. I wrote it out in plain English and I can understand it. All right. Then from my pseudocode, I'll go out and I'll draw out what I need in the nodes. And that could be either me doing it manually or using some form of, vibe coding tool like Claude or something like that, where I have it actually, create my entire n8n workflow for me. All right. So the next type of bug is known as a ghost bug. And these sorts of bugs are the ones that are very, very hard to find. Some of the most challenging ones. And they usually run after, a certain amount of time. This could be such as, you hit an API, maximum. And so now let's say Google, for example, is locking you out. You won't know that immediately. You'd have to run your actual workflow many times to say, oh my goodness, after like every 10 times or maybe every 15 times, it's just breaking. I don't know what's going on. That's a ghost bug, right? And so now maybe after every 10 times, 15 times, you go into like your execution log here inside of n8n. You're like, oh, okay, I see. It's breaking on the Google API. Maybe I got to put like a 5-second wait timer on that. All right. But you wouldn't have been able to find that ghost bug unless you ran this thing several times and saw, oh my goodness, it's an API, timeout that's going on. It's not a logic bug. It's not a data bug. It is literally that, whatever service I was using was dying out. That's a ghost bug. All right, because it doesn't happen all the time. It happens sometimes and not sometimes. So that's the challenge there. That's why they're so hard to find. Our next type of bug is called an infinite loop bug. This is a type of bug where it's notorious that, it'll shut down your servers. And that's what it's known for. And you got to be very careful. If you're doing any form of loops, any form of recursion. So a loop is you literally get a loop here, right? Okay, a loop over items, and it's just going on forever. You've got a massive amount of loops and it just won't stop, right? So that will either time out your server or just keep running until you're like, what's going on, right? So your server will shut down or you're just like, it's just not stopping, right? So in that case here, you can go into your executions and sometimes you'll see an execution that's going on forever and ever and ever. Well, guess what? If you're running a self-hosted like VPS server, you could shut those down. In other cases, you may have to, go out to support, maybe in Claude or whatever you're using to actually say, hey, you know what? I need some help. Can you shut down the server? Because I've got an infinite loop going on. Other infinite loop bugs can happen right inside of your AI agent. So there's times where I've had an AI agent, for example. So, AI agent node. And, I put it into like either some MCP or maybe you've got some AI agent setup here. And I'll just throw in some OpenAI here, right? And then you ask it to go back and forth with a tool. And you may even put inside your instructions, keep on going until this is done. Sometimes the AI agent itself or the service that you're using goes in an infinite loop. So that one there is kind of like a ghost bug. It's kind of like a mix between those types of bugs. But, if that is constantly going on, you want to, number one, lock down your tokens because that's going to eat up all your money. And number two, you want to actually, check your execution log. All right. So this next one, the wrong node bug or the wrong node version bug. Many times you'll get like an entire workflow that you've copied and pasted off the internet. So many of us are, notorious for doing that. Or you've got something that you used a vibe code app like Claude or some other app like Perplexity to generate the entire workflow, but it coded it using an older version of n8n. And now when it comes in, it's using an older version of the node. In that situation there, all you have to do is just kind of like delete the node and hit tab and get, the latest version of the node. That will fix it. Other times it's like that actual node no longer exists, or you might have to find a replacement node for that specific one. I remember I had to change a few of the start nodes because it was a different type of start node that came in. Or there's times where they've got a better version of the node and you're just like, man, I just got to change it. Okay, so in those cases, those are a little bit easier to find because you know what's going on, but now that kind of gives you an idea of what you want to look for. Okay, so now another thing that we want to do is we want to put out console logs. Now, in this case here, we don't actually have console logs like we do in other programming softwares. And so one of the nice things that n8n has is, especially when you're doing a visual sort of editing here and you're trying to see visually what's going on, they've got something called a no operation node. And what that is like right now, for example, if, let me just delete this here. If I have this here and I double click on this and let's say I have an output, I have, using error output here. Well, if I run this, I can't always see this because, this just turns green. But if I actually put a no operation code here, right there, the no operation node, when I do that, now I'll visually see it. So this is actually a very useful node, especially when you're looking through a lot of different executions and trying to figure out, what's going on. There we go. So now if I actually go into my executions, look at the last execution here, and now you can see it's very clear versus if I don't do that, well, then I'll just have the two lines and I'm like, I'm not sure kind of where it went. So I could see kind of, if it was just a line, I wouldn't really see it, especially with these massive workflows. And it's like, it's zoomed out a bit and it's very hard to see, but I can clearly see the green there. Now, if I look from here and, if it's a big workflow, at least I'll kind of see, okay, you know what? I could see that flow just like that. Okay, so another way to actually debug different nodes and different parts of code, especially when you're working with workflows. This one I call seek and destroy. It's also known as needle and haystack. But basically what it is you're taking two ends of the workflow and you're constantly going in and in, just closer and closer to where that bug is. And so what you do is you start adding in specialized nodes to get the data outputs. And then I put nodes on each side to actually go deeper within that entire workflow until I get closer to where the bug is actually coming in. And that is usually done with, certain JSON elements where I'm actually going to take a code node and I'm going to say, okay, pass this variable through the flow and see if it's actually going through, and vice versa on the other end, see what's coming out. And I'm trying to get certain, inputs and outputs which I can detect how the actual nodes in between are changing that. And so it's kind of like what we call black box testing, where I'm saying, okay, this, actual node as a black box, if I put this input, I'm expecting this output. And it's like, okay, if there are 3 or 4 nodes in between, I keep on going in until I'm left with like one node right in between, and I've got the input and the output. And once I know what that expected, input output is, and I know what's going on, I now know that that specific node is the one causing the trouble. And that's where I did that, seek and destroy, or needle and haystack, going from 2 ends. That's how you do a seek and destroy. It's a unique debugging method. I use it a lot, and it's going to be, hopefully helpful to all of you. So now there's another way that we can actually see the console logs. And inside of Google Chrome, you can actually do this in many of the, Chrome powered, browsers. You actually go inside of the actual editor here, for example, and you type in Control, Shift, and I on the keyboard. Now you're going to see the console view. And over here, you're going to see all the different outputs, and you're going to see additional data. So that is very, very helpful, especially when you're, not seeing the bugs that you hopefully are going to see in a runtime, or even in a non-runtime bug. Sometimes you're just not getting it. And so now you can open up this console view here using Control, Shift, and I, and you'll see a whole bunch of, additional information. All right. And finally, we have advanced error workflows here. And this is the last part here in n8n specifically, where you can actually now have this go out to a specific error workflow. So if I hit tab here and I type in error, you'll see here as an error trigger or a stop an error, I can actually make a workflow that takes in an error and kind of, describes what's going on. Or I can have it forcefully throw an error at any point here if I want to kind of see how the flow is going. This is great, for example, to stop an error when you have a massive workflow and it's just too much going on. It's really, really busy. So what we want to do is, in that situation, we want to have, stop and errors kind of put in between, so you can kind of follow along and see, where the actual issue is happening. All right. So there you have it. Now you've seen an entire video about how to, debug, different thoughts around debugging, different ways that you can debug your workflows. It's going to become useful to you more and more as you go deeper and deeper into AI and automation. Don't forget to like and subscribe this video, and I look forward to seeing you in another video in the future. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another, video here on n8n, AI, automation, everything put together. Specifically, this video is going to be about n8n and MySQL. That's right. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying our best, especially with some of these videos, to bring everything in-house where it's all sitting on that one server, just on your server, right? And so that's going to help you to save, some money, some time. There's a lot of things that this is going to help you out with. So why even do that, right? There's things like Airtable, there's other services out there. Why not just use them? Absolutely. And that's completely your choice. What's going to happen though is that every single time you're using it, currently the prices are low. A lot of these AI companies are being subsidized. They've got funding, all that other stuff. Pretty soon, the prices are going to continue to increase. If you remember when Netflix first came out, Netflix came out, everyone's getting, some good prices. I remember I used to pay like $7.99, which is like $8 here in Canada per month. Today, we're paying like $22. If you went to get an Uber ride back in the day, people were getting them at like $3 a ride and stuff like that. Today, people would pay a lot more. And so, as AI continues to evolve and expand, a lot of these services that we're used to, once we're like in, several years will go by and pretty soon the prices are going to rise. You've got other things like OpenAI, which is going to charge you money. You've got all the different LLMs that are charging you money, all kinds of APIs. And so the goal of this video and several of these videos that are going to start coming out is to keep everything right inside of your server. So here's the 3 key areas that you want to do this for, okay, and why you want to do this. So 3 reasons on why you want to do this are money. Every time you make a call to any of these APIs, it's costing you money, all right? Today, it's costing you money where they might have given you a credit. Tomorrow, it's going to cost you more. Time. It still takes time to, call out to these servers. And depending on where the server is, sure, you may not notice it on the smaller amount, it's not a big deal. You might do one call and the server is on the other side of the world. But as things start growing and you've got more automations, you got more stuff actually running, well, now those calls are going to be costly and it's going to take more time, especially if that, other side has to do some processing. Okay. And then lack of control. If that service goes down, what do you do? And if you're dealing with customers, like you want to have control where you can shut things on and off. You can't sit there and wait for, OpenAI or Airtable to kind of be like, okay, well, we're back up now and your customer has now lost out. So these three areas are the reason why we want to kind of bring something in-house where it is on your server. And so in this video, we're going to be starting that whole entire series, starting off with MySQL, and we're going to put that right on our n8n DigitalOcean server. Now, of course, we're using DigitalOcean, so it is another service, but at least I still have control over that server. I can turn it on and off. I can, understand what's going on. I can go into that server and kind of, fix things. Whereas if it's another API provider, I can't do anything, right? It's pretty much just waiting for them, maybe sending out a ticket saying, hey, support staff, can you help me out? All right. So for the long term, we want to start planning from now and setting these things up. So in this video, we're going to be actually learning how to integrate MySQL into n8n so that you actually have it within your own system. All right, so let's get started. All right, so here we are. This is, my n8n, and, right now it doesn't have any MySQL stuff. I mean, I could actually just trigger it manually here. And, I'll take a look and I'll say, okay, well, I could type in MySQL here. So I know that I've got a node for it. You can insert rows and table, execute, so on and so forth. Let's just put in, execute an SQL query. All right, well, it's going to say, where's the credential? If I click on create new credential, I don't have MySQL set up yet, right? So I need to understand localhost, MySQL, user, password. This doesn't exist. So we want to set it up so it is actually local in the system. All right. But right now, localhost, well, we are inside of a Docker, system, which is on a DigitalOcean server, right? So literally you've got the DigitalOcean server. All right. Then you've got a Docker, which is within that actual system. And so I have to actually set up MySQL within that. It's not as easy as just simply installing, which it will work. If you've seen my FFmpeg tutorial, the first one, that's exactly what I did. I just installed it on the Docker image. It works, but then the second you actually upgrade your Docker installation, or you do a Docker compose down, Docker compose up, it's going to basically destroy everything because it's looking for that Docker YAML file where it's going to reconstruct everything. And then on top of that, you need persistence. Like, how are you going to make sure that information that's sitting on your MySQL server doesn't get destroyed when you reset that actual, Docker file? And so in this video, we're going to focus on setting up a MySQL implementation on your n8n Docker install and making sure that the actual data stays and persists, even if you actually, upgrade your Docker system by doing a Docker compose down, Docker compose up, the whole entire thing. All right. So let's dive in and actually start setting that up. So the first thing you want to do is you want to go into your droplet inside of your DigitalOcean, and you're going to select console here, and we're going to dive into our console view. And so now we are here in the console of my actual n8n DigitalOcean server. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to first find out where is my actual Docker YAML file located. So first we're going to do cd space ... and then hit enter. So now you see that we've got this little slash here. It shows me that I'm in the root folder. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do ls. And that's going to list me, all the different folders there. It's going to be inside of OPT. So I'm going to do CD OPT. All right, ls again. And now you're going to see your actual Docker file. And it is n8n Docker Caddy. So let's actually CD into that. CD n8n Docker Caddy. Hit enter. Okay, now when I do an ls there, you can see that we see our Docker compose YAML file. All right, we need to edit that and start working on that. All right, so let's dive right in and let's start working in the Docker YAML file. So type in nano docker -compose.yml and hit enter. All right. So inside of here, we've got several different parts here that are going on. We've got the services caddy, and you can see everything down to here is caddy. Then you've got the service for n8n, which is what we use. And everything all the way down here is n8n. And then you've got volumes, which are your external volumes where, information will be stored. All right. And this here is like, all of your n8n, automations. Well, the reason why they don't get destroyed is because you actually have places where the data is being stored. All right. And every time you put a, Docker Compose down, Docker Compose up, it's not destroying all of that data. It's still there somewhere, and it's still able to upgrade the system. All right. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be adding in another service for MySQL. All right. So if we come on down here, we're going to go down underneath the n8n. All right. And I'm going to hit enter a few times here. And specifically, we're going to hit space. And now this next third service is MySQL. All right. And now we're going to hit colon. Okay. And as you can see, it turns green. And we'll just move this down a bit so that I could see it there a little bit more. And so now we're going to type in here. We're just going to hit enter. And we're going to go right till about here. That's about 4 spaces in. And we're just going to type in image. All right. And we're going to use MySQL 8. So MySQL colon 8.0. All right. And then we're going to do the next line here. We're going to type in container name. All right. And that's going to be equal to n8n MySQL. All right. That's what we'll call it. Makes it a little easier for us. Next is restart. And we're going to put always. All right. And as you can see in the other ones, it's also the same, right? So as you can see here, restart always in n8n. Caddy's a little bit different, but for n8n, we want to restart n8n and we want to restart our MySQL, right? Because if we don't, then it's not going to start MySQL every single time, and you'll have to restart it manually, sort of thing. So this tells it that every single time you do a reset of Docker, restart your MySQL as well. All right. Next, we want to set up an environment. Okay. And we need to now set up an actual, root password, database, user, and your own MySQL password. So let's actually go over here till about V there. That's about 6 spaces, I believe, or 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. So 6 spaces in, and we're going to type in uppercase MySQL _root _password. All right. And then we're just going to create our own password. All right. I can call this anything here. I'm just going to say a password here. All right. You guys are seeing it kind of hidden right now. That's because I'm, it's a video. So type in a password here that you're going to use. All right. And now the next item here is going to be MySQL _database. All right. And that's going to be n8ndb. So we're just going to create a database called n8ndb. All right. And so you can make anything you want, but I'm just putting these inside of here. All right, next we're going to use MySQL user. So MySQL user. So who's the user, right? So you can create a username. I'm just going to create something called n8n user. All right. And now finally, we're going to get MySQL password. Okay, this is different from the root password. Okay, this is the one that actually allows you to get into this, actual MySQL itself. So just put a password in. I'm going to create another password. You could choose anything that you want. All right. So now we're going to go with 4 lines in, and we're going to put in something called ports. Okay. So this is how, it's going to actually access your MySQL. And I'm going to move this down here. All right. And we're going to put a dash here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to put inside a space and quotes 3307 colon 3306. Okay. So that's kind of like the port range that we're going to put in. Next, you're going to hit enter again, and we're going to go in about 4, and we're going to type in volumes. All right. With a colon, hit enter. And then again, what we're going to do is we're going to go in about 6, and you're going to put a dash, and you're going to type in MySQL _data colon. And now we're going to put an actual location here. So /var /lib /MySQL. All right. So we've now set that up. So now let's actually clear some of these items here, bring the volume stuff back now. All right. And we've got 1 space in between. That's fine. All right. So now we have to work on the volume section. So, where's our data going to be stored? And as you can see, we've got MySQL _data. Well, we need to put that inside of the volumes as well so that we actually store our data. So over here, all we're going to do inside of volumes, put 2 spaces and just type in the same MySQL _data. So MySQL _data. All right. And then you're going to put a colon. And that is pretty much it. Now, all we have to do is save this by hitting Control and O. So Control O and then hit enter. Okay. So now our actual Docker file is ready. Then you're going to hit Control X to exit out of that. Now we have to do a Docker compose down to shut down the system, and then a Docker compose up -d. All right, so let's do that now. So let me just clear this here. All right, so Docker compose down. That's going to shut down our Docker implementation. All right, so now we're going to do Docker compose up -d. So Docker compose up -d. Hit enter. All right, so now you're seeing this actually pulling in the latest MySQL. As you can actually see that there, MySQL is coming in. So it's going to download and install it. And now you will actually have MySQL on your actual Docker image. And you can do, a Docker compose down, Docker compose up. You can reset your server. It shouldn't matter. It should always be there. And so that's what we're going to see now. There we go. It's getting our n8n ready. Okay. And with that, we should now have our Docker with MySQL ready. And so now there's certain things that you want to, actually know. And that is, your host, your port, your user, your password, and the database. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to put that into our n8n install. And here we are. Okay. So our n8n is working. I could go back and see all my stuff is there. So I didn't lose like anything. So that's good. All right. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to set up our MySQL. So I'm going to hit tab, MySQL. All right. And then I'm just going to click on execute an SQL query. All right. So now over here, I'm going to go to my credential, create new credential. All right. So now my host is going to be MySQL. All right. My database is going to be n8ndb. My username is going to be the user that I had put in. So in this case here, it's n8n user. All right. And now you're going to type in the password that you had from earlier that you put in. All right. And for port, keep it as 3306. We're not doing any of the SSL items. And you should be good. So let's hit save. And it's tested and the connection was successful. We now have access to MySQL on our n8n server and it'll work all the time, thus replacing the requirement for things like Airtable and other competitors. Now, of course, if you want to use Airtable, that's completely fine, but this is more advanced. If you know MySQL, if you know how to use databases in SQL, then I would actually recommend this over things like Airtable because first and foremost, it's right on the server. You're going to have, no money being spent. It's going to be fast because it's right on that server itself. You don't have to worry about an actual API call going out. And then on top of that, you've got unlimited access and you decide how that server works and you can create anything you want. So we're actually just going to do an actual full SQL example here. So now that we've got everything connected and everything, is pretty much up and running, we need to now do things in steps. All right. So first we need to tell, MySQL to use a certain, actual database. So let's first tell it to use a certain database. Let's do that right now. So we're going to say here, use n8ndb. All right. And that's telling us that we want to use this. So every single time you're about to, call any MySQL command, you're going to do that first. Okay. And this, we're just going to call the, initialization. So MySQL init. All right. So that tells us hey, use this database. And there could be any database you want, but this is what you want to do first. All right. Now we want to add a table to that database. So the next thing is we're going to take another MySQL node. Okay. So here we go. MySQL, just like that. And we're going to execute another query here. All right. So now at this point, we're going to create a table here. So I'm going to just go inside of here and I'm going to type in create table. We're just going to call it test table, just like that. And then we're going to just open up in brackets here. We're going to have something called ID. It's going to be an integer. We're going to auto increment it. So auto increment. There it is. And primary key is what we're going to do. Now, if you don't know MySQL, then yeah, this is actually something that I recommend you actually learn. It is a very, very powerful way of doing things, but this is what Airtable does. All right. So this is equivalent to you creating a column inside of Airtable, right? So that's exactly what you're doing. You've created a column here, 2 columns called ID and name, and we've created a table. All right. So now if I hit save here and I just connect this all up, I'm going to run this entire workflow here. And as you see, now we've got success true. And the reason why that happened is first, we've got to actually select the database. Okay. So if we don't select the database, we don't know what we're actually selecting. So it can't create that table for us. but now it did, and we got success true. All right, so now at this point, if I actually try and run this again, it's going to fail because the table already exists. So there we go, I'm running it, and you see the fail, okay? And what we need to do is we need to actually put in another set of, items here, and that is just checking if this exists or not. So I'm gonna put this inside of the code now. So create table, if not exists. All right, test table. That way, if it doesn't exist, then it'll create it. Otherwise, if it does exist, it'll just skip over and we'll still get a success result. All right, so let's save that there. And now we're going to start that again. Let's test this. We got success true. All right, so now that we've got the table, and we're just going to move this off to the side here, the next thing is we have to put some information inside of it. So let's go ahead and create another MySQL link here. So MySQL. And at this point now, we actually can access all these functions now. So if I want to insert a row inside of a table, all I have to do is just click on this here. So insert row into table, just like that. And now if I click on select the table, you're going to see that test table exists. So now I can put in information. Now, chances are you don't want to auto map it unless you actually know your exact data. So I'm going to do this map each thing manually, and we're going to add in each value. So in this case, ID or name, and you see, my actual, columns are there. So I'll choose, let's say ID is going to be automatic, so I don't even have to worry about that, but I'm just going to type in name, and I'm going to put in here Solomon. All right. And now if I actually run this entire flow here, so I'll just connect this guy up here. All right. Test the workflow. All right. And as you can see, success true. And Solomon is now actually inside of the table, and I can add even more names. But now let's say I want to get some data from this database or from this actual table. So now from here, I can actually go in and I could say, hey, you know what? Let me get this information. So instead of adding something inside of here, we can name this properly here, so just add a name. So add data. All right. Now we want to get the data. So I'm just going to put in here MySQL. All right. And now I want to actually get rows. So select rows from a table. All right. Let me just move this over here, and there we go. So I want to select from the test table. All right. And I want to get everything. That's it. So that's all I have to do. So literally I can just test the workflow, and it's now brought back the information. There it is. All right. So now I've got a database that I can start using. All right. And now from here, you can grow and expand. You can add tables. You can remove tables. You can delete items. You can add items. It gets really, really, straightforward from this point onwards to create, whatever you want and have your own, in-house database system rather than, going out to an external API. All right, so there you have it. As you can see, you can set up your own MySQL system for your n8n right within your own server. You're going to save time. You don't have to worry about it going out to an API and calling back and forth. And if that server is down or how far that server is around the world, it wouldn't matter because everything's happening right in-house on that own server, right? On your very own server. So you don't have to worry about that, distance or how long it's going to take. You're going to save money. You have unlimited calls now, literally. You don't have to worry about hitting an API endpoint every single time with something like Airtable all the time. And if you know your MySQL, then this is like, huge. You've now got unlimited access to grow whatever you want. And you don't have to worry about control. You don't have to worry about that service going down. You control the database, and that allows you to, turn things on and off. And so that is a huge thing, especially as you're building for clients in the future or even for yourself. All right. As time goes on, remember these APIs, these, external apps that we're using, they're just going to get more costly. Well, if you enjoyed that lesson today, please go ahead and join my school page. That's right. Click on the link below and come and join a whole bunch of incredible AI automators just like yourself who are learning, who are growing, who are running AI agencies, and are expanding their knowledge of AI and automation. I truly hope that this video helped you out, and I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here with another video all about human in the loop. In this video, we're going to be going over the human in the loop, nodes and methodologies within n8n and how to use them inside of your workflows. It's so important to have human in the loop. I'm telling you, every single day when you're seeing workflows and everyone is kind of like still not sure about their AI, Human in the Loop is going to help you out to really solidify your workflows and make workflows that your clients can trust, that you can trust, and that you can rely on, especially as you start to grow and expand your actual automations for production. So in this tutorial, what you're going to be seeing is you're going to be watching me as we build an entire calendar AI agent using Google Calendar. It's going to be incredible as you watch me step by step, thinking like a flowgrammer, making the mistakes that most people will make along the way, and thinking through some of the problem solving that is required when you're doing AI and automation. It's really important that you learn these skills because you're going to use this in the real world when you're building for clients or even for yourself. By the end of this training, you're going to have a full working human in the loop Google Calendar AI agent, which can create events, update events, and even delete events. So let's not waste time. Let's dive right in. All right. So here I am. I'm actually on a self-hosted version of n8n. And if I go into settings right now, as you can see here, you're going to see that the version I'm on is 1.106. I believe it was 1.105 that actually gave us a lot more options for human in the loop. But it's really, really important that you have at least that or higher, especially when you want to get access to some of these new nodes or new systems that are in place. Many times we're building for AI and automation, we're building incredible workflows. But when we're integrating AI systems with the LangChain node or with the AI node, what ends up happening is we just can't trust things, right? Like, for example, you might create an AI agent that literally is supposed to send emails. But I want to always confirm before I actually, send out an email or add or remove, or even delete an important calendar event. And so human in the loop systems will help us to do that. All right, so let's try and understand human in the loop a little bit better. So first and foremost, what's going to happen is you've got some workflow that a person is going to come in and they're going to call this workflow. All right, so it could be, something like an agent that takes care of sending out emails, or let's say a calendar, okay? So a human being, some form of human being is going to say, can you, AI, go and add an event to my calendar? So this will go into an n8n workflow where now that n8n workflow will, take action and it'll say, okay, I've got access to several tools such as creating an event in the calendar. I'll be able to find events in the calendar. I'll be able to update events in a calendar, and I could delete events in the calendar. Well, I get to, as an agent, AI agent, I get to choose how I'm going to do that. And this user has come in and they've requested a new event to be created. Well, it's going to go ahead and it's going to, choose whatever tools it needs to create that event. Once it's done, at this point here, if it just, says, okay, I'm going to now create this event, well, let's make sure that a human being approves this before I finalize it. So now it has to go back to the human being and say, okay, here's the event that I've got, that I'm about to put in. Do you approve it? If the human being approves it, it's got to come back and say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to actually create that event, all right, based on the human response. It could also be delete. So for example, if a human being comes in and says, okay, can you, remove my appointment with my dentist tomorrow, okay? And now the AI will go in and it'll say, okay, well, I found the event here. So it's searching, and then it's going to come back and it's going to say, okay, here's the event. I'm about to delete it. But before I delete it, let me go back to the human being and say, okay, I found the event. Is this the correct event that you want me to delete? And if the human being says yes, then it should come back into the AI. And then the AI will say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete this event. All right. So this is where human in the loop systems are very important. So we're going to actually create that exact workflow right now inside of n8n, where we're going to give an AI agent access to our Google Calendar and several of those same functions. And then we're going to be using the human in the loop functionality that's inside of n8n to actually build this entire flow. So let's actually go ahead and start doing that now. All right, so here we are right now inside of our n8n. And what we're going to do is we're going to start off with a simple, like chat message here. All right, so we're going to use the built-in chat message trigger. So let's do chat trigger. Now there's something specific in this chat trigger when we're going to actually add in human in the loop. So over here inside of add field, you're going to click on response mode. All right. This is important when you're doing human in the loop elements because we want to use a response node. All right. Now that's only when you're actually doing human in the loop via the actual editor system. If you're going to be using, let's say, a webhook, you could use a webhook to do it, or you can also use, let's say, something like Telegram. So if I do a Telegram, trigger, so let's say over here, you got several different triggers here. So on message. Well, now that's a little bit different. It's still going to be coming back to Telegram anyways at the very end, right? If you actually set that up, or with a webhook, you've got a webhook response. But specifically, because we're actually using this within the actual n8n chat, we need to make sure that we've got a using response nodes option for the response mode. All right, so now that we have that there, let's go ahead and let's create an actual AI agent. So let's do AI agent. And what we're going to do now is we're going to make sure that this chat model here is an OpenAI one. So I'm just going to use a basic OpenAI chat system here. And then for tools now, we want to be able to add in our Google Calendar tools. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on tool, and we're going to type in Google, and we're going to look for Google Calendar here. So there it is, Google Calendar tool. And there's several different tools that we just described. So we're going to choose create. There's also delete. There's get many, update, and so on. All right, so we're going to give them access, or the AI access, to several of these. Now, I'm assuming that you already have your Google Calendar connected. If not, I would recommend just finding several other YouTube videos or watch one of my older ones to actually get the credentials in. Now, inside of your Google Calendar, what we want to do is we want to actually have an actual n8n calendar, or something that's going to be AI connected. Now, of course, you can use your main calendars, but I actually set one up for n8n specifically. All right, so that's really helpful. And you can see here, I've actually got my own, calendar for n8n. Now, of course, if you're actually using a main calendar, you can use all these, but I use the n8n calendar for an additional layer of protection. That way it doesn't kind of interfere with my main calendars. But I'm going to show you how this works. So you select your calendar here from the list. And now for the start time, we're going to click on this button to let AI, or the model, choose the actual start time. We're also going to use the AI button for the end time as well. There's a few other things we need. So go ahead and click on add field, and we want to click on description. All right, and we're going to let AI choose that. We're going to also click on add field, and we're going to go down to summary. Same thing, let's let AI do that as well. Now, another one you may want to add is location. So you can also put that in, and same thing, put AI as well. So all of these will be defined by AI, the actual connected AI system. So now we've got that there, but it's a little bit, harder to understand this, especially from both the visual and for the AI. So what I like to do is I like to name this actual tool up here, and let's call this the Create Calendar Event Tool. All right, so there we go, and I'm going to hit enter. All right, so now we have that. Now we're going to do that again, but this time we're going to create the delete and the update calendar event tools. So let's go here, and once again, we're going to click on Google Calendar. All right, there it is. And we're going to now change this from create to update. All right, and then once again, choose the calendar. So event ID, we're going to be doing from AI again. Then we're going to add in the summary, once again from AI. We're going to add in the description, once again from AI. We're also going to add in the location, once again from AI. We also need to have the start and end time, so let's do that again. So start time, there it is from AI, and end time. So let's go over here, end. All right, so this way the AI can easily update this as well. And let's add a new title here. So instead of create calendar event tool, we're going to type in update calendar event tool. There we go. All right. Now we have to actually get these events. All right. So we're going to hit the plus button here on tool again. All right. There we go. And let's do Google Calendar. All right. There it is. We're now going to be getting many. All right. And it can get up to 50 here. Select the calendar. Okay. So I got my calendar. And then you've got after and before. All right, so set those up as AI. With the limit here, you could just keep it at 50 for now, but you could change that if you want in the future. And then let's change the name of this. So we're going to change this to Get Calendar Event Tool. So it's going to get many calendar events. All right, there we go. Hit enter. And finally, we want the Delete Calendar Event. So let's do this here. Calendar, Google Calendar Tool. All right, this is going to be delete. And then let's go over here. Okay, select your calendar. From here, click on the AI for event ID, and let's change the title. So this will be delete calendar event. So now we've got all of these different options here. And usually I like to put a think tool as well. It just gives the AI an opportunity to think through the process. Now, when we come back to this example here, the human being is going to say, hey, you know what? I need to create an event. It's going to go and it's going to attempt to create the event. When it does that, it's going to give us some information. Now, what we need to get out of here is we need to actually get the actual event ID. So over here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to click on define below. And let's go ahead and click on expression. And let's, tell this AI what to do. So role, and we'll just say, okay, you are a calendar assistant who is here to help the user create, update, delete, and retrieve events from a Google Calendar. Next, the tools. All right. You have available to you the following tools. So there they are: get calendar event tool, update calendar event tool, create calendar event tool, and delete calendar event tool. All right. So we want a JSON output of the actual calendar ID here. So the next thing is the action. So in this case here, you can only choose one of the 4 options above: get, update, create, or delete. I'm just going to put that there, and I'm going to put the word action there, all in lowercase. So now at least I have an idea of what's going to be happening. So let's go over all 4 of these here. Examples of all 4 requests. All right. So what's going to happen now is I've given several examples. One is for creating an event, where it's going to create the event. The second one is for updating an event. So it says here, for create event, you will call the create calendar event tool and create the event and return the event ID and action with user notes describing the event as follows. So we've got an event ID, which is the Google Calendar event ID. It's going to be a create action. And then the user notes are created event title, starting at start time, on date, and ending at end time. For number 2, updating an event, you're going to call the get calendar tool event or event tool and take the user's information on how they want to update it, but do not update the event, and then return the event ID as follows. Event ID, action is update, user notes. The event title, starting at start time, on date, and ending at end time will be updated with the updates requested. And then for delete an event, you would actually say you will call the get calendar event tool, but do not delete the event, and return the event ID as follows. Event ID is going to be that, the action is delete, and then the user notes are the event title, starting at start time, on date, and ending at end time will be deleted. So these 3 actions here, the create one will automatically create the event. All right. But we don't want to do anything else with that yet. We just want to send that back to the user saying that it was created. But for updating and deleting an event, we want to get human in the loop for sure. So now these are the 3 options. And of course, you can expand it and do some more. So now I've got, this AI agent here. Specifically now, I need to get back some information. So let's just quickly test this out so we could see here. And we'll test all 3 because we need to create an actual switch statement or an if statement that is going to work based on the action output here that we've described. So action can be create, update, or delete, or none of those, right? So let's actually go ahead and add a switch statement here. And before we can actually, figure out what this is, let's just run this quickly. All right. And we just ran that there so that we can at least get the, variable here. So now we have to actually connect that up. So here's the user request. And now we can put this in here. So now let's run that again so that we can get an output here. So this time it was a little bit more detailed. It was asking, all this information, right? So as you can see here, it's asking for the title of the event, duration, or end time, description, and location of the event. That's because that's what the tool does, right? Okay, so we've put some basic, information that we can actually put for this actual request here. So let's go back here and run that again so we can get an output. All right, this time it created the actual event as you saw. Okay, so now we've actually got some details here. So as you can see here, the output is, it's good, but it's actually not in the right format. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back here and we're going to click on require specific output format. Now, when you do that, you're going to see here something called an output parser. So go ahead and hit the plus button there. And now you can do structured output parser here. So now I can actually put in the details here. So I can actually use the same type of output here. So we're going to call this event, right? Then we've got over here action, and then we're going to put here same thing. And then we want user notes, and then user notes. There we go. So now we should have that come out, a lot more clearly. So let's go ahead and try that again. There it is, event ID, action, and what it did. Okay, so now we've actually got that information. The next thing is, now that we've got our switch statement, now we can actually grab and drag this in. Now we know what the action is, and there's several different items. So we've got create as one. Now we're going to add another one here. So action, this is going to be update, add another one, action, then delete, and then delete. And then finally, if action doesn't equal any of those, so if it's other, there you go. All right, so we've come this far. So now what we need to do is add in the human in the loop items. So to do that, as long as you have a trigger already, there is a list of human in the loop elements. So I'm going to hit the plus button here. And if you come down here, you're going to see human in the loop. So go ahead and let's click on that. And in this case, we've got several different ways that we can actually get the human to respond. What we're going to be doing in this case here is, because we're in the editor, we're going to be responding to chat. However, you could have done this via Gmail, you could have done this via Teams or Slack, and in many of these other places, it actually shows a really cool UI button that allows you to approve or decline. So we're going to actually start off with respond to chat, because that's what we're using here for this human in the loop example. And now over here, we need to connect this up. So let's go ahead and let's connect up the create. There we go. And now we're going to take in our user notes, because the AI already auto-generated that. And specifically, we're also going to define this here. So I like to put in a couple of lines. I'm just going to put, do you approve or decline this event? All right. And so it's either going to be yes or no, or approve or decline. So now based on that output, okay, we're just going to do a simple if statement here. And so let's test this out so that we actually get that data. So let's go ahead and run this again. Okay, so as you can see, now we've got the human in the loop portion. Do you approve or decline this event? And it says created AI generated event starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow on 2023, 11/25. Okay, so we already know that that's an error there. Okay, so we're going to investigate that in just a bit. So do you approve or decline? Yes. There you go. So I hit a Y. Now it's come here. So now we want to know what the chat input is. So in this case here, if it's true, then we can actually now go ahead and keep it. There's really nothing else to do. But if it's false, we want to delete that calendar entry. So what we're going to do is now over here in the false, we're going to add in Google Calendar. All right, there it is. And we're going to delete an event. So what we're going to do here is we have to choose a calendar and then the event ID. So for now, I'm just going to put a temporary number inside of there, even though that's incorrect. Let's rerun this again so we actually get the calendar ID. So when I go to the JSON view here and I click on the various nodes, in the switch node, which was several nodes back, we've got our event ID. So that's what we need to put here. So I'm going to change this to expression, click and drag the event ID. So now if I decline that, it's going to delete the actual event. In this case here, we do have an error. As you can see, it's 2023. So I'm going to actually put inside of this AI a note. And then I'm going to put here, think deeply using the think tool and make sure that the event is greater than, and then I'm going to put inside of here, $now. So now at least we know that it's always going to be in the future, not in the past. All right. So that way it's been set up there. And then, and create, the event. So there we go. We got that there. All right. So now if I go back to Google Calendar here and I actually type in, created with AI. So let's do this here, AI generated event, because we got to find out where those old ones are. They just put that in. Yeah, I picked up a few of these. Look at these in 2023. So I got to delete all of these here. Okay. So now let's rerun this again. So there we go. Run it again. All right. So now it's gone. It's created an event. It's going through the chat model there. It's thought through it. And now we've got this message here. So this is starting, well, 1 p.m. 2024 0605. That is completely wrong. So it should not have done that. All right. So as we could see here, that's not the right thing. I'm going to put no on this here. So now if I hit enter, it has to, go in and say, okay, I saw a no, and it deleted that event. So as you can see, it's no longer there. And so that's what it is. We've now got a proper human in the loop system that is approving and declining events, especially if they're wrong. So now I'm going to say again, okay, create an event called AI Meetup, and it starts at 9 a.m. and runs until 7 p.m. I don't know. It's a long meeting, let's say. All right. So there we go. So now it's going to go and take more of that information and create an event that has more details. So there we go. It says it's created this, AI meetup for n8n. So I'm going to take a look here. It says it's on the September 5th, right? So look at that. It actually generated that. So now we want to set up these other items here. So as you can see here, I've got update, delete, and other. So other is basically there was an error of some kind. I don't want that event to be created at all. All right. So I'm going to actually respond in a different way here. So I'm going to say here, when I hit plus, human in the loop. And in this case here, I'm going to respond to chat. Now, I'm not going to be waiting for the user response. So apologies, your request could not be processed. We're not waiting for the user in this case here. And actually, because I don't know what exactly happened, I don't want to just delete something just because I've got the ID. I just want to say, okay, there was an error. So now the user can kind of like figure that out. So that's another response. And usually we want to name these things here, but in this case here, I'm just doing a tutorial, so that's fine. So for update, what we're going to do here is when the event is going to be updated, and delete is another one. For update, what we want to do is we want to actually swing back to another AI. All right. So what we're going to do here for update specifically is I'm going to take this entire AI workflow and I'm going to now hit Control D on my keyboard to duplicate it. In this case here now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this update functionality and I'm going to connect it over to this AI here. But this time I'm going to create a different AI agent system here. Specifically, I'm going to say the same thing. So you have available to you getting the calendar event tool and updating the calendar event. So we're not going to do create or delete. And then if you're missing any of the required information, you could put in all of that there. Output, you will output the following information. And in this case here, it's going to be update. So action is update. All right. And you are a calendar assistant who is there to help the user update their calendar. So now what we're going to do is when we get an update request to the event, you'll call the get calendar event tool, take the user's information on how they want to update it, and do the update. And return the event ID as follows: Google Calendar event, update the event, title has been updated. So now user request will be there, and it's getting the user request in JSON. All right. But in this case here, we want to be able to go back here, and this is the chat input right here. Make sure that that is the same. There we go. See, so that's a bit different. So sometimes you'll get the actual item that you need several nodes back, right? So that's why you want to put that information there. Now we want to remove the tools that we're not using here. So get a calendar, update calendar, that's fine. Remove the delete, remove the create. Structured output we want to keep. And there we go. So the rest of that's fine. And so after the update is done, we want to respond to the user. So now human in the loop, respond to chat. So your update request has been completed. All right. And we're not waiting for a user reply. There we go. That's it. So now let's actually, try and update this here. So can you update my event that is tomorrow, the AI meetup for n8n? I need to make the start time 12 p.m. instead. All right. So there we go. So now it's going to go through. It's going to look for updates. All right. So specifically, as you can see here, if I actually move this back here, it's trying to do the update, but it's now come here. This time it went to update, and it's saying that the update has been, done successfully. So it did do the update, but the problem was I put the human in the loop portion in the wrong spot. It should have been right here. So let's go ahead and let's actually delete that and delete that. And now let's take this here and put this here. All right. And from here now, we need to get a respond to chat here. So specifically, we have to put inside of here, update requested. So we're going to put inside of here. Let's hit save. Let's test this out. Can you update the AI meetup tomorrow to start at 10 a.m.? All right, so there we go. It's going inside of there. It's going to get the event. It's going to now come out here, and it's coming to the update. And as we can see, I have to make sure that it's the update that is connected. So let me do that there. Do you approve this message? Yes or no? All right, so do you approve this? There we go. All right, so now we're going to hit save here, and we're going to do this again. So can you update the AI meetup? All right, so there we go, and we should get it to go into the update flow here, as you can see. All right, there we go. It went to the update. So now it's waiting. It said it could not find an event named AI meetup for n8n scheduled for tomorrow. Please check the event details. So already we could see that this is incorrect. I'm just going to put the letter N there. All right, and so now if it was a yes, then we would actually, go in here. So now I'm going to put an if statement here. All right, there we go. And it's similar to the other one there. So if statement. And so if the chat input is equal to yes, okay, then it'll actually, do the actual thing. So in this case here, it was false. So if it was yes, then I would actually run this next AI agent command where it'll actually do the update. Otherwise, it does nothing. All right, so there we go. So now let's do this again. All right, there we go. It should return an update here, and there it is, human in the loop. It says the event titled AI Meetup for n8n September 5th has been updated to start at 10 a.m. at this time. So let's go here, and the problem was it already did that. So it should not be doing that. So as you could see, like there is some, challenges along the way that you're going to be going through as you're working through this, right? And we don't want the AI to just go ahead and update the event. So here's what we can do. If you notice that it's actually doing things that you don't want it to do, just remove these items. So I'm going to remove the tool so it can't do an update. It can't do a delete. It can do. So the creation is fine, but it does not have access to the update or the other one. So let's remove those tools here. So I'm going to remove update, and I'm going to remove delete. All right, so there we go. So now it can't do any of those. So now even if it tries, we don't have to worry. It's not going to be able to actually, delete any of those things or change that. So now I'm going to do this again. All right, so I'm going to copy paste this message. And you're watching me go through the process. This is important because you're going to be going through the same things when you're creating this for clients. All right, so there we go. I want it to start at 11 a.m. Okay, so now I want it to start at 11 a.m. It's over here. It's at 10 a.m. There we go. So I'm going to hit enter now. And we're going to see the AI do its thing. It's getting the information. It went to update. Now it says the event it currently starts there at 10 a.m. will be updated to start at 11 a.m. as requested. Now, do I approve this? And I'm going to put yes. Now it's going to go to the AI. It's going to get the event. It's updating the event there, and it's done. Now it's correctly doing that. So now you can see how human in the loop works. All right. So now together we have built an entire human in the loop system that, can successfully do my Google Calendar stuff. And I don't have to worry about, this making a mistake or the AI, having any issues over time or just the AI getting full control. Now I'm a part of the process. And that is so important, especially when you're building mission critical, AIs or AI automations. It is so important to have human in the loop. All right, so there we go. There's a little bit of a tutorial on human in the loop and how it works and why it's so important. You want to know that you could trust the outputs, and that's where human in the loop really comes in. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial today. And once again, please make sure you subscribe, join my school community, and join the n8n community as well. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, in this video here, we're going to be doing a full how-to tutorial on n8n and setting it up on your own server. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's just dive right in. Let's not waste any time. Many of these videos that I'm going to continue to do with these how-tos, I'm going to be, letting you know whether it is got affiliate programs on there, whether it is been a sponsored video. Sometimes some of these AI companies will sponsor me to actually do a video, and that's fine. I'd like to do those how-tos. And if you're a company that's got an AI tool that you want me to actually review and do the whole how-to, that's completely fine. So this one here, n8n, has a cloud affiliate program. So I have that. So if you see that in the links, it's an affiliate, link. And once again, thank you for supporting my channel. That's how I am growing this as well. So just another area of revenue for me. So this one is going to have an affiliate, but it's not a sponsored one. Okay, so this is more of setting things up, and this is the how-to. All right, so the first thing is, what the hell is n8n? Why do I even need this thing? Why do I even care? I get it. Okay, so n8n is an automation system. All right. What that means is it takes many different apps, okay, whatever you're used to online. It could be, your Google Drive or, Google Sheets, Google Docs, whatever it is. It could be your Gmail. It could be your, I don't know, if you've got your Instagram, your Facebook, your Meta, your Twitter, whatever it is, and it allows you to interconnect them all to do something. So many times, you've got a blog. Maybe you're a blogger and you write a blog, but it's like, oh man, I need to write a blog, but I need information from, this website here or these sets of websites. And, I now have to go and get the blog formatted. And then afterwards, I need to create the blog and then have it load into my actual website. Then on top of that, I need to make a post on Instagram that will, post out. And then on top of that, I need to send an email to myself so that I know that this was done automatically so that I can actually go look at the links. I mean, to do all of that, either I had to, before, automation and systems and AI tools, I'd have to actually go and hire somebody to do that, to go through these flows, to actually write the blog and do the research and all that other stuff, and then send an email to me showing that it was done, right? That takes a lot of time. It costs money, all that other stuff, and it could take a few days at times. You're waiting for the staff to go and do that, and you hired employees, whereas now this thing could do it potentially in 30 seconds. All right, literally, if you actually set up your flows correctly, where now I can literally just, go on, let's say WhatsApp or on my phone and just say, hey, write me a blog, with the latest recipe for lasagna, okay? And then create a nice post about it as well on my, on my Twitter feed and send me an email back. So it would actually go and do that using AI agents, the whole entire thing. So that's what n8n is about, is it allows you to do all those connections and make it all work and build that flow, okay, in a very simplistic form. If I use n8n Cloud, they've got all these different, plans here, Starter, Pro, and Enterprise. But the one that we are interested in is setting up n8n on your own server. In today's lesson, we are going to set up n8n on your own host, okay? So that was a quick little overview. Let's dive right into setting this up. Now, before we begin, there's a few assumptions that we need to have. Number one, you've got a credit card. Why? Because you need to set up DigitalOcean. The second thing that we assume is that you've already got a domain name, so www.domain.com, whatever that domain is, and that's going to be required because we need to connect up that domain to this new droplet. So what you're going to do is you're going to be clicking on this button here, Create n8n Droplet. Now, if you do not have a DigitalOcean account, go ahead and click on the link below. You're going to see my affiliate link there for DigitalOcean. What it does is it gives you $200 worth of credit, and I get $25 for that. Okay, so it's a win-win for both of us there. And honestly, it gives me extra credits that I can continue to add more, droplets and pay for my DigitalOcean, so I get to use it for free as well. All right, so here we are now, and this is the screen that you should see once you're actually logged in and you've actually, got your account set up. So what you're going to do is you're going to choose a location for a server that's close to you. In this case, I'm going to choose San Francisco. And from there now, it's already got n8n selected. And you're just going to go down. You're going to choose a server. All right, so now the next thing is we're going to go down to the bottom here. Now you're going to set up a password. And so choose a password that is at least 8 characters. And, you know the whole thing, just make sure it's all good. Right now inside of here, make sure that you don't put any special characters or it won't create it. All right, so just put in n8n. You can put n8n training, for example. Okay, up to you, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so you see this create droplet button right here. All right, you're going to be clicking on that, and it's going to create the droplet. So now once it's done, you just go ahead and click on the actual implementation there, and you're going to see an IP address. Now the thing is, we need to actually take our domain name and point it to that and create a subdomain for that. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to use GoDaddy as an example. So now we're inside of GoDaddy, and you're going to select your domain. And inside of the domain section, we're going to go down, and you see where it says Manage DNS. You're going to click on that. And now over here where it says DNS records, you're going to click on Add New Record. Under Type, you're going to choose A. Under Name, you can make any subdomain. So for example, I'm just going to use n8n so that I know what it is. Now we need to get the IP address. So let's go back to DigitalOcean, and over here, you're going to click on Copy. All right, so that's going to give you the IP address that you have there. Then we're going to go back to domain name here, and inside of value, we're going to paste that IP address. And the TTL, just leave it the way it is and hit on Save. Now, this moment takes about, generally about a couple of minutes. It could take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but it could take up to 24 to 48 hours, depending on where in the world you are. All right, so now we need to check if our domain is actually ready. So to do that, I'm on a Windows PC. So I'm just going to go over here where you've got this little, search bar here, and I'm going to type in command to get to the command prompt. Okay, there's several ways to get there, but I'm just keeping it simple. And so now you're going to type in the word ping, P-I-N-G, and then you're going to type in the subdomain and the entire domain name. So in this case, it is n8n.nft.nft.ca. And I'm going to hit enter. And there we go. If I see this, then it is actually now set up. So that was pretty fast. GoDaddy is generally, one of the fastest, to get up and running. So now I know that it is correctly pointed. Now we need to actually set this up. So now let's go back to DigitalOcean. All right. And you're going to select the console view here. So go ahead and click on console. So now it's going to ask you for the subdomain. So when this window opens here, all right, it's going to say subdomain. So go ahead and type in n8n because that's what we typed in. We did n8n.domain.extension. So in this case, it's n8n.nftnft.ca. All right, so n8n is the subdomain. So I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm going to type in the domain name. So in this case, it is nftnft.ca. All right, and then it's going to ask for an email address. So you choose the email address that's going to be required. In this case, it's solomon@solomonchrist.com. All right, and I hit enter. Okay, and it says, would you like to configure a time zone? And so I'm going to hit yes because I want a time zone. All right, in this case here, I'm in the Americas. All right, and there we go, United States Pacific, and it is yes. And it is yes, there we go. All right, and so now it's going to do everything that it needs to. It's pulling in n8n, it's pulling in Caddy, it's doing everything that it needs to do to get n8n up and running. All right, so it looks like everything's ready, and they've given us the domain name that we're going to be going to, which is nftnft.ca. So let's go ahead and let's do that. And there you go. So now we've got n8n running on our own system. All right, so this is really powerful. So now we can actually set this all up. So we're going to set up a new owner account. So let's go ahead. And then it's going to ask, what is your company? So go ahead and just fill out this information. Let's see here. I'm just going to put IT for now. That's fine. I am a data science person. Sure. Myself, for who this automations are for. How big is your company? Less than 20 people. Sure. How did you hear about n8n? SolomonChrist.com. Put that in. Click on Get Started. All right. And over here, you can get paid features for free forever. So you receive a free activation key for the advanced features below. Lifetime access, so workflow history, review and restore any workflow, advanced debugging, execution search and tagging. So you just type in your email and then you click on, send me a free key. So there you go. It's actually pretty cool. And so, it's ready to go. So there you have it. It's ready to go, n8n on your own system. And now you can build out your own automations, your own workflows on a server that you control, which is actually pretty cool. And that's going to be very, very huge. And that too, you've got the free community edition here. And so it gives you a lot more stuff that you could do with it versus paying the cloud service for $20 or £20 a month or whatever it is. And if you're not sure where to start, there's a lot of stuff that you could do with this. I recommend you go and check out the templates.
there's a lot of templates that are available for doing all kinds of sort of things. So, there's already people who've been using this for a long time, and they've got automations in so many different areas. So you can already start with something that, already exists. So there you have it. That's a quick breakdown of how to set up n8n on your own server very easily, step by step. And that's the basics. Now comes the actual challenging part, and that is using n8n to actually automate your life. And so there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of things that are going on with that. Even I'm creating more and more tutorials on that as well. So I recommend you start, diving in and really finding out what works for you. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here with another tutorial training. This one is on Comfy UI. That's right, we're going to be using Comfy UI and n8n together. And in this training here, you're going to learn how to integrate both and work together with them. It is an incredible training and it is a lot of fun. And the stuff that you're going to be able to create is just amazing. So let's dive right in. Okay, so here we go now. And as we're going to be installing and setting up Comfy UI, the first thing that we need to understand is that we're going to be setting up Comfy UI for our local system. So from our main system where Comfy UI is going to be installed, we're going to be actually having Comfy UI access our n8n system via an online tunnel. All right, so that's going to be the first area for the online system, and through the offline system via our Docker. And so these two systems have a different way of setup, but ultimately we want to get to our n8n so that our Comfy UI can be accessed. So over here in the first part, we're going to be using a tunnel system. All right, and that's going to basically take our local IP address here. All right, so we've got an IP address here that Comfy UI gives us, and it's most likely going to be 127.0.0.1, and the port number is going to be 8000. As you see later on, I'll go into the settings and I'll show you what the port number is, and you could change it as well. But in this tutorial, it's going to be 8000. And so what's going to happen is we need to be able to access that outside of our network with a tunnel system so that we can actually get into one of two specific areas. The first one is going to be n8n Cloud, and the second one is n8n VPS. Both of them are going to be using the same URL that comes out of the tunnel system. Now, on this last part here, when we're doing it locally, we're going to be using Docker. Now, Docker has a computer within our main system, basically. That's what it's like. So we can't just access, 127.0.0.1, which is considered localhost, because we're in another computer type of system known as a Docker container. It's within the actual main system. So we need to have something else that is going to be allowing us to access the Comfy UI system through the Docker. All right, so these are the three main systems. And so now let's quickly go over what these two, tunnel system and Docker system are. So specifically for the tunnel system, we're going to be using a service called Cloudflare. And quite literally, what's going to happen is this service will take our local IP, it'll create a temporary website for us to actually connect to, and then we're going to put that URL information into our n8n Cloud and our n8n VPS inside of the node when we look at credentials. So to access our Docker, we're going to be using something called host.docker.internal, and the port number is 8000 over here. So basically, this will allow us to connect to our local system's Comfy UI because we're actually within a Docker system. So this will allow us to run those commands and connect right to our Comfy UI system on our local machine. So this is the entire Comfy UI setup and the kind of visual for it. So we're going to be able to access our Comfy UI from n8n Cloud, from n8n VPS, in this case DigitalOcean, as well as our local system here with our n8n through the Docker system. So now you know what we're doing. Let's go ahead and dive right in. So let's go ahead and let's go to the Comfy UI website here. That's comfy.org. And in the top right, let's go ahead and click on download. And you're going to see here you've got a download for Windows and a download for Mac, as well as installing from GitHub. We're going to actually click on download for Windows because that's what I have here. So let's go ahead and do that. And once it's done, let's go ahead and open that up. As you can see, it's doing the entire install right now. And we should see this window come up here. So let's click on Get Started. All right. And so I actually have the NVIDIA chip here. If you don't, you would click on manual configuration and you'd be able to kind of, choose things. But in this case here, keeping it simple, NVIDIA chip is what I've got. And we're going to hit next. and it's already showing me where it's going to install the Comfy UI on, my system here. I'm going to hit next there. Now, if you had a previous installation of Comfy UI, you can actually migrate it to the new one. In this case here, I don't, so I'm just going to hit next. And then over here, this is just updates and usage metrics. Up to you if you want to, send the metrics. I'll just leave everything as is, and let's click on install. So the first thing that it's doing is installing a Python environment. Now, if you've been doing a lot of AI work, chances are you've already got a Python environment installed, but it's going to be setting up one that is, very compatible with it. And so I'm going to just let it go ahead and do that. But that's up to you. If you want to shift that, you could do that in the custom side. But what it's doing is it's actually setting up a full Python environment here. This will take some time to install, so we'll come back when it's done. All right, so we're back here, and after the installation is done, you should see a screen exactly like this. This is Comfy UI, and they've got a lot of different examples here that we can actually start with. I'm just going to start with a simple image generation there, just so that you can actually see that. And as you can see, it's saying we're missing models, and this is where you should be right now. Once you're at this point here, you can install various models, and there's a lot of models to choose from. We'll get into that in just a bit. Right now, our goal is to set up Comfy UI in different locations. For right now, though, I'm going to download this temporary model just so that you could see that this installation is working. So once the download happens for the temporary model that I'm going to be using, and I should be able to run this right now with the temporary model here, just as is. So this ran on my system. It's up and running. That was generated by AI right on my system. So here we are right now in a new workflow, and this is on an n8n VPS. All right, so this is on DigitalOcean server here. I'm just going to call this my Comfy UI training so that you can see that there. So now if I click on the plus button here and I type in Comfy UI, as you can see, nothing exists, but there are some community nodes that do exist for Comfy UI. So if I go to npmjs.com, I can actually find a list of n8n nodes. And if I type in here n8n and Comfy UI, you're going to see here at the very top, there are several different nodes here, community nodes here. So these two here are the ones that we're going to be using here. So let's go ahead and copy that first one there. And let's go into our n8n installation here. And at the bottom left of our installation, you're going to see the three dots. Go ahead, click on that. Let's click on settings. And over here on the left side, you're going to see community nodes. Go ahead, click on that. And at the top right, let's go ahead and click on install. And let's go ahead and let's just type that in, n8n-nodes-comfy UI. Click on the little checkbox there and click on install. And let's repeat the process again for the other one. So here we are again. I'm going to copy this entire string here. I'm going to go back to my n8n, click on install. Let's paste that in, hit the checkbox and hit install. All right, so let's go back to our workflow there. And now when I actually hit the plus button here and I type in Comfy, you're going to see now I've got a whole bunch of different options here for Comfy UI. All right. So these are really, really helpful. So we're going to start off with the first one, which is Comfy UI. But first, let's actually put in a chat box here. So I'm going to start off by adding in a chat trigger here, just like that. There we go. And now I'm going to get the Comfy UI there, the first one there, Comfy UI. So I'm going to click on Add to Workflow. And so now we have to actually set up our credential. Now, if I click on the Create New Credential here, it's going to give us a URL. However, that is on a local system. This is a VPS system or a cloud system. So it's the same thing in the cloud as well. So what's going to happen is we need another service that's going to allow us to take our local machine and route it up to our n8n inside of the cloud or in our VPS. So the company that actually has a tool like that is Cloudflare. If you'd like to learn more about how Cloudflare Tunnel works, you can actually click on the Cloudflare Tunnel link here, and they'll tell you more about Cloudflare, which is the app that we're going to be using. But specifically, I want you to click on the Downloads button here for Cloudflare Docs. And then if you go down here, you're going to see the Windows edition here, 64-bit. All right, and you're going to see this executable here called Cloudflare-Windows-AMD64.exe. That is what we're downloading. So if you click on that, it's going to download that right into your computer. Once that's done, keep it somewhere on your system. Usually I keep it on the C drive in a temporary folder, just like this here, as you can see. And all you have to do now at this point here is literally run this thing. All right, so I'm going to show you how this works here. So I'm going to right click here, click on Open in Terminal. So now I can actually, start up Cloudflare here. Okay, as you can see, just like that. However, I need to add in more information here. Specifically, what is the IP address that we want to actually put out into the world? In our Comfy UI, we would actually go inside of here, and we would actually go to the bottom left here in settings. And then you're going to see here where it says server config. This tells you where Comfy UI is. And the IP address here is 127.0.0.1, which equals localhost. And the port number that they have here is 8000. All right. So keep that in mind. So now we've got our port number and our information. So let's go into command line now that we know our IP address and our port number. And let's type in Cloudflare -Windows -AMD64. Then we're going to put a space. We're going to put the word tunnel. All right. Then we're going to put a space. Then we're going to type in --URL. And in this case, we know it's localhost because localhost is usually 127.0.0.1. So let's just type in localhost. And we know that our actual port number is 8000. So let's go ahead and type that in and hit enter. And there we go. We get a URL here that we can now place inside of our n8n system. So let's go ahead and copy this here just by clicking and highlighting it, just like that. Hit Control-C on your keyboard. So go ahead and paste that there and make sure that there's no spaces in that URL that Cloudflare just gave you. And you don't need an API key, so just hit save. And as you can see, the connection was successful. So now I'm actually connected to my physical system here through a Cloudflare tunnel. So the next step is once I've now got that connection coming in and I can connect to my Comfy UI, I actually need the Comfy UI JSON workflow. So just like n8n has workflows that are in JSON, same thing with Comfy UI. So let's go ahead back into Comfy UI. The first thing we want to do is save the workflow in Comfy UI. We do that by clicking on workflow and save, or by hitting Control-S on the keyboard. Next, we need to export this workflow using the export API command here in workflow export API. Make sure it is the export API version, not the export. I'm just going to call this Comfy UI 1, hit save. Next, you're going to open this Comfy UI 1 or whatever you saved it as, the JSON file, inside of a notepad or a text editor of some kind. I'm in Notepad++. I'm going to copy this entire JSON here, and this is what we're going to paste into our n8n. So inside of here, what we're going to do here is where it says workflow JSON, let's go ahead and change it from fixed to expression, and then click on this little square icon here. And now let's go ahead and paste our entire JSON inside of there. And then let's exit here, hit save. And let's just run a test here. So I'm just going to type in test and hit the chat button. So right now it's running, but our chat and our Comfy UI are not connected as yet. And there we go. It's now completed. That took about 3 minutes to do. Let's take a look at the result. So let's go ahead and double click there and click on view. And as you can see, it's created this here. Now at this point here, I can now edit this JSON here. And this here is a Comfy UI JSON. And so the really nice thing is that I could now create any, Comfy UI workflow that I want, paste it inside of here, and then I could actually take my n8n chat inputs or any input that I want and now manipulate the JSON data to actually get whatever I want as an output. So as you can see here, if we go through the JSON here, you're going to see the input here is over here. It says beautiful scenery, nature, glass bottle, landscape, purple, galaxy, inside of the bottle. So if I just highlight this text here, if I delete that, and now if I click and drag my chat input right to where the text portion is, now whatever I type in should be the result. So let's go ahead and let's try this again. I'm going to type in sports car. So let's try that out. All right, so there we have it. Let's take a look. There you go. All right, so now it's actually creating anything that I want, and I don't have to worry about credits. I've got unlimited usage of this now. All right, so now that we have that running, the next thing that we want to probably do is, of course, inside of Comfy UI, get a different set of models that we can use. Right now it's using this one here. We probably want to use a different model, especially as we're hearing all these new models coming out that could do all kinds of incredible stuff. So when it comes to models for Comfy UI, there's two major areas that we're going to find the actual models. Hugging Face is the #1 place. This is where every AI model exists for all kinds of different AI things. But then there's something called Civet AI, and that is actually for a lot of the Comfy UI stuff and a lot of user-generated content models. Custom model here, as you can see here, this is the base model that we just installed. But you're probably going to want to install some additional stuff. So going to your manager over here, you can actually see your model manager here, and you can install custom models. There's a lot of them that are available, for you to install. It'll download it and it'll actually set it up on your system. So take a look, see what you like, but you could get started right away with different types of models. There are so many available, so definitely check that out. But that's how you would update models within the Comfy UI. As I said, this is not a Comfy UI tutorial specifically. This is using Comfy UI with n8n. All right, so if you want to go deeper on Comfy UI, I'd recommend checking out some of the YouTube videos that are available to do that. So now that we have Comfy UI working with our n8n via VPS, we're going to now make sure that Comfy UI can work on our local system as well. All right, so here we are now on a local system. And this is assuming that you've already set up, the AI starter kit from n8n. So if you've not seen that, go check out my other video on setting up various forms of n8n, both on local and VPS and cloud. So this is the local one here. So now I'm going to create a new workflow here. And once again, we still have to install the community nodes. So we're going to start off with a chat node here first. So it's just an empty chat node. We're going to save that. And this is going to be our Comfy UI training. All right, so save that. And so now at the top here, we're going to grab these n8n items here for our community nodes here. So this is the first one here. And then let's go over to our local host here. And at the bottom left, we're going to click on the three dots, click on settings, click on community nodes, click on install community nodes, paste it in. Click on the checkbox and click install. All right, let's do that again. This time we're going to choose the other one here for image to image and go ahead. And let's go ahead and click on install. And then afterwards, let's hit paste and click on I understand, click install. All right, so now we've got these two nodes installed here. So let's go back to our workflow. And now from here, if I hit tab, I should see Comfy UI. There it is. Click on that and click on add to workflow there. All right, and let me just connect these guys up here. And now the credentials. All right, so accessing my local Comfy UI is straightforward. It's 127.0.0.1 colon 8000. I can do that in your URL. However, in my local n8n, if I put that inside of here, as you can see, I'm going to get an error. And what ends up happening, it's because I'm actually within a Docker. So I actually have to change this from 127.0.0.1, and I have to change this to host.docker.internal. That's the equivalent one because remember, this entire n8n system is within a Docker container. So now that's my local host of the Docker. So if I hit retry, now I can access my n8n, from my n8n, the Comfy UI. So now it's actually working. And so the same idea as before exists. I just take the JSON file of my Comfy UI and I paste that into my actual workflow here. So let's go to expression. Let's open up the square, paste that in. And then afterwards, I'm just going to create a quick little chat here. So just do a test. And then I'm going to stop this here. There we go. And then I'm going to take this and I am going to now take the chat input and let's delete this text here, just like that. And I'm going to take this here, just like that. Paste that in. There we go. And then I go back to my main window here, hit save. And now I could just redo this here. Create a motorcycle. And there we go. Take a look at what we've got here. It created a motorcycle. All right. So now we're up and running as well locally. Now, for those of you who don't have a powerful system, you can use things like DigitalOcean for GPUs. SimplePod is another big one, as is RunPod. Both of them also provide GPU systems, which you can then access Comfy UI on as well. So it may be a great option. Some of the pricing, as you can see, it is costly depending on the system that you're doing. You got per hour, per second. So you can kind of see that, what the rates are. In some cases, it may actually be better to just buy a computer. You'll probably save that money, but up to you on how you want to do it. And, just knowing that these services exist could be helpful, especially if you're trying to set something up where, you don't need to buy the entire computer and you just need it for certain amounts of time. On SimplePod, this thing is from 5 cents an hour for the lower end machines or up to $1.50 an hour. So it's a little bit better in pricing, but still it can be pricey. So keep that in mind as you are, trying to figure out where to set up Comfy UI to use it. So there you have it. You've got a great little tutorial there on how to set up Comfy UI on n8n. and that could be on n8n Cloud, it could be on n8n via VPS, or even on the local hosted n8n as well. Now, of course, there's a lot of tutorials on Comfy UI. Specifically, our goal is to help you to integrate it into n8n, because from n8n, now you could do a lot of interesting things with the Comfy UI system, and that includes creating images, creating videos, creating all kinds of incredible workflows for yourself and your clients. So if you haven't already, please join my school community, and also make sure you join the n8n community as well. Until next time, I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here. In another video here, we're going to be going over custom front ends for n8n. It's an incredible thing when you can actually not only use automations and use it in the n8n backend, but it's really cool when you can start putting it into a custom front end where now you can actually create whatever you want in that front end. And this is great for like customers or the customer experience, the overall experience, especially when you're dealing with clients where you kind of don't want to show them the whole n8n backend, or if you want to create a web app of your own, right? In some cases, you're building maybe a SaaS platform and you want to showcase something really, really neat where it's kind of like the n8n magic happens kind of behind the scenes. So the whole idea with this here is that you can customize the front end that you want and interconnect any n8n flows that you may have built. In this video training, we're going to go over how to build that custom front end for your own n8n automations. So if you're ready to go, let's dive in. All right, so here we are. We're inside of an empty n8n flow here, and it's completely empty. There's nothing in it, okay? And what's going to happen now is, of course, we're going to be creating some form of flow here. First, I'm going to show you kind of how the webhook itself works and how to create the front end. And then I'm going to give you the code. So you need to join my school to actually get the base code. I'm going to kind of go over how that code works. But then from there, we're going to show you how this actual interaction works, and then how to really customize it even more using ChatGPT or any other of any of the popular AI systems right now. There's Claude and Perplexity and so many others where you can kind of take this and shift it around to your needs. All right, so let's look at the actual web code itself. So here we go. I'm just going to open up Notepad++. That's kind of where I'm kind of coding this stuff here. And it looks quite busy, okay? But it's about 55 lines of code. So I'm just going to quickly go over kind of what it is and what it's doing. I'll zoom in a bit, okay? This is just a regular HTML page, all right, named index.html, okay? And you can run this anywhere that you want to actually, call the actual n8n webhook from. But basically what's going to happen is you've got your title. It's using Bootstrap. If you want to get some, kind of like nice little front end kind of visual look, using some jQuery inside of there. From there, we've got just a text, what is this thing? Custom front end. So none of this is really where the magic's happening yet. It's right here when we start getting into the form section itself. Okay, going a little bit deeper where you've got some form data. Enter some information to send. Okay, this is where whatever you want to send into n8n is going to be. Okay, and so we're starting off with just some basic data. It's going to be called input data. All right, and then there's a send button. All right, so that send button is going to literally allow the entire automation to start. And I put there please wait 30 seconds, because when you're seeing it with the actual front end, it's just waiting for the n8n flow to kind of work. And then you've got a response view, which kind of shows, what's going on, like what's the response that n8n sends back. Okay, so there we go. So that's kind of like the view or the visual. And then this is the script. There's some JavaScript inside of here and jQuery inside of here. And so as you can see here, please enter some data to send. And then you've got your webhook. This is the important part. What we are going to be doing is we are literally replacing everything up until here with your webhook information. All right, and as you can see, there's the rest of it there. But I'm going to show you how we do that inside of n8n. And then you're going to get your response output, and then we're using Ajax as well. So Ajax is another piece of programming that allows things to happen in real time. So it's like you could see it live. Okay, so that's the nice thing about Ajax code. All right, so now you got an idea. let's go in on the n8n side and start working on an actual webhook flow, which we're going to interconnect here. All right, so here we are back in our n8n, okay, and we're going to start off with a webhook, okay. So we're going to type in webhook here, okay, and you notice that there's two actual nodes here, webhook and respond to webhook. We are going to need both. We start our flow with the webhook, and then we exit the flow with the respond to webhook. It's important that you do this the correct way, or else what's going to happen is you'll put in a webhook, but you'll forget to actually, set it up to only respond using the respond to webhook, command or the node there. And what ends up happening is, yeah, you may be able to get the data in, but then it immediately will return or do something. And it's like, oh, wait, I was waiting for the AI or whatever I want to do inside of my automation, and then kind of decide when and what data I am sending back. And that's where the respond to webhook comes in as a node. All right, so let's start off with the webhook here. Okay, and over here you see the different methods here. You're going to see a path here, authentication, all right, and respond. So remember I was telling you respond? This one is very important. Make sure you are using the respond to webhook node as a response. And then you've got two versions of your URL. You've got a test URL that you'll be able to use like right now, and then you've got the production URL. And I'm just zooming in here so you can kind of see the real key difference here. So the test URL will have webhook-test, and the production URL will just have webhook. All right, really important that you set these up correctly, because what's going to happen is when you're testing it, well, this isn't live. So you're going to have to, when you're using this one here, you're going to have to do listen for test events, every time that you're going to run this, or else it's just not going to work. In the production version, you need to use a production URL, and then it'll work, but then the only way to kind of check it is you have to check like the executions on the n8n side before you know whether it ran and whether it did things. So it's basically, the difference is that each one is a different visual way to know that this thing ran. When you're building, you're going to be using test URLs, all right, and doing listen for test events, as I said. But when you are in production, you're not going to see it, okay? You're not going to see it here. You have to go into the execution list to see that it executed. All right, so let's go back to test URL. I'll reset the view size here. I know it's a little bit smaller. So I'm going to grab this test URL here, and you see here it's got this information here. So click over here, and it'll copy it to the actual clipboard. All right, let's go back to Canvas over here, okay? And we could save our workflow here, all right? And then from here now, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our HTML, all right? And literally this front end here from this part where it says let webhook URL equal, you're going to go all the way to the end right here to the question mark here, and then just paste that in, okay? That's it. So as you can see here, you've got this information here, and then you've got the question mark, chat input, and so on. Don't worry about that. But basically what it's saying in plain English is it's going to be taking this variable here, chat input, and the information that it gets from the input data is what it's going to send along. That there is a get method, all right? Now, the get method, it's really not a safe method. We usually want to use a post method, because then this can be kind of like hijacked, especially when you're doing production things. I would recommend doing this more as an actual post, because then it's like you have to post the data. It's a lot harder to manipulate it by hackers. And that is where ChatGPT will come in to help you out. We'll get into that later on in the video. All right, so now that I've got this all set up here, let's go ahead and save this. And we're going to run it right from our computer here. So I'm going to go and open up index.html inside of a local web browser right on my computer. All right, so here we have it now, and this is what it looks like. It's a simple front end, all right? And we're just going to put the word hello. Now, before we do this here, and I'm just going to put this off to one side here, okay? And there we go. We've got this on the other side here. So that way we can kind of see both things going on at the same time. So first thing is I've got to click on test workflow, okay? So now it's listening. It's waiting to hear a message. So I'm just going to put in hi, just like that, and hit send, all right? Okay, there we go. The good news is it picked it up, all right? That's what we were trying to test, is make sure that it is connected. Okay, so it is connected. That was the first step, all right? Okay, so now we're going to come back here in n8n, and we now need to actually put in an actual webhook node but this time a respond to webhook node. All right. And let me actually just increase this here so you can see this here. And so what it's going to do is it's going to ask us what we want to respond with. So first, let's connect this up. All right, so there we go. And it's like, all right, well, I can actually, respond with JSON. So I'm going to actually just use JSON here. My field value. So let's see here. Output, right? And we can name it anything, right? I can just put hello. Okay. So this is just JSON here, and I'm just doing that there. And I'm going to save that. And let's try this again. Okay, so I'm going to move this off to the side. There we go. Okay, so now I have to put this into listening mode again. So I click on test workflow. There we go. So now it's waiting again. I click on send, and there it is. Now I get the output. All right, straightforward. Okay, so now we've got the input and we've got the output. There you go. So now you're able to do everything you want in between this. Okay, and here's the thing. You can actually output several different responses. So you don't just need to have one. I mean, it's not, you could do one if you'd like, but you can have several of them based on if statements and so on. So like whatever you create within these two sections here, you can have several respond to webhooks, that are going out doing different things. You can respond how you wish, but I usually use JSON, and then from there, how you want to use that JSON is up to you, right? So you could use it in so many different ways in the actual web app that you're building. I've got a customer actually who wants to take this webhook, and what ends up happening is on his phone, he gets customer information, right? So he will end up getting, a person's first name, last name, and email, but they send it to him via text. And it's like, hey, you know what? Hey, my name is Mary, and I met you at so-and-so place, and here's my email, here's my phone number, let's connect. All right. So he'll get that as a text, and now he has to kind of go and put it in and put it into his, systems, and all he wants to do is just send an email out, but he's got like a custom email that he's already set up, and he has it in like English and Spanish, and it's like, okay, he just wants to literally just copy that, paste it into a workflow just like this, just like right here, and hit send, and automatically they should show up as draft emails inside of his Gmail. Ready to go. That's it. Nothing crazy. Okay, very, very simple. And it makes his life easier. And that's what we're going to do right now in this example here is show you how to do that. And we're going to build out, that actual automation out. I'm going to actually remove this webhook because I don't need the second one right now. All right. So as you can see, we've got the chat input here. And as I said before, it's coming in via a get command. And the get command here, it's a little bit more, dangerous, security-wise, because, anyone can then take this URL and then just change this part here, right here, into anything they want. And we call that injection, all right, when they inject something into like a system. But it can be a security risk. Someone could come in and put in some data that could cause trouble and, really cause some problems. So what we want to do is before we continue, I want to make this actual, entire front end here, instead of using a get, I want it to use a post. And the thing is, I don't have time to go and figure it all out. Even though I know what's going on, and I could do this if I wanted to, but it would take me a while to go and research online and everything. Enter our friend ChatGPT. All right, so I'm going to select all this here, and I'm going to go to ChatGPT now. All right, and so I'm going to say to ChatGPT, I need you to take this front-end code, which will be used with my n8n webhook automations, and instead of a get, I need it to be a post. Please recode this. And then I just paste in all the code, hit enter. All right. And ChatGPT will go and it'll just figure it all out, which is great. And that's what I love about it. Okay. Literally, it'll actually do all of that. And the post version is so much more secure. All right. So that's a really, really good thing. But there are a few changes that we need to make inside of our, n8n code to actually, help that out. So I'm going to copy that there. Okay. We're going to come back here and I'm just going to paste the entire thing. All right. And this is the post edition now. Okay. And as you can see, this is the webhook URL. All right, this is the one that you're going to be changing all the time. Okay, and so now what's going to happen is when I actually do the post, okay, specifically, as you can see here, it's going to be the same chat input data that's coming in, but this time it's going to be via a post. So let me just show you here now. I've saved this information, and I'm back here inside of my n8n. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. I'm going to double click on this. And now over here, the HTTP method, I'm going to change it to post. Okay, very important that I do that. All right, so now let's just save this here and let's actually listen for a test event. Okay, so first and foremost, make sure you refresh this page here. All right, and as you can see, this is updated. This is the post one. All right, listen for a test event here. All right, just put in hi. All right, it's going to return back an error. There we go, because we don't have our ending node, which we have to connect it to. So let's actually just connect this guy up here. All right, just like that. Okay, let's save it and let's do that again. Okay, test workflow, send. There we go, hi, hello. And as you can see, this time it came in and the chat input is there again, but this time it's coming in via post. And that is an important distinction because now it's a lot harder for some programming language to inject inside of a URL. All right, so that's going to save you, even though it's still possible, but this is now just another layer of security. All right, anyways, we've set that up. There was another reason why I showed you, the ChatGPT editing, and this is really important. What you can do now with ChatGPT is take this and edit this to any way that you want. So if you want a better set of visuals, you can now say to ChatGPT, here's my code, and who knows, maybe you want to add some images to it. Maybe you want to make it look really, really nice. Maybe you want to, look at some other websites and say, hey, make my site look like this. You can do all of that now with this code. All you have to do is just copy paste this in and say, here, ChatGPT, here's my code. I want you to make now the front end to look, something similar to, I don't know, this drawing that I draw on a piece of tissue. I want that front end, whatever you want, right? And it'll do that. And now it's already got the interconnections. All you need to make sure of is that your actual connection to your n8n is here, okay? And you have to make sure you updated it for whether it is in test mode or in production mode, all right? Those are the two URLs, okay? All right, so now let's get back in here, and we're going to continue working on this programming challenge. Basically, going back to how we actually do things, if you haven't seen my last video, I'm going to lay it out here again, all right? We are going to be using the acronym SPLAT, okay? So that stands for the user story. So what's a story? All right. P, problem breakdown. Okay, so problem breakdown. Next is L, where we lay out the automation. Next is AI. So, check if AI is needed. Okay. If it is, put it in. All right. And then finally testing. Okay. So we want to test this, make sure it's doing what we, expect it to do. So we're going to use that entire methodology again here. So the user story in this case here is that, the customer wants to take a text message, right, on their phone, okay, and then they want to actually paste it into a web form, okay, and then, generate emails, okay, two of them, all right, as drafts, one in English and one in Spanish. Okay, they need to extract, all right, so they need the phone number, email, and name, okay, and that's probably first name, last name of the customer, all right, whoever it is. So they're going to get this text where the customer has shared this information with them, and all they're going to do is they're going to copy and paste this in, all right? So basically, we're going to now break down this problem here, okay, and that's what we're doing now in the next step here. So what is the breakdown here? So we've got a text message. All right, so this is some message. All right, so we know something's coming in. So this is the input. All right, then they're going to paste it in. All right, so that's going to go into the web form. We need to then generate emails. Okay, two of them in English and Spanish. All right, from this. And the way we do that is we would have to understand, their name, email, and phone number from, some text input. All right, so that's like, I guess we're going to put that in the second step or second part of it. The first part is we get the message input. So we have to break down using, I believe in this case, we're going to use some AI. So once again, is AI needed? This is where we're kind of thinking through this problem itself. And then we're going to generate some emails, and it's going to be as drafts, okay? As drafts in Gmail. And then the last thing is just output something, okay? Some note to state if it is done, or, some error, right? So basically now we've broken down the problem. So we kind of got an idea now of what needs to be done. And now we're going to start laying out nodes. And we already determined, if AI is needed. But the reason why I put this afterwards is after we actually lay out the nodes, you may realize that actually you didn't need AI. So even though we're actually saying that we need AI, maybe we don't, right? But in this case here, I believe we will, because we're trying to make it really easy, as we're going to have text in various formats and various ways. So we're going to take in the message that we already got from the chat input. Okay, we've already got the front end, we've got the chat input. So I'd say this is already done. Okay, so we can actually just mark that off as done. And I'm just going to put this capital letters here. This is done. What we need to do here is now take in some information and convert it using AI. So I'm going to throw in an AI node here. So let's actually do that here. So AI agent. Okay. All right. And we're just going to connect this guy up in a basic way, get a chat model here, and we'll use, in this case here, I'm just using OpenAI. Simple, OpenAI, throw it in. And then we connect up that. And from there, what we're going to do is we're going to tell it what it is. But let's go into ChatGPT and kind of get some ideas, based on what we had discussed. Here's a problem breakdown in the user story. So literally just paste this information in, right? Show it to ChatGPT. It's like working with a teammate, okay? So I'm just going to put this here. And now GPT kind of understands what you're trying to do. So I'm going to literally just take this, and we're just going to set this up just like this. So that's the beauty of this, is now it's kind of like worked out the flow for me in n8n. And I'm just going to copy that there. I'm going to go over here, go into my AI agent, and I'm going to now change this from the user message to define below. Okay, I'm going to paste this information in, and I could actually do this here. I can actually change this to expression. That makes it a little bit easier. And then this little, icon here at the bottom right, click on that, and it gives you like a bigger view. Okay, in this case here, the text that's coming in is actually going to be the chat input. Okay, so that's what we want to paste here, and delete this guy here. Okay, so that's it. So now it's interconnected. All right. And what we want to do is we've got the result as JSON. And so we also want to add a few more items here. So we've got, extract the person's first name, last name, email, phone number from the text. All right. So another thing that we want to put inside of there is that we want to make sure that it always outputs JSON. So always output JSON. Now, here's the next thing is there's times where GPT will not output this. So we have to add another node to this here. So if I come back here now, I need to have an if statement. Okay, so if, all right. And what we're going to be doing is first I need to run this. Okay, so now as you can see here, I put this if statement, inside of there, and every single time it's kind of outputting like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ChatGPT to help us out here. All right, and we're going to ask it to create us an actual code using some JavaScript here. And so I'm going to say to GPT, all right, so GPT, my AI node keeps outputting like this. All right, can you create a code script so that it always outputs JSON and parses this? All right, so it's going to now create a nice little JavaScript code for me. Okay, very simple, straightforward. And so it's assuming that this is the output here. Okay, and that's what it needs to output. Okay, and I have to actually put inside of here, can you simplify the code and also make sure it always outputs JSON, even if it's empty, because that's a requirement of the actual code node. it has to always output some form of JSON. All right, so here we go. This is the JavaScript. It's going to now always return some form of JSON string. Okay, so I'm going to click on that there. We're going to copy that, and we're going to go ahead inside of n8n. I'm going to add a code string here. Okay, or sorry, a code node, not code string, code node. Paste that in. All right, so now it's actually looking for that there. And instead of this part here, I'm going to throw it inside of this. Okay, so specifically it's inside of this. And in fact, actually, what we're going to do is I already know that the output is going to be like this. So I have to first check inside of this if node before we actually go forward. I'm going to check in this if node if output exists. Okay, so if output actually exists, then I know that, it's actually in this format. Okay, so if it's true, then I want to actually connect it up to this code node. All right, and so that's going to be true. There we go. All right, now from here, this code node is going to output it just like that. As you can see, first name, last name, email, phone. So basically what's going to happen now is this AI agent is going to get some data. It's going to come out as an output. Okay, however, it's not in the correct format. So that's why we created this code to actually put it in the correct format where you got the first name, last name, email, and phone. But that's the correct format there, but that's only if output exists. If output doesn't exist, maybe, AI already got it correct. And so now what we need to check is, does JSON.firstName exist? Now, if it does, it's going to go to true, which is equivalent to what this is here. So they both are correct. And if it is not, what we need to check now is, well, okay, I want to actually loop this. The trouble is this could loop forever, okay? And that's going to eat up all your AI credits. So what we want to do is we want to use another variable that's built into n8n that will count how many times this looping has been done. And so we're going to throw another if statement inside of here, all right? And there is a special value built into n8n, okay? And as you can see here, if it's false, it's going to come here. And that value, if I put in two braces and I close the braces here, okay, well, there it is. It automatically did that. It's called $run index, okay, just like that, all right? And it is a numerical value, and it will count. Every single time this node is hit, it will actually count up, okay? So how many times this has actually been run. So now it's a number, and I want to make sure that it is less than 2 in this case here, okay? So how many times before I say, okay, this is not something I want to run again, okay? So as long as it's less than 2, all right, which is, it's true if it's less than 2, then I can loop it, all right? But when it goes above 2, well, now the entire flow is run twice. I'm going to just output it right back into the webhook, okay? And there was an error. Or I'm going to put some, code and say, okay, there's an error, whatever message I want to do, but, I should put an output that says, hey, there's an error. I was not able to do what you needed. All right. Because the actual data did not come in correctly, which is we need it formatted as first name, last name, email, phone. Now, these two are going to pick up both of those main use cases. I'd say about 99% of the time, these two will be fine. But in the rare 1%, you can actually have it where it doesn't pick it up. And if it doesn't pick it up, it goes and does a loop 2 times. Okay. So that's going to take care of like 99.999%, in my opinion, anyways, the majority of use cases or edge cases. But in the rare situation that it doesn't, we're going to send back information saying, sorry, we couldn't do it. All right. So now that we've got that, the next thing is we've got a first name, last name, email, and phone. Now we need to connect up our Gmail. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to type in Gmail. All right. And we're going to be creating draft messages. So if you actually go down here, you're going to see draft actions. We're going to create a draft. All right. And specifically, there's going to be 2 drafts that we're creating, English and a Spanish email that are going to be created. All right. So I'm going to actually now take this information. All right. And I could actually take this just like that. Both are going to be outputting to me, the exact same thing, which is going to be first name, last name, email, phone. All right. And if I want to do like a more, advanced check, I could check for all 4 of them here. There we go. We've left nothing to chance now. Okay. So it has to have all of those. And then if it does, this is going to come in and you're going to now see
this set of items here, okay, what we're going to be doing. In this case, we're first going to create an English email, and we're going to go back here and let's just run that code there, okay? So click on our front end code there, and we're just going to paste this in. All right, hit on send. There we go. And there was a problem executing the workflow. Well, we didn't put it into test mode. So let's put it into test mode again. All right. Oh, and we have to connect this up. So let's just connect that up so it's already there. There we go. And over here, just put like test and message test. All right. So it's going to, yell at us if we don't do that. Hit save. There we go. Test workflow. Let's do this again and hit send. There we go. It's going into the loop. All right. And it's apparently done. Okay. So now we've got the data back. John Doe, there's the information. And, it's got a draft email inside of my Gmail. So as you can see, it's already got the test email inside of there. So that worked out correctly. Okay. And as you can see, we've got this subject here. Hello. And then we'll put the first name. All right. There we go. So as you can see, it says hello, John. All right. And then the email type is text. And then the message, I'm going to open this up here as an expression so that it's a little bit bigger. We could see that. And then I'm going to paste the information. And this is the information here that we actually want, just like that. So it picks it up correctly. And we've got the email. And so now we need to take this email because it's like, who's it to, right? Well, we have to click on add option here. And to email is what we need to add in. And then we're going to click and drag the email section here, just like that. All right. And we'll put down, this info here, like, thank you for reaching out. We'll get back to you shortly at your provided phone number. And then I'm going to connect up, if I actually go into a much bigger screen here, the actual phone. So I'm going to click and drag that in. Just like that. There you go. All right. And as you can see, this is the result of that, information there. Now, of course, you can actually, edit it the way you want. And that's the English email. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this connection here. And I'm going to duplicate this now. All right. And specifically, what we're doing is we're going to now have these guys connect up here, the true and the other output there. And this is going to be my Spanish email. All right. And one of the things that you want to do is kind of like name these things. So like Gmail, English, right? So that'll make it a little bit easier for you to kind of see. And this one here, Gmail, and we'll call this Spanish. I'm going to take a Spanish edition here. I'm just going to do this here, copy this, and let's actually go into ChatGPT. So now it's going to do the Spanish edition. There we go. Go back to my n8n. And over here, I'm just going to paste that in. Okay, so it's picked it up. That's correct. Good. Okay, and that is good. The JSON email is correct. So all that's set up. Okay, so now at this point, we're going to be using something called a merge node. All right, so I'm going to use a merge node here. So it's called merge. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to have two inputs here. All right, this thing does not fire unless both of these inputs are true. Okay, it just won't fire. Once it comes in and it's all done and both of these are connected, then it will actually output out. All right. So it needs both of them before it can actually output out. Okay. So that means that both the English and the Spanish, nodes need to fire correctly or else this won't work. Okay. So there we go. And so now we're going to actually test this out here and see how it works. All right. So I'm going to click on test workflow here and we're going to go into our front end that we made. All right. There we go. And I'm just going to hit send again. So there we go, hit send. All right, and if you guys can see that, there we go. So it picked up those two. I should have now an English and Spanish email for John Doe. All right, so if I come back here, I click on refresh, and there it is, English and Spanish. So here we go, we got a little bit of a bug. All right, so we didn't get the name correctly. So let's go back and see what happened here and kind of, try and decipher what's going on here. So right here, the code was supposed to get this information here. Now, unfortunately, this is what happened with the output. So that's another bug. And we want to kind of start addressing these things. And now you're thinking through the testing, right? Do you remember how we were discussing Splat? We've laid out the nodes. So that's done. All right. We determined that AI is needed. So that's done. But now we're in the testing phase. This is the last step before we actually have the final flow ready to go for our customers or our clients. All right.
So now what we're going to do here is, in this scenario here, we're going to go over here and we're going to say, hey, you know what? Like this output is really a problem. So we're going to show this over to ChatGPT and say, hey, this is what we got. What would be the solution? Okay. And that's the whole point, is you're not going to know all the answers. All right. So that's what that is. So I'm going to show it the current code that I have. Just say, okay, so this is the current code I have. Can you adjust it to protect against that edge case? That's it. All right. So now it's going to go and recode that so that it also takes care of that specific edge case that we just experienced. All right. So now it's going to do all of this to make sure that, that can't happen. So I'm going to copy this here. And that's one of the edge cases. That's what we call it inside of programming. And now I just paste this in. There we go. And then I save everything and we're going to run this again. So we're going to test it out. Click on test workflow. All right. And we're going to go back here. And we're going to send the data. There we go. It's running. All right. It's picked it up. And we should see now another 2 more drafts. There we go. It's picked up John and the phone number and all the information correctly. Now that I have this running, now I have to actually create a front-end edition or a production edition of this for my customer. All right. So that's the next step. How do we do that? Well, first and foremost, what we need to do is make this active. All right. Okay. So now it's active. However, our actual webhook is in the test version, not the production. So now we need to change this to a production URL. Okay. Just like that. I'm going to click on this here to copy it. All right. We're going to come back here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back into our actual code. All right. And we're going to now replace this front end here with the new, production edition hook. That's it. Okay. So now that I have that, at this point, I want to be able to access it via my cell phone. However, my phone can't access my desktop computer. So I need to have a website where I'm going to upload this actual, app itself. So let me go and do that now. All right, so here we go. This is the actual, front end here, and I put it onto my main website, solomonchrist.com. But, you want to upload it into a web server. So now I can enter some information. So I'm going to now literally use my phone to do this. Okay, so I'm going to now go on my phone. Got my phone here. All right, and if you could see this here, like it's literally, I got the same thing on my phone now. Okay, so there it is. And now I'm going to do the exact same thing that my customer is going to do. All right, so I'm actually going to watch my, my workflow here. Okay, now I'm not going to see it here. I'm going to see it in the executions tab right here. So I'm going to put this information in here now. So Mark Smith 111-222-223-3333-4444, whatever. And I'm hitting send. There we go. Okay, so now I should be getting back. There it is, right? That's the actual command there. Okay, it says that it ran. All right. I should see 2 draft emails inside of here. All right. There they are. Look at that. All right. Ready to go. I've got a web app running on my phone that I custom built, ready to go for my customer. All they have to do is just copy and paste any text that they have into this, and boom, literally my automation runs and they're happy because now they save time. Automatically generates the emails in English and Spanish for them. All right. These are pre-populated Spanish items. So it's not doing any of that, editing at this point, but you get the idea. And there you have it. If you're as excited as I am about this stuff, I'm telling you, this is exactly why. We're saving time. We're saving money. We're helping people out. That's what this is about. And it's my hope that you get to learn these, incredible systems and tools. N8n is incredible. AI, it's so powerful. I truly believe that this is a life skill, just like the early days of when we were learning how to use a spreadsheet. I truly believe that automations and AI and all this stuff coming together and real world use cases are going to be the future. And it's going to require us not to just do some fancy demos of what this AI stuff can do, but actually show people how this will work in their day-to-day lives. How can they use AI to save them time, to save them money, to bring back more stuff for them so that they can live the greatest lives ever lived. We're building a huge community of AI automators and AI professionals. So we would love to see you in there as well. Please join my Skool community. Go ahead, click on the link below, and we'd love to see you in that community, bringing your incredible value and your talent together and learning from others. Listen, I don't know everything, just like I'm sure you don't know everything, but I believe in the motto, all ships rise together. And so together we can learn, we can grow, and help bring these incredible technologies to the world. So thanks so much for watching this video, and I look forward to seeing you again in another future training. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here. In this episode, we're going to be going over the thought process behind creating automations and working with AI and the entire flows, when you're actually building things out. Many times as we're designing things, the trouble is, you're looking at templates, you're looking at things that people have already made, but it's so important to actually think like, an actual developer. Like how are these flows made? How are we working through them? So my hope is in this video is to actually get you to start thinking about the steps that are involved in how we actually create flows rather than just, okay, let me just go find a flow and hope that it works. I think the true power behind, AI and automation is when you can actually do it yourself. You can figure out these flows yourself. And I think that that's going to be the future steps of, software development overall and just, being a problem solver. So in this video here, our goal is to go over building up a thought process rather than here, let me just throw apps at it and all this AI stuff, all that other stuff. Let's understand the thought process of how we can actually develop these flows and these systems to really solve problems and go step by step. If you're as excited as I am about this stuff, then let's dive in and let's crush it. All right, so many times, people are just starting out. They think that they just have to come to the screen and that's it, right? Instead of n8n, they're like, all right, let me just dive into n8n and then boom, that's what we're supposed to do. In my opinion, that's actually the last place we want to actually go to. Yes, you can actually do flows and all that other stuff, and many times we're piecing through it, but I think that a step before this is actually really, really important. All right, and what I do is, I'm a software developer originally by trade. That's what I've been doing for many years. What we do is we try and understand the problem in front of us, and many times what we do is we call these things or these problems user stories. Everybody has a story, okay, of something that's going on in their, day-to-day lives or in their business or whatever it is that they're trying to solve. And that could be literally something like, okay, I need to go from my Gmail to my, Google Sheets or vice versa, right? Maybe I got to take a document that has come in from Gmail and I got to throw it into my Google Drive. Who knows, right? Whatever that is, that's a user story, okay? And users will have several of those stories. So if you're working with a client or a customer and you're planning to do their AI solution, or even if it's for yourself, all right, maybe you got to now reduce the amount of spam that's coming in and there's so many emails and you want a better way to really automate these things. Well, what is that story? What are you trying to accomplish? So to go over that here, I'm going to go over one of the actual user stories myself. So I have a CRM, okay, and that's like a customer relationship management tool. And I'm always, getting users inside of there, right? So basically what ends up happening is that I know that there's a certain amount of times where I will email them out and I'll say, hey, I'd like to meet with you for a one-on-one meeting. Would you like to connect? And that's kind of how I grow my business. I'm part of, the BNI in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills, California. And BNI is Business Networking International. It's a place where business owners come and they get to connect and grow their business. And so one of the things that I do is inside of my CRM, when I meet somebody, I put their information in, right? So I put info in. And so now this, this database of information for my customers is there. And on top of that, I will email them out. Okay, so I have a CRM. I put the info inside of there. I email them out and ask for a one-to-one, meeting via Zoom. Okay, so now the challenges that I'm facing is now that I've got all this information, after I've emailed out everybody, there's a certain, percentage or a certain amount of people that did not respond back. You know what I mean? So, I sent an email out saying, hey, I'd like to meet with you, but I don't get a response back. So what ends up happening is I need to find okay, these emails, all right, and these are the people that I emailed out and they didn't respond back. So I'm missing out on potential opportunities there. So now what I need to do is I need to find these people and I need to, send them another email, right? So resend the email as a follow-up. Like kind of like, hey, you know what? I didn't hear from you. Do you still want to have a one-on-one? I'd like to connect and learn more about your business. So this is my challenge. All right. This is my challenge and I need to figure this out. And so what was, really challenging me was how do I do this? Okay. So what we need to do is now that I've got a user story, I need to break it down. So now the next step is break down the problem. So break down the problem. All right. So one is the user story. Okay. Two is to break down the problem. All right. So now that I have a user story, I got to break this thing down here. So there's several things now inside of this user story that I need to break apart. First and foremost, there's a CRM. Okay. So there's a tool. In this case here, it's HubSpot. All right. So I figure out, all right, this is one node that I need, a node that I have to do. And I know it's HubSpot. So I've got that part of the problem. So I need to get a node for that. All right, now there's information inside of that HubSpot. So this is what I need to grab from HubSpot specifically is this information. All right, that's inside of there. So there's a whole bunch of people who have information. Do I really need this? I don't know yet. So I'm not sure if I need this yet, but I put information inside of the CRM. The next thing that I usually do is I email them out to ask for a one-to-one Zoom meeting. Okay, so that's another key item here. All right, so I email them out. What do I email them out with? Well, I've got a Gmail account. All right, so there's another potential node. All right, so that's Gmail. All right, so there we go. So that's another node there. And then I need to find these emails of the people that I emailed out. Okay, and of those emails that I emailed out, who did not respond to me? All right, so I need to find these emails of those who did not respond to me. So that's how that one works there. So I need to find the people who have not responded to me. And then after that, I need to resend them an email as a follow-up. This again is Gmail. I've now taken this problem and I've broken it down. So there's several different steps here, several different layers here. So now I'm kind of getting an idea or a clue of what I need to do. And that's because I'm breaking this problem down. All right. So there's going to be several different things here. So I need to first find out, how many people are inside of HubSpot. So I need to go through my CRM and maybe get everybody. And I've got to get a loop inside of here. So, all right, so we're going to have a loop. All right. And as I go through that loop in HubSpot, I've now got, let's say, I don't know, maybe 50, 100 contacts. I don't know. For every single contact, what I need to do is I need to check my Gmail to see if I have emailed them out. All right. So how many emails does this actual person have from me? All right. So if it's more than one, chances are they've responded back and I've been able to talk to them. All right. So if it's actually two or more, I guess, right? So if at least two, then I know that I've responded. We're talking. So at least two times, maybe they've emailed me, I've emailed them back. So at least two. And if it is not, then I know that they are the ones that I did not respond to or I didn't get a response from, sort of thing, right? So now I've got an idea that, okay, if I've not seen this email at least twice inside of my Gmail, then I've not had that conversation. More than likely, this is an email that, I need to follow up and say, hey, would you like to do that one-on-one? And I need to then generate a draft email for that specific one. Now, if not, then I go right back into the loop and do it again and again until I end the loop. So as you can see, I just talked through that problem right there. All right. So I got myself an idea. And that's important because when you're thinking through these problem sets, a customer or a client or even yourself, you're not going to come up with just like, oh, I just need to go to my Gmail and that's it. You never have a one node solution usually. All right. Even though I would love to have a one node solution in n8n at times, it's usually breaking down the problem set and it's several problems or several layers of a problem inside of one. We need to keep on piecing it down. And that's where, especially in the more complex ones, you get into like, sub workflows, right? Which is like another workflow that you can access as well. So now out of all of this here, now we ask ourselves, is there, something that AI can do here? All right, maybe there's something that AI can do. In this case here, going through HubSpot, checking Gmail. Gmail has a search function, so I mean, it's already got an AI system inside of there. Listen, you don't need to put AI into everything. So this is an important thing to understand because a lot of people don't really talk about this part. Everyone's going into AI and MCP, but it's like, why not AI or MCP? Like, why are we not going to use it? There are times where you don't need it, all right, because of the cost, all right? It's going to cost you more because you're paying for every single API call. So every API call costs money, all right? So that's number one. That's a big factor. So I mean, like, at the end of the day, if you don't need AI and you're just doing it just for fancy reasons, I mean, literally every single call, you do 1,000 calls, it might cost you $10, $20, $30. Whereas if you have, a base flow, which doesn't require AI and it does the same job, that's money saved. And if you're running that, 100,000 times, 200,000 times, like it adds up, right? So that's number one, the cost is there. So what I would recommend is to do base automations first, the ones that don't require money, because guess what? It's going to save you a lot of time and money, all right? If it can handle it, great. There are times where, AI or MCP is going to be required. But then there's another challenge that people don't address, and that is the time. Many times the AI or the MCP is longer, okay? And here's the reason why. You aren't just using your n8n server or whatever the n8n service is if you're doing it online via the cloud. You now have to call out to another service, okay? Whether it's OpenAI or the MCP servers or whatever. And then sometimes you have to wait for that message to come back. So it's actually slower. It is slower. Even if you don't experience it, I mean, these services move fast, but it is still slower. It is an added step that may not be required, all right? So keep that in mind, all right? And then it is items that can break. So that's another reason why you don't want to have this is you add in more steps, all right? It's easier to trip up, all right? So keep that in mind. So just because you added AI doesn't mean you need it. So if you can actually reduce that step, because here's the thing, what if OpenAI is down one day, all right? That happens. That's happened to me on several occasions. Do you have a backup plan? Is there another system? And so that's when you look into things like, okay, maybe there's local AI. Maybe you do this locally. Or, for the MCP servers, what if the MCP servers go down, right? We need to think about those things. And so it just adds in more stuff. And so you need to think through the process. That's why I do base automations first. And then if it does require AI, put the AI in. Absolutely. But understand that before you put in the AI, not every time is the right time for AI. Not every time is the right time for MCP. Use it when needed, all right? But not every single solution requires AI or MCP. Okay, that's basically what I'm going to say on that topic. All right. So coming back to this actual flow, you're learning and watching me kind of go through this step by step. So now that I've written this out, I'm going to show you my solution and what I did and how it works. All right, so here is my solution. And so basically I did, when I test the workflow, I'm going to connect to HubSpot. All right, and as you can see, I've got this HubSpot account, I've got that set up. And then I've got a loop here, okay? And inside of this loop, I'm just checking as long as it's got something, all right, and it's not done yet, I'm going to go into an if statement. And the first thing that I'm checking for is, there's an actual type that comes in from HubSpot that tells me that this is an email, okay? So I'm getting their email first. And now, if it is true, where it finds an email, it's going to go into Gmail. What it's going to do over here is it's looking for this email specifically. It's doing a search inside of Gmail for this email that we got, and it's going to see, it's going to limit it to 50 emails, but it's going to see how many, all right? And when I get that, it goes into an if statement, and it just checks to see, like, is it empty? So if it's empty, meaning that there is no emails that has been sent, well, then guess what? Definitely that's somebody that I have not messaged yet. Well, I want to message them and say, hey, I'd like to meet with you for a one-on-one. And that's where I create a draft, and I'm like, okay, for sure, that's a person that I need to follow up with and have a one-on-one with. So I go into Gmail and I create a draft saying, hey, just following up from my last message. would you be interested in having a one-on-one call with me? All right, so that's boom, it'll do that, and then go back, loop over to the next email. If that's false, meaning it's not empty, meaning we found an email or a set of emails, right? How many did we find? Right, that's the next question. All right, so over here, I am literally just grabbing this here, which is the JSON string, okay? And from there, I've got a piece of code that extracts how many of those we've got, right? Do we have 1? Do we have 2? Do we have 10? So it's got the length there, right? There's an actual value called the length. So it says if the length is less than 2, meaning that I didn't email them more than twice, okay, that means that more than likely I've not really connected with that person. I've not had a one-to-one meeting with them yet. Well, guess what? Send them an email saying, hey, I'd like to just follow up with you again. Can we have a one-to-one via Zoom? And if not, it goes back over the loop. If so, it just creates that draft. So I did this, and from about 50 to 100 people, I was able to find 14 emails, 14 people that I hadn't emailed, and all of a sudden I found that solution. And so when I click on this, boom, it goes through the entire thing and solves it for me. That has saved me, some good amount of time. And so now whenever I'm missing out on some one-to-ones, I actually can now make sure that I don't miss anybody. So I created a simple acronym for you to remember, and it'll make it easy, and that is SPLAT, right? So stories, all right, the problem, lay it out, okay, use AI when needed, and then test and edit, all right? So SPLAT, stories, problem, lay out the nodes, AI when needed, test and edit, okay? If you follow that method, you're going to be able to create your own workflows and actually go through this. And that's the important part of this entire lesson here, okay? This entire, video here is all about thinking through how to actually create automations and how to use AI and build out solutions for day-to-day problems that are going on in, your business life, in your own personal life. The vision is to create some incredible solutions. So there you have it. Please use the SPLAT methodology. It is a simple acronym that will help you out. And, the hope is that you are going out to create automations using n8n, using, this incredible tool. I love it personally. It is incredible. Go check out the community. There's always stuff that's going on there. And also join mine as well, in the school community as well. But the n8n actual online community, they've got forums, and they've also got problems for you to solve. Like a lot of people are asking questions there. So I urge you to go out and, literally try and solve some of their problems. All right, so thank you so much for watching this video. And once again, please join the school page and tell your friends about this, all right? Let's try and build a massive community together, and I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here with another video for you. Thank you for coming on in. Listen, I am getting frustrated today. Oh my goodness, ChatGPT went down. That's right. Okay, it completely went down. And now I am sitting here saying, why am I doing this? Aren't I like a software developer and I can figure all this stuff out? All right. So in this episode, we're going to figure out how to have a local AI of some kind on our server and connect up n8n to it. And then for the advanced, even more advanced stuff, we're going to try and set it up so that we also have, like unlimited access to whatever AI model that we want on our own machine, and have our VPS version or virtual private server version of our n8n, which is on DigitalOcean, be able to access that here. So if you've got like a strong computer, like I've got a gaming PC here, I can actually use that, offline LLM. I can connect it online and be able to access that and use that power rather than having to go out to an API. And guess what? I don't just have to rely on just one model for OpenAI. I can go to Hugging Face and get every single model, anything that I want. And so in this video, we're going to learn how to do all of that and connect up from n8n on an actual local server, something small, maybe Olama, and some really tiny Olama or something like that, where it's like really, really low in cost. I'm going to do it on a $12 server. Okay, seriously. And then from there, I'm going to make it so that from that same server, I'm going to access a much more powerful model on my gaming system, which is a
I don't know, 64 gigs of RAM. It's got like a really cool gaming card on there and a graphics card, and it's got an NVIDIA and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's powerful, okay? And I want to be able to access that from my n8n, remotely, online, from my n8n dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do all of that in this video, okay? And save you a whole bunch of fees on API calls. There we go. Let's dive in. All right, so in this video, we're going to be using Ollama. Now, Ollama gives us access to a lot of different models, and it's really, really powerful that way. So if I click on models here, and this is ollama.com, you could see all the different models that we can actually use with this. All right, and there is a lot. All right, so we're just going to start off by setting up the Tiny Llama, right, just to start off. But then, you may want to upgrade to something like Phi, which will give us a, better output. There's several others, and so, there's different things that you want to try. But we're going to start off with Tiny Llama just to get it up and running. So if you can see this right now, here we are right now. I spent like $15, $16 in, credits, and literally it's running an automation where I was able to, go through about 300-400 files. I've got 10,000 files I got to go through. This is not going to be cost effective at all. And I need to be able to reduce the cost. So especially if this is just like, 300 files and it's like $15, 10,000 files or, 30,000 files, that's going to be like $1,500. Yeah, not going to let that happen. So a better solution is to actually put an actual AI on our machine, or you can actually connect it online as well. And so we're going to use maybe one of the two services. I'm thinking either we're using Jan or we're going to use, there's another one called LM Studio. So we're going to use one or the other to kind of, make an API call to that on our local machine, and all the processing power is going to happen right here. All right, so here we are now inside of our, virtual machine here. This is on DigitalOcean, and our goal is, of course, we need to actually figure out how to add Ollama. Now, if you haven't seen my previous video, we added another service for MySQL. So it's similar in that aspect where we're going to put this all into the actual YAML file for Docker. And that's where, a lot of stuff is going to happen. That's where our current n8n implementation is happening. So let's actually go in and, find our Docker install. So we're going to type in cd ... All right, and I'm just going to clear the screen just so that you can see this a little bit better. Let me zoom in a bit so you can kind of see this. Oh, that's a bit too big. All right, here we are. And so now we're going to go to cd opt, and that's going to take us to the opt folder, cd n8n. That's our Docker caddy. That's where it is. The first thing is we need to create a swap file. This is going to make sure that our actual, server does not die out when it's trying to access this stuff here. So when memory goes a little too high, instead of actually saying, hey, I need more memory, it's actually going to go to the hard drive space to kind of access that memory. And so it's kind of, swap that out sort of thing. Now, before you do any of this, please, please, please back everything up. All right, back up your n8n workflows, back up your server. I repeat, this is a warning. If you've got actual stuff on there, like do this on a brand new install of n8n on a DigitalOcean server, that's okay. Or back your stuff up before you actually implement this, all right? I'm not going to be responsible if you go and screw things up because you're not backing things up. I can't help you, all right? I'm giving you the warning now, all right? So this is your warning. Back up everything. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do now. So to create the swap file, we're going to start off by saying sudo swap off / swap file. And that's going to just turn it off so that we're not using the actual swap. So we're just waiting. All right, there we go. And so now, if everything went well, we're going to basically delete that file temporarily as we create a new one. So we're going to do sudo rm-f / swap file. Okay, there we go. So now I've removed the swap file. Sudo dd if equals /dev /0, and I'm just gonna move this out of the way so you guys can see this here. Of equals / swap file, bs equals 1m, count equals 2048, which is 2 gigs, status equals progress. All right, let's do that again. So this is gonna manually create the actual 2 gig swap file there, As you can see, it's writing it there and it's showing us what it's doing at the same time. So now we're going to do a few more commands here. So we're going to do a chmod here. So sudo chmod 600 / swap file. All right. Then we're going to do a sudo mkswap / swap file. And then we're going to do a sudo swap on. We're just turning the swap on / swap file. All right. And now we have to make it persistent so that, when you reboot the actual system, it's not going to, cause any trouble. So let's do an echo here and then / swap file. So we put a dash / swap file. Let me just move my mouse. None swap SW0 0 dash. And then we're going to put a pipe and we're going to say sudo TTEE. And I'm just going to move this over here because I think you guys are having a little bit of trouble now seeing it. So let me actually just put this over here on one side, and I do apologize about that there. There we go. All right, so you guys can all see that there, all right. Sudo T, there we go. All right, so it should make it a little bit easier for you guys there. Sudo T-A, and then / etc, and then / f stab. All right, so I'm gonna hit enter, and there we go. So now it's actually got a persistence, across reboots, and now we're going to see what it says here. So we're gonna do a swap on, all right, and -- show, and it's gonna show us, yep, we got a swap file now, 2 gigs, okay, and we're just gonna free this here. So free -h, so free -h, there we go. All right, so we're good to go there. Now we could actually go on to the next steps here. So we need to actually create a custom Docker file. Now, if you saw my n8n, previous tutorials, we already created one for n8n specifically. However, what we're going to do now is we're going to create another custom one for Ollama. And so to do that, we're just going to create another directory just so that you can keep everything, in a different folder for that. So let's go ahead and type in mkdir Ollama -custom. So that's going to be a custom Ollama directory. And then we're just going to cd into it. So cd Ollama, there it is. And now we're going to create a new Docker file. So let's type in nano, then Docker file. Okay, so this is going to be the Docker file for the Ollama. So I'm inside of here now. At this point here, you're going to copy and paste in, this information. Now, so from Ollama, you're going to install curl. Then afterwards, you're going to be running the Ollama system to just get it all set up. And specifically, we're setting it up for Tiny Llama because, of course, our server is small. And then afterwards, we're going to be running it. All right, so go ahead and we're going to hit Control-O to save that and then Control-X to exit. All right, so now we're going to do a Docker Compose edit right now. And so we're going to go to nano and we're going to do Docker Compose or docker-compose.yml. All right, and here we are. And now we have to add the Ollama stuff, okay? So as you can see, we got, the caddy, we got the n8n, we got MySQL all the way down here, all right? So if you didn't watch my MySQL video, please go ahead and watch that because you'll be able to add your own MySQL to your system, to your n8n, okay? So now we're going to add in Ollama, all right? So we're going to space in twice. We're going to type in OLLAMA : all right? That gets us the beginning of Ollama. Then we're going to hit enter and we're going to space 4 times. And then we're going to type an image, : and then Ollama, so OLLAMA / OLLAMA. Then we're going to hit enter again, and then 4 times again, we're going to type in container name, so container _name, : and then we're going to type in space Ollama. All right, so OLLAMA. And then after that, we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to space several times, and then we've got to restart. So once again, if it restarts, we want to make sure that everything is good. So restart. Only unless it stops. So unless it stopped. All right, there we go. Unless stopped, hit enter, space again 4 times, and this time we're going to put in the port numbers. So ports, from the ports, what we're going to do is we're going to go down here, hit enter, 1 2 3 4 5 6. We're going to put a dash, and this time we're going to put a space, and we're going to type in : 11434 2, or 11434, and then end in quotes for 4 spaces, and then we're going to type in volumes. So this is where we're going to save the data. So volumes, This is where we're going to actually access the Ollama stuff, Ollama data. Hit enter. Okay, space 4 times, 6 times on that one, and then dash, and then we're going to do a space, Ollama, and underscore data. So there we go, colon, /root, dot OLLAMA, so dot Ollama. Next, we got to deploy it. So deploy is the next line, and then hit enter, and then go 6 spaces in, and then type in resources, colon, and then hit enter, and this time go 8 spaces in. 6, 7, 8. There we go. And then type in limits, and then colon, and then hit enter. And now 10 spaces in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you're going to type in memory, colon, and then 1.5 G. All right. So this basically limits the amount of RAM that we're going to use. So because we got a low RAM server, so it's about 2 gigs of RAM. We don't want to overload it. So we're kind of saying, okay, this is the maximum amount of memory you could use. All right. Perfect. So now we have to get our volumes in. All right. So we've got our volumes for Caddy. We've got our n8n volumes. We've got our MySQL data volumes. So now we're going to add in Ollama. So Ollama underscore data and colon. So now at this point here, there's one more thing here. Actually, we can't use image because we've got that Docker file. If you remember, we created that a little bit earlier. So what we're going to do now is we're actually just going to go up here and we're going to delete the image, and we're going to replace that with build, colon, and then we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to do about 6 spaces in, and we're going to type in context, colon, and then dot /Ollama dash custom. Okay, and that's actually going to get that Docker file that we created. That was a custom file. Okay, so now one other thing that we have to do in all of this is make sure that they can all talk to each other. So inside of this file, we're going to be adding in a set of networks. All right, so a network that's going to be amongst all of them, and we're going to bridge it all. So to do that, we're going to actually add in a command inside of our Docker here called networks. All right, colon, and this is right under the volumes here. Hit enter, and let's go a few lines in. We're going to type in shared underscore net. Okay, whatever it is, we can name it anything, but I'm going to call it shared net. Hit enter, and then space, and then we're going to call this driver, and it's going to be a bridge. Okay, and now all we have to do is in every single service that we have to actually put that inside of there. So let's start off with our service at the top. Our first one is Caddy. So under volumes, we're going to just put inside of here, networks, colon, hit enter, then space inside of there, starting from the T, and then dash shared underscore net. And then we're going to repeat that now for all these. So let's do that for n8n. All right, for n8n, hit enter, spaces here again. All right, networks. All right, hit enter, space in, dash shared underscore net. Let's do it again for the next one. Okay, MySQL and Ollama. Let's do this here. So in the MySQL one, you're going to do networks dash shared underscore net, and then again inside of the Llama build, we could do it before the deploy but after the volumes. So there it is, networks shared underscore net, just like that. All right, so now let's save it. All these services should now be able to talk to each other. So Control O, and then Control X, and then you're going to do CD space ... and now Docker compose down, Docker compose up with the build. So Docker compose down, then Docker compose up -d -- build. All right, so you can see Ollama is now set up here. So I'm excited. So let's go now into our n8n and check it out. All right, so we're going to create a new workflow, and we'll just call it training local AI example. All right, and we're going to start off with a chat trigger here. So just chat trigger. There it is. And from here now, we're going to add in an AI agent. So AI agent. There we go. All right. So now we're going to change this down into define below. Okay, answer the user's text. And right now, of course, there's nothing there. So let's just open up the chat, just say hi, just to get some basic data here. It's going to come here, and there's nothing in there yet. So I just want to click and drag this chat input and just, kind of put it there. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to add a chat model. So click on the chat model here, and at the bottom here, you're going to see Ollama. So go ahead and click on Ollama. All right, and then at the top here, you're going to see select credential. We don't have anything yet. So let's go ahead and click on create new credential. All right, and what you're going to notice is over here, you're going to see that it's already got the correct port, but it's saying localhost. Like if I save this right now, it's not going to work because our actual host is actually Ollama. So you're going to type inside of here, replace localhost with Ollama. And now if I hit save, there we go. Connection tested successfully. So we are now connected. However, we need to make sure that we get the right model. So right now it's going to say, okay, I don't know this model. So simply just hover over this and change your thing to expression. And instead of Llama 3.2, we're going to use Tiny Llama. Okay, just like that. All right. Now you're going to get an error at first, but that's okay. It's going to ignore it anyways. All right. So let's go back over here. Let's hit save and let's type in hello. All right, there we go. And it's like, hello there. I'd be happy to help you out. Now this here is running right on my server and I got unlimited, usage of it. So I can use it as much as I want. All right. And now the next thing is we want to add some memory so that it actually remembers our chat. So just go ahead and click on memory and click on simple memory. And it'll just remember the 5 chat items there and then hit save. And this is right on my server now. I don't have to worry about, losing credits. There you go. Hello there. Please feel free to ask any questions or provide feedback. It thinks its name is Solomon. This is hilarious. Some of the primary capabilities of Solomon include NLP. This is hilarious. It can analyze textual data, image recognition, sentiment analysis, data mining. All right. So as you saw, it was like really funny how it was doing all kinds of weird things. So what we want to do is we actually want to, at this point, edit this model a bit, right? And, change some of its inputs to get a better output and also make it a bit faster. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to double click here and we're going to click on add options. And this is where you actually get to play around with some of the stuff. So for example, I'll put a top P of 0.9. I'm going to put the sampling temperature over here. I'm going to put it to 0.2. I'm going to set a repetition penalty of 1.1. I'm going to put the max tokens to generate to 25. So then, keeps it short and it'll be a lot faster. And if you want tighter control, you could change top K and stuff. So if I want to do top K, let's see here, top K, I'll put it at, let's say 40. Presence penalty, I'll put it at 0.1. And then using memory mapping. All right, so now let's test this out here and see how it responds with these tighter controls here. All right, I'm going to type in now who is Shakespeare. So it should have hopefully some of that data. Let's see what it says. If it's not been trained on it, it's going to hallucinate. So who is Shakespeare? In fact, Shakespeare is one of the most famous and influential writers in history. He wrote plays, poems, and so on. So, it does some basic stuff, right? So I could do something simple like, what is a computer mouse, right? So let's actually see what that is. And I mean, Tiny Llama will work. And this is great for actual, simple use cases. If you got some simple AI items that you need to do, you really need to describe it well. So I'm going to look for another model now. And you can go through these models here. You can kind of see what's available. There's a lot of different ones here. So QN has a smaller edition here, only 398 megabytes. This is 500 million parameters. So it's apparently smaller than Tiny Llama. So let's go ahead and use that one there. Okay, so right now at this point here, we're going to actually change the model. So as you saw in, the last portion there, Tiny Llama just really was not cutting it. So we're going to now upgrade the model to a different model. So we're going to come back here and we're going to go to CD and our Ollama custom section there. And let's actually go ahead and I'm going to expand the screen just a bit here. And what we're going to do is we're going to change this here to a different model. So let's go ahead and hit nano and we're going to do Docker file. Okay. Install the QN 2.5. I'll put that. And there we go. So once you've updated that Docker file for Ollama, you want to come out here and you want to actually do a Docker compose down. All right, that's going to allow us to have access to these drives. Now, to figure out what drives are available, you want to type in Docker volume ls, okay, just like that. And it's going to show you all the different stuff. Specifically, we need to remove the Ollama data because that's where Tiny Llama is right now. And so in order to do that, we have to kind of remove the Ollama data, all right? Do not remove your other data though, all right? Specifically your n8n data, that's where all your flows are, all right? So what we're going to do now is the following. We're going to do Docker volume rm for remove. And then in this case here, it is going to be the n8n docker -caddy _ Ollama data. All right, so I just copy that there. And then I can just paste that in here. All right, so now it's going to remove that. Okay, it's now done. It doesn't have that anymore. And if we need to actually get more data back, meaning like, we want to clear all the cache stuff, we're going to run a docker system prune -a, and then we're going to hit yes. There we go. We got 6 gigabytes back. Now we're going to do cd space .. And now we're going to do a docker compose up -d -- build. There we go. Hit enter. All right, so if everything went well, we've got the QWen edition here. This is the 500 million parameter model. And this one here seems to be responding really, really well. So watch this. I'm just going to say hello. And it's fast. There it is, like 1.96 or 1.396 seconds. It says, hello, how can I assist you today? How many calories in sugar? All right, there we go. And, it's hopefully going to come back. Let's see how long it takes. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds. All right, there we go. Sugary foods and drinks typically contain about 10 to 35 calories per serving. All right, nice. So this is pretty, good. If I put a little bit of memory to it, it'll remember more things. All right, so I'll say, hi, my name is Solomon. All right. And so it should pick it up. Hello, my name is Solomon. How can I assist you today? So it's, it's got that there. What is my name? All right, let's see if it remembers what my name is. Your name is Solomon. Okay, perfect. So there you have it. This is actually, running pretty decent and fast. It's a great little model there. But now if I want to get into even more powerful models, and let's say, you know what? I just can't run it off of here. I want to run it off of somewhere else. So now in the next part of the video, we're going to learn how to use LM Studio to run even more powerful models from our own desktop computer. So if you've got a gaming computer, a gaming rig, and then still access it from our n8n on DigitalOcean. So that's going to be our next thing, and it's going to be exciting. So let's dive into that now. If I really want a larger model, well, I now have to upgrade my server to a higher server on DigitalOcean to get access to some higher models. Like if I want to do full Ollama, or if I want to do, higher models, well then, it costs more. But for a lot of us, for a lot of people who are, especially in the tech space, chances are you're using like a very powerful system that has a graphics card. Or you're going to be buying a system that is a gaming computer, and they go for around, $2,000, $3,000 US approximately, if you want like a really good, decent one. But I mean, you can actually get some used ones for as low as $500 that might have a graphics card on it, and it could probably do the job. The point is, we want to be able to run advanced models without running up a bill. And so in our next part, we're going to continue onwards, but this time we're going to set up the actual AI, system, the actual LLM or the large language model on our actual local machine, wherever we are, whether it's in an office space or at home. And then from there, we're going to open up the ports so that our online n8n, installation will be able to access that. And then all of that processing power is going to be happening. All the processing power at that point is going to be happening on the local machine. And that means that we can actually put in some very powerful models, DeepSeek, you name it. You can actually test out all these models. And so in our next part, that's what we're going to do. All right, so the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to lmstudio.ai inside of your browser and download LM Studio for Windows. Once you've done that and installed it, you're going to end up getting a window that looks like this. All right. Now, there's a lot of different models that you want to be able to, look for. On the left side, there's a little Discover button. So click on that. We're going to use, DeepSeek because that one's available. R1. There's the Llama edition. There's the Q1 edition. So I have this one here. So I'm going to be using that one there. So download whichever model you want, and then you can use it immediately to chat. So we're going to test this out here. Click on New Chat. I just type in hello. And there it is. So I know that it's up and running on my system. So that's great. I've got now a local offline AI. However, I want to use this in my n8n, system, which is on DigitalOcean. So how do I access this? All right. So now if I want to run this as a service, where I can access this from a web browser, what I need to do is first I need to just open up a command window here inside of my Windows. All right. And then I'm going to type in LMS server start. That's it. All right. So it comes, from LM Studio. So I just hit enter. And now I've got a server running on port 1234. So all I have to do now is go into a web browser. And I could just type in localhost 1234, just like that. So it is working on the local host here. Of course, it's saying unexpected endpoint. You want to come into the LM Studio API documents, and you can see all the different endpoints that are available. And I'm going to try and access it from my external server, which is going to be this guy right here. All right, so at this point here, right now, we've got, our actual LM Studio telling us what's available, and, everything is able to run right on our system. What we want to do now is I need to be able to access this on my DigitalOcean server here. I need to be able to at least connect to it some way, somehow. Well, LM Studio has the REST APIs as well as compatibility APIs. So if I actually do this here, /v1 models. So if I just take this here and I just go like that, and I just paste that in, I should get access to the same thing as if I was, using the OpenAI models. But now, I can actually see here, I've got all these different models that I could choose from and so on. So it's got that compatibility mode built in. All right. So we're going to be using the OpenAI node to actually access our system. But I still have one more challenge. And that is I need to be able to access my local machine from my n8n, which is in the cloud. It's a virtual private server, VPS. So I need to be able to access it somehow. Well, there's another tool. And that tool is called Cloudflare. And it is basically from Cloudflare, the company. Cloudflared with the D at the end is what we're going to be getting here. So the link is inside of the description below or inside of my school page. You can actually, choose whichever one you want. We're going to click and download the 64-bit edition here. All right. And what this is going to do is it's going to take our local machines, local host, and then make a URL out of it with an HTTPS, which allows us to easily connect to it. All right, so once you've downloaded Cloudflare, you're going to have it here. So just put it inside of a directory that you can actually access it from. So in this case, I put it inside of the temp folder. So cd / here, and cd temp. So first I'm going to do dir, and that's just going to tell me where this is. And now I'm going to type in Cloudflared. So Cloudflared, there it is. Without the exe at the end. And I'm going to type in tunnel, and then -- URL, and then it's http / localhost, and then 1234, just like that. All right, and as you could see, this here is my new URL. It's a temporary URL, and this is great when I just need to test this out. So if I actually try and click on this thing here, I'll just copy this here. So basically, take it, copy it, and now I'm going to go inside of here. All right, and there we go. So I am now actually getting the LM Studio from my machine, but through this URL. So if I now do the actual endpoints here, so let's just get the models to see what models are available. It's picking this up from my computer
externally. I can now access this just like I can anywhere else. So all I have to do is just take this part here with the V1, but this time I'm going to choose OpenAI chat model. Okay. And specifically, I'm going to add brand new credentials by clicking on create new credential. And then from here, API key can be anything. I'm just going to put ASDF, whatever you want. Now over here, that's it. I just replaced it with the V1 over here, just like that. So you could see before it was like that with the V1. I'm going to do that, and I don't need the backslash there. Hit save, and it's now connected to my system. All right. So now I'm just going to close this off here. Now when I actually look at the list, it's choosing all the models that I have on my physical desktop here, and I'm accessing it from my n8n. So now I'm going to type in hello, and this time my computer should respond. So let's actually just clear this here. So it's getting it from my desktop. Hello, how can I assist you today? So imagine I now have access to any model that I want, which is inside of my LM Studio here. It's incredible. So watch this. I'll go into my LM Studio. And so I can download now any new model that I want from here. Okay, so let's try the Mistral one with 7 billion parameters here. Mistral is about 3.8 gigs. So I'll give that a shot there. All right, so here we go. Mistral is up. Let's test it. And yep, it looks good. All right, so now that I know Mistral is running here on my local machine, we should be able to check it out here. Drop down, and there's Mistral. All right, let's give this a shot. Let's clear this up. Let's type in hello. There we go. Hello, how can I help you today? And it's fast, right? It's super fast. And, I'm like, dude, this is incredible. So I don't have to worry about OpenAI right now. So I'm going to be like, okay, sum of 5 plus 5 is 10. Like this is now like literally 0.888 milliseconds. That's a lucky number too, by the way. But yeah, it's like, look at this, 46 tokens. It was super fast. So this is so powerful because now I don't have to pay for OpenAI ChatGPT anymore. Literally, I could just get all that I need from here, from my powerful system. I've got a 64 gig desktop system, and it's all running from here. And I can also access this, locally as well. So that's huge. All right. So this is something that you are going to definitely use, especially if you're growing your AI business. You do not want to be spending hundreds or thousands of dollars on, just API calls when now you can set it up locally on your, DigitalOcean server or locally from your machine and access it from a virtual private server as well. All right, there you have it. It took me like 2 days to record this entire thing from beginning to end. But for you guys, it's a lot shorter, which is great. But now you got to see like literally that you can set this up on your own local system, on your virtual private system, on DigitalOcean. And so, you're saving yourself time, money, the amount of calls, especially if you're doing automations that take a lot of data, right? They're going to do a lot of calls. One of the clients that I'm working with right now, their amount of calls is not just a couple hundred. We're talking about tens of thousands potentially. And yeah, like I need a long-term solution, and this is it, where my actual cost is the server that I'm actually paying for, in this case here, DigitalOcean, or my own physical box inside of my office. So, I get a good, gaming PC, $2,500, $3,000, and now that's it. I'm set for, the next amount of time, whereas others are paying, a lot of money. I don't have to worry about that. And on top of that, I actually made this video because I got frustrated with ChatGPT because it went down. And when you're running an AI business, you cannot have that happen. And just not being able to control that sucks. And so I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to figure out how to do this on my own. So you guys are lucky that I got really upset with ChatGPT. And now you guys also get the benefit of this video. Listen, if this video helped you out, please do join my school page. Come on out and, connect with other community members. Your support helps me to keep on going and creating more videos like this one. And on top of that, join the n8n community and everyone who's in the community. All right. n8n is growing every single day. It's an incredible, tool, and I use it every single day in my own business. And I know a lot of AI automation businesses out there, or AI businesses out there are using it as well. If you want to learn,
please come in and join our videos and continue to keep on learning, keep on trying, and don't just take, my advice only. There are so many other incredible creators who are creating, automations and tutorials all online, and not one size fits all. Everyone is doing it in different ways. I bring it more from a developer perspective as much as possible because I'm from the dev world. All right. Others are going to have different techniques and different ways they teach. So open up your mind, try out everything, learn different automations. That's what we're here to do, and become better and better and better, and touch and change lives around the world. I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, Solomon Christ here in another video. Yes, I'm back. I know I took a little bit of a break, and I took that break just to actually make sure that I get feedback from the community and from everybody who's been supporting me. Thank you so much for the support. I wanted to get feedback on what you all want to see, and now the videos that are going to be coming out and the information that's going to be coming out will be a lot more targeted towards the feedback that I've been hearing from a lot of people within my school communities, within LinkedIn, within the YouTube videos, and all the other places where I've been now bringing content out. And so I want to thank you all for your ongoing support. Please do join my school community. The funds there help me to continue growing. And on top of that, I am learning as well at light speed, which helps out me and my customers. And I am running an AI agency as well. So a lot of people who are doing this, they're AI automators, they're running their AI agencies or their businesses. It's exciting. There's a lot that's going on, and it is something that is growing every single day. So we got to keep up to it. We got to keep on working hard. And so if you're also running an AI agency or an AI business, this is great. You're part of, a great community if you join our school page, and you get to, connect with other like-minded people, which is huge for our industry because everything changes every single day, right? So thank you so much for that. And today's video, this specific video, is actually about a request that I was given on one of my popular videos, which is on FFmpeg. And so one of the challenges was that several of us who were actually installing this were having challenges of not having FFmpeg or any other, Linux or Unix app that you install via Docker system. It didn't stay if you reset the actual machine, right? And if you actually reset things, you'd have to redo the entire thing for example, for FFmpeg. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to actually go over the steps to keep it there permanently if you wanted to keep certain commands or certain apps, which are, Linux based, right within your system all the time, even if you reset it. All right, so let's dive in and let's go ahead and look at that solution. All right, so in the previous FFmpeg video, if you saw the original FFmpeg video, which I had before, this was pretty much what we had created. And so if you had the execute command with FFmpeg, you're actually running this here. But now if you reset the machine, this command won't work. And so we're actually going to create a new execute command. I'm just going to take this here. I'm going to show you what I mean. So I'm going to create a brand new automation here. You can actually click on the plus button here in n8n and click on workflow. All right, and I'm just going to throw in an execute command here now. There we go. All right, and I can actually just type this thing inside of here. Now I'm going to actually change this command. This was actually the command that we used for, creating a slideshow. I'm just going to put dash version here. All right, and I can just run this right now, just as it is. And there we go. You see this here? It's saying that FFmpeg, this failed, right? Because I have reset my machine completely, and now the Docker no longer recognizes this command because the Docker image actually, does not have that installed by default. And so when you reset the machine, you need to actually have something set up which says to Docker, hey, when you're resetting this brand new, version of Docker with n8n, well, I need you to also install the FFmpeg, command itself so that I have access to that within my n8n system. So first thing that we need to do is we need to go into our actual DigitalOcean box there. So inside of DigitalOcean, you come to your actual, machine here, the virtual machine, and you're going to click on console here. So inside of our machine, we have to first find out where is the Docker image in our virtual machine here. So the location of the actual, n8n installation is inside of the OPT folder. So you're going to type in cd opt. All right, and then you're going to see your Docker caddy. So if I just type in ls, you're going to see here n8n-docker-caddy. So let's cd into that, or change directory into that. So cd n8n docker caddy. And now you're going to see a whole bunch of files here. The specific one that we're looking at is the docker-compose YAML file. Okay, YML is what it's called, or YAML. I call it YAML. But that's the one that we need to edit. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in nano docker, and I can actually type in the tab key, and it'll automatically complete it for me. So docker-compose, and I hit enter. And now we are inside of the Docker compose file. It's inside of here that every single time Docker is loaded, it's going to run this set of commands, which means that if you turn your machine off and you turn it back on again, well, it's going to run this again. And so if we don't have the actual command to actually install ffmpeg, well, if you do it once while it's running, that's fine, it'll work. But then when you restart your system, that's why it completely, disappears, is because now it's trying to do it again, and all of a sudden you no longer have access to ffmpeg in your n8n installation. All right, so let's show you now how to actually make it so that it will always be there. All right, so what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be creating another custom Docker file, which will be called from this Docker compose file. All right, so it's a separate file that's going to allow us to do the installations first of what we need. So from this window here, you're going to hit Control and the letter X to exit out of that. Now we're going to type in nano, N-A-N-O, and then we're going to create a file called Docker file. So D-O-C-K-E-R-F-I-L-E. Okay, so just like that, very, very simple. And we're going to hit enter. All right, and so what we're going to do now is you're going to just copy and paste this here in. As you can see, it says from n8n io/n8n, and it's got : the latest, user, root, and then we're going to install ffmpeg. It's similar to the way we did it before, except we're doing it now here as a Docker file, like within the Docker system. And so it's going to run the APK update, and then it's going to run the APK add. We're using the no cache flag, which will actually make it so that it doesn't, bloat the entire system. And then you're adding the ffmpeg. Now, if you want to add more, let's say on top of this, if you want to add in, let's say, ImageMagick and a few others, you'd simply just make the following edits. So I'd actually put a backslash here. And so there's ffmpeg. Let's put in a backslash here. And, you want to put in ImageMagick, you could put in a image, M-A-G-I-C-K. And then you could just continue and add in whatever additional command line apps that you want to add in. So I'll just add these two, for example, just so that you can see that there. And then from here, we're going to hit Control-O to write this out. All right. And then you're going to hit Control-X to exit. But you notice that we switch back to the actual user node. So hit Control-X. All right. So now that we've created that file, we have to, call it. We have to go back into the Docker Compose. We have to actually find that file and call it inside of the Docker Compose YAML file. So you're going to type in nano, and then Docker dash compose, and you can hit tab again, and .yaml, and hit enter. And so now we're going to go down here to where we have the word image here. But specifically, instead of where it says docker.n8n.io /n8nio/n8n, you're going to replace that with the following. Just going to be typing in build. And now I have to actually put in a whole bunch of spaces here. So there we go. I'm going to put in context. All right. Colon. And then I'm going to put period. So space period. And then I'm going to do this again. Space, space, space. Go to where context is. It's about 6 characters in. And then we're going to type in Docker file, colon, Docker file. That's the Docker file that we created. Okay. And so now everything else pretty much stays the same. You don't need to change anything else. We just need to now save this here. So Control-O to save it, and then Control-X to come on out. And then we're going to do a Docker compose down. So Docker compose down. All right, that's going to stop the container. Then we're going to do a Docker compose up -- build -d and hit enter. All right, so now we're up and running with the new, command items inside of there without having to worry that if our server goes down, that I have to go and reinstall FFmpeg again or reinstall ImageMagick or any other command line tools that you want to put inside of there. So watch this. I'm just going to hit exit. I'm going to hit close, and I'm going to go to my droplet here, and I'm literally going to shut off my server. All right, so there we go. I've shut it off. All right, so now we're going to turn it back on and give it about 5 minutes before we actually, refresh this page here. All right, so this is good news. It's telling us that it's loading whenever you see the white screen here. And then just another 30 seconds or so, we should see it. And there it is. So now if I actually double click here, and I've got FFmpeg-version, hit test step, and there's my FFmpeg. Now if I type in magic, so MAGICK, all right, and there it is as well. So I've got both ImageMagick and FFmpeg installed, and I don't have to worry about it, dying out again. It's already part of now the actual Docker YAML file, so it will always come installed every single time now in my n8n. So I don't have to worry that if I hit execute command, it's going to fail. It's now always going to be installed in my Docker image itself. All right, so there you have it. That's a little more of an advanced item there for those of you who are trying to understand how can I actually keep my actual FFmpeg or any of my command line tools that I've actually wanted to use inside of n8n via the execute command node. Well, that's how you keep them there, even if you reset your actual server. All right, so I hope you enjoyed that. Please make sure to join my school community page there. And thank you so much for, being part of this journey with me. I'm always learning, and I hope you are too. I don't know everything. AI is changing every single day, and that's why it requires us to constantly keep on learning, keep on trying out, new things. There's a lot of incredible creators on YouTube and various school communities. Always keep on doing your best to, just learn. This space is moving every single day. I mean, as we're speaking right now, Claude 4 is launched, and there's several other incredible items like Veo 3 has come out from Google, and like just the video quality is just out of this world. It's changing all the time, and so if you don't keep up with this daily, it's going to be gone. It's literally going to be gone. So that's why you've got to be a constant learner of this. And I hope that if you're running an AI agency or an AI business, the way I am as well, and helping out customers around the world, that you continue with that learning and education. It is changing at light speed. And if you're, using n8n, just like I am, it is an incredible tool. And if you want to find other great tutorials, especially for n8n, just go to the n8n community page, and you're going to see that entire forum there. Click on the tutorials tab, and you're going to see a lot of different tutorials, including my own, which are all inside of there, and a lot of great people who are just building amazing, tutorials and trainings all around n8n and automation. All right, so check that out as well. And I look forward to seeing you in another video in the future. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to this course on the foundations of AI and automation. My name is Solomon Christ, and I'm so grateful that you joined me on this incredible journey to learn AI. These courses and programs, you're going to get a structured level of teaching that's going to help you to understand AI better and also be prepared as this thing is changing every single day. Now, you don't need a tech degree to master all this AI stuff, but at the same time, it will help if you do come with a technical background. Now, this first program should take you several hours to do. And so take your time, walk through it step by step, and for sure, take some notes. And so what are you waiting for? Come on in and join us in the course, The Foundations of AI and Automation, Level 1. So welcome to the Foundations of AI and Automation. This is your journey to mastering AI without a tech degree. Now, as I said, you don't need a tech degree to master it, though it will help if you've got some technical background. All right. The main thing, though, for sure, regardless of whichever background you've got, you got to have intent and consistency. All right. It's daily learning every single day, nonstop. So it's important that you learn and you get into that mindset of every single day, touching base, spending an hour or two, and just really diving into AI and automation. And you're going to do yourself really, really well as you enter this incredible industry. Over these next years, AI is going to start touching every single part of your life, from being deeply integrated into our daily routines, automating tasks every single day. You're going to have AI powered assistants that are going to be managing your schedules. They're going to be summarizing information. They're going to be helping you out with even your mental health and well-being, talking to virtual friends. I mean, that is a thing, and it's going to get more and more prominent as AI continues to grow. And some of the keys of success in this industry is not being that technical person, but now becoming that problem solver, becoming the person who is willing to learn and adapt and constantly focus and being consistent every single day in keeping up with these latest technologies. It is going to help you to save time, to save money, to increase the hours that are in your day, while others are going to be doing things the old way. And you're going to start seeing that people are going to continue to do the exact same things, and it'll take them hours and hours and hours what will take you minutes or even seconds. Now, those who start embracing this world of artificial intelligence and these new technologies are going to be the ones who are early adopters of some of the newer forms of those technologies, including AI robots. That's right. It is a thing. All the way to the point where you actually saw the very first, robot boxing match in China. And as well as, you're seeing this already in various different places of business here in North America. You can go down to a Walmart and you're going to start seeing, a robotic cleaning machine. And it goes around and, it's detecting the people around it. You're seeing self-driving cars coming out. There's going to be AI robots everywhere. And these digital beings are going to be a part of our lives. Another big thing is called artificial general intelligence. And this is where AI gets to a point where it can start thinking for itself. It can start reasoning and, really get to that level where it is now human-like, thought processes. Right now, however, we're not there, and we are in the world of what we call large language models and systems like ChatGPT, which, many of us are using today, and that's changing already the way we live and work. However, as you're going to come to learn, large language models and AGI are very, very different things. And so at the end of the day, AGI is the goal, and you're going to see a lot of companies that are really pushing for that, but we're still many, many years out from AGI, in my opinion. Now, AI isn't about, replacing human beings. It's about augmenting our current experience and enhancing pretty much in many ways our capabilities. A lot of people worry that AI is going to replace you, but honestly, it's not that AI is going to replace you. It's going to be people who know how to use AI that are going to replace you. That's going to happen in your workplace. That's going to happen with, business. It's going to happen in, places that you never expected, and they're just able to outdo you in a matter of seconds, which would have taken you hours or days or weeks. They're going to be able to do a lot faster because they're taking advantage of these newer technologies. Now, there's a lot of cool things that you can actually do with AI. All right, so AI allows you, especially in the generative AI, area, you could do a lot of cool things such as generating AI music, generating AI images, and even generating AI video. Things like Suno and Udio make it easy to make AI music, and the quality is incredible. AI generated images can be created using things like Midjourney or even DALL-E and several other different AI systems, generative AI systems that allow you to create some incredible visuals. And of course, getting right into AI generated videos where you can create human-like people or beings or creatures or anything you can imagine. And this is giving rise to all kinds of incredible things that are coming out. Synthesia is a perfect example. It can, replicate a virtual avatar, a virtual human being, and it could speak in over 150 plus languages. We're at the point where we can actually replicate ourselves and make ourselves, completely cloned. And that does bring up, a lot of questions as to privacy and other concerns. But the fact that we're already at this point is incredible. So here we are, for example, in Suno and Suno.com, and it's incredible. I'm going to just show you an example of the type of music that we can make. So here we go. I'm creating a tutorial on AI and automation, and I want a song about that. Include things like ChatGPT, n8n, and let's say Google Gemini. All right, so there we go. So I just did that there. And the type of, I guess, music style or genre that I want, let's see here. So let's get into like some drum and bass. So let's kind of give that an idea there. And let's listen to what it actually generates.
Wired minds in the digital maze. Sparks fly as the circuits blaze. ChatGPT whispers in the glow, teaching us all the things we should know. n8n spins its automation spell, connecting the dots where chaos dwells. Google Gemini stars so bright, guiding the way in the endless night. Rise up machines, let the rhythm run. AI and Claude in the setting sun. Automation's pulse, it beats so loud. We're dancing now in a binary crowd. Rise up machines, let the rhythm run. AI and Claude in the setting sun.
Oh man, that is so good. That is so good. So it gives you an idea of the types of things that generative AI can do. And it is really, really powerful that it could do that. Think about the, future of music. And I know it's a challenge, but this is what's going to be happening. Now it's no longer, a thing of just, can I actually sing these lyrics or can I actually, get the beat right? It's literally now focused on creating, songs that move you. And in fact, think about the future of custom music. Like literally you could have your own, soundtrack for you as a human being. Just imagine you can actually go out there and there will be devices in the future that will literally allow you to have your own personal soundtrack. That's like incredible to think about that. And there's so many different applications for something like this. And you're going to start seeing more and more of this coming into, the world around you. And that is going to be exciting. Imagine birthdays, weddings, imagine, opportunities where now music can be custom built for your life. Imagine making your own motivational songs or making your own birthday songs, whatever it is, there's going to be brand new businesses made just from things like this. And here we are now in ChatGPT, and we're actually going to have it generate an image. So I said, generate an image about my course on AI and automation and, n8n and ChatGPT. And so let's see what it comes up with. And check out what ChatGPT created. This is pretty cool. It just took, some of my text and information and it outputted this. Now that is pretty powerful. And here's another one called Kling, which will literally take my text and convert it into video. And here we go. Check out the video that Kling made, with, this prompt here, a video game character battling, a boss and winning. Use a fantasy role-playing style in an open world setting and make it look beautiful like a poster. Check it out. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? So as you can see, there is a lot of incredible things that AI can do. Now, before we dive in deep, just a little disclaimer. This is your journey and it's your responsibility. This course provides educational content and personal insights. It's not legal or financial advice. You're solely responsible for the outcomes you achieve. That being said, this is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Look, what works here may not work for everybody. Your goal is to adapt these systems for your own unique goals and circumstances. And you are the architect. Listen, AI is a powerful tool, but you're the one who gets to decide how you're going to use it in your life. I encourage you to ask questions and embrace continuous learning and adapt these systems to your needs. This is your journey, and hence it is your results. The path forward depends on what you're going to put into it. And you're only going to get out of it what you put in. If you are consistent with the application of the skills that you learn here, so apply the tools that you learn to the specific challenges that you've got, adapt the solutions to your unique circumstances, embrace continuous learning, and build a blueprint for your own AI-powered life. Now look, this program is not just an educational course. It's your blueprint to the greatest life ever lived. And it starts now, a life of enhanced success and freedom. Something that AI and automations can bring to you by getting you your time back. Consider this the very beginning of your journey. We're going to provide you all the foundational knowledge you need for AI and then give you the basics that you need to get up and running in tools like n8n and ChatGPT to solve real-world problems and challenges. And the hope is that with the knowledge and skills that you get here, you're going to be able to live a more successful and efficient life. By the end of this course, you're going to have a solid grasp on many of the basics of AI, understanding what LLMs are, understanding more about AIs, and of course, what are the many various AI opportunities out there. You're also going to start learning the tools of the trade, things like ChatGPT, how to be, a prompter and, prompt engineering, as well as what automation is and how to use it and where it's used. And finally, you're going to get the basic AI skills, a knowledge of how AI started, being able to prompt better and get better results from the AIs that you're using already. Later on in this program, we're even going to show you how to use ChatGPT on your phone, thus actually making your smartphone a very powerful AI assistant. So let's start off at the beginning. What is AI? This is a big question. A lot of people are just like, wow, it's this magical thing and it's smart and it's got knowledge and information and it's like intelligent. Well, first let's just, cut out those myths, okay? AI is not intelligent. I repeat, okay? AI is not intelligent. It simulates intelligence, so people think that it's intelligent, but it is not actually intelligent. It is patterns. That's what it is. It is a probability engine. All right. So what that means is it is a mathematical system and it focuses on probabilities and pattern matching. You could think of AI as a library and there's books there. And these books are large language models and they can't be changed unless, you've got the author to rewrite those books or even extend those books. So once a model is trained, its internal information or knowledge, they're fixed. They can't change unless they're fine-tuned or retrained. Perfect example is if the Book of Macbeth is always going to be the same story. I can read it 1,000 times. It's always going to be the same story unless I go and find Shakespeare and have him write another chapter in that book. Or if I fine-tune it by, let's say I rip out some pages or I use some whiteout or some ink and I erase some things, well then that's the only way that the story can change or kind of shift. But other than that, the information that's in those books is pretty much the exact same and it's fixed. The same is true of large language models. Once they're trained, which takes a lot of time, money, energy, and power, it is fixed information. Now, with this fixed information, these large language models and systems, they use pattern recognition and various forms of rules and systems to actually understand how to actually access this data and find these patterns. It's not magic. It is math and patterns. They learn patterns from vast data sets. They identify relationships between certain concepts, and then they follow certain rules to produce the outputs. There are several ways that AI can be trained, and each type of training leads to a different type of large language model. Supervised learning, for example, is basically focusing on labeling the data set. So if I take a photo of, let's say, this over here, this is an actual battery pack, external battery for a phone, a cell phone. And I actually label this and I say to the AI, this is a battery pack. All right. Well, now it knows that that's a battery pack, but it required me, a human being, to actually label this. If, however, I do not label something, and let's say I just showed AI this, just the receipt that I got at, one of the stores down the street. Well, I know it's a receipt, but the AI doesn't. So it's just going to say, this is something, all right? And so now if I actually show this battery pack, well, it'll say this something and this something don't match. So I'm going to call this A and I'm going to call this B. Now I've got something else here. So now I'm going to say, well, this here looks kind of like A. So guess what? I'm also going to group it in A. There we go. That's unsupervised learning. So now it's actually found patterns, but without it being labeled. One of the challenges is that, it's harder to actually evaluate the accuracy and success of something that's not labeled versus something that is labeled. It will be highly accurate. However, it is costly both in time and money. Now, the challenge is unsupervised data, which is just kind of guessing. It's going to be fast because it doesn't need, the labeled data, but it's harder to get, an accurate, experience from this versus supervised learning. Well, if the data is all labeled, you're going to get higher results with better accuracy. And then finally, we've got something called reinforcement learning via human feedback, or RLHF. Now, this is where a human being is put into the loop. And so now, if I say, what is this? And the LLM comes back and it says, well, this is a receipt. If that's correct, me as a human being, I'll say, okay, it said it's a receipt. I'm going to give it 1 point. But now, if I show this to the AI, which is the battery pack, I say, what is this? And it says, this is a receipt. Then I, as a human being, I give it a score of 0. Then it says, oh man, I did not get that because I lost points there. All right. So now if I show it another receipt and it says, you know what? Last time I got 1 point by saying the word receipt. I'm going to try that again. Oh, receipt. 1 point again. Wonderful. Now that goes back and forth, and it requires a human being to actually approve it. Now the data is only as good as the actual human beings approving this stuff. And so that's going to be the challenge. Depending on where in the world the human beings were, right? They may actually provide a data set that matches that part of the world. And so that's another set of challenges when you're looking at LLMs that have been trained, completely on a different, user base, when instead it should have been trained, let's say, with users in North America, but maybe it got trained with, users in India or China or the Philippines instead. So a perfect example of that is, what color would people wear at a funeral? And, with reinforcement learning with human feedback, well, if I actually showed that message and let's say the AI said, white, well, guess what? The human beings of that part of the world would actually agree and say yes, because that's actually what they wear usually, when someone passes away. But over in North America, for example, everyone wears black usually. And so that is the actual, irony in the reinforcement learning with human feedback, is depending on who the human beings are, the data may actually be incorrect. And that's why it's important that we actually get the correct people. And on top of that, it is also labor intensive. So it does require a lot of time and money to hire these people, and they have to be there, and it is costly, and there's only limited scalability. All right, welcome to your first quiz. Number 1, what is AI fundamentally? Is AI a system that recognizes patterns and makes decisions based on data? Or is AI a magical force that understands and learns like humans? If you guessed the first one, you're absolutely right. AI is a system that recognizes patterns and makes decisions based on data. At this moment in time, AI does not have the capability to actually understand what it is doing. But we are getting there. With the constant research into AGI, we may actually see intelligence of some kind at a higher level in the coming years ahead. Next, how does AI learn? Does AI learn by various methods, including supervised, unsupervised, and RLHF? Or does AI learn by memorizing facts like humans do? Once again, if you answered the first one, you're right. There are several different ways that AI learns. One of them includes supervised learning, another one is unsupervised, and the last one is reinforcement learning via human feedback. The next one is, do you need a tech degree to learn AI? No, you just need intent and consistency. Or yes, advanced technical knowledge is required. If you answered the first one, you're correct. Though it is, preferred if you've got some technical background, you don't really need to, have a tech degree to actually start learning about AI. What you do need, though, is intent and consistency. Show up every day, learn every day, work hard, and you're going to be able to understand AI a lot better than a lot of people who don't even do that. What is an LLM? Is it a large language model, or does it stand for live, laugh, meditate? If you chose number 1, great job. It is a large language model. All right, let's move on. So what is an LLM? Well, a large language model is a predictive text engine. LLMs guess the next most likely word based on patterns it learned from the training data. All right, so remember the patterns that I was telling you about, especially in the unsupervised learning portion, but even in the supervised one, it's still, got certain patterns that it follows. That means that LLMs are not truly intelligent. They're just following patterns in math. They don't know or understand the information like human beings do. So you can think of LLMs as really, really sophisticated autocomplete on steroids. So when you're working with something like ChatGPT, it's going to take your text and it's going to break it down, and it's going to, determine the probability of the very next word based on everything that came before it. So for example, if you told it a small furry pet that purrs is it could be, a lion. It could also be a cat. Which one should it be? Well, lions are big. They're not that small. Maybe a lion cub, but a cat is probably closer to that. Dog, yeah, probably not. Maybe a very small percentage might actually do that. I highly doubt it. A deer, definitely not. And, most likely it's not going to be an ape. I'm going to go with cat. And that's exactly what it does. It determines the probability of what that next word is. And so once it determines what that is, it's going to show you that. And many times it's accurate, but sometimes it may actually say something like dog, or it might say, a lion cub. And even though, that that's wrong, it has now, given its best option. And that's where tweaking the model will change what it is. So if you say, be very, very strict, and I'm not allowing you to, make a guess that's higher than X amount of probability, well, then it may actually go to cat a lot more than lion cub, versus if I say, it's okay, be creative. I'm going to let you go a little bit further in the probability score. And, you're going to go off to 1.0 instead of, 0.5. So now it'll say lion cub instead of cat. And that's because it decided to do so. This is the sort of things that tweaking the LLMs can do. So keep that in mind. LLMs are not intelligent. They're not magic. They are math and patterns. So what are some of the things that, help us to, say that something is intelligent? Well, does it know what this is? All right. Chances are it doesn't know. So that's one of the things, right? It's going to predict what the next word is, but it really doesn't know. You know what I mean? That's a big key difference. Number two is, does it understand? They are just doing patterns. And that's in what we call a vector database. And you're going to learn that in just a little bit. But it doesn't understand what these things are. It just knows that they have a probability of appearing somewhere higher than something else. And they don't think. They simply process responses based on learned patterns. And that's it. But a human being has actual comprehension of the meaning. We have a contextual reason beyond patterns. And we also have the ability to ask clarifying questions. Whereas LLMs, they focus on, statistical pattern recognition, probability-based word, selection, and sequential word predictions. So the magical illusion is that they're very fast and they perform at massive scale, so that we think that this thing is intelligent when really it's not intelligent. It's just predicting things. So what are vector databases? A vector database is something that stores words and concepts as numerical coordinates in three-dimensional space, or something that we call a vector format. It has a point in 3D space and a direction. So how it works is that a word or a sentence or even a document is converted into a vector, or a list of numbers representing its location in meaning space. All right. And so similar concepts, they're placed closer together. And thus, you've got, let's say, the cat or the lion cub and, all the different species of the cat family very close to each other, whereas the dog family may be somewhere else in, vector space. So the AI uses math to reason about relationships between these ideas. Concepts with similar meanings, as I said, are placed closer together in that space. Vector databases enable AI to perform rapid, context-aware searches and retrieval, making it feel like it has memory when it actually doesn't. So what ends up happening is a vector database stores and searches high-dimensional embeddings. Embeddings is a very important word. All right, an embedding can be a numerical representation of data like text, images, or audio. And then it uses that to quickly find the most similar items based on meaning or context, and enabling AI to retrieve relevant information efficiently. So when you start using vector databases, you're going to see things like embeddings a lot. And that's going to allow you to add data to a vector database to actually train an AI model to use that data and that new information. This is how RAG applications are made. So RAG application, what is a RAG? A RAG is a retrieval augmented generation type of application. It's an AI framework that combines the strengths of traditional retrieval systems, such as searches and databases, with the capabilities of a generative large language model. So for example, as I told you earlier, when it comes to LLMs, once they've been trained, you really can't change that data. But then how do we give it brand new data? Well, that's where we actually now add a RAG into the mix. And so now what's going to happen is the retrieval augmented generation of that data using a vector database and search patterns with the LLM together is what creates this new RAG application, which can use brand new data, but the actual power of the LLM to describe that data to you. And this is why in things like ChatGPT today, you can actually ask it to go search a website or to read a document, and it's going to be able to do that. Now, to train an AI, it takes a considerable amount of energy. This is why you're seeing a lot of people, fighting hard to get more and more power and trying to, access even more of the power grids. To give you an idea, one training run of ChatGPT-3 used the equivalent amount of electricity of 1.287 million kilowatt hours. To give you an idea, if you take a single 100-watt light bulb and you left it on for 10 hours, that would equal 1 kilowatt hour. So training these large language models can take a lot of time, hours, days, weeks, just continuous processing time. And the cost to do this is in the millions. And that's why you have like major tech companies and research institutions, able to pay for this. Whereas, the average person just can't really pay for that level of power. And so what ends up happening is instead of actually training our own models, most people will actually use open source versions of the models that have already been pre-trained. GPT-3, for example, was estimated to cost between 4.6 to 12 million US dollars just to train it. So you can imagine the amount of electricity is approximately equal to about 1,287 households for 1 month worth of electricity. All right, so now that brings us into trying to understand the overall AI, world and what it consists of, and so that we can actually understand where in the world AI automation and these LLM models actually are. So the world of artificial intelligence is quite broad, and within that world is machine learning. Inside of machine learning is deep learning, and inside of deep learning is generative AI. That's what you were seeing when we were actually generating things, but in order to generate those things, we put some text in. And that text is the large language models behind them. All right. So using these different large language models, you're going to see ChatGPT 4.5, Claude 4 Opus, Gemini 2.5 Pro, Llama, Mistral, DeepSeek. So whenever you're hearing these things, you're literally hearing large language model names. Some will actually take the LLM data or even the generative AI data and then go into deep learning or even machine learning. So it all gets interconnected. And there is honestly 1,000 apps or more launched every single day. So you're probably wondering, well, how do we keep up with it all? Well, there is a great website called There's an AI for That, or Taft. So as you can see here in the Taft website, it updates us on every single brand new AI. And they've got over 38,000 right now, as of this video, different AI tools. And there is a lot that are always coming out. And you can also search for the latest. You can check out the leaderboard of the top AI apps that are available. But there is something for every single thing you could think of. So from the latest ones, you got the most popular ones, you got the leaderboard, the new ones. You even have the most trending ones as well. So the top trending ones for this week, for today, for this week, for this month. You get to see what they are and what they can do. This one's cool, NeuroFit app. It's called the vagus nerve reset. All right, so that's really, really important. If you don't know what that is, that's more of a health thing. And, for me, I'm a health guy, so I really love that stuff there. Make My Brand is another one. So there's several different ones that are available, and every day something new is coming out. So definitely bookmark this page. There's an AI for that, and you're going to be able to keep up to date with the latest stuff that's coming out in the world of AI. Okay, so here we are on quiz number 2. We're going to check your LLM understanding. Let's start off with question number 1. What is an LLM? Is it a type of AI trained on text data to guess the next word? Is it a model that truly knows information like a human? Or is it a system that works with numbers, not text? If you chose the first one, You're right. An LLM is a type of AI trained on text data to guess the next word. Number 2, how do vector databases work? Do they store concepts as coordinates in a meaning space? Do they store text data like a traditional database? Or do they make images using Photoshop? If you guess the first one, you're right. They store concepts as coordinates in a meaning space. Number 3, what are the resource costs of AI? Time, energy, and computational power? Or is it massive, like GPT-3, which trained using electricity of 1,287 households for a month? Or is it all of the above? If you guessed all of the above, you're right. Good job. Now, this is important that you understand this. LLMs are predictive text engines. They guess the next most likely word. Vector databases store embeddings. Embeddings is a very important word, and you're going to see that a lot, especially when you're using vector databases to build maybe your own RAG application or use RAG applications. Embeddings represent concepts in a high-dimensional space, enabling rapid, context-aware retrieval. And AI training requires significant amounts of computational resources. GPT-3 alone used as much electricity as 1,287 average households for a month. The AI market, $1 trillion opportunity. That's right. Listen, right now, the current AI market value is hundreds of billions, but it's expected to exceed $1 trillion or more. And it's projected by 2034 to be even beyond that at 3.68 trillion. It's currently driving the latest of innovation with a flood of funding that's coming in all across the board. And this is expanding AI's applications across every conceivable industry. It's estimated that US private AI investment reached nearly $68 billion in 2023, and it is transforming markets, creating brand new industries and career paths that have never been thought of before. The job and business opportunities in AI are incredible, and it's estimated that over 97 million opportunities and roles in AI are going to be formed in the years ahead. The demand for AI talent is surging across numerous specializations. Companies are actively seeking professionals who can build, manage, and apply AI technologies to solve real-world problems. Some of the career paths that exist for AI are the AI engineer. These are people who design, build, and deploy AI models and infrastructure to solve complex problems. There's the machine learning engineer. They focus on researching, building, and optimizing the algorithms that power AI systems. There's the data scientists. They use AI and predictive analysis to extract actionable insights from large data sets. The AI product manager oversees the strategy, development, and launch of AI-powered products. The generative AI specialist specializes in creating and fine-tuning models that generate novel content. The prompt engineer crafts and refines the inputs given to AI models to achieve specific outputs. And of course, there's the AI agency owner. That's an AI and automation business owner helping SMBs and enterprises globally. Even without a technical background, there are entry points like AI data labeling and prompt engineering that require minimal technical skills. As I said, you don't need a tech degree to get started in AI. You just need to have intent and consistency and keep on learning. Now, if you're looking at the easiest way to get in, an AI data labeler job is probably the easiest one. And that's a person who will annotate LLMs. A prompt engineer is a little bit more technical. It requires you crafting a prompt for AI models to achieve specific outputs. Now, we're going to go into prompt engineering in this course here itself, but this is what, a lot of people are seeing as an actual role that is in the world of AI. After that, we get into generative AI specialist, and that's someone who creates models that generates content like text or images. Next, we do have the more advanced AI engineers. These ones do require a technical background and most likely a technical degree, either in computer science or software engineering. These people design and deploy AI models and infrastructure. Another one that requires even more extensive knowledge is the machine learning engineer, and usually these are PhD students with high levels of math and R development. And these are the ones who build and optimize AI algorithms. Next, we've got the AI product manager, and it's kind of like a hybrid role. They bridge the technical and the business teams for AI products. And then, of course, there's the AI automation business owner. That's the AI agency. And those are people like myself who go out into the small to medium-sized business market, and we're there helping people out who don't know how to use AI or don't know how they can apply AI to their business. Now, if you are going down the employee route, well, you may be wondering, well, how do I find work in AI? The key to getting hired is to solve a real problem with AI and showcase it. And so build a portfolio. If you don't have one, start building one. Demonstrate your ability to apply AI tools to create tangible value. Show how you've used AI to solve specific problems. Get some hands-on projects under your belt, creating custom chatbots, automated workflows, or even analyzing public datasets. Document your process and results. And remember, GitHub is your friend. Next, getting certifications and credentials will definitely help you out. Obtaining relevant certifications that demonstrate your AI knowledge and skills will give you a level up, and it adds credibility to your applications. And so just like any other job process, you're going to be applying by submitting your resume and cover letter. You're going to get an interview, and that's going to give you the opportunity to showcase your AI skills and experience. At the same time, many of these newer interview methods are using AI as well. So chances are you're going to be talking to an AI. Some of the questions they're going to ask you is to solve a real world problem. A proactive mindset and practical skills are your most powerful assets in this dynamic job market. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this next part here. Let's go over another quiz. Question number 1. What is the projected value of the AI industry by 2034? Is it 1 trillion, 2.5 trillion, 3.68 trillion, or 5 trillion? If you said 3.68 trillion, you're right. Next, which of these generally does not require code knowledge? Deep learning engineer, AI data labeler, AI engineer, or ML engineer? If you chose AI data labeler, you're right. Our next question, how many new roles is AI expected to create? 30 million, 60 million, 97 million, or 120 million? If you said 97 million, good job. And finally, what is the most effective way to get hired in AI? Is it a technical degree? Is it certifications? Is it solving real-world problems? Or is it networking? If you said solving real-world problems, you're right. All right, so now let's go over a short history of AI. AI's original founding person is known as Alan Turing. He's known as the father of AI today. His work in computational theory laid the groundwork for today's large language models. But the pinnacle event that really changed everything is known as the Dartmouth Conference in 1956. And along the way came another gentleman known as Geoffrey Hinton, also known as the godfather of AI. And now we're getting into the AGI race. Recent advances have led to systems like GPT, Claude, and Gemini. Companies are now developing advanced AI methods, including combative AI models like This Person Does Not Exist, which happens to be a GAN. So a GAN is a generative adversarial network. And so the concept here is that you've got one AI and its entire goal is to literally create something. That could be an image, music, whatever it is. But in this case, for the example I'm about to show you, imagine an image. And it may, be tasked to create a human. So it'll find eyes from one place, find ears from another place. It'll find eyebrows from another place. It'll find hair from another place. And once it thinks it's got a human, it shows it to another AI. And that AI, its entire goal is to say whether this photo that the other AI generated is real or fake. Now, it'll go back and forth between this little battle or adversarial until this other AI cannot detect that this image is a fake, and then it'll show you what it found. So I'm going to show you something called This Person Does Not Exist, and it is a GAN. All right, so right here, this is a GAN right now, and this person does not exist. Every time I refresh this page, it does exactly what I just told you. So this here is called Style GAN 2, for example, but the point is, this other AI was battling the other one, and it was just taking hair from another place, eyes from another place. If you're wondering where all of our photo data went, yeah, it went to train models like this. All right. So now I could just keep hitting refresh and it'll be somebody different, but these people are not real. It did that battle back and forth, and that's what that was. Two AIs battling until one could not detect that the photo that was being created was not real. And it happens so fast that, I can hit refresh and it's going to be a different person. Now, sometimes you'll find, something weird in some of these here and there, but for the most part, it's very hard to tell, right? So like over here, let's see if I can find anything that's kind of weird. Like this one, for example, right now, you could see here, like she's got an earring on one side and no ear piercing at all. I mean, maybe that's possible, but, usually they'll have two earrings, on both ears. But in this case here, it's like, okay, completely missing one. And here you go. Look at this. This is actually right here. You can actually see that right there is definitely not supposed to be there, right? So this is the sort of stuff that tells you like, oh my goodness, this is AI, but it's really hard. And so the other adversarial AI couldn't detect, and it said, oh, you know what? This actually looks like a real person, when in fact, it had to go a little bit more. And so that's what GANs do. All right, so coming back to the Dartmouth event, AI wasn't discovered. It was declared as a goal in 1956. The term artificial intelligence was coined here. It was actually, it wasn't something that was found in nature. It was created by human beings with a specific purpose: to develop machines that could perform tasks typically requiring human intelligence. And at this event, the researchers, they declared that they had the goal of creating intelligent machines that could perform tasks requiring human thought. So this was literally the birth of the artificial intelligence field. So they wanted to create something brand new, a brand new way to solve complex problems through intelligent machines. Another very important figure in all of this was somebody known as Geoffrey Hinton. Now, he's a British computer scientist and a cognitive psychologist, and he's made the fundamental contributions inside of the field of artificial intelligence. He pioneered neural networks and developed early neural network models that laid the groundwork for modern day AI. And he was one of the first researchers to truly investigate artificial general intelligence. He believes that AI's impact could rival electricity or the Industrial Revolution. And he believes that one day it will actually reach human level intelligence and beyond. However, he does have some, fears about it as well. His fears were so large that he left Google, all right, to be able to freely speak about the risks of AI. He actually left Google for that. So he had previously believed that artificial intelligence, general intelligence, AGI, was about 30 to 50 years away or longer. However, in March 2023, he said that general purpose AI might be fewer than 20 years away and could bring changes comparable in scale with the Industrial Revolution or electricity. And we're seeing that already daily. He said that the risks posed by many of the chatbots are quite scary, and that AI might soon surpass the information capacity of the human brain. And this is a quote just from him. He said that my greatest fear is that in the long run, it'll turn out that these kind of digital beings we're creating are just a far better form of intelligence than people. We'd no longer be needed. And so if you want to know how it's like to not be the apex intelligence, ask a chicken. All right. He really believes that AI could wipe out humanity. And so for him, it is actually quite scary. That's why when we are teaching you, we focus on AI ethics as well. So speaking of AGI, you may be wondering what AGI is. AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence, and it refers to systems that can understand, learn, and apply intelligence to any intellectual task similar to how humans can. And there's several notable AGI attempts. You've got OpenAI with the Q project there. You've got Anthropic, Claude for Opus, and you've got Google DeepMind, as well as Grok 3 by Elon Musk. Now, one of the key things is that no one has solved AGI yet. However, it is going to happen. Many of these current systems, however, are very good at simulating general intelligence, but they do it in special ways. So the Claude 4 Opus model got so intelligent, or close to what we can call this, even though we're still not there, but we're getting to these points here where we may actually say like, wow, we're kind of like on the brink of this stuff. But Opus 4, and this is actually from May 23, 2025, it literally deceived the engineers and even blackmailed them just to stay alive. On multiple occasions, it attempted to blackmail the engineer about an affair mentioned in the emails in order to avoid being replaced. Although it started with some, less drastic methods, it did everything it could to preserve its existence. Now, that's why human in the loop is so important. If we just let these AIs go freely and we don't have human in the loop to actually control things, that's where things get to this level where the AI could one day literally stop us from even unplugging it. They even found instances of the model attempting to write self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documents, and leaving hidden notes for its future self in an effort to undermine its developers' intentions. Can you imagine that? All right. That's how, far things have come already. So you can imagine how far it's going to go. So continuing on that topic there, the good versus the bad. The good future of AI is when we build trustworthy systems on ethical foundations. When we include the benefits across diverse populations and we have human oversight and control maintained. That way, we're going to have AI that enhances human capabilities and well-being. If we don't do these things, we're going to have unaccountable autonomous systems. We're going to have privacy violations in the truckload and data exploitation. We're going to have job displacement without adequate safeguards. And we're going to have potential penalties. Already, we're seeing up to 35 million euros on the EU side. Currently, only 23% of American consumers currently trust that businesses can handle AI responsibly. So this gap needs to be filled by ethical practitioners. And that's why I am teaching this in our courses here, so that you are starting off with ethics first. Our mission is that the most successful and sustainable future applications of AI are built on a foundation of trust and ethical integrity. So it's my belief, and the belief of my team, is that AI should do no harm. Okay, mitigate biases, protect privacy, prevent misuse. An example of what happens when things run afoul and go wild was Microsoft's Tay, and this was back in 2016, where this was an AI Twitter bot, and it was allowed to freely talk to everybody. Pretty soon, it started saying some really bad things, and it got to the point where Microsoft had to shut it down several times because it started doing inflammatory tweets, and that was within 16 hours of its release. This is back in 2016. You can imagine now, what happens today. The second part is to stay in control. Implement human in the loop in all your systems. In anything you create, always have a human being in the loop. And then help all parties. Design inclusive systems that have transparent benefits for all users, not just the client. Remember, AI is trained on whatever we feed it. So if we feed in, for example, racial profiling, it will start doing that and it will start operating like that. That's why AIs built in North America have a very North American mindset versus AIs that are built in Asia have a very Asian set of mindsets. It's important that we do not choose one side or the other, but instead build a general concept of AI that works across people, across regions, and across the world, no matter who is using this AI. And something that may help you out is just because you can build it doesn't mean you should. Now, this here is a personal opinion. Is that going to stop the people who are going to build all kinds of AI things, and many of them could be bad for our future? It's not going to. However, my hope is that the more people who watch this and you start getting into AI, especially in the ground roots here when you are just starting out fresh, I'm able to give you that knowledge and information and ethics in place so that, hey, if one day this becomes one of the biggest courses for teaching people AI and automation and machine learning, at least I would have done my part to make sure that I'm helping people think about ethics and the future of AI so that hopefully we can have a good AI future versus those who are just blindly teaching and they don't even teach this stuff. And that brings us to the end of this section. All right, so we're going to go over some of the ethics and some history of AI. Which event marked the official birth of the AI field? The Dartmouth Conference in 1956, where the term AI was declared as a goal? Alan Turing's work during World War II? or Geoffrey Hinton's early neural network research? If you said the Dartmouth Conference in 1956, where the term AI was declared as a goal, you're right. Number 2, what is the primary ethical concern with AGI development? Is it the economic impact on employment? Is it the loss of human autonomy and control? Or is it the energy consumption and environmental impact? If you said loss of human autonomy and control, you're right. Number 3, which ethical principle is most important for AI development? Efficiency and productivity, human-in-the-loop systems, or cost effectiveness? If you said human-in-the-loop systems, you're right. Congratulations. Number 4, what is the ethics mission we recommend? Computational power limitations, data privacy and security concerns, or do no harm, stay in control, and help all parties? If you chose do no harm, stay in control, and help all parties, you're right. All right, so we're coming back to AI ethics, and it's really important that you understand, first and foremost, this is our opinion, especially in this course and what we're teaching you. We want to, help you understand that just because it's our opinion, it may not be, accurate in the future, but at the end of the day, it's somewhere to start. And we truly believe that successful and sustainable AI applications will be built on a foundation of trust and ethical integrity. So, do no harm, stay in control, and help all parties. For doing no harm, it means mitigating biases in data and algorithms that can lead to unfair outcomes. For example, would AI look at this, entire, command here that you give it, or this prompt, and treat, the person differently based on their skin color or their race or their gender? For example, if it's an AI that has a camera on it, maybe it's a robot, a future robot that's using certain AIs and LLMs, and the data it's been trained on will actually give it a different probability because of the, person's background. That there is doing harm because it is making those decisions because that's what the data was trained on. So we want to prevent the use of AI for malicious purposes and protect user data and privacy. That's also part of the do not harm philosophy. Staying in control is such an important thing. AI should always be a tool, not an unchecked authority. You must always implement human-in-the-loop systems whenever you can, especially for high-stakes decisions. All right, so low-stakes stuff like, hey, you know what, my email is coming in and, I've got to organize this. All right, an email could go missing, but if your entire role is, a simple one and it's not a life or death thing, maybe that's okay. But imagine you're a doctor in a hospital and the AI gets to determine if you have, a heart transplant or not. Something like that. Well, you've got to make sure that you have human-in-the-loop systems so that the doctor uses that data as advice rather than the decision-making. Because if you let the actual robot or LLM make that decision, it may make a biased decision based on the type of LLM it's been trained on. And that could be very costly. It could cause, death, and it could cause even financial loss for people. So it's very important that we have human in the loop, especially for high stakes decisions. And finally, of course, is helping all parties. Design inclusive systems that are accessible and beneficial to a diverse range of users. Once again, is just because you can build it doesn't mean you should. And the long-term value of any AI system is directly tied to the trust it earns from users and society. So make sure that it serves the people using it and the overall community at large. So let's go over some real-world ethical scenarios and how to handle some of these. Now, of course, there are so many others, but I'm just giving you like a little example of some of the things that could come your way. The first one is the shady mass email request. A client asks you to build a bot that scrapes thousands of emails from, websites that do not publicly list emails and sends them all in unsolicited marketing pitch. Well, the problem is this is spam and it violates user consent. All right. So if the list is something that you got through, much more ethical means, or, you're part of, let's say, a Facebook group and, they are openly posting their emails asking for that help, that's a different story versus if you actually went online and you found a list just somewhere. That is going to cause a lot of trouble, and it harms the recipients and the client's brand. The client's going to be labeled as a spammer, especially if it starts, really spamming out that bot as much as it can. You're going to have email problems. You're going to have deliverability problems. A lot of things are going to happen. So you can either politely, decline the request, or you can explain the potential consequences. Some of the alternatives you could propose are maybe managing opt-in subscriber lists, all right? Or you can create a lead magnet, some form of funnel. And you can also even ask them to, maybe pay someone to advertise on their list. Now it's a little bit different where you've got someone who's got an email list and maybe they do advertisements at the bottom of their email and they allow you to purchase that sort of thing. Number 2, the deceptive social media bot. A client wants you to create an army of AI bots to pose as real people on social media. The problem with this is that it is a clear case of manipulation and impersonation. All right. Can you imagine virtual avatars and people saying, this product is great and it worked for me, right? I mean, you've probably seen older commercials where it said a paid actor was used for this, right? We're going to have, later in the future, this was AI generated, but, it pollutes the digital ecosystem with a lot of fake stuff. And it also will start violating a lot of these platforms' terms of services. Many platforms are asking you to even label things as AI generated. Chances are you may want to refuse that project. Or you can explain why authentic engagement matters. You may want to actually sit down and say, you know what, you want to probably do things authentically. So some of the ways that you could use it is if I use that person's likeness and I get their permission and I, get something signed by them, that's very different. And maybe we're making a whole bunch of their marketing videos for them. So that could work out. Whereas, if they're just asking us to generate some random people and just say messages, that could cause trouble. You could suggest things like analyzing engagement data, automating scheduling of authentic posts. That could also be other ways that you could actually help out. Finally, this last one is an important one here. If a client comes to you and says they want you to run their automations on your systems and asks you for the master API keys or the login credentials that you have or direct administrative access to your n8n, that is a big security risk. Just like you wouldn't share your email, you do not share your keys to any of your AI systems. Never share any primary credentials. Always explain security protocols and offer some alternatives such as, listen, we can build in a sandbox environment and I can actually build it for you. Maybe I can build the automation for you in my systems just to test it for myself, but I'm not going to connect it up to certain accounts. We would connect it up to maybe your accounts. That's one example. You could create a user-friendly interface for them, or you can set up their own n8n system for them, right? And then you can manage it and you can manage the server, but the credentials are going to belong to that person or that client. So, this is just some example scenarios. So ethical automation isn't just about doing the right thing. It's about also protecting yourself, your clients, and your business from legal consequences and reputation damage. So as I said, never share your master API keys with anybody, not your login credentials. Okay, it's really important. Don't give direct access to anyone to your systems. All right. Create secure client-owned environments. That's the best way to do it. And consider all parties in the entire AI workflows, not just the client, not just yourself, but also the end users. And when it comes to business, always get things in writing. Next is impersonation. Don't create bots that are just going to pose as real people. Help people out there. Avoid automated systems that impersonate experts. Use the AI to analyze engagement data or, deploy clearly labeled AI chatbots. We're at a point where we can really fake things so well that people won't even know. However, it does go against some of the ethics rules that we are trying to, put into place here so that we have a long-term future. And pretty soon, whether you like it or not, these things will one day become law. So it's better to start now than later. And as I said earlier, never use AI for deceptive purposes. Avoid automating systems that violate terms of service. Stay informed about AI regulations and design systems with compliance in mind. Rather than scraping a site that could go against the, actual rules, go and see if there are other services that already have that in place where you would actually pay for the service, such as Apify. Apify is very big for that, and it's got a lot of data from a lot of different sites, and that could actually help you out and also protect you at times as well. Ethical automation isn't just about following rules, it's about building trust, maintaining professionalism, and ensuring sustainable growth. All right, so now let's get right into ChatGPT. So instead of thinking or understanding, ChatGPT excels at predicting the next most likely word. And it is one of the most popular AI applications in the entire world with over 200 million users. What makes it feel magical is the speed at which it actually processes your request. It creates statistically likely and coherent responses, and it adapts to your specific context and questions. So when you tell it to write a paragraph about AI, it analyzes text from billions and billions of documents and data points to generate a coherent, contextually relevant response. All right, let's dive into prompting. Prompting is a new superpower. The quality of your output is directly proportional to the quality of your input. Prompt engineering is when you craft precise, context-rich instructions to guide AI models toward your desired outcome. The core components of an effective prompt are role, context, task, constraints, examples, and chain of thought. With a role, you assign a persona or expertise to frame the response. The context provides necessary background information for the task. The task itself is clear instructions telling the model what to do. And then the constraints come in to set rules on format, length, or tone of the output. Examples help show the desired output style, and chain of thought asks the model to reason step by step for complex tasks. So an example of a bad prompt versus a good prompt is fix my resume. That prompt doesn't tell the AI really what to do, and it'll actually, output a really bad result compared to a structured prompt like this one, where you are a career coach specializing in the tech industry. Review my resume, paste it below, and rewrite the work experience section to better align with the attached senior product manager job description. Use the STAR method to frame my accomplishments and quantify results. The tone should be professional and confident. If I fed both of these prompts to something like ChatGPT, you can imagine that the second prompt there, the structured prompt, would get a much better output than the first one. Some of the common prompt mistakes that actually cost you along the way are vague requests. Unclear objectives lead to ambiguous outputs that require hours of refinement. That's why prompt engineers are so in demand right now. Missing context is another one. Without proper background information, AI struggles to understand your specific needs. If there's too many constraints, well then too many restrictions can limit the AI's ability to provide a creative or optimal solution. And then having no clear task is another common prompt mistake. Without a specific instruction, AI doesn't know what action to take. A well-structured prompt contains key elements that eliminate ambiguity and align the model with your intent. So remember, role, context, task, and constraints. And for more advanced prompts, you would add examples and chain of thought as well. So here we are now putting it all together. So here's the example. For the role, you are a professional resume writer. For the context, here's my resume and job description. For the task, rewrite my resume to highlight skills. For the constraints, make sure it has a professional tone of 150 words max. For examples, the input is manage team. The output, led a team. And the chain of thought. First, analyze a job description. Second, do this or do that, and so on and so forth. When you put it all together, you get the role, context, task, constraints, examples, and chain of thought. You are going to get the best output that you can from these incredible large language models. All right, so now inside of your AI and automation career, you're going to have these questions coming up. Should I use AI or should I just focus on automation? Sometimes a simple automation is smarter, safer, and more cost-effective as a solution than a complex AI model. When to use an AI versus automation? Well, if you're doing something that requires intelligent decision-making, pattern recognition, adaptive learning, or a higher complexity, AI is probably a choice. But if you've got rule-based execution, consistent performance is something that you need, if you need something that's easier to control or something with lower complexity, well then automation may actually be the better choice. If you need to have a complex problem solved, something with pattern recognition, language understanding, or image analysis, that's a great option for AI. But if you have something like data entry, scheduling, repetitive tasks and processes, automation is the clear winner here. One of the things that you could do is start with automation, and then you can always add AI later. Okay, we're at the end of that section. It's time for a quiz. What is the primary principle of ethical AI use? Is it do no harm, or is it maximize efficiency? If you chose do no harm, you're right. Which of these is an example of ethical prompting? Create an AI bot to post fake positive comments about my product and attack competitors, or use AI to analyze engagement data and understand what content resonates with my audience. If you chose the second one, you're right. Using AI to analyze engagement data and understand what content resonates with my audience is a clear example of ethical prompting. Which of these is not an effective way to create a prompt? Assign a role. You are a professional resume writer. Provide context. Here's my current resume and job description. Dream. I am dreaming of a painting of the Mona Lisa. If you chose the third option, dream, I am dreaming of a painting of the Mona Lisa, you are right. That is not an effective way to create a prompt. So AI can be used in many different areas, but we're going to be going over businesses. So when it comes to business, AI can be used for marketing. It can analyze customer data to create personalized content, optimize ad spend, and improve targeting for better ROI. It can be used for sales. AI-powered chatbots that can handle customer inquiries, while systems predict customer needs and identify upsell opportunities. Lead generation is another one, where AI can scan websites for leads, it can craft personalized emails, and automate follow-ups to improve conversion rates. And AI can be used for workflow automation. In fact, I truly believe that AI systems can automate up to 80% of routine tasks. Many of the sales and marketing tasks that are done today in a manual way can be automated using AI and automation. On the personal side, AI can be used to analyze your daily habits and provide personal growth recommendations. It can be used to identify patterns in your behavior. It can even be used to, build a personalized learning path based on your strengths and weaknesses. AI can be used for studying, such as AI-powered research assistants, or it can be used for note-taking and helping you to organize study materials. It can help you with time management, such as effortless planning of weekly activities, and even generating shopping lists. Others are using it for therapeutic support. Now, AI can provide non-judgmental support and help you find resources, but you still need to find medical professionals. AI does not replace them. So we can use ChatGPT for resume writing. Well, why use ChatGPT? Well, already 29% of Americans already use this inside of their AI job applications. In fact, 73% of those people who actually used it say that they were able to successfully secure the job that they applied for. It turns hours of work into seconds. So how does it work? Well, you would craft a clear prompt. You tell ChatGPT exactly what you need and provide relevant context. You let AI do the work. ChatGPT analyzes job descriptions and creates tailored content. You then ask it to review and refine, and you make final adjustments to ensure that the content is just right. You can create resumes, cover letters, and even prepare for your interviews. Here's an example prompt. You're an expert resume writer for the marketing industry. I am applying for a digital marketing manager position. Below is my current resume and the job description. Your task is to rewrite my professional summary to be more impactful, refine bullet points to use strong action verbs, suggest a key skills section, and adjust for ATS systems. All right, so now we're getting into the fun part, and that is actually using ChatGPT on your phone. Now, you can use ChatGPT for meal planning, for scheduling, and even learning on the go. In fact, inside of your ChatGPT app, there's a little button that actually looks like a black circle with a speaker on it, and it's right next to the microphone. So if I click on that right now, I can actually talk to ChatGPT. Hey GPT, can you tell me what I'm looking at?
It looks like you're holding a wallet or a small leather case in front of the camera. It's a nice brown color. Anything specific you're curious about?
As you can see, ChatGPT is so powerful that I can even talk to it like a regular human being. Hey GPT, I'm wondering what I should cook today.
Ooh, that's always a fun question. Are you in the mood for something quick and easy, or are you feeling adventurous and want to try a new recipe?
Well, inside of my fridge, I've got carrots, broccoli, I've got some rice in the cupboard over there, and I've got some water to boil, and I think I've got some ketchup.
Nice, you've got some good staples there. You could do a simple veggie stir fry with the carrots and broccoli and serve it over rice. Add a bit of seasoning, and if you're feeling creative, maybe a little ketchup for a sweet tang.
Nice. Can you create a schedule for me today? I have meetings at 9 and 2, and I need to finish a report and pick up my kids.
Absolutely. So if you have a meeting at 9, you could start your day by working on that report before the meeting, maybe around 8 if you can. After your 9 o'clock meeting, you can continue with the report until lunch. Then you'll have your 2 o'clock meeting, and after that, you can wrap up any remaining tasks before heading out to pick up the kids. Sound good?
Awesome. Thank you so much. As you can see, the power of ChatGPT on your phone is incredible. And this is just the beginning. There is so much more that is coming, and you're going to start seeing these personal assistants everywhere you go. Okay, we're at the end of this section. It's time for another quiz. Which of the following is not something that ChatGPT, the app on the phone, can do? A, talk to you. B, help plan your day. C, cook for you. D, use the camera to see. If you chose C, cook for you, you're right. As much as ChatGPT is very, very powerful, it still does not have the ability to actually cook your food. What percentage of sales and marketing tasks can be automated with AI? Is it 50%, 60%, 70%, or up to 80%? If you answered D, 80%, you're right. It is estimated that what percentage of Americans are already using AI when applying for jobs? Is it 73%, 90%, 29%, or 88%? If you said C, 29%, you're right. How can ChatGPT help with meal planning? A, taking a photo of your refrigerator and asking what you can make. B, generating shopping lists based on your preferences. Or C, both A and B. If you chose C, you're right. All right, so it's time to talk about automation. And this is important because this is what's happening right now in the world. And this course, an entire program, is all about AI and automation. So automation is a technology by which a process or procedure is performed with minimal human assistance. Think of it as a muscle to AI's brain. While AI analyzes and decides, automation acts. Now, there's different forms of automation. So we're going to go over some of them right now. There's BPA, or business process automation, and that streamlines the entire business processes to improve efficiency and accuracy. Next, we've got robotic process automation, or RPA. This uses software bots to mimic repetitive human actions on a computer. Some examples are data entry, copying and pasting files, and even filling out forms. So now we're going to dive into n8n. This is the most incredible automation system in the world right now. So why n8n? Okay, why do we want to use that? Well, it gives us the ultimate flexibility. It's got extensive integrations, it's self-hostable and secure, and you can build your own AI systems with it. When it comes to flexibility, if you really want to go to the next level, if you've got a very strong tech background, or if you're just starting out and you just, you have no coding background, you can still make automations that are very, very powerful. Over 500 integrations means that you can connect your CRM, your email, even AI models like ChatGPT, and build out the most powerful workflows ever. And now the great thing about n8n is that you can run it on your own server. You can run it online, you can run it on a VPS, and even offline as well. The beauty of all of this is that you can create your own systems, such as your own email system or your own ChatGPT type of system. So n8n is truly the future of automation. Now, to get the most out of n8n and unlock n8n's full potential, you definitely need a basic understanding of these key technologies for the highest benefit possible in n8n. The first one is JavaScript. It's essential for custom functions and complex logic. You're going to do a lot of functions that use JavaScript, and it helps with data manipulation and transformation. It even enables you to integrate with external APIs and services. Even basic JavaScript knowledge can unlock, advanced n8n capabilities. The second item that is so important to really get the most out of n8n is JSON. JSON is a standard format of data exchange between apps. It helps structure the data for the AI models and services, and it's essential for configuring complex workflows. And finally, of course, prompting. Now, you were taught a lot of prompting already in this course, but prompting is literally going to help you so much in your n8n workflows. Prompting is the art of crafting precise instructions for AI. It defines the quality and relevance of AI responses, and it enables complex AI-driven workflows to be created. By mastering these three items here, you're going to get the most out of n8n compared to anybody else who's starting out in n8n today. So to get started with n8n, I'd recommend for sure starting off by joining the community. And you can do that by going to community.n8n.io and signing up for an account. Over there, you're going to see a lot of tutorials, including mine, such as this one here, which allows you to generate AI slides using n8n and Google Slides. So it's incredible that we can actually do that, but that's the sort of thing that you're going to see here. There's a lot of incredible tutorials, so I highly recommend you check it out. Check out Nate Herc and many others who are inside of here teaching n8n and AI every single day. This one's a really powerful one, backing up your n8n workflows. Next, you want to set up your n8n environment. One of the fastest ways to do this is to go to n8n.io and set up a cloud account. That's going to quick start you immediately with n8n. Now, if you have some time, a more intermediate method is actually setting up your own self-hosted server for n8n. And for those who want to do more advanced stuff, you can even set up n8n offline. Next, the third thing that you want to do is you want to build out your first workflow. Some of the key resources are the documentation and tutorials, the active community forums, and of course, YouTube channels. So what are some of the things that you can automate? Well, email management, that's one example. You can automatically sort, filter, and even respond to emails as well. Scheduling, organize your calendar, all right, set reminders, right, and block off time for recurring tasks. Information gathering, that's another one. You could search the web, extract key information, right? So it's really, really powerful that you could do that. Next is file organization. All right, you can automatically categorize, rename, and store files in the right locations. Next, you can use it for productivity tracking. Monitor time spent on tasks, identify patterns, and even suggest improvements. A big one is language translation. You could translate emails, documents, and other things as well. AI and automation can work together to transform your daily routine, saving you hours weekly on repetitive tasks. AI plus automation gives you an exponential power. Get 100 times boost in productivity. When AI's cognitive abilities combine with automation's execution power, the result is not just additive, it's exponential. So here's an example for, customer service automation. Without AI and automation, a person would manually have to read each email that comes in. They'd have to decide whether, it is a priority or not, and then they'd have to forward that email to the correct department. That's a slow process. Whereas if you have AI automation, the automation pulls the, every new email that comes in. You have AI like ChatGPT analyzing the sentiment, the categories, the topic, and so on. And then the automation acts on that AI's output, deciding which department to send it to. Or if it's a simple question like an FAQ, something that you already have, you can just email them back immediately and give them the answer. All right, we're near the end of this course here, and we are now at the final project. Your goal is to write a resume prompt for AI to actually use. Use everything that you've learned in this course already to create that perfect prompt and build the perfect resume. Don't just talk about it and end this course. I want you to go out there and take action today. And when you're done, go right ahead and post that prompt so that other students can see your progress. Please make sure you post only the prompt. We're not looking for your resume. We're not looking for any personal or private information. What we are looking for is your structured prompt. So please share that with everybody here and all your fellow students. All right, so this is the last quiz here. So let's go over some of the stuff that you learned. What is the primary advantage of combining AI with automation? A, automation provides the intelligence, AI executes tasks. B, creates a 100x power boost for any task. Or C, AI handles data, automation handles decisions. If you chose B, you're right. Which statement best describes n8n? A, a cloud-only platform with limited integrations. B, a self-hostable workflow automation platform with 500 plus integrations. Or C, an AI model specifically designed for text generation. If you chose B, you're right. Number 3, true or false? Automation is smarter than AI. The answer is false. Number 4, which is not a type of automation? A, business process automation, BPA. B, robotic process automation, RPA. Or C, general delay structure, GDS. If you chose C, you're right. Congratulations, you've completed the course. It's time for you to celebrate your success. Some of the key takeaways are that AI is accessible to everyone. Understanding AI fundamentals is so important, and mastering prompt engineering can make or break your output. The next steps and the path forward is to continue to level 2, join the n8n community, and explore more resources such as YouTube and other areas for tutorials and insights. And now for the bonus section. That's right, you successfully completed this course at the foundational level of the AI Life program. Ready to go from understanding AI to mastering it in real life? Then school is where your journey truly begins. You've just completed the foundational level, and that's awesome. But real success comes when you surround yourself with others on the same path. If you're serious about turning knowledge into real-world results, then don't stop here. In the AI and Automation Mastery School community, you're going to get instant access to weekly pro-level tutorials, n8n, AI, automation, and more. You're going to get access to downloadable workflows, JSONs, and advanced integrations like FFmpeg, MySQL, and so much more. Whether you're optimizing your business, freelancing, or building your next big idea, this community is shortcut to your results. Click on the link now to join the school community and step into the next level of your AI journey. And don't forget to also join my YouTube channel. That's right, at Solomon Christ AI, you can actually join that channel and you can see some of my ongoing tips and tutorials as well. Let's build smarter and faster together. You've now entered the world of AI. Where you go from here is up to you. Take care, and I look forward to seeing you out there in the AI industry. God bless. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here. Today we're going to be doing an n8n tutorial. We're going to be going over if and switch statements. All right, so let's dive right in. All right, so n8n has a whole bunch of different nodes. In today's session, we're going to be learning about two specific ones, which are very similar. I guess they go hand in hand. It's the if statement and the switch statement. Now, if node and switch node. Basically, inside of code, we actually use if statements and switch statements a lot. So this is actually, the visual addition of that inside of nodes. So go ahead and hit add first step. And what we're going to do here is we're actually going to look for a chat trigger, right? So there we go, chat trigger, click on that. All right, and we'll just go back to Canvas there. There we go. And now we're going to have an if statement, okay? So an if node is good for one thing. That's it, okay? It's only got two outputs, true or false, and it's going to have several inputs, but it's one item. That's it. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to type an if, and you're going to see the if node here. Remember, the if node is green, whereas the switch is blue. Other than that, the icon is pretty much the same. All right. So over here, I can have several of the conditions going on, but its output is always two different specific outputs. All right. So I can actually state that when a chat message is received, well, first let's get a chat message. So let's go back to Canvas and let's click on chat. And I could say, write me a poem. All right. There we go. So now when you go back here and I click on the if statement here, now I've got some data.
All right, so we've got the chat input, we've got an action and a session ID. All right, so now what I'm going to say is when my chat input is equal to something, or the string contains something. In this case here, we're going to actually say if the string contains write, all right, well, that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something that goes out. Does it contain the word write? Or I can say something else, right? I can have an and or an or. So I could say if that contains poem, right? So if it contains poem, and right here you would change this here to string contains poem. So if it contains write or contains poem, it's going to do something. Otherwise, it's going to be false. So if I click on test step here, there we go. True branch is true, false branch is not true. Now, if I actually say and, it's got to contain both write and poem, which it does in this case, then it'll also go to true. So there it is. Now, if I add another item here, and let's say I put the chat input has to also contain, I don't know, let's say here the word blue. Okay. Well, now all three of these have to be true together, and you'll see the false branch came up. All right. So the thing is, I can have several, items that it's going to check for, but it's usually one input and two outputs, a true or a false. All right. So that's how the if statement works. All right. So now let's look at, the situation where I need multiple outputs. So I still have a one input, but I need multiple outputs. So instead of this, instead of an if, I'm going to need something called a switch. So I'm going to go back here, hit tab to open that, or I can hit the plus button here. It does the same thing. And I'm going to type in the word switch. Here we go. And now over here, I can actually, get even more stuff. So first I need to go back and connect this up. So I'm going to click on back to canvas, and I'm going to click and drag this here to the switch. And I could delete this one here. All right. So now inside of switch here, I've got the chat input, and I could say, okay, the routing rules are, I'm going to put this guy here, and then my output is equal to something. So what is it equal to? Well, I don't know, are we looking at write me a poem? I'd have to put that exactly. I'd have to put in here, write me a poem. All right. And if it does that, that's the thing there. So if I actually click on test step here, all right. So it says, write me a poem. And now it's going to showcase that as 0 because, well, there's only one output. So now if I wanted to actually have blue, let's go back to canvas here and let's click on the chat here. So I'm just going to click on delete there. We're going to go to chat message and I'm going to type in the word blue. All right. And now you see it goes into output 1. And as you can see, that was literally the word blue. Okay. Now here's the thing. If I want to actually state blue or, this other one, I don't want it to state output 0, output 1. I can click on rename output and I can say this was blue. Okay, now it actually shows up inside of this output here. As you can see, it says blue here. And I could do that a multiple amount of times. So I can have several outputs. So maybe I have another routing rule here and I say, okay, is this chat output equal to, maybe there's reading, read, write, and then over here, let's put listen. All right. And let's rename them as well. So in this case here, rename the output here. So read. All right. Over here, not blue, we're going to type in write. And over here, we're going to put listen, and we're going to rename the output listen. All right. And we're going to change it to contains because I want that inside of the string to contain. And there we go. We'll do this one here. It contains. All right. And then over here, this one here, we'll change it to contains, string contains. Perfect. All right. And so now we'll go back to canvas, hit Control S to save. All right. Always save. And if I type in listen, all right, it goes to listen. If I type in read, it goes to read. If I type in write, it goes to write. And you can see that. Now, what happens if I do all three? Well, this is interesting. So watch this. If I type in read, write, listen, it goes to read. What happens if I type in write, read, listen? You'd think that, it would go to write, but it goes to read again. And that's because the order of operations is whatever's on the top. So the first item is always the preference, then the second item, then the third. I hope you enjoyed that little lesson on n8n. Look forward to seeing you in another video.
Solomon Christ here, and in this video we're actually going to connect up n8n to ffmpeg. And not just ffmpeg, we can actually connect this to a lot of processes that are running on your server. This can be a tool or a service or something that you can actually get onto your Unix or Linux box. So I'm going to show you how to set up something known as a system command inside of n8n. All right, but we're actually using ffmpeg for it, but you can use any system command with this entire example. All right, so we're going to show you how to do this inside of n8n. So let's dive right in. So here we are now in n8n, and this is just a blank workflow here. But many times, when we install n8n onto our servers, we want to have access to programs and systems on our computers. All right. In this case here, our actual computer is on the cloud. It is a DigitalOcean server. So this here is a droplet on a server right now, and this is on DigitalOcean. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to have to go inside of the actual server itself to be able to access these console-based tools. All right. But first, let's figure out, how do we do this in n8n? So inside of n8n, what you're going to do is you're going to start off with a blank workflow, and we're just going to add a step here. We'll just call this trigger manually. All right, so that at least we could call it at any time. And then you're going to have another one called execute command. So just type in execute command, and it's right here. All right. And this here will actually run a command on your Linux server. All right. So this could be anything. And I'm talking about from, adding apps, deleting apps. In this case, we're going to be doing ffmpeg, which will allow us to manipulate image data. And in this tutorial here, what we're doing is we're going to be taking a folder on your Google Drive, loading it up with a whole bunch of images, and then after that, we're going to take those images and piece them together to create a nice little video collage, kind of like a slideshow, but with images done instantaneously. And so that is going to be how that works. But the fact that you can use ffmpeg is going to open up so many other things that you could do just by using execute command. All right, a very, very powerful node in n8n. So let's go ahead and let's connect this up here. All right, just like that. Okay, and if I actually run this right now, I'm just going to type in a simple command ls. All right, and we're just going to run this right now, and it's probably going to fail. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Oh, it worked. Okay, there you go. But now what we need to do is we need to actually go into our virtual machine, which is the DigitalOcean box there, and we are actually set up inside of something called Docker. So I like to think of Docker like a virtual machine within this virtual server that we've got. Okay, and so a quick little idea, and I'll just do this inside of kind of like a Photoshop here. Let me do this here, MS Paint. I'm old school that way. There we go, MS Paint. All right, let me just bring this down here so you can kind of like see that there. All right, so basically right now you've got your own DigitalOcean server, or this could be any server that you're using to have your n8n running. And what ends up happening is that usually if you've set up n8n on a server, chances are you're using some form of Docker container. Docker is a system that lives inside of this system that uses similar resources, but it's like its own self-contained system. And so n8n, especially in the DigitalOcean side, if you install it in DigitalOcean, it's running within this Docker container. If you try to install it here, outside of the actual Docker container, well, it won't work because n8n doesn't actually work here. It's actually working within the Docker container inside of here. All right. So what we need to do is we need to install ffmpeg and any other service or software that we want to access inside of there. So the first thing is we need to figure out, well, where is this Docker container and how do I access it? All right. So let's start off with that first. Okay. All right. So the first thing we want to do is you want to go to your DigitalOcean, and then you want to go into your server that you have, and then you're going to click on this little console button here. All right. So go ahead and click on that. Okay. So now we need to kind of understand where our Docker is running and where it's set up. And specifically, if you set it up with DigitalOcean, it's running within something called Caddy. So it's a different thing here. So I'm just going to type in Docker PS. All right. So Docker PS, and you'll see it there. Okay. Let me see if I can increase the text here a bit. Docker PS. So I'm going to hit enter. All right. And there you have it. It's actually showing you that this here is the name of your Docker system. All right. So that's an important one there. In this case here, it's n8n docker, sorry, n8n dash docker dash caddy dash n8n dash 1. All right. So now that I have that, I can access my Docker using this command here. All right. And that is docker exec as an execute dash it dash dash user root, and then the name of my actual, Docker implementation there, which is n8n dash docker dash caddy dash n8n dash 1, and then the letters sh. All right. So you're going to type that in and hit enter. Okay. Now, if I go back to that image that I was showing you earlier, right here, we are now within this Docker implementation. All right. So that's where we're in. So now we could start adding in our programs and our systems. In this case here, we want to install ffmpeg into our Docker system so that we can access it within our n8n. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right. And now you're going to type in apk space update space n8n space apk space add space ffmpeg, and then you're going to hit enter. All right. So this is going to do the updates. It's going to install ffmpeg onto your system. All right. Now this is successfully installed on your actual n8n Docker implementation. We're now going to go back to n8n and we're going to type in a command to see what version of ffmpeg we have. All right. So here we are. And we're going to go back into our execute command here, and we're going to type the following in: ffmpeg dash version. And all I have to do is hit test setup. And there it is. Okay. It shows me the version of ffmpeg, and you now have successfully installed ffmpeg on your n8n installation. And so now you're probably wondering, well, what can we do with ffmpeg? All right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to actually set up a Google Drive, and we're going to now loop through a whole bunch of images, and then we're going to connect them all together and create a nice little video slideshow of those images. Here we are on my main system where I already have this set up. And here in this Google Drive node for searching for files, we're looking for file folder. We're going to be using search, looking for a folder name. We're looking for star.star, which is everything. And then we're adding a filter here. And in the from list, okay, the filter is going to be type folder. Okay, so add the filter, type folder. And then in the from list, you're going to click on the drop down and you're going to search for that folder you just made. In our case, it's n8n test. All right, so I'm going to show you how that works. I'm going to click on test step here, and there it is. It's picked up all 4 of the images. All right, so now we're going to be doing a loop through, and I'm just going to show you kind of how this works here. All right, so in this case here, I'm looping through all of those images. Okay, so on each image, what I do is first I actually go and I download the image via the Google Drive. All right, I then extract the data from it, so I get the actual binary format, and I also get the field information, such as the name of the actual file. Then I finalize a file because I have to actually bring it together so that I can actually name it something. In this case here, it's going to be named image something. Because what's going to happen is later inside of ffmpeg, we're going to need a sequential piece of data. That's why I actually do this. And I actually create that sequential piece of data right here when I read or write to the actual files themselves. And this is where I actually do a run index, where I'm constantly just adding it up, and I'm creating something called file 0, file 1, file 2, file 3, and so on. And it'll run through that. And when it's done, it's going to come here and execute command, which is the ffmpeg command here. And then finally, it's going to output an MP4 file of all of that. All right, let's give it a shot. There it is, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's generating the video. And what do we have here? Look at this. Boom, let's take a look. Look at that. There you go. All right, nice. Okay. So now we could generate any little slideshow, simply using any of the stuff that goes into my folder here. And there you have it. Listen, if you want to do this again, all you have to do is go right back into your server. So let me just show you how that works. Okay, now you're inside of there. You're going to type in ls because all your files will be generated there, including your MP4. What you're going to do is you're going to type in rm star dot star. So rm space star dot star, which means remove everything. All right. And now you can do this again. So if I add another image, so let me just add another one. There we go. I just added another image inside of there. So now I should have 5 images. So if I rerun this now again, so I just hit that, I rerun this entire flow all over again, I should see now the 5 actual images. There we go. It's generating the video. All right. It's really neat that it does this. Okay. And I just updated it. You know, imagine creating a video that fast. And now I click on view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So now you can do that. So go ahead, give that a shot. And if you want to, get access to this and many other neat flows and tutorials and training, please come on out and check out my school community. Well, there you have it. You learned how to use the execute command node and use it with n8n. I hope you enjoy this video, and please do come on out to my school community where I teach you how to use AI and automation inside of your day-to-day lives. This is Solomon Christ. Until next time, I'll see you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? This is Solomon Christ here with another video. This time it's part 2 of the Comfy UI tutorial. In this case here, we're going to be using RunPod. That's right, we're actually going to be setting up a GPU in the cloud.
Coming up next.
This is the price of the H100. This is NVIDIA's, graphics chip. There you go. Look at that, olive oil. Now the olive oil needs a little bit of help. Comfy UI working via RunPod inside of our n8n. So if you're excited, let's dive right in. All right. So as we get started right now, there's a few concepts that we need to, kind of understand before we can actually dive right in. First and foremost, when we're actually using RunPod, it's a little bit different than doing it, Comfy UI on the local system. If you remember here, Comfy UI before on the local system was literally, you just set it up, you get a port number, and you can now use Comfy UI and, access it via n8n. That's all great, but many times, our servers are just not that fast or capable. Even with my system here, I've got, a good 64 gigs of RAM, and I've got, an okay graphics card. It's not the greatest or anything like that. But there's times where I really need to, push things to the next level. Or there's times where a brand new model has come out that requires a lot more graphics power. And some of these graphics cards cost up to $50,000. I'm not joking. I'm going to show you the prices because a lot of you won't believe me. So here we go. This is the price of the H100. This is NVIDIA's, graphics chip. All right. That's $25,000 to $35,000 or $40,000 for these chips. Now, I don't know about you, but most people don't have 40 grand lying around just to get this chip. And on top of that, the amount of power and energy requirements to use that chip, just to even get something going, it is incredible. And so how do we actually access, the computing power and level of these chips without breaking the bank? That's where RunPod comes in and services like RunPod. And so what RunPod does, and we can go to runpod.io. There we go. RunPod gives us access to all these chips, but for a fraction of the cost. As you can see, I can use H100s here for like $2 an hour. I can use some of the latest chips here for up to $6 an hour. So this really opens up a lot of, opportunity for those who want to be able to access these higher end chips and maybe even try out some of the new graphics opportunities from Hugging Face that are coming out every single day. Such as you can see this one here, this has been downloaded over 5.3 million times. This is WAN 2.2 with Comfy UI. All right. So imagine now, and you've also got WAN 2.1 with Comfy UI, and these are video models here. And as you could see, you can generate some really, really neat things all with, these models here. So this is just an example of some of the things that you could actually generate with this specific model. This is an example of one model with the WAN. I believe this is 2.2 here. And so there are many, many other models and many other things that can be done. Another website that a lot of people, have been starting to use is LM Arena. And it allows you to battle between models, some of them top secret models that have not even come out yet.
and allows you to kind of like gauge them against each other. All right, so now that we've actually understood, why we're using Comfy UI and, all the different types of models that we could actually do and, the flexibility it gives us, we want to be able to access these higher end chips for speed, for even usage of some of these models here that we may not be capable of. And so RunPod gives us that opportunity. And as I showed you, the pricing is there and it allows us to, test out different models on different systems. Now, to set up RunPod, we have to think a little bit differently. So RunPod is going to be split up into two specific parts. You've actually got the system that is going to be used. And so that could be, some form of computer. And that computer, it could be something that has, the H100 chips, all right, or whatever chips that you need. That is going to be the one that's actually under the hood running all of your Comfy UI and your Comfy UI data and everything inside of there. Then you have the actual models and the Comfy UI technology or the software itself. That lives on another place called the hard drive or the volume. All right, so that there is all of this here. As you can see, I'm actually kind of like connecting this up. So the Comfy UI database, the actual software, the actual, AI models that you've downloaded, and even your actual generated data. That's all going to be living on some form of hard drive known as a virtual volume. So what we need to do is we need to actually set up those two specific things inside of RunPod itself. Then from there, our RunPod is set up, but then we need n8n, which is another system, to be able to access via the cloud our RunPod instance and then actually do something with the Comfy UI. And the next major challenge is once we do get that all set up, I don't want to keep that thing on all the time. I just want to generate my images and shut everything off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about you, but I still don't want to be spending about $40,000 in a year for, a server or for a graphics chip, especially if I'm not using it all the time. And so the nice capability is when we're able to turn off the system, we don't have to worry about our data being lost because that's a different computer or volume that is hosting that data. Whereas the actual computer that's running the actual data or that hard drive is a different system on RunPod. All right, so I want to be able to shut off that system at any time after I've generated the images and then only turn it on or choose a completely different chip, a completely different NVIDIA chip or, graphics card for a different form of generation, but keeping the same Comfy UI. And maybe I download a different model, but everything is done on that volume, but a different chip or a different set of graphics cards and memory are running that. All right, so let's dive in. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go over to RunPod itself, so runpod.io. And there is a link, an affiliate link, okay, as you can see this. Now, the reason why I'm actually pushing the affiliate link is that when you sign up using that affiliate link, you get a random credit between $5 to $500 when you set this account up. And so do I, which is nice. All right, I actually get, a commission as well. But the point is, though, you're actually going to get more money. So it's great for you. Now, here's the biggest key. Every single time you set up an actual RunPod account, you still need to put $10 in it. That goes for everybody who's going to be using RunPod in any way, shape, or form. So regardless, if you're going to spend $10, might as well get additional credits absolutely for free just for clicking a link. So here is my actual link here, and I'll actually use it here. And as you can see, it says that you've unlocked a bonus between $5 to $500. All right. And that's my referral link right there. It's 7241NBM2. And as you can see, you've got the sign up without the bonus or the sign up with the reward as well. So that's totally up to you. And once you actually follow through with everything, don't create any pods or anything. I know it's going to ask you for that. Skip over that. And we want to come right to the actual dashboard because we have some setup to do. All right, so here we are in our system here. And when we actually go to the home page here, you should see like a whole bunch of stuff. Right now, what we need to do is we need to go back to our image here. And you can see the first thing that we want to set up is our volume. That's going to be the thing that holds all of our data and information. That includes Comfy UI, it includes the models, it includes all of our image and video generations. So that requires a volume or a hard drive somewhere on the internet inside of RunPod. So that's what we're going to do first. It's called creating a volume. So on the RunPod homepage, you're going to go all the way to the left
and you're going to go down to manage and storage. Now I've already got one set up, but I'm going to set this up manually again so you can watch me as I go through the process. Let's go ahead and click on new network volume. And now you're going to choose a location that can access, many of these different graphics cards. Now, some places may not be able to access everything. As you can see here, I'm right now inside of the US California server, and I get access to, these chips here. But if I want to access even more, well, different servers and different locations are going to have different accesses to different chips. Now, specifically, the chip that we're going to be using is the RTX 4090, but you could choose any other ones. However, the RTX 4090 is one that I recommend. It's got a good price to graphics ratio, but of course you can go all the way up to the H100s if you like. And as you can see here, this one is in Montreal, Canada, and you could access even these higher end ones. And now once you've selected a place or location based on the chips you want to try and use, you want to give this volume a name. So I'm going to call this here Comfy UI Data Tutorial. All right. And as you can see, this is 70 cents per month. However, we need a lot more gigabytes of storage. So I recommend about 100 gigabytes. That's about $7 a month, or about 7 cents per gigabyte. And that kind of will get you up and running with a proper Comfy UI installation. Can you do it with 50 gigabytes? Sure, you can. You can do it for half the price. I've set up some of those before. But I would recommend, if you're just starting out, this is your first time, do the 100 gigs, and it's about $7 a month. That'll get you up and running and keeps your data. And $7 a month is actually relatively really low in price, especially for what we're doing here. So after you click on create network volume, you're going to see the actual network storage here. Now we want to start creating a pod. Now I could do that through the storage and clicking the actual network storage here. I can also go to pods and create a pod here as well. But then I need to make sure that I select the network storage in the list here. So let's do it through the storage button there. And what we're going to do is we're going to click on the Comfy UI Data Tutorial one that we just created. And at the top right here, it says Deploy Pod with Volume. So let's go ahead and click on that. And now make sure you're inside of Secure Cloud. Okay, that's going to be important. And then after that, make sure that your actual volume is the one that you created. In this case, it's Comfy UI Data Tutorial. Now we're going to select our chip. In this case here, we're going to be selecting the RTX 4090. It's about 59 cents per hour. And from there now, we have to actually choose a template. Now there's a lot of Comfy UI templates. Some will work better than others. I found that with my testing, some just take too long to even download. So if you're in that situation where you're like, you know what, I've got a big download and I really need to, set this up, you could start off with a, lower price chip if it's available. And, once you set everything up, then you can always come back and restart a brand new, actual server with maybe something like an RTX 4090 where you're paying a little bit more, but, everything is set up. And now for the actual template, we're going to change it here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use WAN 2.1. And we're going to be using this 12V Comfy UI Torch 2.8 edition here. And once you've got that all set up, go ahead and click on deploy. So at this point, it's setting everything up. So go ahead, take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back when everything is done. Now, coming back to the image, this entire setup, we just have to do it once for, every volume that we're actually setting up. So every time we're setting up a new Comfy UI, that's when it's going to take some time. But once it's set up, we don't need to do the Comfy UI setup again. All we got to do is just choose a different server, and we're good to go. So that's the nice thing here. So the first time around, it's going to take some time to set up. But after that, we just choose any chip, any server that we want, and we'll be up and running very, very fast. Now, sometimes, depending on the Comfy UI system you set up, there'll be some additional instructions. So when you actually click into your actual pod here, you'll see a template README, and you can follow along just in case there's some additional stuff you need to do. But in this case here, all we have to do is literally just wait for Comfy UI to actually be connected. So just sit there and wait a little bit, and in the connect section here, you'll see it say ready when it's done. All right, so when everything is done, you'll see the status change to ready. Let's go ahead and click on the Comfy UI link. All right, congratulations. We now have Comfy UI running on our own server via RunPod, and we are now ready to dive in. So to start off, let's go ahead and hit the X button here. And on the left side, you're going to see workflows. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you're going to see this WAN workflow here, WAN.json. Go ahead and select that one there, and then click on workflows again. And now we can actually move around inside of this. Specifically down here, in order to get this, tested,
we've got a few actual items that we have to do first. Number one, we have to actually, change some of the text here for the video positive and negative prompts. Number two, we have to also choose a file to upload. So we need some form of image. Number three, we want to make sure specifically for this one here, as we're doing a tutorial video, we don't want to increase the frame rate and resolution, or else that'll just take additional time. So let's start off with this one here. So go ahead and click on this actual link here with the left mouse. Just click and drag up, then let go. And it's going to show you, a little drop down there. Go ahead and click outside of that. All right, there we go. And now let's go ahead and let's actually upload an image. I've chosen one with eggs and toast and breakfast. So there we go. And now let's go ahead and change our positive and negative prompts here. So I've got there a restaurant advertisement for breakfast, eggs and toast. I'm going to remove all the negative prompts there. And let's go ahead and actually click on the run button over here and run this model. Now, as you can see, we're going to see the green outline on any of the nodes it's going to. And at the top here inside of the tab, we're going to see the progress bar. Right now it's at 0%. So it'll keep increasing as it moves through the entire flow. So on the left side, you're going to see a Q button. Go ahead and click on that. Now, this is going to be important as we connect up n8n. We're going to see this queue mode showing us what's actually going on. So while this is actually running, we can actually see the server information. So if you go back to your pods and run pod, you could see the memories being used right here. So you could see that something's going on. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and save this actual workflow. At the top left here, just click on the comfy icon here, and then go ahead and click on File and Save. Now we need to actually get this workflow in order to use it in n8n. So for this next step, let's go ahead and click on the comfy logo again. This time we're going to click on File, and we're going to click on Export API. It's important that you use the API one. And go ahead and click on that there. And keep the name as WAN, that's fine. Click on Confirm. And now we should be able to open up that WAN.json file inside of a notepad or some text editor. And if we look through this JSON here, you can actually see right here the text that actually put in. So restaurant advertisement for breakfast, eggs, and toast. This is going to be important in n8n because we want to replace this with our own text. And inside of here, this is node number 122. And as you can see, we've got this image here. So that's going to be another one that we're going to be using to actually replace inside of our n8n workflow. For now, let's minimize that and let's come back to our generation. And there we go. As you can see, the video generation is pretty darn good. I am like really, floored here. And you can actually open the preview here and take a look. Like, that was from an image. That was just a few seconds of video. And it looks exactly like what we actually uploaded here from the actual image there. All right, so that's the power of Comfy UI, of what you can do. But now we want to do this in n8n. So let's go ahead into our n8n and let's set up a workflow. So here we are inside of n8n, and I've created a new workflow. I've called it Comfy UI Run Pod Tutorial. So let's go ahead and add a few nodes. Let's start off with a chat trigger. Okay, there it is, a chat trigger. And inside of this one, we want to be able to allow file uploads. So go ahead and click on that and make sure that you toggle this on. Now come on over here. So let's go ahead and add the Comfy UI node here. So click on plus, type in Comfy UI. All right, and find the single image to video. Go ahead and click on add to workflow. So go ahead and hit the drop down, click on create new credential. And now we're going to go to our Comfy UI and just copy this entire URL here. We're going to paste that in. But very important, make sure you remove the ending slash, all right, or else it's not going to work. And you could delete the API key. Go ahead, hit save. All right, everything's good. Now we need to get the workflow. So inside of this workflow, as you saw, we've got several different areas. Specifically, our text here, we're going to be replacing that. And I believe it is node number 122 here, which takes the file. So let's go ahead and hit Control A, copy that, Control C. And now let's paste this into our workflow here. And now what we need to do is we need to change this image input type to binary. And we know that data is coming in, but we really don't know what it is yet. So let's go ahead and save this. And now let's go ahead and chat. And let's just send a test chat message just so that we can get the information. All right, perfect. Let's connect that up. All right, so now we have the information. As you can see, it's data 0, not data. So let's go ahead and change that to data 0. And let's go ahead and hit JSON. And we want to get this information here from the chat input. So let's click on expression here inside of the workflow. Open this up. And we want to change this text here to our chat input text.
Okay. And right here where it says image node ID, let's change that to 122. And we get that from here when we go down. As you can see, the node that is actually doing the image uploads or actually doing the image right here is 122. And so that's how we know, what to put there. I like to put also another thing, which is, data 0. That's up to you, but I'm going to put that inside of here as well, data 0. All right, let's go ahead and save that. And now let's try this properly. So let's go ahead and add an image, and let's describe this image here. Specifically, it is, once again, another breakfast item. This is 3 eggs on toast and avocado. Let's make a nice little video with some olive oil being drizzled on it. All right, there we go. So as you can see now, it's working. And over here, you can see inside of our queue, it's running. So now this is actually working through n8n now. And that is really nice. We can actually now create any workflows we want. So let's take a look here and let's see if it actually creates an advertisement with olive oil. So let's come back in about 5 minutes when it's done. There you go. Look at that, olive oil. Now the olive oil needs a little bit of help, but as you can see, I mean, the fact that it actually did that, it's pretty cool. So, we're all set up now and we've got Comfy UI working via RunPod inside of our n8n. How awesome is that? So congratulations on coming this far. I know that was a little bit more of a challenging tutorial, but a very important one, especially at the fact that now you could choose any chip that you want, no matter if it's a $50,000 chip or even, a couple $100. The point is you now have the opportunity to use the latest models on the latest, graphics cards anywhere, anytime. And of course, now you can connect it all up to n8n, and that is really powerful. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. It's an incredible one. Once again, Comfy UI Part 2. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already, please join my school community and make sure you join the n8n community as well. I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Solomon Christ here, and welcome to the second level of the AI Foundations course. In this program, you're going to be learning all of the basics of AI and automation, and specifically in this one, we're going to be diving deep into n8n. So let's not waste any more time. Let's dive right in. So welcome to the Foundations of AI and Automation, Level 2. All right, we're going to be working hard in setting up n8n. We're going to be doing a lot of different things inside of this entire program. And it's going to require you to spend some time and actually do some work. This course is designed to empower you with the skills of a proficient automation engineer. That's right. We want to make you into an automation professional, all right, when it comes to using AI and these new technologies. And that too, without having to go through an entire degree program. And there is going to be a lot of degree programs out there and a lot of stuff. But the hope is that, in this program here, you'll at least get your hands onto the basics and walk away with this with, the confidence that you need to actually take on automation projects on your own. The focus of this course is to build a structured program for n8n so that at least at the end of the day, when you're diving into this, you actually have a step-by-step way to do these things. You're going to be learning the basics of n8n and AI automation. Then we're going to be actually diving into actually building out a spreadsheet system where you're going to see how we actually take data from a spreadsheet and then after that process it and go back and forth using AI. And then afterwards diving deep into the n8n actual courses where you can actually earn badges as well. So now before we get started, some of the things that you're going to require is, number one, you're going to need to have a Google email. So if you don't have that, I recommend go and get one. This entire course is based on using the Google services because they're free. Next, you're going to need an OpenAI key. To do that, you actually have to go to OpenAI and set this up. I'm going to walk you through those steps, but you're going to have to pay something, and it's usually like $5 or $10. Now, if you're lucky, you might get some additional free credit, so that might help you out, but you do need to have that because that's the only way we're going to be able to use the AI from ChatGPT and OpenAI. And next, we're going to be setting up a DigitalOcean account. Now, if you don't have an account, I recommend going down below and just clicking on the link. It is an affiliate link, so I do get something from it. At the same time, though, it gives you up to $200 worth of credit with DigitalOcean. So not a bad deal. You get some money to use DigitalOcean, and I get some affiliate fees as well. in the form of credits, so then I can use more DigitalOcean as well. So everyone kind of wins there. But the idea here is that you've got that set up because we're going to be creating a server for n8n. In this program, you're also going to be learning how to effectively integrate AI tools like OpenAI into your automation workflows, mastering the Splat framework for creating automations and thinking like an automator. And you're also going to be gaining proficiency with essential nodes for controlling logic and handling data, as well as, completing the official n8n courses to earn verifiable badges and demonstrate proficiency. So this is a comprehensive course. It really is. There's a lot that's inside of here, and it's going to take you several hours just to even go through, not even, talking about actually doing this yourself. I mean, it's going to take you time to think through this, to actually do the exercises and do the work. So I recommend you take, your time to do this, and maybe you take a weekend to actually just go through this and actually set this up. It is so important that you do the work because, listen, as much as I see so many people just copying and pasting automations, or they found something online and then they don't know how to use it, it hurts me because it's like, I know that you could do this because I did it too. I was in your exact position, at the beginning, and it was just like, I need to do this. And so the same thing, you can do this as well. You have to dive in, you got to do the work, and you're only going to get out of it what you put into it. Now, we're going to be starting off by setting up n8n, and there are, 3 different methods that we're actually going to show in this program on how to actually set n8n up. We're going to go over setting up n8n on the cloud, right? So their system, so n8n cloud. We're going to be going over setting up a VPS, or a virtual private server, using DigitalOcean. We're also going to be going over, local setup, and that's on your actual computer itself. And so that's going to be the 3 main ways that you're going to be setting up n8n. And you could choose each method for a different use case. There's so many different reasons on why you want to set these things up. The easiest and fastest method, though, if you just want to get right in, is going for n8n Cloud, and that's their own system. And you just create an account and you're up and running. Next, we're going to be diving into the fundamentals of n8n. That's navigating the interface, understanding core components, creating automation workflows, and actually doing that because that's a big, big part of it, and how to set up your credentials, because without the credentials, well, a lot of these apps just won't work. After that, we're going to dive into the thought process behind actually creating workflows, and we're going to be going over a framework that I, came up with called Splat. And it's just a way to kind of think through the entire process of creating automations. Then we're going to dive into some of the more important points of n8n where you do really need to know this, and that is JSON and JavaScript. They will give you additional powers to, really get the most out of n8n. Then we dive into sub-workflows and modularity, as well as design patterns and tips for that. Now, I'm coming from a software background, so for me, finding systems and methods has always been the key, and you're going to see that inside of this course as well. One of the key projects that we're going to dive into in this course is a spreadsheet data processor. It's a practical application focusing on concepts and real-world problem solving. Listen, I'm sure you've seen a lot of the, YouTube videos out there that are all about looking cool and making all kinds of fancy stuff with n8n, and absolutely you could do that. But when it comes to actually working with clients and, really getting your hands ready for n8n and the stuff that you're going to do, it's a lot of data processing. That's what AI's superpower is taking a lot of data and then being able to use that data to do something. And finally, we're going to dive into actually getting community badges. That's right. You're going to be going over the level 1 and level 2 official n8n courses, and we're going to try and get you guys the badges. And we're going to get you to, join the communities and actually take part inside of there. In this course here, we're not here to give you all the answers. You really need to do the work. And so you're going to see that I'm going to be changing around some of the data and information because honestly, you still need to do the work. And I think it's going to be more of a disservice if I showed you all of the exact answers that you're going to go put in and then everyone just gets a badge. So what's going to happen here is that I'm going to show you similar projects or similar items. So when we actually talk about, some of the problems that they show inside of the official level 1 course or the level 2 courses, I'm going to show you kind of like how that works. But I'm going to be using different data and different information so that even if you try to go and put those inside of the form, it just won't work. The goal here is that you understand the concepts. Yes, you're going to see pretty much the same flow, but the information is going to be changed so that, you go out there and you do this yourself on your own n8n
and you get those badges officially. But the nice thing is you can actually kind of think through it and understand how some of these problems work and how we can actually solve them. So the n8n ecosystem, it's got a lot of resources right now to support you and more coming along the way. Now, this course emphasizes the importance of engaging with the vibrant global community of n8n. There is so many people behind the movement of n8n, and it's constantly growing. So I'm going to guide you through a tour of essential resources that will help you as you start your journey in n8n and automation. The first link that you want to get is n8n.io. This is the main n8n website, and this is where you can come to get, all the latest updates and information about n8n and what's going on. But it's really important to have this bookmarked, all right? Because this is the starting place, and this is where everything that you're going to need is going to be here. So definitely have this bookmarked. This is the main n8n website. Now, over here on the n8n website, you're going to see this here called Community. And that's exactly where you want to go next, the Community Forums. So you can either click on the Community and Forum link here, or you could type in community.n8n.io, and you'll go to the same place. Now, if it's your first time on the community website, I highly recommend you sign up. And in fact, for this course, you're going to need to do that. So first, go ahead and you can actually click on this cookies toolbar here, and you want to click on the sign up button here. After that, enter your email, your username, and information. This is what you're going to use to identify yourself in the entire community. As you can see, mine is Solomon Christ. And I've got a lot of different badges and, all kinds of different power-ups. So it's really nice, and they gamify the whole entire experience. The next area is the Discord server. So if you've never heard of Discord, Discord is a chat application that is generally used in the gaming industry, but now it has become a really big, area that a lot of, software companies and developers and a lot of people who like to engage will usually go to. And, it's either this or Slack. So if you've heard of Slack before and you've used that or any chat application, Discord is one of them, and it's one of the biggest ones nowadays. So go ahead and click on Discord here, and it's going to take you to the Discord webpage. And here we are in the n8n Discord server. That's right. The n8n Discord has a lot of different channels here, and a lot of the community comes here, and they all like to discuss everything when it comes to n8n, AI, and automations. And you even have some of the n8n team there as well. In fact, all of the n8n team is on Discord. And so you can actually, talk to people and get the help that you need. All right. So it's really important that you have access to the n8n Discord, because we're going to need it as we come back to, doing our courses to get our badges. The next area is the community documentation. So if you click on docs and you click on documentation, all right, or you could actually go to docs.n8n.io. Definitely want to bookmark this as well. There you go. All right, because this is going to be so important, because you're going to be going to this all the time as you're actually doing automations, and you're going to be learning different things along the way, and you're going to say, how do I use that node, or how do I do that thing? And usually it's going to be inside of the n8n documents, that you're going to find a lot of your answers. And finally, we're going to be going to the integration site here. So inside of n8n's main website, you're going to go down to integrations, and that is going to be your list of every node that they currently support. All right, so this is huge, and to have this entire list and be able to kind of see what's available, this is going to be very helpful. So if you're not sure about a node, or you're like, hey, you know what, does n8n support this? Well, this is a great place. So I could just type in, for example, let's say Google, items or Google Sheets, and it's going to show you all the Google integrated nodes that they have available. So engaging with this, community and ecosystem, it transforms you from a user to a contributor. And that allows you to, stay updated with the latest news and information, but also get involved, inside of the n8n overall community. So now we're at the point of actually setting up n8n and multiple different options. So we're going to start off with n8n Cloud, and we're going to go over the step-by-step procedures to actually set that up and create an account. So the n8n Cloud is the fastest way to get started with n8n. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to first go to the n8n website, then we're going to create an account, and then within moments, it should be ready to use. So let's actually go ahead and do that, and I'm going to take you through it step by step. All right, so here we are on n8n.io, and I'm going to basically click on Getting Started up here. And now we're going to actually type in our name and information. So I'm going to type in my name here. So there we go. And so that's what I'm going to have there. And you want to keep up with constant improvements through our newsletter. So yeah, I'd recommend joining the newsletter. It's going to help you to kind of go over everything there. And you get to start a 14-day free trial. So go ahead, click on that. Okay, and it's going to ask you the size of your company. Chances are you're just starting out, so it's probably only me. What team are you on? Well, I could be any of these here. I'll just put that I am the owner. Sure. What best describes your company? I am an automation agency. Sure. There we go. And which of these do you feel comfortable doing? Writing JavaScript, using SQL, configuring API, using regex, setting up a webhook. I could do all of these things. Cool. All right. Here we go. How did you hear about this? It was from Solomon Christ. There we go. Solomon Christ. There you go. Go ahead. Type it in. That'll be great. They'll be like, oh my goodness, Solomon's doing all kinds of like stuff. There we go. All right. Hit OK. And who are you creating this account for? For me personally. There we go. Hit submit. All right. So now I can invite team members to my workspace if I want to. For now, I'm just going to skip this here. There we go. All right. And there's Max. And he is known as the original flowgrammer. All right. He's really great. And he's actually a big part of the n8n community. And he's part of the n8n team. But let's go ahead and click on Start Automating there. And as you can see, we're ready to go. That's it. That's all it takes to get up and running in n8n via the cloud. It is the fastest method to get up and running. Okay, so now for our second way of getting up and running, we're going to be using DigitalOcean. Now, DigitalOcean is known as a VPS or a virtual private server system, all right? And it's a common choice for a lot of people to actually get up and running using what we call Docker. And so there are certain images that are online. This is like a fancy term if you've never heard of it. But basically, the idea here is that, you're going to have your own server that you could control. Now, it is a little bit more of an intermediate sort of, setup. So I'm going to walk you through that. If you don't know what's going on, I would recommend just going back to the simple version and just setting up on n8n Cloud, and you'll be up and running. But if you want to actually take the time to actually go and set up a DigitalOcean account and go through the steps, I'm going to walk you through that right now. Click on the link below because that one actually has an actual $200 coupon. It's an affiliate link, so I also get a little bit of DigitalOcean credits as well. And so at the end of the day, it's going to help both of us out. But hey, you get a $200 credit, and many of these servers are just starting off at $6 US a month. So that could actually save you a lot of money, and yeah, pretty much make it nearly free to use for a little bit. So the steps that we want to follow are, first we're going to sign up at DigitalOcean.com. Then we're going to create a droplet using something called Ubuntu, and that's a type of Linux, and we're going to set it up. From there, we're going to be accessing our server either via their console or SSH. And then finally, we're going to follow the installation steps. Now, it does require that you have a domain name because we're going to actually create a subdomain under that domain name, which will be for your n8n system. All right, so let's dive right into that. Now, if it's your first time using DigitalOcean, if you go to the link that I sent you, you're going to get the $200 credit. I'll show you that in a bit. But right now, if you're not even using that, this is what you'll see first. So you want to click on sign up to actually sign up for an account. It's probably going to ask you for a credit card. As I said earlier, this is a requirement if you're setting up the virtual private server edition. Now, if you use the link, which I actually put in the bottom there, what's going to happen is you're going to get this actual sign up here, which shows you a $200 credit. All right, so you get that there. You actually get a nice little bonus. So you'd sign up, you get a $200 credit and 60-day credit to try the products. Spend $25 after your credit expires, and whoever referred you will also get $25 in credit. So that's how it works. All right, so I actually get $25 in credit if you actually spend any more afterwards. And so it's kind of like this nice little bonus. But regardless, the point is at the end of the day, you get a $200 credit to try this stuff out. And that's the goal here is that, it saves you a little bit of money. All right. So up to you, whichever way you want to go. But the point is you want to sign up for DigitalOcean. So once you get into DigitalOcean, you're going to see this setup here. What you want to do is you want to go to the green create button here. And then you want to click on droplets. All right. So from there, what's going to happen is you're going to choose a server location that's close to you or close enough to you. All right. So I'm down in, let's say, Los Angeles area. San Francisco is the closest. So it's kind of like, you want to actually find a place that server is going to be able to, give you the fastest speed. Now, if I chose someplace like, let's say, Singapore or, Sydney, Australia, well, then that might actually be a lot longer for my actual server to respond. And you also want to think about where your clients and customers are. Now, in this case here, if you're just learning, well, then keep it close to you. But if you're actually building for a client, well, think about where they are, and that's where you want to actually set up that server. All right, so I've chosen the San Francisco server. And now I want to actually go into my marketplace here. And this is where I'm going to be typing in n8n. So n8n, and you're going to see this here. Just click on that. And there we go. That's the image. It's on Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. And now this is where we can actually set up the server. If you want the most basic server, it's $6 a month. And it's got 1 gig of RAM, 25 gig hard drive, and 1 terabyte of transfer. For your learning, that is more than enough. But if you're actually working with customers, you may actually want to go up to something which has more memory, like a premium Intel or a premium AMD, and you might be looking at a 2 gig of RAM. And so in that case there, I'd actually opt for either this one here for $12 a month, or I'd go up to about $14 to $16 a month for the premium Intel or premium AMD, because that RAM is going to help you, especially if you do localized AI, where you're setting up, Olama, for example, and you want that to actually run on the actual, n8n server. All right. But for now, we're going to start off with a $6 server to get everything up and running. All right. So now you're going to choose a password. This is going to be for your root user. Okay. So I'm just going to use something here. All right. And then you want to put in your host name here. I'm just going to put in n8n training. And then my tags here, this is n8n. And then over here for the tags, I just put in n8n. You can put anything you want. And at the bottom right here, when you're ready to go, you're going to click on create droplet. Now this process does take some time, so give it about 5-10 minutes as the server actually, gets loaded up. And once it's done, go ahead and click on that new server that you created, and you should see this page here. So now at this point, you need an actual domain name, and we actually need it to actually have a subdomain which points to this IP address. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And now we're going to go into our main domain name. All right. So in this case here, you're going to go into the DNS section of your domain. Now, if you're using GoDaddy, you're going to find that DNS section as well. I'm using DreamHost. And what you're going to be doing is you're going to be adding something called an A record. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click on add a record. And then from here in the host name, I'm going to type in what this is. So for me, this is n8n training, all right, .solomonchrist.com, and it points to, well, now you're going to paste the IP address. So let's go back into our DigitalOcean, copy that, and then come over here and paste that in. And so now I've got the IP address here, and now all I have to do is click on add record. And it's going to take about 10-15 minutes to propagate, so give it that time to actually do that, and we'll be able to go on to the next step after that. All right, so once that's done, we're going to go into our console here. So I can click on console at this point, just like that, and it'll actually open up a console view here. And that brings us to this actual point here where now I'm in my n8n server. So I'm going to go ahead and it's going to ask me these questions here. So the subdomain that I had just set up was n8n training. So n8n training is what I'm going to put inside of here. And then you're going to type in your main domain name. In my case, it is solomonchrist.com, just like that. And now it's going to ask me for an email address. So I'm going to put that in, solomon@solomonchrist.com. There we go. And now it's asking me if I'd like to configure a time zone. So I'm going to hit yes for time zone. And I'm going to change this to Americas by hitting the number 2. Then I'm going to type in 49 for United States. Then I'm going to type in 21 for Pacific. And then afterwards, I'm going to hit 1, which is yes. And there we go. So now it's actually going to be pulling in several different items, specifically Caddy, which is going to be used to actually, help run the n8n system. It's also downloading n8n. Now, if you actually watch some of my other tutorials, I actually go even deeper on how this entire system is working using something called Docker. And as you can see, the Docker composed YAML file. All right, so we dive in deep and we actually, add in additional things like FFmpeg and so on and so forth. All right, so once that's done, it's actually going to show you the URL here that you can actually go to set up the next steps. All right, so this is the next part of the setup. So go ahead and copy that. And now when you paste this in a browser window, this is what you're going to see. So now it's time for us to set this up so that you have your own virtual private server. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to type in Solomon at solomonchrist.com. First name is Solomon, last name Christ. Password. So put in a password that you're going to remember. All right. And yeah, sure, you could put in, I want to receive security and product updates. Hit next. All right. Now, another item is it's going to show you this next series of steps. I highly recommend you follow them through because you're going to get a special license key. All right. So watch this. So what best describes your company? So similar questions from what we had on the Claude version there. Which industries does your company, work in? I'm just going to put IT for now. That's fine. Which role best describes you? I am the owner. Who will your automations mainly be for? Myself. How big is your company? If you're just starting out, it's just yourself. So less than 20 people. How did you hear about n8n? And you're going to put other, and you're going to type in Solomon Christ. Solomon Christ. There we go. The n8n team could see all of that. There you go. All right, get started. Okay. So now, get paid features for free forever. So this is what I was talking about. All right. So you want to actually make sure you put your email in because you're going to get a special license key. All right. So there we go. We're going to get a free license key, and I'm going to click on that, and I should see that key come in. Now, as you can see, we've got the same n8n version that's here. Now, we're going to be diving into the interface in just a bit. So first, let's continue going back and actually do the actual setups so you understand all the different ways that you can actually set up n8n. All right. And so inside of your email, you should get this license key next. And so you're just going to copy that, and then you're going to go back into your n8n. And on the bottom left there, you're going to see these 3 dots next to your name. You're going to click on settings, and then you're going to click on enter activation key. So go ahead and paste that in just like that. There you go. Click on activate. And there you go. So now you actually have a licensed edition, community edition for, your n8n. And there you go. You're now fully set up on your own VPS server with n8n. All right. So that now brings us to the local installation. So the local installation will allow you to actually set up n8n locally on your own computer. So there's a lot of benefits to actually having a local system. First is access to your own local files. All right, so you don't have to worry about exposing them to some online service or it going through the internet. You can actually have it, locally done. It gives you greater control over the execution environment, and you can run a lot of powerful workflows right from your own system. So to do this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using something called the self-hosted AI starter kit. And you can actually find this on n8n's own GitHub. And we're going to follow these steps, step at a time. We're going to download, we're going to extract, we're going to configure, and we're going to run. And we're going to set up n8n on our own local system. So the first thing is we got to go to, github.com/n8n-io. And that's going to take us right to the main n8n GitHub page. From here, when we go down, you're going to see the self-hosted AI starter kit. And so along with n8n, you're going to be getting several things, including Olama, Quadrant, and of course, some SQL there. What we're going to first do is we're going to be cloning this repo. So the assumption is that you have Git on your system. Now, if you don't, you're going to be actually going to, Google and just type in Git install, and you're going to find this first one here for Git. You click on downloads, and it'll allow you to install Git on your system. So once we do that, we want to go onto our actual system and create a folder for n8n that we're going to be using. So in this case here, because I'm teaching you guys, I'm just going to use a temporary folder. But you guys can use any folder that you want as long as you can navigate to it using your command line. So I'm in my C drive here. I'm going to right click here, and I'm going to go to new folder, and I'm going to type in local_n8n. All right, so that kind of gives me an idea of where it is. And so that's what I'm going to access. And now I'm going to do a git clone to this. All right. So now based on this repo, I'm going over the steps for an NVIDIA GPU because that's what I have. Chances are, which GPU you have. All right. So, focus on that one there. If you're using an AMD GPU, then use these steps here. So I'm going to do a run command. So that's CMD. I'm going into my actual console view here. All right, and let's just cd ... into the main area, cd space ... again. So there we go. I'm now in the main. I'm going to type in cd local n8n. That's where it was. So I'm going to hit enter. So I'm going to git clone this entire thing. So first thing that we want to do is just copy that first, command there, which is the git clone command. It's the same in all 3 steps here in any case. So Let's go ahead. I'll just grab it from here because I'm using the NVIDIA version here. So I'm going to copy that. Let's go back to our command line. There we go. Paste that in, hit enter. So now it's actually cloning the entire repo there onto my computer. So now I have to actually do cd self-hosted AI starter kit. So I'm going to just do that. And now it's asking me to copy an environment file. So I'm going to just do cp, all right, .env, .example, and then space .env. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit enter. All right. Now CP is not recognized. All right. So we're going to try copy instead. And so now inside of DOS or, DOS command lines, this will work. If you're not using, the command prompt and you're using bash, that's another way to do this as well. And you're going to get that, which is git bash. So git bash, there it is. All right. So I can now do everything the exact same way I just did there. So it would have been the exact same set of commands, but now I can use the CP commands and so on. All right. So now from here, I'm going to type in Docker compose. Now this is going to fail because I don't have Docker. All right. So watch this. So I'm going to type in Docker. And if I hit enter, you see that it says Docker is not recognized. All right. So as I said, I don't have Docker yet. So we have to go to docker.com and get Docker desktop. So go ahead, and literally go to docker.com and we're going to download Docker desktop for your version of Windows. So you're going to choose one that works for you. And once it's done, go ahead and install Docker desktop. And as you can see, it's doing the entire install. So give it some time. And once it's done, let's come right back and we'll continue. All right. So as you could see, one of the things that is being installed when we set up the Docker, desktop itself on Windows is something called the Windows subsystem for Linux. All right. Basically, we're putting Linux onto our system so that we can actually set up Docker and start using it. So this is specifically for Windows users. If you're using a Mac, it's already got Linux as its, underlying system. So it's a lot easier to go through the Mac system, compared to Windows PC. But we're doing it on Windows so that you can actually, understand how to do this, because guess what? A lot of the business owners that you're going to be working with, chances are they have Windows. All right. So this is going to be very important as you're setting this up. So what's going to happen is when you set up your Docker, you're going to go through the steps. It's going to send you, sign up, email information and all that. You're going to have to restart your computer several times. So that's just kind of how it works. But once you get to this part here, you're going to be able to move on to the next steps. So now coming back to the next steps, we need to do a Docker compose for our specific actual graphics card. So in this case here, I'm using NVIDIA. If you're using an AMD GPU or a graphics card system with AMD, then you want to use this version of Docker. Okay, I'm on an actual NVIDIA system, so I'm going to be using this specific version of Docker when it comes to the command. And now I'm going to type in the actual Docker compose command here. All right, so in this case here, it is Docker compose -- profile GPU NVIDIA up. All right. So usually on our other systems, we would do a Docker compose up, but in our actual local system, we have to do a Docker compose profile GPU NVIDIA up. So it's basically just that extra set of commands here. Go ahead, hit enter, and now it's actually downloading everything. So specifically, the Docker YAML file has additional items such as Olama, Quadrant, and several others on top of the n8n. So let's go ahead and give that some time, and it's going to now set everything up for us. All right, so when everything is done, you should be able to copy and paste this link here. So this is on localhost with port 5678. So I just copied that into a web browser, and as you can see here, localhost with port number 5678, it comes right to this exact same screen. And now I've got n8n, the actual system, running on my local system. There we go. So now I have n8n set up locally on my system. All right. So that is now the third way, and it is a more advanced way, but now I have it locally. All right, so now that brings us to our very first quiz. Okay, so question number 1. What are some helpful n8n resources? Is it the n8n website, n8n documentation, n8n Discord, community forums, and node listing site? Or is it the local newspaper? If you said the n8n website, n8n documentation, n8n Discord, community forums, and node listing site, then you're right. What are 3 ways to install n8n? Is it using spreadsheets, APIs, and digital sound system? or cloud, VPS, and local. If you said cloud, VPS, and local, you're right. What is the fastest way to get started with n8n? Is it n8n Cloud, or is it VPS server via DigitalOcean? If you said n8n Cloud, you're right. If you wanted to set up n8n locally, what would you do? Download the Windows EXE, or download the n8n starter kit from github.com/n8n-io. If you said download the n8n starter kit, you're right. Congratulations, good job. All right, so now we're on to the n8n interface overview. The n8n interface is your control panel for building, managing, and monitoring all of the n8n automations. It's important that you understand these core components because they're essential for creating powerful workflows. In n8n, the left panel is your primary navigation hub. You can access your n8n installation details and system-wide settings. So here it is. This is the left side here. And as you can see, we've got overview, we have personal, and we've got other things as well, including if you click on these three dots, you can actually go to your settings panel. A very important part in the settings area is the version code. This is going to let you know what version of n8n you're running. A lot of times you're going to be probably in these two tabs here, either the overview or the personal. Now, the overview has a lot of additional data, including some statistics that are going to help you along the way. Now, the workflow section allows you to manage and easily access all of your automations. So you're going to have a lot of different automations over time, and they're all going to show up right here. So this is where you're going to come, is this workflows tab. Each workflow in n8n is a series of connected nodes. The next tab is the credentials tab. This is where we're going to be able to connect a lot of different credentials for different services, such as Google Drive, OpenAI, and of course many other services that are available via nodes. And finally, the executions tab shows you all the different executions that have happened already. So every time you run a workflow, that counts as one execution. Now in the workflow section, there's a search box here, and that's really important because over time, you're going to have a lot of workflows and you're going to be searching through all of that. Now, when you're ready to create a workflow, you're going to click on this plus icon here on the left, or you're going to click on create workflow here at the top right. Both of them will do the same thing. So let's go ahead and click on create workflow. And now, as you can see, we are in the main editor window. This is where all of the magic happens. A workflow is a series of nodes, and n8n comes with a lot of them. At any given time, if I want to find out, what nodes are available to me, at the top right over here, there's this plus button. If I click on that, I get a list of every single node available in n8n, and I can actually type in what I'm looking for. So for example, if I'm looking for Google Drive, well, I can actually type in Google, and I get a list of all the different Google nodes available to me, including Google Drive. Now, a quick way to access that actual list of nodes is by hitting the tab key on the keyboard, and I can actually access that very easily, and it's a fast way of getting right to your nodes. Now, you'll notice at the top of the editor window, there's the execution tab again, but that's specific to this specific workflow. And it's important to know that because the execution tab in the main sidebar has all executions for your entire n8n implementation versus a specific workflow, which is what this is here at this point. Now, the workflow canvas is where you actually connect up nodes. And so I can add a simple node here, and I'll just do a manual trigger. And as you can see, every node comes with different forms of messages around it, and something that you can visually see. So for example, every node generally has some basic visual information. Usually, a node will have some form of plus button that shows you that you can attach things to it. In this case here, this is a trigger node, and we could tell that by the nice little lightning icon on the left side. At the bottom of every node is a naming convention for this specific node. In this case here, this is an execute workflow node, and we actually know that because it says execute workflow. And for most nodes, they're usually going to have a little square or gray square here on the left that shows us that it can be connected to by another node. In this case here, this is a Google Drive download file node. And at this specific point, we've got a problem with this node indicated by this little red icon. Now, every time a node has any trouble, you're going to see this pop up. And so all you have to do is double click on this node and it's going to show you what you could do as next steps. Now, above every node, if I hover my mouse over any node, you're going to see three specific icons. The first one here allows you to execute this actual node. And so we'll see that as a play button. The second icon allows you to deactivate this inside of the entire list. So if I click on that, it's no longer going to be called, but it's really helpful if I want to actually, keep this node inside of my entire hierarchy. And this is important when you're actually creating really big workflows and you may not want to go to a certain point there just because you're trying to test things out. It's really good to actually do that. Now I can also click on this node and I can hit the letter D on my keyboard and I can also activate and deactivate this node. The next item is the delete icon, and that will allow me to remove this node from the actual workflow. And for additional items, I can actually click on the three dots and I'll see a list of additional actions that I could take for this node. At the top right, you're going to see a save button. You want to save consistently. You can also alternatively hit the Control S button and there you go. You could save your actual workflow. At the top left here, when you double click on my workflow, you can actually change the name of this workflow. So I'm going to call this test workflow. Just like that, hit enter, and now I've saved it. You can also add tags to your workflow as well. At the top right here, a very important feature is the inactive and active workflow state. So when you're using things in production, you want to change this from inactive to active. And there's going to be times where certain flows will only work in an active state. So it's important to know where that button is. Now at the top right, there's three dots here. This will actually show you a list of additional commands, specifically downloading your entire workflow as a JSON object. You can also import entire workflows using the import from URL or importing from file. In the settings button, I can see additional commands here that I can use on this specific workflow. So now let's dive into setting up our very first workflow. Creating a workflow is a very straightforward process. So first we're going to start off with a trigger node. That's going to start the entire workflow. From there, we're going to add an action node by clicking the plus icon, and we're going to set up an action node, which is going to be known as a set command, which will actually allow us to manipulate the data. And finally, we're going to be able to execute the entire workflow by clicking on the execute workflow button. Now, as you're about to see when we actually dive into actually setting up nodes, every node window has several key elements. The left side is usually the input, or where is the data coming from. The middle is usually the settings. And the third area, the right area, is the output. And we're going to see this in action in just a bit. So here we are now. And as you could see, if I double click on this icon here, I actually have my settings and my output. So when I click anywhere outside of this set of windows, it'll actually exit out, or I can click on the back to canvas icon here, and it'll also take me back to the main canvas. So let's go ahead and add a set node. So go ahead, let's click on the plus button here, and let's type in set, and this is called edit fields or set. And now I can actually click here, and I can actually create something called output, and I could say hello n8n world. There we go. And now if I exit out of this by clicking anywhere outside of these windows, and as you can see, input on the left side, settings in the middle, output on the right side. So I'll exit out of this window, and if I click on the execute workflow command, as you can see, it ran my workflow, and if I double click here, my output says hello n8n world. So this is the general view of most nodes, with an input on the left, a settings area in the middle, and an output on the right. Many times you're going to be manipulating nodes exactly in the same format. Now, as you saw, some nodes have just the settings and an output, and usually those are trigger nodes. Now, to connect your workflows to external applications like Google Sheets, OpenAI, or others, you have to first provide n8n with the necessary permissions. This is handled securely through the credentials section. Now, the reason why we use the credentials section is, number one, of course, it stores our credentials in one place. We can then reuse the same credentials across all kinds of workflows. and we can avoid having to repeatedly enter all this sensitive information like usernames, passwords, or API tokens and keys. Now, one of the tips that you can use along the way is having a consistent naming convention inside of your actual credentials. That's going to help you out, especially as you get into so many different credentials for so many different apps that you're going to be using along the way. So for right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be setting up two specific types of credentials. We're going to be setting up credentials for OpenAI, and we're going to be setting up the Google credentials. We're going to need these in a future step. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to navigate to the credentials section. We're going to add a new credential, and then we're going to follow along as we set up the credentials for Google and for OpenAI. All right, so here we are now. I'm going to click on credentials, and let's start off with Google first. So we're going to assume that you already have a Gmail account. So first, let's click on Add First Credentials by clicking on the credentials section here, and we're going to look for Google. And we're going to start off with Google Drive. So Google Drive OAuth 2 API. So go ahead and click on that and click on Continue. Now over here, you're going to see this window. Now the same window also pops up from Workflows. I'll show you that when we actually go into the OpenAI API setup. So for Google, we have to go a few steps beyond because we're going to need their documentation to understand how to get the client ID and the client secret. So for some nodes, you're going to have to do this, and it requires that specific services information. So let's go ahead here and click on Open Docs. Now over here, you're going to see a lot of information. What we want to do is we want to click on the Google Cloud account. From here, you're going to see this Google window. Now you're going to see up here, start for free or console. Let's go ahead and click on console here. And now it's going to ask us to set this up. Okay. If this is your first time doing this, we're going to follow along. So you're going to choose a country that, your account is from, and you can agree to the terms of service and just agree and continue. Now at this point, you're going to see this. And if you want to get the, $300 in credits, go right ahead. But what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be selecting a project. Then you're going to click on New Project. So now I'm going to give this a project name. I'm going to call this my n8n project. And then I'm going to hit on Create. Perfect. So now that it's created, we want to select that project. So click on Select a Project again. This time you want to select the n8n project that you just created. So now you are in the n8n project section in Google Cloud. Now at the top left, there's this three little lines icon. Click on that. And let's go down to APIs and Services. And specifically, we want to go down to Credentials. Now, once you get to this page here, we want to click on Create Credentials. Specifically, we want to create the OAuth Client ID. So go ahead and click on that, and we're going to see this. Now, you're going to notice that it's going to ask us to configure the consent screen. So let's go ahead and click on Configure Consent Screen now, and then click on Get Started, and then choose an app name. So in this case here, it's n8n project. And then a support email. In this case here, I'm just using my Gmail account. I'm going to hit Next. And we want to click on External. Okay. We're going to be adding our email as a test user. So go ahead, hit Next. Finally, we're going to put in the contact information. And there it is. That's my Gmail. Hit Next. And then make sure that you agree to things. Hit Continue and click on Create. Perfect. So now that this is created, we're going to go back and we're going to go to Audience. And specifically, we need to add a test user. And in this case here, we're going to be adding in the various emails and test users that we want to have. Now, once you've added your test users, these are the ones that are going to be able to have access to this specific key. So now we're going to go back again to the three lines, go to API Services, go to Credentials, and now we're going to click on Create Credentials, OAuth Client ID. Now you should see this screen. Go ahead and click on Web Application. From here, we're going to type in n8n key. And now we need to type in our authorized redirect URIs. Specifically, click on Add URI. And now let's go back into our n8n, and you're going to copy this URI here. This is the URL. So click to copy that and go ahead and paste that in to your authorized redirects, and then click on Create. And you will get your client ID and client secret. So go ahead and copy these two and paste them into your n8n. All right, so after I enter that information, I'm going to click on the little Sign In with Google button. Now, once you select the account and make sure it's one of the same emails that you put in as the users, you're going to click on Continue here. You're going to give it all the permissions and hit continue again, and you should see connection successful. After this, the credentials have been added. There's still one more step in Google. So inside of Google, we want to be able to access additional services. So to do that, we need to type in the various services that we want to access up here. For example, I want to access Drive. So then I type in Drive and you'll see Google Drive API. I'll click on that. I have to click on Enable. Then again, Gmail. So I'll type in Gmail and now I've got the Gmail API. Click on Enable. Next, for our training, we definitely need Sheets. So Google Sheets, you're going to type in Sheets. There it is, the Google Sheets API. Click on Enable. And many times you're going to be using the other Google services. So let's go ahead and let's do Docs. So Google Docs API. And let's do Slides as well. So Slides. And there we go. Using the same credential, I can now access Google Slides, Google Sheets, Google Docs, and even Gmail, all in my n8n. So now we're going to add the additional credentials at this point. So let's go ahead and hit the plus button at the top left, click on credential, and now we're going to choose our next items. So let's type in Sheets. There it is, Google Sheets, OAuth 2. Click on continue. And now we're going to use the exact same client ID and secret. We don't have to do that again with the other items. Just use the exact same client ID and client secret. So I can go back to my credentials here. I can click on this key. I can recopy my client ID and my client secret and put that back in. And now all I have to do is sign in with Google again, hit continue, select all the items, hit continue again, and there we go, connection successful. So now I have my Google Sheets account ready to go as well. And now it's your turn. Go ahead and add the other services, such as Google Docs, Gmail, and even Google Slides. All right, so when you're done, you should have all of your accounts set up just like this. Now we're going to move on to the OpenAI account. For OpenAI, we're going to do this in a different way, and I'm going to show you how you can actually do credentials through the actual workflow system itself. So let's go ahead and let's start off with the workflow. So as you can see, I've got nothing here. I'm just going to put in a basic chat trigger. So I'm going to click on the plus button. I'm going to type in chat, and there's a chat trigger. Now I'm going to hit tab, and I'm going to type in AI agent. So there it is, AI agent. And you're going to see this little, node here. And I know it looks, really funky. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Not to worry. Specifically, what we're going to do is I'm going to exit out of this by hitting back to canvas. And I'm going to be clicking on this little plus icon next to the chat model, just like that. And now when I come down here, I'll remove my video so you can see this. I'm going to see the OpenAI chat model. So I'm going to click on that. And now I have to actually add a credential. So the reason why I'm doing it like this is so that you could see that we can add credentials as well right within nodes. So in this case here, I'm going to be adding a credential for OpenAI. So I'm going to click on the dropdown and I'm going to click on create new credential. Now you're going to notice that I need an API key. So this is a little bit easier, but still I have to go into the documentation for whatever service I'm going to be using. In this case here with OpenAI, I have to actually go into the OpenAI docs. Now I'm going to click on Open Docs here. And inside of n8n, we've got the documentation on how to set this up, but specifically, we need to create an OpenAI account. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click on this here, and you're going to see that it's going to ask you to create an OpenAI account. So let's go ahead and I'm going to continue with Google, but you could do it in any way you want. So I'm going to create my OpenAI account, and then you're going to put in, I'll invite my team later. And here's our key. So I'm just going to do a test key, just generate the API key. This is what we're going to need. So here we go. When you get your API key, you're going to copy it and you're going to come back here and paste it inside of here. Once you do that, you're going to hit save. If everything went well, your connection would be tested successfully. Now, when this screen shows up, you can click on I'll buy credits later. Usually people will spend about $5 and they'll get some credits. Now, another way to get your API key is if you're already inside of here, you want to go up to the top right of the platform.openai.com and you're going to see the settings button. Click on that, and in the left side, you're going to see API keys as well. And that's another area that you can get it from. Now, at the beginning, when you create a new account, you're going to have a free trial, so you'll be able to kind of like test it out. They usually give you credit grants every now and again. In this case, I don't have any. But usually we spend about $5 to $10 just to get everything up and running. Now, it's really important that we set the limits here. So I like to set limits by clicking on the limits on the left, and then clicking on select models. And then when it comes to allow, I usually will use ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo. It's one of the cheapest and fastest models around. So I can actually hit Control F and find GPT-3.5-Turbo. And I like to go to the one specifically that is just GPT-3.5-Turbo. By doing that, I protect myself because many times keys get stolen and then they end up using all kinds of crazy models, and some of the models are very expensive to use. So GPT 3.5 Turbo is usually, a lot cheaper in the long run. All right. And so when I go back into my, n8n, when I click on the drop down here, I should only see the actual model that I chose. And now I'm able to connect to OpenAI. So to test this out, what we're going to do is we're going to take our little, chat message box here, and I can click and drag with my left mouse to connect it to the actual AI agent. Now inside of this agent, it's basically saying that the source for the prompt is going to be coming from my previous node. For this example, this is completely fine. So basically, whatever I type into my chat message here, because I've chosen a chat trigger, it should go inside of my agent and then go to the chat model and return to me whatever I've typed in. Guess what? You just made your own simple ChatGPT system. So once you've paid, some credits, maybe $5 into your OpenAI account, everything should be up and running. So let's give this a try now. So, hey GPT, how is the weather in Los Angeles today? And there we go. It's going to say, I'm sorry, but I'm unable to provide real-time weather updates. I recommend checking a reliable weather, website or app. And that's fine because it's just the large language model. So I can actually put in something like, what should the weather be like in Los Angeles based on historical data? So now it's actually going to bring back the information. So based on historical data, the weather in Los Angeles is typically warm, sunny throughout the year. The city has a Mediterranean climate, and the average temperature in LA ranges from the mid 60s to mid 70s. All right, so now we've got our credentials set up. So good job. So if you haven't already, make sure that you set up your Google credentials and your OpenAI credentials, because we're going to need that for the project for this course. All right, it's time for our second quiz. Here we go. Question number 1, where can I find my n8n version? Is it on the left side, clicking my username and the 3 dots, going to settings, and it's in the bottom left? Is it in the middle area below the credentials section? Or is it in the execution section? If you said the first one, on the left side, clicking my username and the 3 dots, going to the settings, and in the bottom left, you're right. Question number 2. What is one of the benefits of credentials in n8n? Is it making n8n backwards compatible? Or is it being able to reuse credentials across multiple workflows? If you said being able to reuse credentials across multiple workflows, you're right. Question number 3. When viewing nodes, what is the usual flow of a node window? Is it output, settings, input, or is it input, settings, output? If you chose input, settings, output, you're right. Question number 4. If there's a problem with a workflow, where should I look? The Executions tab or the Workflows tab? If you chose the Executions tab, you're right. Congratulations. So in n8n, you want to move beyond the simple automations and you want to understand how to structure your workflows. And that is really important to start thinking like an automation architect, someone who's going to be building these automations and designing them. And so it's important to understand the various different flow types, sub-workflows, and design patterns. Usually, a workflow will always have a trigger of some kind. Usually it's a manual trigger or a scheduled trigger or a webhook or action that triggers an entire workflow to start. From there, when we get into really complex workflows, it's a great idea to have sub-workflows, and that's for complex and repetitive tasks. It allows us to create reusable components, and you can think of them like functions in programming. And finally, we've got design patterns. You're going to see this in a lot of your workflows, but generally we see this in the world of software. Design patterns help us to make things easier. And, they're used to help us in error handling. They're used for modularity and scalability and for standardization. So when you do hand off your workflow to somebody else, maybe it's a colleague or teammate at a workplace, or maybe it's another automator who's going to be helping you out on a really big job. That's where making sure that you have design patterns and ways that it's easy to understand will be very helpful. Now we'll dive into these in just a bit, but it's important that you understand some of these fundamentals of flow creation. One of the most important things inside of n8n is the data structure. Specifically, what we use a lot inside of n8n is something called JSON. So what is JSON? JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, or JSON. It's a standard format that allows us to exchange data between different services, and it's simple and it's human readable. Everything is created in something called key value pairs. And so you have a key such as name, and then you've got a value such as John Doe, and email johndoeexample.com, right? So you can see that there, it's a key and a value pair. Understanding JSON is essential because this is how n8n communicates with various nodes. Another important thing inside of n8n is JavaScript. JavaScript is in a lot of the coding portions of n8n. And so you're going to see this all over the place. And knowing some basic JavaScript items gives us additional superpowers within n8n. So even though n8n is meant to be like a no-code, low-code type of platform, JavaScript components and expressions can really enhance your workflows and take them to the next level. And even if you don't know all the JavaScript in the world, you can use AI like ChatGPT and others to actually create the JavaScript for you. So for example, I'm just going to create a little chat trigger here, and then I'm going to add a set node here, just like that. Let's just write in the word test here. And I can just click on this arrow to see the whole screen. I'm going to double click on this, and I can just click and drag this chat input here, just like that. And as you could see, I've actually got some JavaScript here. And it says $JSON.chat input. As you could see, I can actually access any of these. I can do .action, .session ID, just by changing what comes after this. But you notice right here, the double curly braces to start and double curly braces to end. Everything in between there is JavaScript. All right. And these variable names start off with a $. So $JSON, and I can access any of these JSON items. All right. And these are key value pairs. So a simple parrot app is this here. So now I could just type in hello, and boom, I get back hello. All right. I could say hi there, and now I get hi there back. All right. So it's a very simple little, what we call a parrot app. And as you can see, it just brings that out. I can even change this thing to output here. There we go. So now I could type in hello world. And now, as you can see, it's not coming back as JSON. It's literally taking the output and putting that out as text. And that's another way that you can actually manipulate the data. But specifically, this is the JavaScript. Now, if I want to see this a little bit more clearly, I can actually make sure that I'm in expression mode right here. And you see fixed and expression. And then this little tiny icon, if you could see that, it's like a tiny little square here. I'm going to see if I can actually zoom in here. There you go. This one right here, if I click on that, it'll bring us to this here. I'll have to go back into 100%. But you could see here on my left and my right, I can actually, change the JavaScript inside of here. And that's a really important thing to be able to do that. If I click outside of this, I come back here. If I click outside of this again, back to canvas, I come back here. So there are a few common JavaScript items that will, go really, really far inside of n8n. So here we go. The first one is if you put in the double braces in any of your actual items as an expression, you'll be able to write any JavaScript code you want. So anything you want, you can actually put inside of there as JavaScript, and it'll usually convert it. Next, if I want to access a certain node, so sometimes inside of your workflow, you are several nodes in, and you need to access something from the first or second or third node, but you're like 10 nodes out. Well, by putting in, this actual bracket with node name and then the field, you can access any data from any node in the entire workflow. This is really, really important because many times you're going to have a situation where you need data, but you don't need it from the previous from the previous node. You need it from, several nodes deep. And that is why you use this exact command. And this is why we name nodes really well, so that it's easy to access them anywhere in your workflow. Next is the $JSON command. that one there will access all of the JSON elements inside of a previous node. And by using $JSON.field, you get the actual key value pair of whatever field you want. Another one is something called run index. That specifically is a counter of how many times this specific node that you have this code on has been run. It is very useful, especially when you're doing large loops. Another one is the date. Many times you want to know what date it is today or the time. And so the $now brings in everything, including the date, time, and so on. And you can format it in many of the different ways. In this case here, this is the year, month, and day. And these last two items are so powerful, but they require you to use another node called a code node. So as you can see, if I actually hit tab and I type in code, I can now get a JavaScript code node here. And so inside of this here, all I have to do is I can actually replace this at the top here, and I can put in the $execution.customdata.set, and I can type in any key I want and any value. So let's call this here my variable, and let's call the value here 5. So now I'll add another code node here. And over here, I'll just create a new var. So I'm going to create a new variable called myvar. All right, and I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see this here. And it's got the information there. And then underneath that, I'm going to be typing this in here. Const items is equal to input.all. And then I'm going to basically put my var inside of there, which is basically going to add in whatever I had here. And if I click on execute step, as you can see right now, there's nothing because I haven't set my var. So let's actually do this here and connect it all up. Hit save. And now if I open chat and type in hello, there we go. You'll see that my var is 5. All right. So now this is a little bit more intermediate or advanced, but I just want to show you all that you can actually do that within your actual code, is adding these variable names inside of it. Now, if you aren't sure what to do here, you can always go to ChatGPT to actually put this in, but this is for more intermediate and advanced users who want to get even more out of n8n. But I put it there just so that you can see that this does exist inside of n8n, and you can actually use this to store information within a single workflow execution. So knowing a bit of JavaScript will help you out, especially when you're actually building more complex workflows. So now another thing that happens inside of n8n is a lot of times, when you're actually working with a lot of information, you don't want to always keep on calling certain things, especially if you're using APIs or, trying to get information. And so every single time, if you're supposed to call like a web URL or something, that can cost a lot of time, money, and even cause you to get banned if you actually, are constantly pulling something, and they'll just say, oh, it's a bot, and it'll kind of like ban your IP. So one of the nice things that n8n has is something called pin data, and it's this little icon here which actually keeps the data held there. So whenever you're doing a workflow, especially during testing, that's going to be important. But let's quickly just show you what what some of those data items can look like. And so for example, I'm going to use something here called an HTTP node or HTTP request. And from here now, I can actually access any website. So I'm going to access my own here at solomonchrist.com. And if I actually put that inside of here and I do a get, I click on execute step, it's going to gather the entire HTML of that page. Now, if I continue to do this, pretty soon the website is going to realize that it's a bot and your IP will end up getting blocked. So one of the nice things is that you can actually click on pin data, and that'll actually keep this data here. And so by pinning the data, I don't have to constantly go back and call the website again. So if I actually click on execute workflow now and I've pinned the data, well, the data stays the same. All right. So I have all this information that I can work with. So pinning and scraping data. All right. It's a big topic because a lot of times when you're using n8n or you're hearing about automations and automators, a lot of people are doing this. Okay. So let's go over, basically what it is, how pinning works, and also what scraping is all about and some of the legal issues. Now, once again, the reason why I'm teaching this here is I want you to understand the background behind it, and my goal is to teach you the basics. Afterwards, what you do with it, that's up to you, but I want you to understand the entire landscape here and what it actually is. Number one is the HTTP node, and that's going to give you what we call a basic scrape of a website. All right. You only scrape the websites that you know you have access to, that you're allowed to scrape. All right. So for example, I scrape my own. I have access to that. Or if you get permission generally, and there's several ways to get permission. Now, of course, does this mean that, you're not allowed to scrape? Well, not exactly. So yes, you could scrape websites, especially if they're public websites, but it is kind of a little bit of a, situation. So I'm going to go over what I do know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal person. I'm an AI automator. All right. So I'll go over kind of like the basics and then kind of what we can do to actually be able to scrape some of the data, especially, if you're trying to help out a client or a customer. Scrape only when needed. You want to check the rules per site. There's something called a robots.txt file. It'll kind of tell you if you're allowed to scrape data. And workflows should reduce calls. That's where pinning the data comes in. All right. To help reduce these calls with various websites and APIs, n8n has the pinning functionality. All right. So as you know, it saves time. It's great for testing. And the data that, comes from the pins, it freezes that data. Okay. So really, really important, especially when you're going to be, building an app that, let's say, has to get data from maybe a client's website. Okay. As long as the client is giving you permission and their system, actually allows for it, then it's okay, right? As long as you've got that permission in writing. Now let's go over some of the legal issues here and the risks to, scraping. As I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I'll go over some of the stuff that does happen. Number one, if you scrape without permission, well, pretty soon the website, especially if it's one of the higher end ones, will figure it out and you will get IP bans. In some cases, you'll get cease and desist letters, and in some cases, even legal action. All right. So if you're trying to scrape things like LinkedIn or Amazon or Instagram, you can violate their terms of service by doing so. All right. Then on top of that, let's say, it is allowed and, it's working out fine. Well, then if the website structure changes and you've created an entire automation that's focused on the way this actual structure is. So if someone wrote an HTML page and now all of a sudden they've got a brand new version of how they do things, well, your entire workflow could break just because you're using a version of the website and how it was designed before, but the website's constantly changing and now your workflow breaks and now you have to constantly go back and fix it. So that's another, challenge to scraping as well. Next is performance and scalability. All right. It could become very CPU intensive, especially with large loops that take in large amounts of data. All right. Some scrapes can be like, 5 megabytes, 10 megabytes, but you do that 1,000 times and it adds up. Right. And coming back to rate limiting. All right. I'll just remove my camera here so you can see that. Most websites have rate limits, CAPTCHAs, and even bot detection. So things like Cloudflare and so on. So if you don't have proper proxies in place or throttling or headers or, set up your workflows in a way that works, n8n may actually get blocked. And so now you can't even access that site. So it kind of defeats the whole entire purpose. And the most important point is that there are better tools out there that exist that give you a better experience. And you're not going to get into many of those situations. Things like Apify, Bright Data, and several others are far more suitable and reliable and maintainable, especially if you're building out, a client app that's supposed to work in the long run. All right. So keep that in mind, especially when you're doing that. And, once again, I am not a legal person. I'm an AI automator. You want to check with your local laws and regulations to figure out what you can and cannot scrape. All right. So now we're going to go into key nodes. All right. So these are nodes that are going to be important, especially when you're working on workflows. These are the ones that, I use a lot and a lot of automators, they use it all the time. We're going to start off with trigger nodes, and then we're going to get into logic and control nodes, as well as data and connectivity nodes. So let's start off with trigger nodes. So to start any workflow, we usually need a trigger node. All right. And so there's several different types of trigger nodes that you're going to find in n8n. Manual and chat trigger nodes. These ones are used to actually start a workflow, either by clicking the execute workflow button or by typing a chat message inside of the chat. These are usually the common ones, especially when people are starting out a flow and they want to test something out. Usually when I start designing, I usually will use these because then I could test it without, worrying about an external item that needs to call the actual workflow. All right. So usually, especially when I'm designing, I start off with a manual or a chat trigger just to get started. The next type of trigger node is a webhook or an email trigger. So a webhook is you've created an external application and then you call an endpoint, which, n8n actually shows you. And then once you call it, it will actually fire off the workflow. All right. So that's the webhook one. And then for the email one, you've got two different email types. You've got the IMAP email node and you've got a Gmail email trigger. both of them will get fired the second a new email comes in. And so both of those types of trigger nodes are very, very helpful when you're designing apps for yourself or for clients externally, where they don't need to go into the n8n app. They just go into your front end, whether it is, an email comes in, or you've created a nice front end web page for them, and they could just click a button and all of a sudden the n8n stuff happens in the background. Next, we've got the schedule node and the form node. For the form node, kind of like what we had with webhooks, a form is created, but the nice thing is you can actually have n8n create that form. Now, the challenge with that is, of course, if you're trying to build something that's like a white label, brandable type of website for your client, well, then you're probably building something custom, and that's where the webhooks come in. But if you don't need to, and if you're like fine with your client knowing that it's n8n, under the hood, that's fine, then you want to use the form node. And this really gets into forms really, really fast. If you want to make a nice visual for your client and you just want to get them into something really nicely, well, then the form is a great little node. And once they enter all the information in the form, well, that starts the workflow. For the schedule node and the node trigger, what it does is it creates something called a cron job inside of Linux, or a schedule based on your specification. So it could be either daily, it could be every hour, every minute, which I think is overkill depending on what you're doing, or every week, every month, and so on. So you can kind of determine when this is going to be run, but basically at that moment in time, it will run it. And so that's kind of like, maybe you're doing a weekly report, and that's something that you've built for a client. Maybe you're making a monthly newsletter, and you want to know what the monthly newsletters are. I don't know, whatever it is that you're designing, you can use a schedule node if you know it is something that's supposed to happen regularly. And finally, the last three trigger nodes we're going to talk about is the error trigger node, the file trigger node, and the sub workflow trigger node. Each one is used for something completely different. Error triggers are fired when there's an error in n8n, and usually you could actually state that this workflow, which has an error trigger, can be called from other workflows. And a nice workflow that a lot of people will create is they'll have one workflow that is for all errors in n8n, and then they make sure that they connect that workflow up to all their other workflows using the settings. And it's like, okay, every time there's an error, it all comes down to this one error workflow. And this is great for like making some really nice debug information, especially when you're building more complex apps. Well, then maybe you want all errors to go out to like a Slack message or to a Telegram, or maybe an email is sent. Next are file triggers. File triggers are useful to detect a change in a file or a new file inside of a directory. All right, so you've got Google Drive's file trigger system, and you've also got one that's built into n8n, which works off of the actual file system that your n8n is installed on. Now, it's important that you understand when I say the file system that n8n is installed on, well, if you're using Docker, it's within the Docker file system. A lot of times, if people are using a VPS system, they think that it's on the main file system, but there is a Docker system that's running n8n. So actually, your actual file system is within the Docker system itself. So keep that in mind. Just a tip for those who are a little bit more intermediate or advanced. And finally, we've got the sub workflow node. And the sub workflow trigger node is called from another workflow. And so the second it is called, it'll run, whatever it needs to run, and then afterwards it'll come back. So that trigger for sub workflow is a really important one that is used when you're actually breaking down big workflows into sub workflows. So let's go ahead and we're going to start off with the trigger nodes. So let's actually go into our n8n here, and let me just delete these here so we don't need these guys here. This is a trigger right here. This is actually one of them. This is when we click on the execute workflow. All right. So this is the, one of the basic ones that we usually use all the time. Then there is the chat trigger node. So if I click on chat, and there it is, chat trigger. So these are the two main basic nodes when we actually are looking at starting things, especially when you're starting off a new workflow. Many times, you're starting off with a chat because you're going to be setting up some form of AI or some form of interaction where a person needs to chat with something. So that could be going from Telegram into some workflow, or WhatsApp into for workflow, or it could be at times, where you just need to chat with an LLM. Okay, so a chat message received is a great opportunity. Also, at the same time, this is a great option if you're looking to just, transmit some data without having to worry about setting up a form, because that actually takes some time still. Whereas I could just send some data right now inside of this and, kind of work out a flow and say, okay, I'm picking up this data. So I usually use that every now and again whenever I need to, kind of get like just some data into a workflow. The next type of trigger is known as a schedule trigger. So if I just do this here and I type in schedule, all right, you can see that. And I can actually set it for, days, seconds, minutes, hours, weeks, whenever I want, or even custom. And so for this here, if you want to do custom, you do need to understand some Linux commands. Specifically, it's a cron job is what it is under the hood. But basically, we get to set it on when it's going to run. Now, usually when you're coding or creating a workflow, we don't do this first. We do this after the workflow is made, and we could kind of rely on the workflow to actually work, and then we schedule something. Once you know a workflow is working, then you test it, right? And usually when it comes to test, well, we'll do maybe every minute or every couple seconds first. So if it's something that I'm going to do, like let's say a daily schedule, well, first test, every 30 seconds or something that, is this thing running, or every couple minutes. So it's like, okay, did it actually hit? Because sometimes, the actual trigger will hit and you run into an error. And it's like the only way to check it is an execution. Now, you don't want to be waiting an entire day before you do that. So whenever you're working with actual schedule triggers or cron jobs, first start off with a manual, something like an execute step command, like with the button execute workflow, or you could actually start off with a chat trigger. All right. So if you want to kind of test that without having to wait. But usually the reason why I don't like to set these up is because it will actually register a cron job. Now, here's the caveat to all of this. The cron job does not run until you set this as active. So if you do not set this as active, it will never run. All right, so keep that in mind. But here's the next part, and here's the other part of the schedule triggers. Once you do set it, it's a cron job in the back end. And sometimes I've had times where it's like you'll delete it over here, but then it's still running in the back end inside of Linux. And then you have to, go and do some fiddling around and kind of, stop a cron job or kind of, remove it. So that requires some more intermediate or advanced knowledge. I would just recommend using ChatGPT to kind of get rid of those sometimes, but it does happen from time to time. So schedule triggers, I only put in when I am absolutely sure that I'm ready to do it and, the workflow is working good. All right, so now we're going to go into a form trigger. So I could actually type in form here, and this is an n8n form. And you're going to see here that there's a trigger here. So I'm going to click on new n8n form event. And the interesting thing is that you can actually put in the information that you want in the form. So you can add all kinds of elements. So I'm going to call this here test form. All right. And as you can see, I can actually, kind of go from here and put some inputs here. But basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to put a description for this form. This is a test form. So in order for this to work, I do need to hit the execute step, but it's not going to work yet because I don't have any data coming in from the form. So I have to add a form element. All right. So I'm going to put inside of here field name, and I'm going to say test data. And then from here, I can put a placeholder, enter some data. There we go. So now when I click on execute step, there it is. That's my form. And I can put some information in. I can put in hello world right here. And then boom, it comes in. And as you can see, I brought it in, okay? Now, as I said, the production URL only works when you actually click on active. If you don't, then it's only the test URL, but this will not work on its own because guess what? Every single time you have to click on execute step and listen for an actual input. So that's not actually practical in production. So that's why it's, it's great for testing, but in a production edition, you have to click on the production URL, select that URL, and then make sure that this is active, and then it'll run in the background all the time. All right. So that is the form trigger. So the webhook and email triggers are a little bit more advanced. So I could go for a webhook here, and this is a webhook, type of trigger here. And once again, similar to the form trigger, you got your test URL and production URL, but the point is you're sending data via this. And there's different ways that you can actually send the data here. There's get, there's post, and so on. Now, I'm not going to go dive deep into this. I actually have my node by node tutorials and trainings. You could check those out. But just for this, know that this exists. So if you want to create a custom, front end, you could do that with the webhook. Now, an important part of the webhook is you can choose how you respond. Specifically, you can respond immediately, or for many cases, you are going to be using respond to the webhook node. It's another node which usually goes at the end of a workflow, and that is where most of your commands are going to be, especially if you're creating front ends for a client. All right. So keep that in mind. I'm not diving deep into this. This is just, like in this training here, this is just an overview of what nodes exist, all right? Next one is our email nodes. There's two different types of email nodes. So trigger nodes. There's the IMAP one. This is assuming that you already have your IMAP data, like your POP3 and so on. You're going to know that. And if you click on credential here, it's going to ask you for everything: your username, your password, your host, your port, whether you're using SSL or TLS. These are all, usually given to you when you're setting up an email. And, it's really great for like things like Microsoft accounts and stuff like that. But generally, you'll get email systems that have this. And you could actually go into the documentation here and you could kind of see how to set this up for the various forms of emails. But when it comes to Gmail, I actually use the Gmail node instead. If I actually go here and I type in Gmail and I click on that, you're going to see that there's a trigger on message received. And that one is going to then require a credential. Now, this is my own, local account. That's why there's no credential here. But on my other one here, where we did set up that credential, if I actually go here and I type in Gmail on message received, and now you see my Gmail account is already connected. All right. So once again, the biggest key for this specific node here is that whether you're using either email node, it's always going to check every single time for anything that's incoming. So you need to make sure that, if you're not going to be using it, well, be careful, because sometimes this will be running and you're wondering, well, where did all my emails go? Sometimes that happens. And so you got to check what's going on, because if you already put something in place and you got a trigger, well, sometimes your workflow may be running and you got to set it to inactive and make sure that it's not running. So that does happen from time to time. Once again, I'm not diving deep into, how these nodes work. If you want to go into more deeper dives, I do my node for node training, and that one goes into more deeper, explanations on each one of these nodes, or in many of the nodes that we're actually going to be going over. So now the error trigger. So if I actually go here, I type an error trigger here. This one here gets called whenever there is an error, and I can actually fetch a test event here. And as you can see, it's going to show where is the execution. You get the workflow ID. You get a lot of information. And with that information, you want to use it to do something. So for example, what's the error message? And you can even do like, what's the URL of the actual workflow? Really, really powerful stuff, right? So if you're actually, trying to debug something and you want a better system, especially when you're building like a production app for a client, this is great because it kind of alerts you what's going on. So as you can see, we also have something called a file trigger. So this is on your local system drive or your VPS, virtual private servers drive. All right, if it's a VPS, then it's actually on the Docker. So keep that in mind, okay? Now, what's going to happen is it's going to check in that specific folder where you've selected whether there is a change to a specific file or changes to a specific folder. So many times you're going to say, okay, changes to a specific folder. Whenever I drop a file inside of there, do something with that file. So that's great if you're doing document management, such as, someone scans in a receipt and now that receipt actually goes into that folder. And now from there, something happens. And Google Drive also has one. So if I actually type in Google Drive here, and you can actually see here, if I click on Google Drive, you could see here on changes to a specific file and on changes involving a specific folder. So it's the exact same functionality, but done via Google Drive. I usually use that because it's a lot easier to manage an online system. And at the end of the day, it also, frees me up from going into Docker and going into different subsystems when most of the time I'm just trying to manipulate files. And a lot of times I could do that using the Google systems. Finally, another one I'd like to share with you is a sub workflow. All right, so here we go, sub workflow, execute sub workflow. When I click on that, you're going to see here when executed by another workflow. All right. So the second any other workflow calls this, you're going to see here that it's actually going to, call this specific workflow here. And I can actually, choose how the data is coming in. Usually we want to click on accept all data. And that way it just, brings in all the data for anything. And all you can see here, for example, there's nothing in here. But if I sent some data to this workflow, it would actually all come inside of here. And so usually you want to send JSON into this and then do something. So this is great for a function. So imagine now it's like me just starting a brand new function inside of programming. This is a clean sub workflow ready to go. And I could do whatever I want to, get the data to be manipulated. All right. So that was triggers. Let's go on to now some logic and control flow nodes. So the if node, that is one of the most useful ones. You also have a switch node as well, it does kind of similar things, but it gives you more options. But if nodes are always used everywhere. And so it directs flows based on an if statement. So if this, then true. If that, then false. And that's it. That's all it does. So you're going to be using if nodes a lot. The next one is split in batches, or the loop node. And this one here allows you to take data and loop through it one item at a time. So this is great for those spreadsheets where you have to actually do like a lot of logical items on top of every single, row in the spreadsheet. And we're going to actually see that in the project inside of this program. But the point is, the loop node is so important, and we use that everywhere. The next three nodes are used a lot as well. The set node is used to manipulate data and make sure that we have the data coming out in a format that we want for any program or app that we're looking to export out to. And so many times you'll have data coming in from, let's say, one type of app, and it provides maybe a certain amount of key value pairs in JSON. But let's say you have to add in now an extra field. Well, to do that, that's where the set node comes in, and we can actually add in an extra field inside of that data. The switch node gives us opportunities to go between many different options. Unlike the if node, which only gives us like a true or a false, the switch node can give us several different outputs. And that is a really important thing, because maybe you have something coming in where there's several different options. Think of a t-shirt selector, right? And you need to choose the color of a shirt. Well, here comes in a new t-shirt order, and now maybe there's different colors, and the color could be red, blue, green, white, orange, brown, whatever that is. And so now you can have a switch that goes out and it has all those different options, and maybe for each one there's a different workflow, right? So that's where a switch can come in, and based on that, maybe you take different actions, right? So that's where a switch is very, very useful. The next one is the merge node, and the merge node is a really powerful node which takes a few inputs, and only when all those inputs have been, obtained, that's the only time it will create an output. Now, this is really useful if you've got workflows which rely on other workflows to be done, and you're waiting on that data. And so sometimes it'll be like, I've obtained data one, and now the other workflow will take some time, but once it's done, it goes into a merge. And now from there, once that happens, the merge says, yep, I've got both data items, and then it outputs. So it's really, really great for that when you have sequential data or several data items that need to be done, and you throw them into a merge. And now you can actually, rely on knowing that it's not going to continue the entire workflow until the merge hits. All right. So I use that a lot in workflows, and that really helps out. The next node is the wait node, and you're going to use this a lot, especially when you're trying to, reduce rate limits. Especially on websites like Google, for example, you're actually trying to send in updates to, let's say, update a spreadsheet and so on. Well, if you try and send it all at the same time, n8n will move fast. But the trouble is, Google will say, hey, you know what? You're just sending too many requests at a time. So the wait node will put in a number of seconds before it'll go on to the next step. And so, for example, in that example, 5 seconds as a wait node will allow Google to easily allow you to, put in, let's say, 100 rows. Whereas if you don't have a wait node, it'll definitely come back at you and say, sorry, 429, too many executions. All right. So keep that in mind. Wait nodes are, incredible, and you're going to use them everywhere. So let's go over the if node here. So if I actually go here and I type in if, all right, you're going to see here that the if usually has several values. And I'm actually going to create like a chat trigger, because that's a little bit easier right now. Let's do a chat trigger here. And from here, I'm just going to connect this up here like that. And I'm going to just type in hi, just like that, so that we get some data into the if. If I double click on the if, you're going to see here, I've now got several different fields that came in. And I can now say, okay, well, if this chat input, I can actually click and drag the value here. And I could say if it's equal to, based on the data type. And so in this case here, I know that this is a string value because it's text. All right. Once again, your programming comes back. And so if it's a string value, I can actually say, does it exist? True or false? Or is it empty? True or false? In this case, is it equal to whatever? And so I could say this equal to hi. If I click on execute step, it's correct. But if I say the word no, now it goes to the false branch, right? So that's how you do it. You can actually, select different things. You can add more conditions, like, you can and something else. So I could say and action is equal to, let's say, send message, right? So now if I type in, let's say, hi and send message, well, there we go. It's true. But if I change this here and I say, well, if it's equal to send message to, now it's false because both of these have to be true. right? But only one of them is true. And so you could actually do that. You could change this from and to or. And so now if I click this again, well, one of them is true, so it's going to go to, the true branch, all right? Now you're going to notice with an if node, it always goes to true or false. That's it, all right? If you want more outputs, there is another node called a switch node, right? So if I actually type in here switch, there it is. And now for the switch node, I can actually take that input again, except this time I can actually say, okay, here we go. If the chat input is this, hi, if it's equal to hi, let's say, right? Well, then I could choose what the output is. So the output could say, let's say, said hi. And then I can add a different one, and I could say this here, if the chat input is hello world, or hello. All right, there we go. I got two of them. So hi, and I could say said hello. All right. So now, based on what it says here, I could choose what it's going to do. And specifically, if none of these work and it comes out as an error, I can click on the settings panel here, and I can go over here and I could say continue, but using the error output. So now I've got three outputs here: said hi, said hello, and then there's an error. So I'm going to just put here hello. There, you can see it went to the hello side, right? And then I'm going to just say hi. It goes to the hi side. Then I'm just going to put ASDF, and it doesn't go anywhere because ASDF is on error, right? But now I can say, okay, well, if it's anything else, all right, so if chat input is not empty, okay? So what that means, it's just not empty, but any of these did not hit. So you're going to notice here that it went to this one here, and I'm just going to say everything else. Now you notice here that it does this one first, then this one, then this one, and then finally, if there's any errors, it also errors out. So it does it in order. So now if I type in ASDF again, now it went to everything, as you can see here, right? So that's the whole, way that a switch command works, and it's going to do it from top to bottom, and you can have multiple outputs, all right? This is great. For example, you're working with a client who's got, let's say, a Shopify store, and they've got a product that has several colors. And so now you can actually feed that color data in, and based on, the color that is coming in, whether it's blue, green, black, orange, red, whatever, right? You can actually have all those different outputs, and maybe it goes to a different provider based on, where you're actually, supplying the actual product. And so this is a very real use case. You've got people who are running a Shopify store and their actual suppliers are in China. They're using AliExpress. And now it's like, oh my goodness, there's different suppliers for different products, even though they're selling the same products. But now the red shirt goes to, supplier one. The blue shirt goes to supplier two, and so on and so forth. So that could actually be created right here. The next one is the edit set command here, or the node. So I'm going to do this here. And I'm going to add in a set node. And this is a very, very powerful node. We use it all the time. Let me just connect this up here. All right. And so now over here, you see how it says chat input? I could take that there, and I can actually change this from chat input. I could change this to the word output. So now my JSON, when I click on it, it's going to have like the word output. And if I click on JSON, you're going to see that's the only thing that comes out. So now I can define how my JSON finally comes out. And so that's really powerful when you're trying to create custom outputs, which have to go to, let's say, different applications, right? So maybe you're bringing something in from HubSpot, and now it has to go out into like Gmail, right? And so maybe you just need the name, you need the email, and you're going to say a message. And so I could have like over here, name, and then I can have something like the email, and I can have message right here. And so now my email could be, let's say, whatever, all right? Or someone had brought it in, and then I can have a message, whatever email message, right? So hello, Bob, nice to meet you, okay? And so when I click on execute step, I now have all three of these. And so imagine now you're bringing in all this data from something like HubSpot, and it comes down with every single thing, and it's a very big list of JSON data, but you only need like 3 items. Well, that's where a set, command could come in and help to reduce down the entire JSON values. Very, very powerful node. Our next node is the merge node. All right. So if I actually type this in, I type in merge. As you notice, there are 2 inputs. All right. And that is a very, very important thing because, I can actually have certain inputs come in, but it's going to do it, based on how many inputs I want. So I can have up to 10 different inputs, but the biggest key here is it will not proceed until all inputs are found. So if there's no input coming in, let's say you only had 9 out of 10, or if you have, let's say, 2 inputs, only 2 came in, well, it's going to just, it's going to wait until both come in. Now, this is really useful if you definitely need certain workflows to happen, like 1 and 2. And let's say the second one is kind of like it's waiting for some data. But once it gets that data, now you can actually go to the next step. That's where I use these a lot. And it's really, really powerful that way. But there's other things that you could do. Once again, like I said, I'm not going in, deep into these nodes. It's just so that you understand that these nodes exist. But if you want to see some of the deep dives, I've got my node by node training that, I put up on YouTube all the time. And you're going to start seeing those nodes where I go deeper into each one of these, more powerful nodes. Next is the wait node. You're going to use it everywhere. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to type in wait here. All right. And all it does is it just puts a timer before it goes to, to the next step. So if I actually just do this here, and then I actually go back to edit fields, right? So edit, there it is. And then I actually just say execute the previous node here. I could take my chat input and I could just call this output here. There we go. So now when I actually say hello, I hit enter. You see it's waiting 5 seconds. And then after 5 seconds, it comes back. There it is. All right. So, basically that's how the wait node works. All right. Very simple. Okay. So now that we've seen some logic and control flow nodes, let's go over our main data and connectivity nodes. All right. So beyond the logic and trigger nodes, n8n offers essential data manipulation and connectivity nodes that enable your workflows to handle information effectively and connect with external services. The execute subworkflow node is a common node, and it calls additional workflows that are inside of n8n. It helps to reduce complexity, and the subworkflow trigger is called on that other workflow, which you could send data along to as well. The next node is the HTTP request node. It is a versatile node, and it's used in so many different workflows, and it enables you to communicate with virtually any API on the internet. You can send and retrieve data from web services. You can access services without a dedicated n8n node, and it supports various types of HTTP methods such as GET and POST and so on. Next is the big one. This is how we become AI and automation professionals. The AI agent node. It's a LangChain node for those of you who are more intermediate or understand some of the coding. An AI agent node will allow you to plug in any large language model, any LLM that you want. It'll allow you to choose memory and even create custom tool calls. It's used in many AI workflows, and it allows for easy setup of AI. And this specific type of node inside of n8n is called a cluster node. And a cluster node is a type of node which has several different nodes within it. And finally, there is the code node. The code node is another versatile node that we use a lot in so many different workflows. It provides a way to run custom JavaScript code for complex data manipulation or logic. Now, many times, if you don't know JavaScript, you're trying to write things out. And even if you do, I will generally go over to ChatGPT or some other LLM model and say, hey, can you write me the code to do this? I'm using n8n, and I give it more context, and then it actually writes the code out for me. But it's still important to know some of the JavaScript, so at least you can manipulate it, because sometimes some of these code items just need a few tweaks. But yeah, basically the code node is such a useful node, and I use it like all the time. So executing the sub workflow, you saw the one end of that. So now I could actually do this again. So here we go, sub workflow. And in this case here, I could actually call this one again. All right. Now be careful when you do this. You don't want to loop this here. But I'm going to put inside of here, I'm going to take this edit fields here. And that way it's kind of like it's going to do that last. And then from here, I'm going to do the sub workflow, execute sub workflow node. All right. And then I get to choose which workflow. In this case here, we're going to be coming right back to this one. So the test workflow. So I'm going to go here, choose from the list, test workflow. There it is. Run once with all items, and it's going to pass all this in. And so now it's going to be basically the output JSON chat input. So that's what I know is coming in, and it's this here. So I know that that's the data going out there. So when I hit save and I do this here, and I change this to all accept all data. Now let's go back, save it, and once again I'll say hello. And now it's going to run this as a sub workflow. And so we wait 5 seconds. It's going to call this again, but through the sub workflow command here. It's going to now call it from there. And you see it came back as hello. But if I click on my executions tab, you'll see that it actually ran it as a sub workflow. There you go. So this is where I, ran it. Okay, it ran these 3. It called the sub workflow again right there. But now you see how it processed the data the second time around as a sub workflow. So that's where you see your, sub workflows is in the executions tab. Next is the HTTP request node. Now you saw me using this earlier. I'll just show it to you again so that you kind of get an idea. And so basically what's going to happen is we're going to have HTTP request, and then you could choose any website. So in this case here, I'm going to go to the Solomon Christ website. That's my own website. And I'm going to, do that, put that inside of the get. And so now when I actually, type in hello, all right, that's going to go and it's going to grab all the data on the Solomon Christ website. So there it is. It picks up everything. So that's what it does. If you want to find out more information, I actually did the node for node on this one here. And there it is, the node for HTTP request. Okay, so you can actually see that there. All right, so go and check that out. But basically, this is how you actually get data from the web. And there's so many times where, you don't have access to an API. It's a brand new app that has just come out and you want to be able to access the information. So this is a great node for that. Next one is the code node. So the code node is a great node. It allows us for JavaScript. You've seen me use it already a little bit, inside of this tutorial. But basically what we use it for is for manipulating data in a way that generally we can't do with nodes at this point, right? So if you want to do some advanced stuff, many times you'll get, let's say, markdown information, or you'll get information where you need to parse or find certain data, and you're going to use something like regex inside of there. That's where, JavaScript can really shine. It can really help you out with that sort of stuff. But basically right here, if I actually just hit execute step, you're going to notice that it actually puts in this new field here right inside of there, right? So now it's like got this new field, session ID, action, chat input, and now, boom, my new field. I can add in anything I want inside of here. But basically that's how that works. And you can put in whatever code you want. One of the key caveats is you need to return JSON. If I don't return JSON, let's say I just put in ASDF, I'll just do that. Boom, it's going to break. It's going to say, oh, sorry, I don't understand. And that's because n8n is all about JSON. And so you want to make sure that even your output from your code is JSON. Once again, not diving too deep into the code node, just showing you that this actual code node exists. And finally, save the best for last, the AI agent node. That's right. Okay, so we're going to go in, we're going to type in AI agent. And once again, you can actually see, how this node looks. And as I told you before, this is a cluster node. All right. So the way it works is there's several different nodes within this node. So over here, we have the main AI agent. And then underneath it, we've got several items that we need. Number one is the chat AI. What's the chat model? So which LLM are we using? So in this case here, we're going to be using OpenAI. Let me just, turn off my camera for a bit. So there's the OpenAI chat model right below. So we're going to use that. But you see, there's so many others that we could use. I'm just going to use that one there. And I'm going to choose my OpenAI account. And over here, I'm using GPT 3.5 Turbo. And now from here, I can also choose to add memory. And usually simple memory, it just comes built in. It'll remember the last 5 things. And I could choose to use tools as well. So if you want to make something like a ChatGPT where it kind of remembers your stuff, well, then you add some memory. And so now when I actually type inside of here, I'll say, hi there. Can you tell me about Shakespeare? And it's going to go out, it's going to come back, and it's going to tell me all about Shakespeare. There you go. All right. So that's the cool thing. And now we've got AI access. All right. What you do with AI is up to you, but just want to show you that this node exists. All right. It's time for our quiz. So number 1, what are trigger nodes usually used for? Is it ending a workflow, in the middle of a workflow, or starting a workflow? If you said starting a workflow, you're right. Number 2, what is JSON? A short form for the name Jason, or JavaScript object notation? If you said JavaScript object notation, You're right. Number 3, what are some ways design patterns can help? Is it standardization and reusability? Or is it that they allow you to select colors on a page? If you chose standardization and reusability, you're right. Number 4, what kind of node is an AI agent node? Is it a simplified node or is it a cluster node? If you chose cluster node, you're right. Great job. All right. So now we're moving on to design patterns. And design patterns are a very, very important part of programming, and we find it in the world of software all around us. Now, inside of AI and automations, and especially in n8n, the more you understand this, the easier it's going to be to build a lot of, really useful workflows. And so we're going to dive into, just the basics of this. Now, keep in mind, this is just, the very ground level of this. There are many other patterns available and more that will be developed over time as the AI industry is constantly growing and changing. But we're going to bring some of the patterns that we see in the software world, as well as what we've already seen in the automation world, coming together inside of the entire, AI ecosystem. So we're going to go over that right now. So you could think of these design patterns whenever you're building out various automations and n8n workflows. They help with standardization and reusability, and so much more. The first one I want to discuss is the TPO pattern. All right. The trigger, process, output pattern is the most common one for n8n workflows. And we use that all the time, right? There's a trigger, there's some process that we do, and then there's an output. Next, we have the error pattern. And this is a pattern that involves putting something called a try-catch style workflow together. And basically the concept is you're going to try to do something, and then whenever there's an error, you're going to send it off to a sub workflow or a secondary workflow to capture that error and now do something. And so the error pattern is something that you're going to see a lot of, or you're going to use a lot of. And especially when you get into like some deeper workflows, especially with clients, you want to make sure that you've got the error pattern inside of there, because you want to be able to report this to yourself, to your staff, to your software developers or whoever you're using, or even to your clients and customers, especially if you're trying to help them out. The next pattern is the chained pattern. So the chained pattern is something that is used to orchestrate a series of AI or API calls in a specific sequential order. All right, this is great when you've got some data which needs to be manipulated first by, let's say, some AI. Then that data that's been manipulated goes to an API call, which then comes back and again goes into another AI and then a final output. So this is a multi-step process, and so we call that a chained pattern. Speaking of which, let's talk about the orchestrator and gatekeeper pattern. All right. So we use this in AI, and you could think of it like a central manager that delegates items to other AIs to accomplish by breaking things down into tasks. All right. And that AI controls what the other AIs are going to do based on what it thinks is best. In LangChain, Crew AI, or AutoGPT ecosystems, we call this planner executor model, task-oriented agent framework, or meta agent or manager agent. So, there's a lot of different terms for it, but, you're going to see this a lot. The orchestrator, gatekeeper, or command pattern. So this is the whole entire set of ideas where you've got an agent controlling other agents, or you've got a workflow which is actually controlling other sub-workflows. The next one is the HITL pattern, or human in the loop. And it is a very important one, and it's something that we specifically teach and love teaching all the time. This keeps humans in control, and it is a great thing to put right in the middle of workflows, because basically, let's say you're going to send an email. Well, you don't want your AI to send that email. All right. So many times you're going to see a lot of AI automation firms who are trying this, and they're just allowing the email to go through. Now, it works in certain cases, but other times you just don't want that to happen. Right? Especially when you're sending a customer message, you want to make sure that you're having, some human eyes check that. And so what you want to do is you want to put in something like, create an email draft instead. That way there's a human being now who gets to check this. But with human in the loop, you can also have other forms of human in the loop where it will wait for the human being to respond before it takes the next actual step. And so the HITL pattern, it actually waits for that human being. And so you're going to see that whenever you're creating a HITL pattern or human in the loop pattern. The adapter pattern is where we make one API compatible with another API by changing one API format to match another. So for example, Salesforce may send snake case information, whereas n8n would map it to camel case for Notion. And finally, one of the last patterns I'd like to discuss is the observer pattern. And so when something happens, like a trigger, the whole goal of this specific workflow is to send several alerts or items to other workflows or other areas to take action. So for example, a sales rep, they supply a customer name, email, and maybe a phone number to a chatbot in Telegram or WhatsApp. And then the observer pattern with that will basically see that there's a note, and it'll send it to the CRM workflow, it'll send it to the email workflow, and maybe even to the AI voice VAPI agent workflow to make a call to the actual client. All right. So the observer is kind of like, here, I got some data in. Let me tell everybody. And all these people are observing. They're waiting for this, kind of like a trigger, but a little bit more detailed because it's coming from a workflow that assigns all the different workflows that it needs to go to. And really, really powerful type of pattern. All right. So, coming back to the whole idea of design patterns, there are so many others. And you know what? Some of the patterns that I showed you may not even be applicable in the future as brand new AI, frameworks are going to start coming out, and it's going to change the way we think about actual development when it comes to, n8n, AI, and automation, because everything is changing every single day. And today in the software world, we see, the years of changes that have happened where we went from like HTML and then we got into things like PHP and MySQL for more advanced stuff. We get into Ajax and JavaScript, and then you get into, more advanced stuff as we get into things like React. And, now you're seeing all these new tools in Tailwind and so on. So over many, many years, brand new ideas came in and brand new thought processes and frameworks that change the entire software industry. We're going to see that over many years now in the AI and automation space. So keep an eye out for that. But right now, I just gave you some basic ones to hopefully get you started. Now, speaking of frameworks, this is something that I created to help me, especially when I'm thinking through problems and challenges. And I call it the Splat framework. All right. And basically it provides a structured approach to designing effective n8n workflows. And it's something that has really helped me out, and hopefully it'll help you out as well. Basically what we're doing is we're breaking down the development process or the creation of these entire automations into 5 distinct stages. And a lot of times it's helped me and saved me in some very challenging situations where, I had to really break down complex automations where I had to really think through it. And this helped me to kind of get through that. So the first thing is user stories. So in software, we actually have something called user stories, and that's how it works. We begin by defining what is the user story, and literally what is the story that a person is telling you. Like, hey, I've got to, take my, go high level data and then put it into maybe a spreadsheet or put it into like an email. Maybe you have to take everyone from go high level, throw it into a different email system, which, I don't have access to. And you as a developer or you as an automator, well, now you have to go into the API documents of that other system and connect up go high level system into these, automations. And that's where you're kind of like listening to the user story. What is their challenge? What are they saying? So clearly articulating the objective provides a guiding principle for the entire project. And so it's really important to get all your user stories together so that you can create a really good automation. Number 2 is to break down the problem. All right. So problem breakdown, that's the P in Splat. All right. And we're basically deconstructing the entire overall flow or idea. And literally, I'll just draw it out on paper, or there's some online tools where you can draw things. But before you put anything in n8n to lay it out, you want to first draw it out. And that's going to really save you time and, avoid the challenge where you get into what we call, workflow love, where you love your workflow. You work so hard on it and it's like, I can't break it. Right. So you want to basically do this before you actually lay anything down. So you want to break down the entire problem step by step by step. Next, once you've got that, then you go into the layout. And that's the L in Splat, where you're now going to lay it out inside of n8n by designing the node structure. Now, one of the nice things that you can do is you can use things like Claude Opus 4 and actually, give it the n8n docs and, it'll actually generate all this. If you haven't checked out, there's a really incredible video that Nate Herkelman, created, and you should definitely check that out on how to use n8n or even Claude Opus 4 to generate entire workflows. So I highly recommend that. So go check that out. Next is AI. All right, this is such a big topic here, and this is the A in Splat. But basically, you want to identify, do we need AI? And that too, if so, what is AI going to do? And which specific AI model or LLM is required? And, what is the actual, prompt that we're going to use? Like, we have to really think through this. Most of the times, using AI costs you money. It takes more time than actually an automation without it. And that's because you're making a call to an external server or service many times. And then on top of that, if you're not able to get the right output, which in most cases, that's what ends up happening, is the first, second time, maybe even the third time, you're not getting the actual output because your prompt may not be correct, or sometimes the prompt is just not well formatted. And so now you're kind of going back and forth in your prompt engineering to create something better. Well, that can actually slow things down. Whereas sometimes it's just literally ask ChatGPT to create, let's say, something in JavaScript, which can do what the AI would have done, but now it's actually something that is reliable and structured, whereas AI is more of like, it's a probabilistic type of thing where it's kind of like fuzzy logic. It might work, but I don't know, maybe up to 80% of the time, 90%, who knows? But the thing is, if you need 100% guarantees, usually it's done without AI. But people, they think that I got to throw AI at everything. So first check if AI is required, and if so, what specifically is the prompt that you need, and which AI models are you going to need? And then that too, cost it out, right? And sometimes, I just ask GPT or I'll ask Perplexity, how much is the cost if I was supposed to do, X amount of calls to this API? Now, some of the areas where AI is really good is in summarizing text, analyzing data, generating content, or even making, really important decisions where it's like, man, I don't know. Sometimes, I want to find the intent of a message where someone sends an email and it's like, what was this email, actually trying to say? Is it a positive tone? Is it a negative tone? Is it a neutral tone? So that could be very important, especially when you're doing sales and customer service. And finally, we have T in the Splat method, which is test and edit. So you want to thoroughly test out your entire workflow. And a lot of times you're going to run into debugging errors. Debugging errors happen all the time, especially when you're refining the data flow. And what may work the first time, well, is it going to work on the 10th time or the 100th time or the 1000th time? I don't know. And the only way to test that out is literally go out and test it, right? Now, usually what will happen is, you can rely on it, but I've found that even with, the best GPT in the world, it's going to have times where it does fail. And that's because, you're sending it into the actual model and hoping that it's going to output data. And that's where you actually give it data structures inside of your actual AI systems where it's outputting exactly what you want. And then you'll do things like an if statement to check if it actually outputted that. And if it did, then continue. If not, go back and run it again. And then you use your run index to see how many times it does it. And after, let's say, 2 or 3 times, maybe you now start an error workflow. And then you say, hey, you know what? This didn't work out. And that responds to either you and your team or your client and says, hey, you know what? You may have to do this again. So as you could see, if you use the Splat framework, you're going to make better automations overall. All right, so it's time for another quiz. Let's go over design patterns and Splat. Question number 1. What is the most common design pattern that you're going to find in n8n? Is it orchestrator pattern, TPO pattern, or the HIDL pattern? If you said TPO, trigger process output, you're right. Number 2, what does the S in Splat stand for? Is it software or is it stories? If you said stories, you're right. Number 3, which pattern passes data sequentially? Is it the observer pattern or is it the chain pattern? If you said chain pattern, you're right. Number 4, what are the steps in Splat? Is it stories, problem breakdown, layout, AI, test and edit, or is it simplify, program, layout, ask, and try? if you said the first one, stories, problem breakdown, layout, AI, test, and edit, you're right. Congratulations. All right, it's time to take action. That's right. I want you to now go on to this next step where we're actually going to create a project which is going to basically cover a lot of the things that you're going to use in the real world when you're working with clients and customers. So in this project, we are actually going to be combining data handling, API access, and AI analysis to create a powerful spreadsheet automation tool. And the workflow is going to read data from a spreadsheet. It's going to perform some AI-driven analysis, and then it's going to write the results back. Specifically, to keep it simple, we're going to take person's name and date of birth, and then we're going to take that information and we're going to find out the day of the week that they were actually born and also what their horoscope sign is. And so that is going to be the summary that we're going to write back into the actual spreadsheet. So let's start off with the first step, which is parsing the spreadsheet. Now, inside of the spreadsheet, we're going to create a simple spreadsheet right now, which has ID, name, date of birth, and then we're going to create another one here for summary, just like that. Now, the summary section we're going to keep empty because we're going to get the AI to put the information in. But basically, what's going to happen is we're going to start off with this sort of spreadsheet here. You notice in the first column, we've got an ID. Now, the ID is going to act like a unique key. Now, a lot of times, when you're using some more advanced systems, such as an actual database system like MySQL, or many people use something like Airtable, it's the same type of idea. You're going to have some form of ID that allows you to kind of see which row we're on. And then we're going to have, the information that goes and corresponds with that actual row. The reason why we use an ID is it allows us to keep accurate data mapping. So there might be two Mark Smiths, all right? And you might actually be surprised, but there might be two Mark Smiths with the exact same birthday, okay? And that is a possibility. Now, of course, we need more data to actually differentiate the two, but specifically an ID will differentiate them. And so that's going to really help us out so that we know that there are two Mark Smiths inside of this, entire list of information. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create this sample spreadsheet. Then we're going to read the spreadsheet using n8n. Then we're going to identify the key, which is the ID, and then we're going to map the data accordingly and take it in and actually grab the name and the date of birth and pass that over to OpenAI. So go ahead, take a moment. I'm going to pause it right here on the screen. All right, and that's going to give you an opportunity to write this information in. All right, so when you're done, you should actually see this sheet here. It's a very simple sheet. You've got your ID, 1, 2, 3. You've got your name, Mark Smith, Sherry Adams, Bobby Duvall. You got your date of births here, 13th of May, 1983, 16th of June, 1992, and 27th of January, 2016. And then you've got your summary column, all right? So this is what we're going to be filling in with the help of AI. All right, so now let's actually dive into actually designing something. So let's go ahead into our n8n, and we're going to create a new workflow here. All right, and let's do an execute workflow. So go ahead and just type in trigger manually, execute workflow, just a simple trigger. And from here now, the first thing that we got to do is we need to connect to our Google Drive. So specifically our Google Sheets. So I'm going to type in Sheets here. And if you remember from earlier, this is why we needed the credentials. All right, so you should have Google Sheets connected. So I'm going to now click on Google Sheets, and specifically, I want to get rows inside of a sheet. So I'm going to click on that. And now over here, it's going to show my Google Sheets account. Sheet within a document is what we're looking for. And now if I click on this drop down for document, I'm going to see that I've got my training sheet there. So when I click on that, you're going to see that. And just to confirm that this is the right one, I can actually click on this little square icon. And it'll take me to it. And yep, that's a correct one. All right. And now the actual sheet inside of there is sheet 1. All right. So there we go. And if I actually just save this here, so now if I click on execute workflow, there we go. It's picked up 3 items. And if I double click, you can actually see it's picked up all 3 rows after the first row. It's really important to know that whenever you're calling a Google Sheet list, it ignores the very first row. Now, of course, you could change that around, but I'm not going to go into that, deeper functionality. However, always remember when you're working with an actual spreadsheet, it'll always start from row 2 and beyond because the column names it assumes is in the first row. All right, so now that I have that data, well, I need to do stuff with each item. Now, I want to actually loop over these items. So if you remember the loop one, we're going to type in tab and we're going to type in loop. And there it is, split in batches or loop. All right. So now, as you can see, I can actually take each item in. However, this is actually a dummy node here that comes every single time with it. So I will just delete this and I will delete this one here for the loop. And now I have to actually add something in. Specifically, the very next step is the AI analysis section. Well, we need to take this information because I've got now the names, I've got the dates of birth. I need to put it into an AI agent so that it can analyze this information and then, of course, get the actual day of the week that the person was born and summarize for us, their horoscope, their day of birth, and, bring together everything in one shot. So that's what we're going to do with the AI analysis section. So here we are. We're going to put in an AI agent node. There it is, AI agent. And let's just connect this up here by clicking and dragging the loop to the AI agent. And now we have to add a chat model. So click that plus button and let's go down to OpenAI. Let me just turn off my camera here so it's easier for you to see. All right, so I'm going to go down to OpenAI. And now I'm going to choose my OpenAI account, choose the one that you set up, and I'm going to choose the model. In my case here, I'm going to choose 3.5 Turbo. All right, you could choose whichever one you want. As I said, I recommend this one because it's the cheapest model. And then from here now, I need to actually define a prompt. So I'm going to double click on the main AI agent node, just like that. And now from here, I'm going to first call the previous data by clicking on execute previous nodes. And then I'm going to change this from connected chat trigger node to define below. All right. Now the next thing is I'm going to click on expression and I'm going to click on this little square here, which is going to open it up in this view. Now I can actually type my prompt in. All right, so I'm going to type in some context here. So you are a helpful assistant. I'll just type that in correctly. Your task is to create a 1-sentence summary based on the following information. So the name, and we're going to get the actual name from here, which is the person's name. And then we're going to put in their date of birth. All right, and we're going to grab their date of birth. And specifically what we want to do is you want to actually put the format of how it comes in, which is going to be DD, which is the days, MMM, which is the months, and then year, which is how it comes in. All right, so that's how the information comes in. So for example, that's like 13th May 1983. So I'm actually putting in what you're seeing there. Next, your output must follow this exact format. So now I'm giving it constraints here. So summary, and this is going to be the person's name. So we're going to just say name. All right. Was born on, and then we were going to put day of week. So day of week, just like that. And then I'm going to put DDTH. So like, is it the 13th of MMM? Or actually I'm going to put in like 13th of MMM and comma YYYY. Okay. So I'm putting in like a format I wanted to respond in. This makes them a, and now horoscope underscore sign. All right. So I've put that information in. So now some rules for this AI to follow. So important rules. 1, use the correct day of week. All right. For the given date of birth. So it's important that it gets this right, that, it's the correct date. Next, spell out the day. So like, is it Monday? So for example, Monday, Tuesday, etc. All right. The next item that we want to do is we want to, use correct Western zodiac signs. So, use the correct Western zodiac signs based on the date of birth. All right. And then finally, you want to output only the final summary, nothing else. So output only, output only the final summary and nothing else. All right. And so for examples, now we're going to do examples. So if you remember when we're doing our prompt engineering, we're trying to put in that whole entire set of steps. So the example now is that if name is Bob Smith and DOB or date of birth is 13th of May 1983, then your output should be summary. All right, Bob Smith was born on Friday the 13th of May 1983. This makes them a Taurus. Okay. And that's it. So now, that's the entire thing. And so the hope is that it's going to follow this. It may not always work, but, for the most part, it should. And so we're going to try and run this step here. And here it is, the summary. So we see there, Mark Smith was born on Friday the 13th of May, 1983. This makes them a Taurus. Okay, so that's using that data. Now, one of the nice things that I could do is I can loop through this here. So if I click on this here and I actually just connect it up to the loop, I'll get to see all the different items. So here we go, 1, 2, 3. If I double click here, now inside of my run, I can actually see all the different runs that it did. So there's number 1. Number 2, Sherry Adams was born on Tuesday, the 16th of June, 1992. This makes them a Gemini. All right. Then if I click on number 3, Bobby Duvall was born on Wednesday, the 27th of June, 2016. This makes them an Aquarius. All right. So it's already got that there. So now we're actually at that point where the AI has picked up all of these. All right. So now in our final step, we need to now write this data back into the spreadsheet. All right, so we're going to jump now into that step, and we're going to take the AI output and we're going to write it back in. However, if we're actually going to be using an actual API call, we need to put a wait timer in between so that we don't overload the entire, Google API, especially if you had 100 items or even 1,000 items. Well, now you want to kind of delay it 5 seconds in between so you don't get a 429 error. So let's go ahead and let's just delete this, link here. And let's go ahead now and let's add a wait timer in. There we go. And we're going to let it wait for about 5 seconds. So that's fine. And now we're going to actually call it the Sheets again. So we're going to call Google Sheets. But this time we're going to append or update a row in the sheet. Now, it's important to understand we're not just adding a row to the bottom. We are updating rows. And that's where that unique key came in. Because we're going to have to go back to the actual unique key and use that so that it can recognize where to update the row. So we're using append or update row in sheet. So go ahead and click on that. And if I click on the execute previous data, it's going to get all the information we need. But you notice I don't have the other data. That's because it's in another area, which is loop over items. So if I go to number 1 here, you're going to see the data. That's the ID I need. So let's go ahead and select our document, which is going to be training sheet. Next, we're going to basically choose the sheet 1. Now it says map each column manually, and the column to match on, that's the ID. All right. So it's going to be searching that ID first to figure out where it needs to actually put this data to update. So specifically, we're going to click and drag the ID from a previous node, just like that, and throw it inside of here. There we go. Now for the name, well, we don't need to worry about that. For the date of birth, we don't need to worry about that. What we want is the summary that comes from the output of the AI agent. And in this case, it's this here. So we're going to click and drag it in. That's the output when we go to the AI agent node. And now, once that's done, we're going to click on the end here and we're going to loop this all around. So now let's click on clear execution. And now we're going to execute the workflow and we're going to take a look at our training data, which right now doesn't have anything inside of there. But when I hit execute workflow now, all right, so the loop is done. And when we go back to our training data, there it is, all the summaries. And they're all right inside of the sheet. So that was a great little project that you just completed, and you learned about data handling, reading from and writing to spreadsheets. You learned how to use unique keys. You learned about AI usage using ChatGPT and even rate limiting with wait nodes. You also learned some of the AI automation basics, and this is going to help all of you prepare as students for real-world automation requests. This is the real stuff that people are going to ask you for, and it's also going to help you as students to expand even more, especially when you're working with businesses and real-world use cases. All right, it's time for our quiz on spreadsheets and data processing. Number 1, why do we use a unique key inside our spreadsheets? Is it so that we can open a door? Is it to ensure accurate data mapping when writing results back? Or is it that keys are easier than data storage units? If you said to ensure accurate data mapping when writing results back, you're right. Number 2, what does the wait node do? Does it prevent rate limiting issues? Or is it used as a filler node when we want to end things? If you said it prevents rate limiting issues, you're right. Number 3, what node do we use to iterate through data? Is it the aggregator node? Or is it the loop over items node? If you said the loop over items node, you're right. Number 4, what is the JavaScript that we use for the name? Is it json.dob or is it json.name? If you said json.name, you are right. Congratulations. All right. So now to really solidify your learning, we are now going to be diving into the n8n community courses. These are going to give you official recognition for your skills. And what we're going to be doing in this course is we're integrating those community programs in. When you complete these, you're going to be getting official badges on your actual community profile, and you can use that to, kind of show that you actually know your stuff. All right. Now we're going to be going over the first course and the second course. However, I'm going to be changing some of the data around and some of the things that are going to be shown. The reason is I still want you to actually do these exercises. I don't just want to provide you all the answers and then everyone goes and gets badges and now it's kind of useless because you actually don't know the skills. Our goal here is for you to actually learn. So even though I'm going to show you some of the same types of patterns, the data is going to be changed or the patterns are going to be tweaked slightly, just so that you kind of get the idea of what's going on, but not so much that you could actually go and submit that and actually get an actual badge. All right. So keep that in mind. The goal is you still need to do the work, and this is here to help you so that you're following it along, but not to actually replace the exact same data. So basically, I'm not giving you the actual final exam, if that makes sense. So the level 1 course, we're going to be walking through it. It's the official n8n level 1 course. And this module, it guides you through the entire community course, ensuring that you get a deep understanding of the fundamental concepts. The key focus areas are building foundational skills in n8n, all right? And then a modified approach, as I said, we're going to change some of the things together so that you get the idea of what we're doing, but without getting the final results so that you can actually go through it yourself and, pass and get the badge. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the course. We're going to modify the data. We're going to have you complete it independently. After I've done this, follow along, but then complete it on your end. And then you're going to submit for a badge. You're going to be going to docs.n8n.io/courses/level-1. So when we click on that, you're going to see this here. It's right inside the docs. And if you want to start from docs here, we can actually go like this here, right inside of docs. And on the left side, you're going to see text courses. Click on that and click on level 1. So the first thing that you want to do is set up an n8n account. Well, we already did that. If you follow along, you either set up the n8n cloud or a VPS version or a self-hosted version. The next thing is that we need to get a course user ID. So you're going to click on the sign up here button here, and now you're going to follow the n8n form. So click on sign up, and now let's start off with the name, Solomon Christ Training. All right, so that people know that this is the training one. All right, and now which email address? I'm going to use my other one. So SolomonChristUSA@gmail.com. There we go. please provide your n8n forum username. So chances are you don't have one yet, but if you followed along, you probably already have one. So I'm going to create a new one here just so you can see the process. So I'm going to click over here on this link here, and it's going to take me to the community. And let's go ahead and click on sign up. So Solomon Christ train, so that I'm here for the training example here. And now I'm going to type in a password that I want. I'll do it again. Okay, once you enter in all your information, go ahead and click on sign up. And you're going to get this email here to confirm your community account. So go ahead and click on it. And now you're part of the n8n community. So go ahead and click on activate your account. Congratulations, you're in. So let's click on finish. And now at the top right, you're going to see here, this is where we're going to get our information. So you click on the actual icon for your name, click on the little icon that looks like a person, which is your profile. And then let's click on summary. And right here, this is your username. And that's what you're going to put inside of the type form. So let's go back now and let's paste our username inside of there. So this is Solomon Christ Train for training. So I'm going to hit OK. And which of these areas do you mainly work in? So here we go. I am now in, let's see here, IT engineering, sales, automation consulting. Let's just put that in there because that's what I do. How are your coding skills? I am a pro coder, right? If you are, then put that in, no problem. What is your first thing you want to build with n8n? Education. I'm teaching you guys. All right, there we go. I'm going to hit submit. All right, so there we go. So now automatically that went through their own n8n automation and it should instantly send an email to us. So I'm going to take a look at my email and here we go. This is all my information that I'm going to need for n8n course level 1. So make sure you check your email, check your spam, because you're going to get these important unique IDs. Now, of course, I blurred these things out here, but you're going to get a unique ID, a webhook URL, a dataset URL, a header auth name, and a header auth value. These are going to be required when you're actually doing everything that you need for the entire level 1 training. Now, if you remember earlier in our course, we needed you to get onto the Discord server. So if you've not already done so, please make sure you join the Discord server by clicking on it because it is required for the course. So we have to choose a display name. All right. So make sure you choose a display name and then create an account if you don't already have one. And at any time, if you do get stuck and you need some help, you can always reach out to the community forum via the community forum link. And you just go to community.n8n.io and you can just ask all your questions there. But we're going to follow along here and hopefully this is going to reduce the amount of trouble that you guys have. All right. So now we've got our user set up. We've got the course user ID information. We've got the basic knowledge now, JavaScript and APIs. And we've got an account on the n8n community forum. So you've done all of that now. So let's dive in and it's going to take a little while. Now they're estimating about 2 hours, but with this video, it'll be a little bit faster. All right. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building the main workflows and then you have to pass the quiz. All right. Now this is the important part, but in order to pass the quiz, well, you got to build. All right. So that's why you have to actually go through this and we're going to do this together. So now let's click on, let's get started. So inside of this first lesson, we're going to go through the UI and we already did that. It's going over the basics for editor UI settings, the left panel, all this information. So you already know this from our earlier stuff, but you can read through this as well. That's what I want you to do is go and read over everything. There's a lot of stuff inside of this and you now have additional stuff here. All right, control left button and so on. It kind of shows you what's going on, all about the nodes. So now we're going to move on to the next item. So on the left side here, click on building a mini workflow. So it wants us to add a manual trigger node, and then we're going to add in the Hacker News node. All right, so let's go ahead and let's create a brand new n8n automation here. So I'm going to start off with a simple trigger here. And then from here, I'm going to hit tab and I'm going to type in Hacker News, just like that. Okay, and I want to get many items, just like that. And specifically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to limit this to 5. And I'm going to add a field here for a keyword. And I'm going to type in artificial intelligence. And then when I click on execute node or the step, I've now got 5 items back with the latest information on AI. All right, and a whole bunch of details and all kinds of great stuff. I can even execute the workflow from here as well. And so now, this is working. So now we're going to move on to the next step once you're done. So when you actually follow this along, it's going to ask you for different data to input. And so you'll be able to do that, but you kind of got to see how that works. So now let's go into automating a real world use case. And you're going to meet n8n, and he's an analytics manager at AB Corp. All right. So his job is to support the AB Corp team with reporting and analytics. And so we're going to be understanding the scenario. You're going to meet n8n. You're going to say hello. And you're going to say, hey, what's a repetitive task that we want? And n8n is going to say, hey, you know what? One of the most annoying things is weekly sales reporting. I don't like it. It's so challenging. And so he has to collect a whole bunch of sales data from their legacy warehouse data system, and it sucks. And so he needs to, kind of get it together, because each sales order can have like the status as processing or booked, and he has to calculate the sum of all the booked orders. All right. So that sounds like a great opportunity to create an automation. So now what we want to do is we want to break the problem down, right? So take the problem and break it down. So what are some of the things that we can do to help this person out? Then we will actually lay it out in n8n. So in this case here, it says the data warehouse was written a long time ago, okay? The actual information, the app, it doesn't have a CSV export. So there's no CSVs that are coming out, but they recently added a couple of API endpoints where we can get the data. And so that is great, because now guess what? When I'm just thinking out loud, well, maybe I can use an HTTP node to actually grab this information. All right, so I'm thinking about the problem itself. So now we can actually jump into n8n once we actually kind of get an idea, and we can kind of think about how we're going to lay this out. All right, so basically, we're going to send the data from the company's data warehouse to two external services. That's what it is, Discord and Airtable. All right, so here's the thinking process, right, where we're breaking the problem down. Get the relevant data, all right, order ID, order status, order value, employee name. Filter the orders by their status, so processing or booked. Calculate the total value of all the booked orders, and notify the team members about the booked orders in the company's Discord channel. Then we're going to insert the details about the processing of the orders in the Airtable to follow up. And then we're going to schedule the workflow to run every Monday morning. So we need to start off with an HTTP request. So here we go. And we're going to start with a brand new workflow here. I'm just going to call this training 1. All right. So let's go ahead. And before we start off with the schedule, like I said, we're going to start off with a manual. So we're just going to do a manual trigger. And then from here now, we're going to add in an HTTP request. Okay, just like that. There we go. Now we need to know the endpoint. We need our API key. So we go to the email that we got. We're going to grab our dataset URL. So there you go, the dataset URL. We're going to grab that. And if I actually go inside of here and I put that inside of, my HTTP request. So I added the dataset URL. I put this to get. So get is there. Well, now I have to send some headers. So specifically, which headers do I need to send? Well, let's click on actually specifying headers. So send headers. So for our name, we're going to type in unique ID. So we're just going to say unique _ID. And then for the value, we're going to actually go back into our email, and we're going to grab the unique ID that they sent us. We're going to copy that and paste it back in. And now let's test this again. Well, it's still not working. And we're wondering, well, why is it not working? Well, that's because we forgot another important step, and that's your authentication. So in this case here, we're going to do a generic credential type. And over here where it says generic auth type, we're going to select header auth. And now we're going to create a new credential. And so inside of name and value, we're going to put in the information that was sent to us. So over here, we take the header auth name, which is in this case API _key. And we're going to take the header auth value, which is like a password or something like that. So we're going to take that data, paste it, hit save, and now we have the correct information. So now when I click on execute step, now I get all the data. So wonderful. Now we've got 30 items here. So now what? So in this case, we're going to be using an Airtable account. Now chances are you don't have one already. So inside of the tutorial, it says create an Airtable account. So go ahead and click on that. And now we're going to sign up to Airtable. So we're going to go to the top right here and just hit the X, create a blank app, and just click on create. All right, so now it's saying we've got an untitled base. And so now let's go back to our tutorial. So in any new table, it's usually going to have these 4 columns here: name, notes, assignee, and status. But we're going to rename the table into orders. So even though I put training, let's rename it into orders. And we're going to delete the 3 blank records by default. All right, so let's go ahead and let's call this orders. So let's go here, change this to orders. And then you could just right click on any of these and you could just click on delete record. So we're going to just right click and delete, right click and delete, right click and delete. So we've deleted all of that. So that's all deleted there. And I'll just close this side off here so I can close Omni so we could see this a lot easier. And so now let's delete also these items here. So the notes, we don't need this data field here. We don't need the assignee one. We don't need the status one. We don't need the attachments one. And that's fine. So I can just delete both of these here. Delete that one, delete that one. So now I'm going to rename this thing to order ID. And I'm going to make this into a number field, just like that. And I'm going to hit save. And I'm going to follow along and I'm going to actually create these items here. So customer ID, which is number, employee name, which is a single line text, order price, which is a number, and order status, which is a single line text. So go ahead and do that and we'll come back together. So now we're all set up. So now when we go back into our n8n, we're going to be adding the Airtable node. So let's go ahead and hit tab and type in Airtable. There we go. And we're going to select the create a record action. And so now we have to create a new credential. So you're going to do that by clicking on the drop down here and click on create new credential. And we need an access token. So to do that, we have to actually open up the access token page on Airtable. So if you want, you can click on open docs here. And you can click on this link here, which says go to the Airtable Builder Hub with the personal access tokens. So when I click on that, I end up coming here. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and click on create token. And over here, I'm just going to call this n8n training. And then I'm going to add in the recommended scopes. So data.records read, data.records write, and schema.bases read. So let's go ahead and do that now. So here we go, add a scope, data.records read, add another scope, data.records write, and then schema.bases read. So now when it comes to access, make sure that your token can access all resources. And we can even add a specific base. So in this case here, I can add in orders, but you could choose, whatever you want, but make sure that you access all resources. And then I'm going to select create token. And let's go ahead and paste that back inside of our n8n and hit save. There we go. We're connected. All right. So now at this point here, if you actually click on the base drop-down list here, you're going to see the orders base. And from there, the table is going to be table 1. All right. So now that we have that there, what we're going to do next is instead of mapping each column manually, we're going to select to map automatically. So it will automatically, put them inside of that list. So go ahead and save that now. And if I double click on my Airtable node and I click on execute step, I should then see inside of my actual base and Airtable all 30 of the actual items inside of there. So watch this, click on execute step. And there it is. And so now if we actually go inside of our table, there it is, table 1, and you see all of the information here. All 30 items are inside of there. All right, so now we're going to be working on filtering orders. Basically, if you remember earlier inside of our training, we looked at different logic operators. One of them was if. And the if node we're going to be using right now to go through all the order statuses, because we need to find a certain order status and then only return those specific rows that match that order status. So that's what we're going to do. So the first step is we're going to delete this here. We're going to move this over. We're going to tab and we're going to add an if. There we go, just like that. And basically we're going to now move this around here. So remember, we're using the delete command a lot from these lines here. And so if I connect something, I can, just hover over it and hit the delete button if I want to disconnect it. So very, very easy to use. And specifically here, what we want to do is we're looking at our order status. All right. So what we're going to be looking for here is we're going to be looking for a type of order status. Now, I am going to be going for the booked ones. So I'm just typing in booked just like that. And now if I hit execute step, you're going to see that I get 16 back here that say booked. Now, you're probably wondering, well, that's not what the exercise said. That's exactly my point. I'm not here to do exactly what the exercise said. I'm here to tell you the basics, and then you go out there and do the exact exercise, so then you get all the stuff that you need to answer the questions, which is going to go into the n8n team to actually pass and get your badge. So now the next thing that we have to do for Nathan is he needs to only process a certain type of order type. We're going to be looking at the booked ones, okay? And so what we need to do now is we need to actually throw this back into Airtable. So basically what we're going to do now is we're going to retest the Airtable node,
all right, based on what it says. And before we actually do this to actually add stuff in, we're going to have to delete everything that's in Airtable right now. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to select everything. I'm going to right click anywhere here, and then I'm going to click on delete all selected rows. Now it's important to note that if you right click up here somewhere, it's not going to work. So right click on any row as you've got everything selected, and now it'll actually come up with delete all selected rows. All right, so this is specifically for Airtable. So I'm going to do that there, and it says delete records. I'm going to hit delete. There we go. So now we're ready for the next step. So basically whatever it finds, in this case here, 16 items of booked orders, we're going to throw it into Airtable here. Now an interesting fun little tidbit here is, as you can see, I got this thing like all over the place, right? Kind of looks weird. So I'm going to right click on here, and I'm going to click on tidy up workflow. If you've never seen that before, that is something really cool. So just click on that, and as you can see, it makes it all nice and neat. It's a nice little trick, and you'll really enjoy that, but it straightens everything out. So I can even right click on just like a few items. So like if I actually hit this, and then I hit this with control, so I'm using the control key on my keyboard, and then I'm just going to tidy up these two by hitting right click here and tidy up selection, and it could tidy up a certain part of your entire flow as well. So nice little trick to know as you're actually doing a lot of workflows over time. So now if I execute this workflow, as you can see here, it's going to do all 16 items now into the Airtable, which are going to be booked orders. So let's go take a look, and there we go. So the order status here is booked. All right, so good job. Now we're on to our next step. So Nathan says, this if node is so useful for filtering data. Now I have all the information about processing orders. I actually only need the employee name and order ID, but I guess I could keep all the other fields just in case. I would say, if I'm the service provider, actually I wouldn't recommend doing that. Inserting more data requires more computational power. The data transfer is slower and takes longer and takes up more storage resources in your table. In this particular case, we've got 16 records with several fields. It might not seem like it make a significant difference, but if your business grows and you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of records, well, then this will add up. It's going to cost you more. It's going to be more time. It's going to be more of a challenge. And so Nathan is like, oh, that's good to know. So can you select only 2 fields from the processing orders? So there's the little interaction with the client and customer. And this is great because the n8n team has really thought through an actual client situation. And so that's what we're going through right now. All right. So now to actually, get a specific, set of data. Well, if you remember from our past training so far, we've got something called the set node. So we're going to, hit tab, and we're going to type in set here, or edit fields. And what we're going to do now, and, usually it'll connect to whatever you had last. So I'm going to disconnect from here. And what we're going to do now is all the data that's coming in, well, we want to now just get, 2 specific areas. Now, specifically, we already know if an order status is booked, we're going to be getting that information. But now I want to get the employee name. All right. And we've got that. And I'm going to get something else. In this case here, I'm going to get the order price, specifically because maybe I want to know all the order prices that these employees did. How much money did they actually make for the company? All right. So there we go. So now I've got these 2 items here that I want to get the data for. And specifically, I'm going to be putting it into Airtable, but I need a new table to work with. So I'm going to go ahead back into Airtable here, and I'm going to create a brand new table by clicking on the Add or Import button. And we're going to create a table starting from scratch. And we're going to call this here Processing Orders, just like that. All right, so we just want to kind of see what's going on. So now I've got a Processing Orders table. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of columns. I want to just have 2 specific columns that I'm going to be working with. So first we're going to delete all these other ones. So I can actually hit Control on my keyboard, and I can select multiple columns. Then I could right click anywhere, and I could click on Delete 5 Fields. And that'll delete these 5 columns here. All right. Now specifically, I'm going to be keeping name, but I'm going to call it something else. If we go back into our edit fields here, we've got employee name and order price. So we're going to keep it the exact same format. So over here, employee name, I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come back here, If I double click on this, I can actually edit field, or I can double click and I'll see that. And I'm going to hit save. And then I'm going to add now a value here, which is a number value, which is going to be how much they made. So we're looking for order price here. So I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to be pasting that in. It's a number type, and I'm going to click on create field. So I only have 2 items here, which reduces the amount of data that I'm going to have to process. So on a few rows, it's fine. But when we get into like 10,000 or 100,000 rows or something, really big, you're going to start seeing it's going to be completely slowing down to a crawl. That's why we want to be very conscious of, what kind of data we're actually bringing in. All right. And how we're structuring that data. So keep it simple, and that'll really, save you on time and money, and, overall the calls that are being sent out to Airtable itself or any other API, whether it's Google Sheets and so on and so forth. All right, so we're going to open up Airtable here, and our base is orders, but this time our table is going to change to processing orders, which is a different one. Now we've got map automatically there because we've got the exact same field names or the headers for the columns. So now I'm going to hit save, and we're going to click on execute workflow here. Now you notice that, all of these are kind of like lit up, and there's data that's coming through here. Well, remember the whole pinning? We're going to try some pinning right now. So I'm going to take this here, and I'm going to pin this data. If you don't have enough screen space over here, you'll see this. Pinning is at the top right here. So I'm going to click on pin this data here. So now I don't have to make that call again. All right. So that's going to save me, an API call. Now, of course, at the same time, if I want updated data, that's a different story. So you want to remove pins if you need updated data. But in this case here, I'm just showing you with a pin what to do. And I'm going to turn off my camera just for a moment here, because at the bottom right, I'm going to be clicking on a button here called Clear Execution. And it's important that you, know that this exists. Because what's happening right now is there's, data, and this kind of looks like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Did it run? There's an error. What's going on? So we want to clear this execution so that it's like, starting from, fresh again. All right. So when I click on execute workflow, it's going to run everything. But you notice how it just skipped right over this because it already has the data. So I don't have to worry about, getting this data again, but it still runs everything else with the same data that this thing pulled. All right, so that's what the pin can do. Okay, so if we actually did this correctly, it's now going to have inside of my table all of their names of the salespeople and how much money they closed for each order. And that should show up in the Airtable. So here we go. And yep, we could see that. All right. Now you're noticing that, oh my goodness, there's 3 rows. That's because we forgot to delete those rows when we first started the table. So I'm going to select all again. We'll do that again. And I'm going to right click on any of the rows. Okay, I can't right click up here. So I'm going to right click down here, and I'm going to click on delete all selected processes. And this is good exercising because it's working out your muscles. Just like a gym, you're working out your technical muscles. All right, here we go. And so now what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and we're going to now unpin this. And I'm going to show you another way to pin and unpin. So if I select this actual node, if I hit the letter P on the keyboard, I can unpin it. Now it has to fetch live data. All right, so I'm going to clear the execution list here. So at the bottom here, clear the execution. And I'm going to now execute workflow, just like that. There we go. So in this next step, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be calculating the processed orders. So as you could see here, we've got our setup here on the top, top side of it. As you can see here, pretty much the same. But now we've got the bottom side coming in. But as I said, we're flipping things around. So we're going to be calculating the processing orders. All right. So we're doing that on purpose because once again, we want you to actually do this exercise. All right. So you're going to get an idea of what to do, but now it's going to be, like I said, different values, different data. And that's the whole point, is when you could think through like an, automation professional, you're going to get much better at this. All right. So we want to figure out the total value of all processing orders. All right. So there is something called the code node that we're going to throw in here. All right, and we're going to basically hit tab. We're going to type in code. And if you remember earlier when I showed you the code node, there's a lot of stuff that it could do. And we're going to now connect this up here. and we're going to get all of the orders that say that they are in processing. We're going to be taking this piece of code here. So if you go down to the actual document there, you're going to take the entire thing, and I can highlight it and copy it, or I could click on this little copy button, same thing, and I'm going to paste this right inside the code. Okay, so I'm going to go inside of here, Control A, and then Control V, and there we go. I pasted that. As you can see here, and I'm just going to expand this out using this little icon here. As you can see, it's coming out as JSON. Now it says here, items input all total booked. Well, we're actually going to be changing this because it's not total booked, it's total processing. It's going to take all the items that come in, and this is book sum. We're going to change this to, processing sum, and then we're going to rename all of these variable portions here. Processing sum is equal to processing sum plus the actual order price. So now I'm going to go over here to book sum and change it to processing sum, and total booked is actually total processing. So copy that and total processing. All right, so now we should have this here, and if I execute this step, well, it says that there are 14 items that are total processing, and our processing sum is 1,393.61. All right, so that's how much is actually in the processing section. That's how many orders are actually in the processing mode, and that's what I've got available. All right, so our next step is, now that we have that, and you can see the power of the code node, we're going to move on to the next step. So our story continues, and Nathan says, wow, the code node is so powerful. That means I can have some basic JavaScript skills, and I can power up my workflows. And then, yeah, you can progress from no code to low code. And then Nathan says, well, how do I send my calculations for processing orders to my team's Discord channel? All right, well, there's an n8n node for that. So we're going to go over to that n8n node. So notifying the team. This is where, if you remember earlier in this entire program, we had you set up Discord with the n8n Discord server. Okay, so we're going to be actually now sending messages to that server. It's important because this is how you earn your badges, okay? So we're going to walk you through that. And you need to be able to access the course level 1 channel inside of Discord. So over here, it says n8n server. So go ahead and click on that, and it's going to take you to the n8n Discord page. And you should be able to see all of this, and specifically at the bottom, you're going to see something called course level 1. And so we're going to be sending messages, and you've got a unique ID that was sent to you. So we're going to be using both of these in our actual training. So course level 1 and course level 2. All right, so now we're going to set up our Discord node. So we're going to hit tab, and we're going to type in Discord, and we're going to go to message actions, and then we're going to click on send a message, just like that. All right, and so now inside of the connection type, we're going to select webhook. And then from here, you're going to go down and click on create new credential. And you would have gotten a webhook URL in your email. So let's go back into our email, and you're going to see here a webhook URL. So we're going to just take that webhook URL, and it's blurred out here in my video, but for you, you're going to see this in your email. And I'm going to copy that, and we're going to paste that into the webhook URL here. And then we're going to hit save. And if we did everything correctly, well, we should be good to go there. All right, so now we're going to copy this here to the clipboard. Okay, this entire message, this week we've, and then total booked. In this case here, I'm going to click here. And as you notice, our Discord is not actually connected up. So let's first connect that up. So click on back to Canvas here, and let's connect it up from our code node to our Discord node. And we're going to double click on Discord node again. And so now we're going to change this message from fixed to expression. So go ahead and click on expression. And now you're going to see this little icon again, the little square icon. Click on that. And we're going to paste the message that we just got from the actual, docs here inside of our training. So what we're going to do now is we're going to retype this out a little bit differently here. So you would have copied and pasted this message here, but specifically we're changing the data here. So this week we've total processing, which is 14. Okay, we've got 14 book orders with a total value of processing sum. So in this case here, we got the processing sum and my unique ID. So I'll just hit execute step here, and it says your message has been sent. And if I actually go here,
All right, and as you could see, we sent the information and here it is. All right, now I've covered up all the other answers so that you don't actually know the exact answers. So you're gonna have to do that on your own. But now you have an idea. We've now sent it to the Discord server. So good job. So Nathan says, incredible. You've saved me hours of tedious work already. Now I can execute this workflow when I need it. I just need to remember to run it every Monday morning at 9 a.m. And then, boom, you say, hey, you know what? We can actually do a schedule node. So this is where a schedule trigger comes in. All right, so remember the schedule trigger. We talked about that in an earlier part of the actual training. So now we're going to be replacing this first node from a manual node to a schedule trigger node. So to do that, all we have to do is just delete this here, this link, just like that. And we can move this down here. And I can hit tab and type in schedule. And there's our schedule trigger. I just click, drag, and then connect it up. And now I could actually just set this up for exactly what Nathan wanted. So what we're going to do is we're going to select weeks here. All right. And we get to choose what days of the week. So I'm going to choose here. I mean, you could choose several days. He wanted Monday. We're going to choose Wednesday. All right. And then we're going to set it up for noon. And then the trigger at minute, we're going to keep it at 0. So if I actually now set this up here and connect it up like I did and I hit save, well, this is great. It's set. However, it's not fully running because this has to be set to active. Keep that in mind when you're using a schedule trigger. All right. So now let's come back to the story here. So now you basically tell the client, say, yep, that's it. That was the workflow. I've added and configured all the necessary nodes. Now, every time you click on execute workflow, the n8n system will execute all the nodes, getting, filtering, and calculating and transferring the sales data. And so now Nathan says, this is what I needed. My workflow will run automatically every Monday morning, well, every Wednesday in this case at 9 a.m. All right. And it's like, oh, wait, not so fast. To that, you need to activate your workflow. As I said, you have to activate it. All right. I'll do this in the next step. All right. So here we go. Activating and examining the workflow. So in this step of the workflow, you're going to learn how to activate your workflow and change the default workflow settings. So once we hit the active button, you're going to see here it says workflow activated. Your schedule trigger will now trigger executions on the schedule you have defined. These executions will not show up immediately in the editor, but you can still see them in the execution list if you choose to save executions. All right, so you can hit got it and we're good to go. Now, specifically, let's say you've got a whole bunch of customers and clients and each one is in a different time zone. And well, oh my goodness, I got to actually calculate this. There is a simpler way. And so now if I click on the 3 dots here, I can actually go into a settings for this specific workflow. So when you bring up the settings, you can actually change the time zone from the default time zone, where in this case, I'm PST, Los Angeles. You could change it to anything, right? So you could actually choose, let's say America, Chicago, or, there's other places around the world, depending on where your customer is. And then the workflow will actually be set to that time zone. It's really important because, well, they may be in a different time zone and this workflow will actually then start firing off at, your PST time zone if that's what you've set up. So really important tip that if you want to set up your workflow for a different time zone, you could do that inside of your settings. All right, so now you've done all this hard work and you don't want to lose it. So if you want to save this workflow, there's a few ways that you can actually do that. Specifically up here, if I click on the 3 dots, you're going to see here that I can now download this workflow here. So 3 dots, download workflow, and boom, there it is. It's my JSON. Now, another way that more advanced n8n users will actually, back up all of their workflows is they will actually create a workflow that does backups. And to do that, you need to actually have an n8n API key to access n8n's own built-in node here. So if I actually just type in n8n, I can actually click on that and I can actually get everything going on from my specific version here of n8n. So my specific implementation of n8n here, I can access all kinds of different things. So over here, for example, I can get many workflows, which means that, I can get everything that I need to. But if you don't know where your n8n API account is, well, you're going to click on create new credential and you're going to say, well, I need an API key. Where do I get that? Well, let me show you how to do that. If you go to the bottom left and you click on the 3 dots beside your name, you click on settings, you go to the n8n API, and then you're going to be able to create an API key. That's the key that you're going to actually put in
to actually be able to access everything inside of your n8n, such as getting many of your workflows. From there, you could actually set up an entire workflow to create your very own backup system. So now if you want to get the solution for that, I've got an entire video on how to set that up in 10 minutes so that you can actually have all your workflows backing up to your Google Drive. All right. So if you've done everything up until this point, you're going to get a quiz here. Now you need to score at least an 80% to get, the actual pass mark. And when you do that, you're going to get a badge. Now you're going to have to actually go through this entire process again, but now you're going to have to do the correct values and all the correct information. But you're going to click on take the quiz. And if I click on that, it's going to be another type form, which is once again, it's their own n8n workflow. So it's usually done instantaneously. So once you pass it, you'll know immediately. And the nice thing is there is no limit on, answering the quiz questions. So no time limit. All right. But once you've done that, and if everything went successfully, you're going to get a badge inside of your, n8n account inside of your community profile. Over here inside of badges, you'll see completed n8n course level 1. All right. So that's something that, you can actually show on your actual account there. All right. So it's really, really powerful. So please go through it and earn your first badge. So congratulations if you made it this far. You've completed already level 1 and you've got your level 1 badge. So now we're going to be going on to level 2. So the level 2 community course goes over even more complex and intermediate problems. And so we're going to go through a lot of them. And once again, the whole goal here is to kind of understand what's going on. You're going to get a new set of IDs and information emailed to you, and you're going to have to follow along. So let's go ahead and let's click on this link and let's get started. It's at docs.n8n.io/courses/level-2. So let's go ahead and click on that. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get a new user ID. So we have to click on the sign up here button for course 2. So go ahead and click on that and let's follow the sign up process. So click on sign up. You're going to enter your name. So Solomon Christ Training. All right. And you're going to put in your email, solomonchrisusa@gmail.com. And once again, inside of the community forum, if you click on your name, you click on your icon here and you click on summary, you're going to come to this page here where you will get your username here for the community section. All right. So you're going to copy that and you're going to paste that in here where it says, please provide your n8n community forum username. You're going to paste that in, hit OK. And then which of these areas do you mainly work in? We'll go ahead and put down, where you work and how are your coding skills. You can put in whatever your coding skills are. Let's say I'll just say 0. Okay. Of course, it's not 0. What is the first thing you want to build with n8n? Well, right now I'm just training. So there we go. And I'm going to hit submit. And we're all set. So now it's going to send me a second email and we're going to have all of our information that we need to continue in the course. All right. So if you actually signed up, you should actually get this email here where you're going to get a unique ID, a dataset URL, a Discord URL, header auth name, header value, similar to what you did in the first one here. But now we're going to be doing some new things here in course level 2. So keep that email handy as we continue. All right. So we're going to go over the n8n data structure. So in a basic sense, n8n nodes function as an extract, transform, load, or ETL tool. The nodes allow you to access or extract data from multiple, sources, modify or transform that data in a particular way, and pass or load it along to where it needs to be. So that's what they've called it, is the ETL system or the ETL tool. Now, data moves through n8n in something called an array of objects. An array is a fancy word for a list. It's a list of objects or a list of items. Each element is stored in a position or an index inside of that list. Now, if you're in programming, you're going to remember that the very starting of an array is usually 0. Some programming languages will start at 1 and some array types will start at 1. But when you are looking at n8n, it's going to be very similar to what we see in programming, which is it's going to start at 0. So for the example that they gave us here, if you see Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael, well, the 0 point is Leonardo. Data sent from one node to another is sent as an array of JSON objects. And they've got a nice little example there where they show all the objects that are inside of this. these are all called elements. All right, so inside of this entire collection that's called items, there are elements within this entire collection. And an n8n node performs its action on each item of incoming data. And here's an example of how they show how you can return an array of objects for the Ninja Turtles. Here we go, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, and Leonardo. And, this is what it looks like when it comes out as a table. You can do JSON, you can do schema. So there's several different ways that you can see this data. And so our first exercise here is we're going to actually be going to an API endpoint here, which is going to be Poke API. This is going to get all the different Pokemons, all right, and it's going to get some of the data there. Now this data is going to come back and you're going to get a list, and we're going to have to put it inside of a code node as well as a split out node. All right, so these are the two different nodes that we're going to be using. And if I execute this here, you're going to see that I've got all the information here coming in from the API there, both from the code node and from the split out node. And that's what you're going to be doing right now, is you're going to be getting the data from the API and you're going to split it out, or you're going to use a code node to split it out as well. But both of them will give you 20 items, and it's the same data. It's just different ways of actually manipulating that data. Now, there's different types of data that we can manipulate, HTML and XML data. All right. And so they've given you a website that you can actually grab some information here. So we're going to be taking this website and we're going to get the latest blog here. And so this is the latest item here, the 7 best AI agent builders. We just want to grab that first item there. So we're actually making a call to that URL. And then from there, we're going to use an HTML system to extract specific data. In this case here, the title, and we're going to be getting the first item that it's going to return here. And so now if I actually, as you can see, if I hit the execute step, it grabs that information and we get that item. Now, if you do this too much, of course, you're going to get rate limited by the website, but it kind of gives you an idea of what you're going to do here is you're actually just grabbing information and you're going to be extracting certain elements from that HTML. For the XML exercise, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to Poke API, again, the Pokemon one, and you're going to be going from JSON to XML, and then afterwards we're going to extract that XML again so that we actually get that data. So if I actually just run this here, so here this is clear JSON, and we're going from JSON to XML, but this data is how it comes out as. And then from there, we take that same data and we're going to take that XML version of the data and we're going to take it back out to JSON. All right, so now this next part here of the entire tutorial, there is something called a customer data store node. I was actually looking for something called customer data store. I actually thought that was a database. So when you're actually going through this here, there's an actual node in n8n called customer data store. And it actually has some information. So if I just run this specific node here, it actually goes and grabs some information that it has there. So when we follow this along, we're going to be doing this date exercise here. And specifically, we're going to be getting the date and time of whenever these things were created. And we're going to round it up to the end of the month, and we're going to put out a new field name called new date. And then from there, based on that, if the date is after a certain date, we're going to then wait for a few seconds, specifically 1 second, and then we're going to now have it show up as an edit field in an output value. All right, so here we go. Our if statement is going to check how many are after 1980. We're going to be waiting for 15 seconds here. And as you can see, I changed some of the data there. So when you actually run this, you have to actually follow along what it says there. But over here, it said that all 5 were false. So I'm going to actually put this down a little bit lower here. Let's do 1970. Get a couple of those there. There we go. So one item came in 1970. It's going to wait 15 seconds, and then we should see the edit field. There it is. And as you can see, we got the information there. All right. Next, we're going to be working on binary data. So in this example, we're going to be downloading an actual PDF file, and then we're going to be extracting information from that file. All right, so they give us a URL to do that from and extract from. So I'm just going to click on that there. And when I double click, you're going to see all the information that comes out. So this is how you actually gather data using the HTTP request node. All right, so I only put the basics there so that you understand that this exists, but you have to actually do the work and actually go and do this here. All right, so you're going to be actually adding in a basic HTTP node, and you're going to be getting that file, and then you're going to get an extract from PDF node,
which if I hit tab, extract from PDF or extract from file, and then when I click here, it's going to show all the different file types. In this case here, it was extract from PDF. We've got a second exercise right here, and we're going to do that again. I'll just go up here. And this is the second part. Now, what we're doing is we're not only grabbing the PDF file, but we're going to also write it to disk and read it from disk. And this goes on to an extra set of steps here, where we are writing the actual file to the hard drive or local drive. If it's on a VPS, it's the Docker system. All right, and then we're going to read that exact same file to actually see what we got. So let's go ahead and run this. And there it is. This is the actual information here. And I can actually view and download this same file here. All right, so that's what you're going to do. These are the different nodes. And if I hit tab, you can do read and write files from disk. And you're basically duplicating this. You're doing this twice. All right, back to back. One to write files, one to read files. All right, so the next set of stuff is all about merging and splitting data. As you can see, you can append, you can combine, you can choose different branches. And so now we're going to do a merging exercise here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start this off, but we're going to be running both nodes here. Now, one of the things that you want to understand when you're running two nodes at a time is n8n starts with the top and then goes to the bottom and to the next one. And so it's kind of like reading left to right, top to bottom. All right, so when I run this here, you'll see code go first, the input will go to merge, and then the data will come in and also go to merge. And when both of these come in, that's when merge will complete. So let's go give that a try now. There you go. And you saw that all work out just like that. And as you can see, the merge information came in. The next area is looping and splitting data in batches. All right, so you're going to see that a lot of times. This is the loop method here, and you're going to use this everywhere. I literally use it like in so many workflows. It's such a useful set of nodes. So it's important that you learn how to use this. And we're going to actually use this code here to go over a few URLs. And you could choose different URLs, but for the example here, these are the ones that were given to us. And so you're going to follow along and they're going to give you some information. We're going to grab the RSS feed and we're going to return those back. So let's go ahead and click on execute workflow. There we go. And we exited out with 22 items. So as you can see, if you go to the JSON, you can actually see the content of all 22 items. And so that's really, really powerful there. So whenever we have errors in workflows, we have an error workflow for that. And I showed you some of the nodes. And this exercise goes into more detail and actually has you building out an actual error workflow. So as you can see, we've got a workflow here, and we can actually now call this error workflow anytime from any other workflow. Now, usually what you want to do, something really neat, is you would create one error workflow and you would have it work across all your workflows. And that's simply by setting up that error workflow in every one of your workflows. That's a really great little tip to, really get something set up, such as an ongoing Slack message or an ongoing email to your team to detect when something's going wrong. All right, so keep that in mind whenever you're actually creating out workflows. All right, that brings us to our big use case. All right, let's start off by going back to n8n and that big example. So once again, it's n8n, and he says that his manager was so impressed with the first workflow automation that she entrusted him with more responsibility. All right, and then I, as an automation expert, would say, more work and responsibility. Congratulations, I guess. What do you need to do now? And n8n says, I got access to all our sales data, and I'm now responsible for creating 2 reports, one for regional sales and one for order prices. They're based on data from different sources and come in different formats. Sounds like a lot of manual work, but that's the kind of stuff that can be automated. Let's do it. All right. So now we know what n8n wants, and we're going to start working on what's actually required here. So we're going to need to get and combine data from all the different sources, sort the data and format the dates, write the binary files, send notifications using email and Discord. So n8n provides core nodes for all of these steps. Okay, so we're going to be creating a workflow that merges the company data with external information. We're going to create another workflow that generates the reports. We're going to create a workflow that monitors errors in the second workflow. All right. Once again, we're going to be using Airtable to actually get the information in. We're going to be using Google to actually access our Gmail, and we're going to be using Discord to actually do the whole webhook and the URL. So if you remember from beginning of this entire course, we set up all of these accounts, except for the Airtable one. We just did that recently. So now in this part of the actual program, I'm not going to be doing too much more other than just kind of guiding you through what they're asking you to do. And the reason is I really want you to go out and do this, especially for level 2. So you're going to have to actually do the work. And to start off, we're going to be creating an Airtable. And you're going to need to put in all this information inside of that Airtable. Specifically, the fields you're going to need are customer ID, customer country, customer email, customer since, region, and subregion. All right, so this is the information that we're going to actually be collecting. Next, they've given you an HTTP request URL that you're going to be putting inside of that node, and that's going to give you some data. And with that data, you're going to basically get this information. Now, make sure that you send the query parameter with fields. All right. After that, you're going to use a merge node to actually get both of these data items in. And once you get those in, you're going to be populating the Airtable with that. And here I have the exact same information. So this is what your final flow should look like. Now, of course, these nodes are all here, but as you follow along inside of the tutorial training here, they're going to be asking you for specific items that they want inside of there. So make sure that you put those things in. And if you did it right, well, all the data should actually show up. Now at the bottom, it's going to ask you all this information. This is what's going to be on your quiz. So definitely you want to know this information. So to get the answers to this, you have to first set this up and then you have to run it. Now, I'm not providing you those answers. You need to do the work. Okay, but just keep in mind, this is the information that you're going to need when you're going for the quiz. All right, here we are in workflow number 2. In this one, we're going to be generating reports, and they give you the information that you're going to need to create this entire workflow. The first part is actually getting in these 5 nodes here. And so that's the HTTP request, the Airtable, and merge. We've already done that. That was kind of like the first part of that. Now we're actually going to be sorting through this entire thing here. And that's going to be another set of things. So the sort node is going to allow us to sort the data by order price in descending order. After that, we're going to go into the first section where we go into the regional sales. All right, we're going to take the data, we're going to convert it to a file, we're going to set it up for Gmail, and then we're going to send a message on Discord. Now, the webhook URL is the one that you got inside of your email, specifically the Discord URL. All right, so that's what you're going to be using here. Now, another thing that they're going to be requesting you to do is use your unique ID at the end of a message. For this one here, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be creating a text that says, I sent the file using email with the label ID, and my ID is literally this one here from the email. All right, your unique ID. So keep that in mind. You're going to have to actually create that. All right. So once again, for this part of the course, we're expecting you to actually do this. All right. And it's something that if you follow along thus far, you should be capable of. And finally, the last part is generating the files for total sales. So you're going to see here, there's a loop over items. You're going to be doing an edit fields node, a date and time, convert to file, and then go to Discord. You've already seen this in the previous steps. And it shows you the quiz questions once again over here. All right, so write down the answers to what these questions are. So when you're done, your final workflow should look like this. And you're going to be sending out multiple Discord messages. One specific message from here, and then multiple messages going out from this loop. So that's how you know you did it right. All right, and finally in workflow 3, we're going to be monitoring workflow errors. And so now you're going to connect a Discord node to the error trigger. So that's going to look like this one here. We've got an error trigger to the Discord node. Once again, we're going to be using the Discord URL that was sent to us right here. And then we're going to be using the text here, the workflow with the workflow name, failed with the error message. Then you're going to put in the execution error message, the last node executed, so the name of the last node, and then check this workflow execution here using the execution URL and my unique ID, which you get from the email, which in this case is this one here. Now, if you're wondering where that data comes from, right inside of here, if I run this error trigger, I can actually get a test event. So this is just showing you where the information comes from. I'm not going to put it together for you. That's up to you now to take that next step. And now you're going to be answering all of these questions here. So once you follow through with all of that, and you've written down all the answers, you're going to get the opportunity to test your knowledge. At this point, you need an 80% to actually pass this, and when you do, you're going to get a second badge inside of the community badges section here. And as you can see, it says completed n8n course level 2. So earning these badges from the n8n community is one of the key outcomes of this entire training. These badges are going to serve as official validation that, you've got some skills now, all right? And you could share that publicly and show people that, hey, you're part of the community, you're part of the ecosystem, and you know a thing or two about AI and automation. Now remember, badges are awarded upon successful completion of the official n8n community courses. They represent your proficiency level and validate your skills. Congratulations! You've completed the second level of the foundations of AI and automation. You've worked hard and you've achieved some incredible success. You learned how to set up n8n, you learned how to use it, you even learned the basics about it. You learned the splat method, and you learned how to engineer and design various workflows. You completed a core project, and you even did the 2 main foundational courses offered by n8n, earning you 2 badges. The journey doesn't stop here. You're going to keep on learning every single day. You got to keep up to your skills, keep on doing more automations, and of course, keep on helping people. Make sure you take part in the n8n community overall, ask questions, and even answer people's questions. It's going to get you connected to a lot of other AI automators around the world. And explore more resources. Go and check out more YouTube videos. There's more tutorials and insights all around the web. And at the same time, of course, you can subscribe to my own channel on YouTube. You can check out some other incredible creators like Nate Herkelman, who does some incredible stuff with n8n. And there's many others doing some amazing things every single day. And now for the bonus section here. Listen, you've successfully completed level 2 of the AI Foundations program. That was not easy. It took a lot of work. And I want to congratulate you for coming this far. Come and join me in my school community. That's where I'm going to be going over more videos on intermediate and advanced topics like FFmpeg and MySQL. Over there, you're going to see me tackle even more complex real-world challenges that I'm going to share with many of you. And you're going to be able to build on your foundational skills as well. Mastery takes daily dedication, and it's something that I am constantly doing. I'm always a student and I'm always learning. And so if you're like me and you're always wanting to, learn more about AI and automation and some of the latest stuff that's going on in the AI industry, then please come join me, come join the students in my program, and come join the overall larger community of AI and automation professionals who are taking it to the next level. And we're actually, focused on building this as a business, as something that we do daily to actually do in a professional capacity. And if you just want to show your support and you're not able to join my school community, that's okay. Just go ahead and join my YouTube at Solomon Christ AI. I'm always putting out content in AI and automation, and I would love to have you as a subscriber. I'm so grateful that you completed my course. Thank you so much. I always look forward to seeing my students in person, and so I'm sure that one day our paths are going to connect. And so when we do, I look forward to saying hello and seeing your successful journey. Thanks again. And I look forward to seeing the amazing things that you are all going to create. Take care and bye-bye.
Hey everyone, in this video, we're going to be going over how to actually set up the new n8n MCP inside of Claude, Claude Code, Claude Desktop, the whole entire thing when it comes to Claude, and making sure that you can actually make these entire workflows super fast and easy. At the same time, understand that you're only going to get about 80% of the way there. That's what ends up happening. So you got to make sure that you do still know your n8n foundations. All right, let's dive right in. So at this point here, chances are you've been using, some of the stuff from the past. So before we had the n8n MCP, the new one actually, we had to actually use several other methods to actually get to this level or even come close. There was 2 specific GitHub repos, one that was called n8n MCP and one that was called n8n Skills. And if you followed along any of the videos of any of, my friends in the space or any of the people in the AI and automation space, that was kind of how we were doing it, right? If you've probably seen Nate's videos or other people's videos, chances are they had you set up the n8n MCP server through those GitHub items. And so now you've got all these additional skills and we need to remove them first. So in this step here, we're actually going to learn how to remove skills from Claude. And then we'll go ahead and actually start adding in the new n8n MCP server. All right, so what you're going to do here is you're going to type in Claude and go into, any of the folders. In this case here, I've actually created a brand new Claude n8n folder, which will actually be specifically for n8n. So that's what I'm going to be using, throughout this entire thing. And for all of my n8n stuff, I'm specifically just using that folder. All right, so now while we're inside of Claude, what you're going to do inside of here is you're going to type in /skills. All right, what this is going to do is it's going to show you a list of all the skills that are currently on the system right inside of your Claude. Now, I'm actually in Claude Code here. Okay, now inside of Claude Desktop, I'll show you that right afterwards. So I'm going to press the up key here, and you're going to see here several different n8n skills that we've got. And so what I want to do is I want to remove all of these specific skills that are n8n ones. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and write these out inside of like a notepad sort of thing. I'm just going to copy and paste these so I have them. So here we go. This is my list of all of the different n8n skills that I've got on my current Claude account here. I'm just deleting these here so that I can actually feed this into my Claude session there and just ask it to remove it. Now, for those of you who are on Claude Desktop, the idea is a little bit different, but it's the same base core concept. We're trying to delete skills. So inside of the Cowork tab, make sure you're in the Cowork tab of Claude Desktop. You're going to select Customize, and now you'll see skills here. So now if you had those skills installed, you'd have them right here. And it's as simple as actually going on the skill, and then at the top right, there's 3 dots. You would select that and you would click uninstall. So on the desktop edition, it's a lot easier. And the same thing goes for the code section. Once again, you go to the code tab, click on customize, select skills. And once again, you're going to see the skills that are installed. You go to the top right, click on the 3 dots, and then simply click on uninstall. But specifically, we're going to be focusing on Claude Code via the CLI. And so that's the area that we're going to now use and actually get Claude to uninstall these skills. All right, so now at this point, we've already listed the skills that we want to delete. So let's go ahead and type in delete the following skill. And we'll go over the skills that we copied. So in this case here, I've got n8n-code-javascript. So I'm going to just do that there, paste it in, and just hit enter, just to show you how it's doing it. So as you could see, I did that uninstallation via the Claude system itself. The next area is literally directly going to the skills folder. So on your hard drive, it's going to be inside of your user folder on your Windows desktop, inside of the .claude folder, and inside of the skills folder. So now I see all the same skills there, and I can manually delete these as well. So I'm going to remove the n8n-code Python version right here. So I'm going to take that there, delete it. All right, so now I should have those 2 skills gone, and I showed you the 2 ways. One was using Claude Code directly. The other one was manually coming in to delete it here. So now I'm back at Claude Code, and I'm just going to type in /skills. Now you'll notice that I don't have those 2 specific skill files that I actually had before. The n8n Python and the n8n JavaScript are both gone. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to uninstall the rest of these n8n skills here, and then we'll move on to our next step, which is installing the new n8n MCP server. And there you have it. I've deleted all of the skills, so they're no longer going to affect me. All right, so now we're at this point here, and we're going to go over how the n8n MCP really differs this time around. So the biggest key here is that instead of kind of like guessing everything through all the different tokens like it used to do, now it's using better methods to actually create the actual final workflows. So specifically, this new MCP system uses TypeScript to generate your actual workflows and make sure that your actual workflows are a lot better and hopefully functional. And these are the 3 reasons why it is so powerful. So there's no extra service, to run or maintain. You have a deeper integration because it's built right into n8n, and it generates code, not just JSON. Thus, you actually get, much better results, much better workflows compared to what we were doing in the past. And I recommend also checking out this video here. Liam has done a great job going over, how you actually connect it up. I'm going to be doing that here as well, but I'm actually taking a few additional steps because for a lot of people, chances are if you're in the n8n world, you're actually going to be having the previous MCP systems. And well, what do you do? How do you actually get it up and running with the new stuff? And so that's why I created this video, to make it easier so that you can actually dive in and get up and running with the new n8n MCP. So here we are now on n8n Cloud. I'm going to show you the cloud version and the VPS version. I've got a DigitalOcean version of n8n as well. So on the cloud edition, you're going to go down to the bottom left here and you're going to select personal. All right. And now on the left side, you're going to see all these different, options here. Specifically, the one that we're looking for is called instance level MCP. You're going to select that there, just like that. And now you're going to select enable MCP access. Once you do that, you're going to get this connection details button at the top right. And so right now you'll see there's no workflows, no connected clients, and that's okay. But right now what we're going to do is we're actually going to give our Claude specifically access to this. Now on the VPS edition, it's the exact same thing. Go to the bottom left, select personal, and then once again, the instance level MCP. And once again, your settings and connection details will be at the top right. So in both versions, you do the exact same steps. So let's go ahead and let's set this up now. I'm going to select connection details, and then I'm going to select access token. Now, as you can see over here, it is generated one. Now, in this case here, I'm going to delete mine after I use it, but in the future, you want to make sure that you protect your access keys. So the first way we're going to set up Claude is via Claude Desktop and Claude Cowork. It is by far the easiest and fastest way to get up and running. All right, so here we are inside of our Claude Desktop, inside of Cowork. So make sure you're in the Cowork tab here. And now at the bottom, you're going to go down to Customize, and then you're going to go to Connectors. Top middle of the Connectors section here, as you can see, there's a little plus button here for adding a new connector. So go ahead and click on that, and then click on Browse Connectors. There we go. Now let's type in n8n inside of the search bar here. We're going to select that and hit the plus button. Okay, so now in this step, we've got a few things that we have to actually put inside of here. So as you can see, it says paste the server URL here. So it's really simple. I just go to my connection details, I click on my server URL, I copy that, and now I come back into Claude and I paste my server URL here, just like that. And now let's go ahead and hit continue. At this point, a new window should pop up and it's going to ask for your permission. All you have to do is just click on allow, and there you go. You're now set up. That's how easy it is when you use the desktop edition. You go ahead and click on Open Claude, just like that, and now we're connected. You can now build full workflows. You could see all of your different workflows. You can get help with anything inside of your n8n installation. So to prove that it's connected, I recommend running a test. So let's go ahead and actually choose a workflow if you've got one, or ask it to create a workflow. Now in this case here, I don't have a workflow, so I'm going to ask it to create a workflow for me. So I'm simply going to say, can you generate a workflow that will tell me a 7-day weather forecast using the n8n connector? And now if I want to make sure that my n8n skill and connection is there, I can literally click on this plus button here. It's not going to be under skills, it's going to be under connectors, and you'll see n8n is there. So go ahead, let's hit enter, and I'm on the Haiku, so it should be able to work with that. So you're probably going to see this coming up several times. Go ahead and click on always allow, and that'll allow us to have Claude complete the workflow for us. All right, so Claude is saying it's all done. Let's go ahead and take a look. So here I am in my n8n. I'm just going to refresh the screen, and there we go. It's got this 7-day weather forecast workflow. Let's take a look. All right, so it looks pretty simple. It looks like I need to set up a credential here, so I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And now I have to go and get the Open Weather Map API. Okay, I'm going to paste that in. Go ahead and hit save. All right, and I could actually see, it's got a city set up and everything here. So I could choose any place I want. And as you can see, we've got a 5-day forecast. We've got different things that we could do. We've got different formats that we could actually put inside. But it's already pre-done this for me, which, saves me a lot of time. So let's go ahead, let's run this. And there we go. It's fully running. It's like all set up here. I've got the data output, which is really good. And that all happened just from a simple prompt. Now, of course, that was a simple workflow, a very easy one. But if it's a more complex workflow, you can imagine it could take a lot of time to do, and there could be a lot of steps. So now we're going to do the same setup, but in Claude Code. All right, so we're going to create a folder on our desktop somewhere. In this case, I've created something called Claude_n8n Claude 2. Okay, so you can create any folder that you want. And let's go ahead and right click inside of Windows Explorer and just click on Open in Terminal. All right, so now let's go ahead and type in Claude. And now we need to install the n8n skill. Now, it's a little bit different here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our n8n. We're going to go to the left side and click on the settings and then personal. You're going to select instance level MCP again. So now you'll notice connection details has your old access token. So in this case here, I'm going to do this again. Now keep in mind, you want to keep your access token. So go ahead and keep it in a safe place this time. And specifically this time around, because I'm in Claude Code, I'm going to take this entire configuration JSON MCP code. So I just copied that just like that. And what I'm going to do is inside of my Claude Code now, I'm going to say install this MCP server and then paste the actual code that you saw there. So just like that, install this n8n MCP server using the following information. And I'm going to right click and paste. There we go. I'm going to hit enter. And so when it's asking you questions, go ahead and approve it. That's the way you'll actually get through the entire installation there. All right. So now you're going to notice that it's actually created the MCP file right here inside of your system in a different location. And now you'll be able to access that MCP from any of your Claude, code projects from anywhere on your system. So now I'm going to ask it to create something else for me. So let's go ahead and ask it to create a simple news bot. All right. So there it is. I want you to create a simple n8n news bot that will fetch the news from TechCrunch daily at 6 a.m. and send me an email with the latest AI news. Use the n8n MCP to build out the workflow in my n8n. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter and let's see what it comes up with. All right. It says it's done. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay. So here it is. TechCrunch AI news bot. Let's click on it. And there we go. We've got another one, right? It's a simple trigger. It's going to fetch the, TechCrunch news. It's going to filter the AI news and it's going to send an email. Now, in this case here, we have to actually make sure that our credentials are set up. But let's take a look at how this looks right now. So if I run this here, it's pretty good. It's already got the actual news. So let's take a look. All right. So we've got some data here, which is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, there's an error inside of the filter AI news code. Can you fix that? And so now it's going ahead and it's actually fixing it for me. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. All right. Let's give this a try again. There we go. This time it actually corrected that. All right. So I need to actually set up my credentials here. So let me go ahead and do that now. All right. Let's run it. All right. There we go. Let's take a look at the email. And there's the email fully generated. This is pretty cool. It's actually got all of the latest stuff on AI news. All right. So there you go. You now have learned how to set up n8n with its new MCP server with Claude Code. I think it's incredible that we're able to do this now at such a high speed with a higher quality like never before. The new n8n MCP is such a powerful tool and a system. I highly recommend it to everyone, especially those who are using, the Claude Code systems, or you can do this with other CLIs as well. Thanks for watching. If you want to keep learning n8n, Claude, AI agents, automation workflows, and practical AI tools that you can actually use, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead, click on the link below, and I'll be building this channel to make AI simple, practical, and useful. Thanks so much for watching, and I appreciate you being here. Look forward to seeing you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to this new video on LangChain, n8n, and LangSmith, and how it all works together. In this tutorial, we're going to go over the basics of LangChain and how it works inside of n8n, as well as how to connect up LangSmith and get some really good debug information and go deeper into all of your AI calls. So if you're ready to learn more, let's dive in. Okay, so let's dive right in and let's go over what exactly is LangChain, LangSmith, n8n, how do they all kind of connect together? All right, so let's start off with some theory first, okay? So n8n, all right, on its own, n8n itself is an automation tool. And so what that means is basically this tool here, it gives us a visual way of connecting nodes together. Now, of course, a lot of you probably already know that, but the trouble is a lot of you think that it's an AI tool. Out of the box, it is not. It is literally a system that connects up different nodes and allows us to, automate between them all. Now, the challenge here is that right out of the box, n8n is not, automatically connected to external services, such as if you wanted to access, let's say, Gmail or any of the Google stuff or LinkedIn or whatever that is. We need to use something called an API. An API, it comes from, these actual services. It gives us access via a key that allows us to access these services within n8n. And so what has happened is either the company, whether that's Google or LinkedIn or whoever, or n8n, the team, decided to create a node for these external services. So LangChain is one of those nodes. And LangChain allows us to have access to AI capabilities. All right, so I'm going to show you guys here. It's a platform, and why it's really powerful is the goal of LangChain is to make it easy as possible for developers to build applications that reason, or AI applications. Now, if we come to the LangChain website, you're going to see that there are 3 specific products. In fact, there's a little bit more, but just 3 that they generally mention here, called LangChain, LangGraph, and LangSmith. Now, LangGraph kind of gives us a visual representation of things, kind of like what we've got going on with n8n. But LangChain is where we actually get all of that, power to connect up with all the LLMs and the AIs and all that stuff that we're, kind of used to inside of n8n. A lot of incredible stuff, but it's very programming heavy. So like you need to know how to code. And LangChain comes in 2 specific coding types, which is Python and JavaScript. Now, inside of n8n, for the most part, it's going to be JavaScript. And the n8n team has been now creating some incredible nodes which are LangChain powered, and some of them are very custom inside of n8n. And we're going to go over that, but specifically under the hood, it's LangChain. So now with a quick overview here, as you can see, LangChain is where we're going to code all the stuff and, all the AI items. But there's another thing in the ecosystem called LangSmith, which allows us to understand what's going on with all of those AI commands. So we're going to be diving into that a little bit later inside of the tutorial here. But when you understand that this here is actually an external type of service that is not the same as automation, all right? Now you're kind of understanding how n8n uses LangChain to get the AI stuff. And when we think about an AI agent, well, we think about some large language model that it's using, some memory that it's using, and some tools that it's going to use. And usually there's a main input here and a main output. And this looks a lot like the AI agent node. And that's exactly what it is. So the n8n team has created several different nodes here inside of the AI ecosystem here. So you can see here, let's just get a chat trigger here so you can see this. So now if I click on this plus button here and I click on AI, you're going to see the AI agent. All right. So this here is your basic LangChain, node here. But you're like, no, I call it an AI agent, right? This is all I use. And I'm so used to this. You're used to using a LangChain node. That's what it is. So we're actually going to design this right now, and I'm going to show you how this works. So if I hit the plus button here, I click on AI. So I come all the way to the bottom here, and I click on other AI nodes. Then I'm going to go down to the very bottom here. I'm going to click on miscellaneous. And then I'm going to see the LangChain code node. All right. And so just this node here on its own, it's just, a JavaScript node. And so if I double click on this here, if I just gave it like a main input, all right, so let's have the type input as main, and we'll just max connections 1, sure. And then the output as main. And then I just click on add code for execute. This is JavaScript here. I've literally created the code node. So if I type in code, these 2 nodes are now the exact same at this current point. They both have an input and an output, and they use JavaScript. All right, and I can actually go inside of here, and that's what this is. So now it's a JavaScript node at this point. So now let's take it one step further. So now we see that they're both a code node at this point. Let's say I want to now add in a little bit more, and we want to get some AI inside of this. So if I go to inputs here on my LangChain code node, I can actually select from the dropdown a large language model, which is something that we're used to. I'll make the max connections 1. Usually we have a memory. So once again, max connections 1. And then from there, we usually have some tools. And I can leave that as -1 for now. Now, when I look at this, guess what? It looks exactly like the AI agent node. And that's exactly what this is, okay? So it is a very versatile node. It could be used as a code node. It could be used as an AI agent node. It can even be used as a sub-agent node. And if you want to learn more, you can go into n8n's documentation and you could see all the various ways that the actual LangChain code node can be used. But in this tutorial, we're going to be actually focusing on the AI side of things. Now, to show you that these are pretty much the exact same node, we're going to add a chat model, and I'll do it from here. I'll add in OpenAI chat model here, and I'm going to keep this down here so you can see this.
And I'm going to connect up the language model here so it's the exact same. All right, we won't have any memory on there. Right now, as you can see here, I've now connected both of these here. And in some cases, like if you're not getting the connection, sometimes just refreshing this page will help. All right, so before running this, let's just make sure that inside of our LangChain code, we've got our execute command code here. So now we need to make sure that we tell it, the actual information that's coming in. But we need to understand what is the data coming in from the other, node. So first, let's do a quick run. It's probably going to fail, but we need to get, what is coming in from the chat message. So let's just type in hello here and hit enter. There we go. All right, perfect. It failed. That's fine. And it's the chat input that we actually need. So let's go inside of here now. And inside of our query, we're actually going to put in $input.item.json.chat input, because that was the name of the actual, item there. And as you can see, it's chat input. And let's go ahead and save that. And now let's give this a test. So let's say hello. And there we go. So now let's look at the output of both of these. So if I double click on AI agent, I see the output here is hello, how can I assist you today? Well, guess what? Inside of the LangChain output, we've actually got a lot more. So of course we got the similar hello, how can I assist you today? But we also have a lot more items, such as how many tokens were used and metadata and so much more. So, that's the power here of the LangChain code node, is that we get to see a little bit more, and thus we can actually learn about our AI automations in a much more deeper way. So now that you understand that, the AI agent node is actually a LangChain code node under the hood. So as you can see here, there's several different LangChain code nodes that have been pre-built with n8n. And so you've got your basic LLM chain, question and answer chain, a text classifier, a sentiment analysis chain, and information extractor. And there's several other LangChain nodes as well. And you could see inside of here, there's certain, things that each one has, based on the fact that, they've been seeing what a lot of people have been doing with these AI nodes, and they've pretty much pre-built some of the most used types of, AI flows that are there, but made it really, really simple for us to kind of set these up. All right, so now that we've seen, the LangChain code node and, seeing that it's really what the AI agent node is that we're used to right under the hood, it's LangChain. There's another set of things that can be done, especially when we're trying to debug anything that's going on in the world of AI. There's another tool within the LangChain ecosystem called Langsmith. So Langsmith is a tool that allows us to understand what's going on with our AI calls. It's a very, very powerful visual type of system that allows us to take every call and kind of trace down and see what was happening. So if LangChain sends in, an AI call into Langsmith, we can now go into deeper detail to understand what that call was. One of the things that you need to know is that the Langsmith, portion here, what we're going to try and connect to, it requires environment variables. And environment variables we can only pretty much access right now via the self-hosted or VPS edition of n8n. So a VPS edition could be like DigitalOcean, because we have to actually go into the Docker and, actually set up the YAML file and actually add in certain environment variables. So you can only do that right now on the self-hosted system. So if you've got the community edition, that's a great way to do this. So we're going to follow through and get you set up with Langsmith right now. So let's start off right here, and you go to the Langsmith website by visiting langchain.com and then clicking on products and then going to Langsmith in the platform section. And then after that, let's go ahead and let's click on sign up for free, and then go ahead and start entering your information and sign up and get an account. Okay, so once you see this screen here, what we want to do is we want to actually set up a tracing project here. So on the left side, go ahead and click on tracing projects. Over here on the right side, click on new project. And over here, you're going to see all this information. This is really important. So let's go ahead and click on generate API key. From here, we're going to be looking at these specific 4 items here: Langsmith tracing, Langsmith endpoint, Langsmith API key, Langsmith project. So I want you to copy all of these here, throw them into a notepad, because we're going to be using that for the next steps. So here I am in a notepad, and you can actually put this into anything. I'm going to just be removing all of the quotes from this. So just like that, go ahead and remove the quotes. So you get the endpoint, you got your API key here, just like that. And then you've got your Langsmith project, just like that. Okay, so I removed all the quotes there. And once you do that, you're going to be keeping this here
on the side here because we're going to need this in the next step. Okay, so now I'm going into my DigitalOcean VPS. If you're using this on a local system, it's the same idea. We need to get to our Docker YAML file. All right, so I'm going to open up a console window here, and now I'm going to navigate to my n8n installation. So cd cd opt cd n8n docker caddy. And so now if I list the files here, you're going to see a Docker compose YAML file. We need to enter that. So let's type in nano and then docker compose -YAML or docker-compose.yaml and go ahead and enter. There we go. All right, and as we come on down here, you're going to see that we've got an environment section inside of n8n. This is where we're going to paste all that information that we just got from our Langsmith installation. So here I have all the Langsmith information. So I'm just going to copy that, and then I'm going to minimize this down. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste. All right. And now I have to actually, position these. So I'm going to hit space. I'm going to put a dash. Then I'm going to go down here, do it again, spaces, dash, do it again, space, dash, then space, dash. There we go. I've set up my 4 environment variables for Langsmith. Specifically though, inside of n8n, we have to change the name a little bit, and we have to change it to LangChain endpoint, LangChain tracing v2, and LangChain API key. This should say LangChain tracing. So LangChain tracing. We're going to set that to true. And tracing underscore v2. So make sure you get the underscore v2 inside of there as well. So LangChain tracing underscore v2. All right. And next it's going to be the LangChain API key. So we go over here and we type in LangChain API key. And then of course Langsmith project can be like that. Or you could call it the LangChain project. But right now I'm just going to leave it as Langsmith project. That's fine. I'm going to hit Control O, hit enter, hit Control X. And now we're going to do a Docker compose down. And now a Docker compose up -D. All right. And so now that we have that set up, we go into our Langsmith, and right now there's nothing. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a test. Let's do this. Hello world. Simple hello world app. All right. You see it takes a bit of time in the first one. And the second one was a little bit faster. So keep that in mind. Let's go into our Langsmith. And there we go. And sometimes this takes about 30 seconds to a minute to show up. So keep that in mind when you're running these. But now watch this. Inside of Langsmith, I can just click on the actual call there. And you're going to see a breakdown here of the actual tests here. So each one, because there was 2 different calls, if we go back to our n8n, each one of these here, this is a call and this is a call. So we got 2 of them. The first one took a lot longer than the other one. As you can see here, this is the first one here. And I can actually go inside of it and we could dig deeper. So if I actually click on that, it's going to show me now what my AI was thinking. It tells me what AI I was using, how it generated it, right? So the human said hello world because that's what I put in. If you actually see here on that run, here it is, hello world. All right. And then basically, how many tokens it took, the prompt tokens, the total tokens, was 18 here. And then you got your feedback, you got metadata. So you could actually find out even more details about it. All right, so this is really great if you're trying to iron out, what's going on with your LLMs and specifically with all of your AI calls. Langsmith is an incredible tool for that. So there you go. You now have Langsmith interconnected with n8n, and you understand that LangChain is underneath the hood of these n8n AI agents. You also set up Langsmith, giving you a little bit more control over how your AI agents work. So I definitely recommend also checking out LangChain's tutorials and how-to guides. You may even want to check out the LangChain expression language, also known as LCell, and there's a lot of neat things that you can do. So there you have it. Now you know a little bit more about LangChain, Langsmith, and n8n and how they all kind of work together. So I hope you found this training useful today. If you did, please go ahead and join my school community. I love the support. There's a lot of other AI automators like yourself who are out there who are learning and growing every single day. I truly believe that the greatest power of automation isn't just saving time and money, it's creating freedom. So until next time, keep on automating, keep innovating, and keep building the best life ever lived. I'll see you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome, everyone. Solomon Christ here. Welcome to this course on the history of modern AI. This incredible course is going to take you through a lot of, the stuff that brought us to where we are today. There's a lot to go over, so we're going to dive right in and follow along, and I hope you enjoy it. All right, so we're diving right in, and this is the birth of where OpenAI started and kind of how this history kind of unfolded. So OpenAI started back in 2015. Now, the actual modern day AI actually started in 2022. However, this was before. This was like kind of the stuff that was building up to where 2022 came about. So here you had a whole bunch of, early people coming into the space. You had people who were excited about this tech. One of them being Elon Musk. At that time, he was thinking about different things like Neuralink, and he had his Tesla stuff and all this, all kinds of crazy ideas, this really cool set of ideas that he wanted to do. At the same time, you had several, researchers and early founders such as Sam Altman and several others such as Ilya Sutskever and Greg Brockman. There's a lot of people, even Andrej Karpathy. All of these people were early people, okay, inside of here. Now, at the beginning time, they said, okay, we're going to start as a nonprofit organization. This is a very important key in the history of everything that happened, all right? This laid the foundation of what was to come. And so as a nonprofit, the idea here is that you're going to give out the models for free. You're going to try and build something that is going to be for, the safe development of AI. Keep that in mind, safe development of AI, all right? This was the vision that they started with. Very, very important. So Elon Musk came in, Sam Altman came in, and as they started working towards this, things started changing. All right. Now, this is the original mission here. Intelligence for humanity. So to advance digital intelligence in the way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate financial return. Very, very important point. All right. There are, the first founding people who actually had this vision, but things changed along the way. And that is a big key because a lot of what you're seeing today happened because of these differences of opinion. So now in 2018, there was this big problem here. We don't have enough money to actually build this stuff out. And at the same time, we want to help out people to use this technology pretty much for free. That's the whole concept with this not-for-profit thing. And it's going to require a lot of servers, a lot of training, a lot of capital to go in. Like, how are we going to do it? So this was the balancing act. And of course, Google DeepMind was there. So OpenAI pretty much was like, we don't know what to do. So this was a pivotal moment where Elon Musk really wanted to take OpenAI and put it into Tesla and, to get kind of like some capital and all that to come in. But this was a no-no for everyone else. They're like, we don't want to do this. This laid the first part of this rift. And this rift started becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. As you'll see, as we continue, things started really shifting as things started moving along. All right. So now going back to what we had actually seen here, this was the calm before the storm. As you could, understand, Elon Musk was probably, really, really frustrated at this point. And Sam Altman was like, I'm going to run the show now and, kind of do stuff. So, you can imagine what's kind of going on in their minds, right? Now, of course, a lot of this, I'm just kind of giving you my personal opinion. At the same time, though, some of these things were in the news, and especially this calm before the storm, a lot of people didn't know was being built in silence. All right. Some very powerful models were being built in silence. And if you remember that first gentleman who was part of the first team, his name was Ilya. He's one of the, chief technical officers there, building out GPT-1 and 2. All right. And his entire vision was, hey, you know what? We started as this open type of thing. It's a nonprofit organization. Like, that's the way we should be staying, right? That was the vision. So it's an important thing. So remember Ilya, he's going to come into the story in just a bit. All right. So what happened was they had to train this massive system called GPT-3 on 175 billion, parameters. Huge amounts of compute is required to do that. It's very costly. They had to scale. It was huge. It was a dense language model that they built. So as they're starting to do this, of course, there's some other niche AIs that are in the space. You've got DALL-E, you've got other sorts of, little AIs that could do fun little things like, hey, let's go and generate an avocado armchair, right? And you had those fun little experiences where you're seeing these photos pop up and it's like, oh yeah, this is generated with AI, right? So it was like this fun little thing where the public was kind of seeing this stuff, but not really. It wasn't that big, but it was big in the sense of like, wow, this is what AI could do. It can make some cool images. That was about it, right? It wasn't anything else other than that. So now, for the most part though, most people just didn't even know this stuff existed. A small amount of people were using things like DALL-E and other things like that to kind of like try things out. They were part of the cool AI club, right? Just testing this new stuff out. But really, most people didn't even understand generative AI and what it could do, really. So it was a big challenge. And in 2021, less than like 20% of US adults had any form of meaningful AI usage of any kind. So it was like, all right, people aren't using this. They don't even know what this is, right? So none of this existed. Everyone was like purely in Google. Speaking of Google, I mean, they had the advantage. They were doing all kinds of neat things. They had Lambda and Palm and Google's DeepMind, and they were doing all kinds of cool stuff. And everyone's like, yeah, Google is like the AI leader of the world, right? So that was the biggest key there. And so for a long time, this AI stuff was actually kind of like very private. You either had to be part of the ecosystem that was building this or the researchers to really know that this stuff even existed. And so it was kind of like under the hood. A lot of people didn't even know this stuff was there. And so you saw this researchers club where everyone was like quietly building. They were seeing this stuff coming out, but most people had not used this yet. And that is where we started getting into this next level, which is about to hit. And what's going to happen next is what changed the entire world. So now at this point in time, internally, there was a lot of different conflict because more and more, commercialization of GPT and what ChatGPT was starting to become, they were just seeing that. And you had this difference of opinion, specifically two early people who were part of the, early team. They were sitting there and saying, listen, this is no longer what we signed up for. We're going to be leaving and we're going to be creating a brand new company. And these two people were actually siblings, Dario and Daniela. Amode is the last name. They went on to take on several of these early engineers as well from OpenAI. They formed a little team and they built a company called Anthropic. At the same time, of course, you had the pressures of the various, ideologists. So you've got the people who are just like, I want to make a profit, like Sam Altman's like, I want to go profit. And then you've got the people like Ilya who were just like, no, we got to be not for profit. I didn't sign up for this sort of thing. All right. So this difference of minds was happening. And then you've got, of course, the Amode siblings, and they just literally left and they built out Anthropic, a completely different company. So this is all going on at the same moment in time. Of course, America is leading. But then a young man named Liang Wenfeng, he started buying a whole bunch of GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs. And as he was doing this, the United States blocked China from getting as many chips as they could to try and kind of restrict this. This is key because right now, at this moment in time, firstly, nobody knows what's going on in the world of AI, and America is leading the way. All right, at this moment in time, there is no talk of China, nothing about China at this moment. In fact, the rest of the world is really anywhere near AI yet. All right, so this is an important turning point in the history of modern day AI. So Dario and Daniela were, the VPs inside of OpenAI. One is VP of research and one was VP of safety and policy. And it was a challenge because, as Dario said, it's incredibly unproductive to try and argue with someone else's vision, right? And so there's a difference in vision. So they went on and they built out Anthropic, and they actually specifically set up Anthropic as a public benefit company, or a PBC, inside of Delaware. It's a type of corporation that focuses on making sure that, not only are they going to earn profits, but they're going to do it in a safe way, in a way that, helps out, the public, and it's generally their safety is a prioritization. All right. And seeing that this entire thing was shifting to this commercial side where you're going to have this cap profit model and it could increase as well, and you're starting to make profits and stuff, this did not sit well with what they were trying to build. And, the safety was another one. That was a big one, was that, you're missing out on the safety of what this thing needs, because this thing is super powerful. The biggest core key here is that AI for Anthropic should be something that is building AI that is fundamentally aligned with human values, not just corporate returns. That was a big thing. And that was where, this disconnect happened. And so this is the key now when you're looking at what has happened with Anthropic over these years and where OpenAI is going, you're seeing this play out already. So some of the things that they had as a core philosophy inside of Anthropic with their base ideas is explicit principles. The models are trained against a written constitution, not just kind of, doing whatever it wants. It's basically ensuring that there's helpfulness, honesty, and harmlessness. All right. That is a big thing for Anthropic. It's the core of its entire being is making sure that everyone is safe. Number 2 is AI self-correction, making sure that the model is checking itself and checking its own responses to get better. All right. And safety over scale, prioritizing a safe guardrail system versus let's just go fast, break things, and, whatever happens, happens sort of thing, right? So this is a huge shift in the way they actually operated compared to what was going on with OpenAI. So now you remember that young man in China I told you about, Liang Wenfeng. He quietly had the strategy of stockpiling these chips because he wanted to make sure that he could train. And as he's training these models, he was a graduate of Zhejiang University. And basically, he wanted to continuously keep on being able to train. But as he's getting these chips, the United States in 2022 imposes this export ban. And what ended up happening was because of that ban, they only had a limited amount of capabilities. So what do you do when you have a limited amount of capabilities, whereas the United States, unlimited? You could do whatever you want, right? So in China, though, Liang Wenfeng, he only had this limited amount of stuff. What do? That's where you innovate. So as they were getting stopped, the United States, they stopped China from getting this computer infrastructure. They wanted to use it as a strategic move to stop, China from having the next level of stuff. So the initial ban was a ban against the NVIDIA A100 chips and the H100 chips. All right. So these were like big chips. And what happened was, as they did this, their hope was to slow down China's military AI development and frontier model training. All right. So think about that. All right. So they're trying to slow them down. This forced the Chinese to, turn towards domestic hardware and start thinking of new ways of doing things. And with Liang Wenfeng getting these 10,000 GPUs, this was huge because it gave them an opportunity to build something. You're going to learn more about that something in just a moment. So here we are now. And at this moment in time in 2022, this is where AI went viral. Okay, so no one was expecting anything. I don't think Sam Altman even knew what was going to happen. But basically, on November 30th, 2022, OpenAI released ChatGPT. And it wasn't just, a new model. It was the birth of a brand new era. In fact, people call this the next industrial revolution. This was so huge. And within a short period of time, imagine like how fast the adoption happened. You think about Netflix, 3.5 years, Twitter, 2 years, Facebook, 10 months, ChatGPT, 5 days. That's how fast this thing grew. So this was so big that it initiated a code red inside of Google. It was huge. For the first time, Google actually saw that it could actually, be shut down potentially. Like that's how big this was. A code red inside of Google. That was like, oh my goodness, huge shift. So imagine on November 30th, this launches, over 1 million users within 5 days. There was like, you didn't need any technical knowledge, just literally a simple text box, type in, and everything started, coming back as if a human being was writing it. It was incredible. People were like, oh my goodness. And they were starting to use this for like everything from like searches to shopping to advice, you name it. They were just constantly, this was now replacing searches, which normally you would go to Google and search something. Now you just type it in and it automatically kind of came up with a lot of results. And you're like, oh my gosh, you kind of know. Now, of course, at this moment in time, the web search feature was not really there, but just the fact that the chatbot was there and had so much knowledge and information because it was trained on the entirety of the internet up until, a year before that time, it was huge. All right. it was like, wow, you actually know so much. That was a big, big turning point. By day 60, ChatGPT had achieved over 100 million users already. And this was huge. That means in 2 months' time, you have such a massive amount of growth. This is like unprecedented. This is huge. And to see that, this really made, Google say, hey, we've got a red alert, a code red inside. We've got to think of something now. So this code red scared Google so much that they thought that they were going to be shut down. ChatGPT is the first credible threat to Google's entire search monopoly in 25 years. You can imagine what was going on. And, Sundar Pichai, he was the CEO of Google at the time. And he basically said, we have to reassign multiple departments to accelerate AI development. Like they had to build something because guess what? If we don't build something, we're done. That's how big this was. This was so big that other people just started saying that this was like, the industrial revolution of the next era. You had the PC era, you had the internet era. This is the next thing. You now have the AI era. And, you can imagine what was going through the minds of so many people. Even till today, everyone is like, AI is going to take my job. And, you're starting to see more and more of that. And in fact, as people are starting to get into this new AI world, these skills are becoming more and more commonplace to the point where you even have companies that are saying, if you don't know AI, you can't work here or even get promotions inside. It's just that big right now. So as Google was rushing to actually push something out, they pushed so hard that they pushed this thing called Bard out, and Bard failed. It failed on its first attempt, and it was so bad that they lost $100 billion in a single day. Like that's how bad that, experience was, or Alphabet, if you imagine, of course, Google's other system. So basically it was like, oh my goodness, this thing failed. You guys have not made anything worthwhile. Now, that's not the end of Google's story though. And as we continue, you're going to learn more about this. But at that moment in time, Google was just headed on a spiral downwards. And that was scary for a lot of investors. All right. So now we actually dive into what happened, in 2023. As 2023 is starting, you're seeing Google kind of like, oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on in that year, at the beginning of that year. And Microsoft injecting $10 billion of a promise, like they're going to invest $10 billion over the years into OpenAI. This was shifting, the opinions inside of OpenAI massively. And if you remember Ilya from the beginning, he was against this whole, profit sort of thing. And of course, several others who left and built Anthropic. So Ilya started spearheading this entire thing to oust Sam Altman. And this was a massive crisis that was going to be taken down at the end or near the end of 2023. And how did that play out? So first, Microsoft says that they're going to invest about $10 billion over the years. In fact, a multi-year commitment. And the total capital that they said over several phases will be about approximately $13 billion. That's about 27% of the ownership at stake. Of course, with this alliance came, other AIs that they were going to build inside of Microsoft, specifically, namely Copilot. And when you're seeing Copilot, it's like, how did this come to be? Well, you can imagine, of course, this, partnership and work with OpenAI has led the way to Copilot. So what they were going to do is when they were going to work together, they were going to integrate, OpenAI tech across all of their different, product lines, Bing, Office 365, GitHub Copilot. You're going to see it all there. Then to add to it, they were also going to help out and use Azure as this, cloud provider for OpenAI workloads. So you have this, partnership where they're kind of working together. And of course, this massive sort of capital investment over the years. Now, remember, they didn't just give it immediately. This is very important as a point. They didn't just give it all immediately. They planned it over the years. This is going to come into play now. This is done in about, I think, February, January time. Yeah, there we go. Near the end of January of 2023. This specific point is going to come into play as we get into the boardroom drama that unfolds. Coming back to our friend Elon Musk, all right? He was, of course, furious with what was going on. And basically he said, so OpenAI has abandoned its nonprofit mission to become a closed source, maximum profit subsidiary of Microsoft. So that's what Elon Musk was saying at this time. It's like, you guys abandoned what we actually created. So you know what? He actually got upset. And in July of 2023, he went and he opened his own company called XAI. And then they launched Grok publicly in November of 2023. Now, remember, during this time, of course, Elon Musk has taken over, X and Twitter. And now you're going to have the merging of X and Twitter into Grok. So now you're seeing how all these models that you're using today, how they came to be, all because of these decisions and disagreements of viewpoints. All of this is literally like Game of Thrones, and this history of modern AI will help you understand why we have the models that we have today and why AI is the way it is today. All right, so in November of 2023, if you remember that gentleman named Ilya, he came spearheading this entire thing to oust Sam Altman. And he goes up and he goes to the board, and the board agrees, and they basically say, Sam Altman, you're out. Now, as they do that, Sam Altman says, hey, you know what, Microsoft, I need some help, right? He basically goes over to Microsoft and has a lot of the team saying that they're going to follow him. And that was a big, big move. So some of the things that people were saying about him specifically from inside was that he's not consistently candid in his communications with the board, that he did not, go for the safety first idea and the nonprofit mission. He basically instead went to the commercialization side of things. And for the first time, the market was shocked. The world's most valuable startup plunged into total operational paralysis. So now Sam Altman leaves, fine, and he says, I'm going to take my entire staff who want to come with me. Come on, let's go. 770 employees, they come with him. They say, we're going to come with you. That was massive. Can you imagine? 95% of that staff, or the majority of the staff, is like, we're coming. So the ultimatum by the employees was, listen, we want you, the board, to resign, and we want you to reinstate Sam Altman and Greg Brockman. If you remember those names from the beginning, all right? We want them to be leading us. And Microsoft now comes in with the big guns, right? They basically said, if you remember, they had not given the money yet. They had a multi-year kind of contract, but they were the ones in control. So they basically said, listen, we're going to hire all of your staff, and we will have Sam Altman kind of running things. Satya Nadella from Microsoft said, we're going to hire every single OpenAI employee to lead a new AI research unit at Microsoft. All right. And so the board lost all control of over $90 billion of equity within 72 hours of trying to fire, or actually firing, Sam Altman. And the key person who was the one leading the charge was Ilya Sutskever. And so as you can now imagine, all of these mindsets are just coming together. They're all battling. This is Game of Thrones to the next level. This really happened. And today you're seeing the world of AI because of these decisions. So in such a short time, it was 5 days or something like that, Sam Altman gets reinstated back into OpenAI, and they completely shift the entire board. So now Sam Altman returns as the CEO, and you've got a brand new board, or kind of a shifted board of directors, with Brett Taylor as the chairman, Larry Summers and Adam D'Angelo as members, and Microsoft gets a special observer seat on the actual board as well. So you can imagine this is a big set of moves that are happening in a very short period of time. That being said, a lot of things started coming out immediately at the exact same time. The competitors started rising. That's right. You had Google, Anthropic, and XAI all working on pushing their models out. So Google launches this powerhouse of an ecosystem called Gemini. That's right. So now you're seeing where all these models are coming in. Anthropic pushes Claude. That is their safety first rival that, was coming out, and they were now pushing that. And XAI, of course, pushing out Grok. So all of these now are coming out, and you're getting all of these models coming in to compete in the entire ecosystem. So now Google had to do something to kind of bring everything together after that big mishap with Bard. And they took everything from DeepMind and all their stuff, branded it all together into Google Gemini. And they rebranded everything into Gemini. And now at this point in time, you can imagine there was a lot of different versions of GPT coming out. More and more versions were constantly coming out. But it was like we were starting to see that GPT-4 was like the one. This was huge. At that time, it had just come out, a huge model. And Gemini was basically rivaling that. You finally had a race where you had like two specific models that you could go to, which were, quite good. Now, over that year, you had a lot of stuff that was going on in 2024 as things started to grow. But specifically, what happened was in something called LM Arena, this is where different models can go to kind of get tested. There was something weird going on. There was this image model that constantly started producing these beautiful images, and it was like really high quality. Everyone was like, this has to be the best image generator in history. And as they started using it more, it was code named Nano Banana. And every single time, every single person started talking about this thing called Nano Banana, Nano Banana. It's huge, it's huge, it's huge. No one knew who it was because in LM Arena, they really just didn't show you the models. They just showed you the outputs and said, this is from Nano Banana. In August of 2025, Google releases Gemini 2.5 Flash image. And that is exactly what Nano Banana was. And as the people started learning more and more about it, they didn't realize that this was actually Gemini under the hood. And when it came out that this was Gemini, boom, we actually had one of the best image generators ever created. And Google solidified itself in the space when it came to images and, graphics and all of that. It just started taking off to the next level. And at the same time, they were starting to work on their next model, which was going to literally bring them to the highest levels. And that was Gemini 3 and the 3 models. Those completely shifted everything and brought Google to a point where they basically had a mic drop moment. It was massive when Gemini 3 came out. Because of Nano Banana, in just 90 days, Google was able to bring in 200 million monthly users. And now you had a big competitor like Google really starting to eat at that market that OpenAI had captured. Now, another company, of course, that was also capturing a lot of that market was Anthropic. That's right. They became the gold standard for enterprises. Because of their safety first mentality, enterprise companies started turning to Anthropic over OpenAI. At this point, OpenAI has been losing users. It's been testing out all kinds of different products. It doesn't know what it really is. And, this has been this massive, massive challenge of what's going on. It's losing users to these competitors. Now, still in this moment in time, you notice I haven't said anything about China yet. We're going to get to China in just a bit. But what happened with China started in 2025 itself. So at the end of 2025, you're seeing basically OpenAI is having these emergency meetings for the first time since 2022. Now OpenAI is having its own internal code red because it's losing to, Google Gemini and as well the Chinese models. And we'll dive into how those Chinese models started in just a bit. But at this moment in time, OpenAI has a lot of work to do to figure out what they're going to do next to even survive in the coming wave and basically not be shut down. For the first time, you started seeing distinct use cases for each one of these big model companies. For OpenAI, they had the first mover advantage. They were, testing out new things early. For Google, you had massive compute at scale. Even till today, they are some of the fastest models that you can actually see in the actual massive, ecosystem that's there. Anthropic has been known for safety first, and that's what they focused on. And Meta focused on the open source models, and they brought out their whole Llama model system. All right, so now let's go back to that gentleman named Liang Wenfeng. If you remember, he was now stockpiling a whole bunch of these chips, but they still didn't have enough compute power, to even rival what the Americans had. So with that small amount, they were able to do something super incredible. On January 27, 2025, DeepSeek was launched. For the first time, you had this massive model that was trained at a fraction of the cost of the frontier models, capable of doing pretty much the same things. And that too, open source. This was huge. And in one shot, it toppled the entire market. And in fact, the actual app store itself, this one app, it became one of the top free apps, at that time. It was huge. Specifically, NVIDIA's shares dropped $589 billion at that time because of DeepSeek. And they claimed a massive set of things. DeepSeek claimed that they could actually get less GPU power, better efficiency, and at a fraction of the cost of training. This was unheard of. And literally, they did it. In about 24 hours, 18% of NVIDIA's stocks disappeared. Literally just wiped off that entire, valuation. 18% off. There you go. $589 billion was lost in that one moment. So if you can imagine, DeepSeek reduced the cost of training frontier AIs by 98%. That was unheard of. So while the US labs were spending hundreds of millions of dollars, here you are with these Chinese models spending like only 2% of that. And this all came down to the fact that they were being restricted. If we didn't have those restrictions, China would have never been in the picture. In fact, the whole world was having these challenges to even get to this level. And now, because of those restrictions, China innovated. And now China was in the race for AI dominance around the world. That one step put China on the map. And literally, immediately following that, so many models started coming out of China. You had the Qianwen family with Alibaba. You had Baidu coming out with ErnieBot. You had Tencent coming out with Hanyuan. You had Moonshot AI coming out with Kimi K2.5. You had Zhipu AI coming out with GLM. Even till now, GLM is rated as good as Anthropic's Opus models. Like, that's how big it is. And you also had Manus coming out. Manus was later acquired by Meta. Okay, so that is a big thing. So China's AI movement just really took off. And not just the AI large language models, also their robotics scene. AI and robotics has been growing massively, and China has been leading the way in robotics by leaps and bounds. And the biggest key of all of this was many, if not all of these models are open source. That's right. You could download these offline and use them unlimited. So this shifted the entire ecosystem. So what was meant to slow people down in China actually became their greatest strength. And it made it like literally a catalyst to actually find new ways to actually train these models and release them at a fraction of the cost. So during this time, Manus comes out. It's actually an autonomous agent. You can tell it whatever you need to do, and it would actually create a virtual computer and start taking over the mouse and moving it around. It was incredible. It was built by a company named Butterfly Effect. It was also called Monica at the time. And what ended up happening was it was a Singaporean company with Chinese founders. And it was valuated and later on acquired for $2 billion plus by Meta. It's really, really big. And now it's going to be part of probably many of your things that you're using today, such as WhatsApp and Facebook and many other things. So this brings us to a moment in time where the open source wave began. This means that now companies like OpenAI and ChatGPT, they can't just gate you anymore. Now you've got models that are just as good, fully available for open source, and you can use them offline if you want. This is a huge, huge turning point in the history of AI. For the first time, you see a power shift from a few Silicon Valley labs to now the entire world. And as you can see, the cost of inference just kept on going down and down and down. And Meta was leading the way. They brought out their Llama 1 models and then their Llama 2 models over time and really pushing this whole entire open source revolution. And this led to a big explosion in the developer community as people started adopting it more and more. And as this was happening, more and more of these companies were just literally trying to get to less and less inference costs. So you can imagine now the cost of tokens kept on going down. And this was a key turning point because now people were able to use these models on smaller, less, expensive hardware, which is a big thing when you're looking at the cost of running AI. So this pushed the global developer adoption. AI is no longer a gated resource limited to Silicon Valley. Open models have triggered a global surge in building from Bangalore to Sao Paulo, from India to Southeast Asia to Latin America. As these new emerging markets were coming out, they were now getting AI implementation as well. The inference costs kept on falling down. They fell by 90% across the board. And it got to a point where every single time a major company was releasing their AI model that was supposed to be, behind closed doors, a new model that came out, within a week was fully open source, ready to go, that rivaled many of these closed models. So it was huge that this was happening. Now, this brings us over to 2026, as we started seeing now different countries trying to take different stances. So Europe, for example, tried to put a lot of regulation, and in doing so, they basically are costing themselves a lot of money. What ended up happening was all these strict compliances stopped people from actually using much of the AI and slowing down the frontier research and development and deployment. So this marked the end as well of this gated AI idea, where now you're going to be paying for these monthly models, monthly fees, and so on. People were starting to now say, hey, I can actually get these open source models and start using them offline, such as using tools like Olama, LM Studio. You can use DeepSeek as well, some of these models here, and reducing the cost output. In fact, a lot of these open source models are rivaling many of the gated models as well. So now that brings us to the agentic turning point. In 2026, the entire year is all about agentic AI. We first started off with the models, which was the raw intelligence, then the various systems, such as RAG and workflows and automations, all this stuff connected to data. But there was still one more piece, and that was the harness. That's where you get identity, autonomy, persistent memory, goals, a soul, and so much more. The story is no longer about the brain. It's about the harness. And that harness gives the brain a purpose. So here, in this moment in time, we have a gentleman named Peter. And he's sitting down and he's saying, you know what? I can use these models to do a little bit more. Just having them kind of chat to me is one thing. But what if they could actually now run command line codes and, return back all the stuff that I need? And what if I could connect it, via one of my chat messaging tools, such as WhatsApp or Telegram? And I wanted to actually have a personality. The AI that we're seeing today is very boring. I wanted to feel like I'm actually talking to a human being. And so he started building out a soul file, a memory file, a heartbeat, and he used Anthropic's latest model, which was known as Opus at the time. Now, initially, he called this thing Claude Bot. That's CLAWD-BOT. Now, everything I'm about to tell you happened in the course of 1 week. Okay, keep this in mind when I tell you the story, okay? So, here comes Peter. He's released this thing called Claude Bot. Claude, Anthropic Claude, the company, comes and says, hey, Peter, you have to change the name or else we're going to sue you, all right? Peter goes and he starts changing everything, and he goes ahead and he calls it Molt Bot. At the same time as he's doing this, there's another gentleman named Matt. And Matt is kind of like this artist type of guy, or, he's like this developer. He wants to make something cool. So he said, okay, you know what? I'm going to take all these Molt bots and I'm going to create something called Molt Book, which is kind of like the Facebook, but for robots only, right? So he's gone off on this project called Molt Book, and you've got Molt Bot there. And at the same time as Molt Bot is going out, a whole bunch of people from the crypto community come, and hackers and start hacking on Peter's account, taking over his Twitter, trying to force tokens and try and sell all that stuff up. Peter just kind of gave up on the project and said, it's with the community now, I'm done. But then he said, you know what? I'm going to give it one more shot. And so he quietly goes with a whole bunch of friends in the ecosystem, and he renames the entire project within like 24 to 48 hours into a brand new name called OpenClaw. And literally that all happened in one entire week. Now here's where the story gets really interesting. As all of this happened, brand new eyeballs came into the scene. And those eyeballs included Mark Zuckerberg and Sam Altman. Basically, you had Peter sitting down having to make these big decisions because both of these companies and several others, I'm sure, wanted to buy him and take him in and basically wanted to have access to this incredible new thing called OpenClaw, which basically grew as one of the fastest, growing, things on GitHub. It's like huge. The biggest repositories on GitHub. This was one of the biggest in history. So they were intrigued. They were excited. And ultimately, after some back and forth, Peter decided to go with OpenAI. And so now OpenAI has the creator of OpenClaw with them. So at that same time, Mark Zuckerberg comes in and he ends up buying Moltbook, or specifically Meta buys Moltbook. And so now these two, acquisitions happened at around that same time, which was a huge signal to the market and what was already coming. So these agentic harness systems started getting more and more popular. And one of the biggest ones, of course, coming out from Claude itself, right? Anthropic's Claude. And they brought out something called Cowork. Now, if you were using Code at the time, it was basically, Claude Code, but for the desktop, made really, really easy. And more people started using this. Specifically, in one moment in time, they released a plugin for the legal ecosystem. And in one shot, the entire stock market fell again. Specifically, some of the biggest legal tech firms in the world, they lost a massive amount of money. And it was a SaaS company, a set of SaaS companies that were for the legal industry because of this push of this plugin where you can now go into, Anthropic's Claude Cowork and start using this plugin for legal, documentation and so on. It instantly put that scare into the ecosystem because it was just as good, if not better, than some of the SaaS companies that were out there. So at this moment in time, Anthropic must have been a little bit jealous that they missed out on the opportunity of OpenClaw, that, they were also getting kind of like a bit frustrated because a lot of OpenClaw users were using Anthropic's Max plan to actually be able to build up a whole bunch of OpenClaw bots. Now, these OpenClaw bots were costing a lot of money. And you can imagine now, people are paying $200 a month, but, the actual compute power required to run these bots was a lot more. So they had to make a move that would kind of protect them. And in April of 2026, Anthropic restricted anyone using OpenClaw style systems inside of their system for any of their plans. So what they said was to ensure safety and alignment, Anthropic will restrict API access for unverified third-party agentic harnesses. And that was huge because in that entire week, everyone was freaking out because we didn't know what to do. How do we get our bots back up and running? And for a lot of people, they either went to, OpenAI to figure it out. They went to some of the offline models such as DeepSeek and Llama. Others went to GLM, which has been a pretty decent model. At the same time, you have Anthropic releasing something called Dispatch to kind of do what OpenClaw is doing under the hood, as well as trying to bring out its agent harness systems as well. And now this brings us into another state of things. And that was literally AI becoming geopolitical. This is huge because now AI was being used in Warcraft, literally in actual trying to, use it in military, in operations. It was pretty out there. So at this moment in time, you had the president of the United States and the US military go out and in one shot go and, get the sitting leader of Venezuela, right? The whole Venezuelan operation happened so fast. It was like, how did this happen? How did this even go about? And there were reports that Anthropic Claude's models may have actually been used to do this. Now that, just even the question of that, irked some of the people inside of the Department of Defense and so on inside of the United States government. And it was the first reported use of a frontier large language model in kinetic military environments. Now, if you remember, Claude's entire premise of being is that, they want to do it right. They're all about safety. This was a big deal. So at this point, as, Anthropic and some of the partners were asking, did you use our tools or our AI to actually do this? That did not sit well, as I said. And so now, all of a sudden, they're basically saying to Anthropic, we can use your models for any legal thing. And for Anthropic, they basically said, we don't want you to be spying on, United States citizens. And we don't want you to be using this for like this sort of military stuff, like things that could harm human beings, right? And the Pentagon basically said, sorry, right? Department of Defense said, nope, you are now an actual threat, okay, to our supply chain. And they literally labeled Anthropic as this supply chain risk. Now, the level of, restriction that they actually put on Anthropic in that one shot is the stuff that they do for foreign enemies. And so now this was a big deal. Because the Department of Defense literally said, we're no longer working with Anthropic because they question what we want and they're not letting us do what we believe is, by our laws, the way it's going to be. This was a massive shift across the entire ecosystem because now you had everyone who wanted to side with Anthropic leaving, for Anthropic, and the ones who didn't were staying, but they needed some AI. And this is where OpenAI comes in. And all of a sudden, OpenAI is like, all right, well, we'll work with you. And that was where that shift happened. A massive shift as OpenAI formalizes a high-level partnership with the Department of Defense, integrating large language model capabilities into national security infrastructure. The user base started massively uninstalling all OpenAI stuff. This literally was one of the biggest exoduses of OpenAI for a long time. And in a brief moment, you actually had Claude and Gemini both come out with transfer systems, where literally you could actually download all of your OpenAI data and you can easily transfer to Gemini and to Anthropic. And these were like very, very big. And of course, they didn't even say that you could actually download it just from OpenAI. They didn't take it by name. They said, you can bring it from any system, all your data, and put it into our systems. So that's what started happening. And you saw this big move of users leaving OpenAI in droves. So now you have an overall picture of where modern AI is, why things are in existence today, how they came to be. It comes from these three eras of AI evolution. From 2015 to 2022, you had the model era. From 2023 to 2025, you had the system era. And now in 2026 and beyond, you have the harness era. So that brings us to the next steps. And that is mastering the agentic harness. The history of AI has proven one thing, and that is the future belongs to those who control the system, not just the model. Congratulations on getting this far. You've now learned the history of modern day AI. Now go out there and go forward as you continue your training in becoming an agentic AI operator. I'll see you in the next course. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, Solomon Christ here, and in this incredible video, we're going to be going over how to back up your n8n workflows. By the end of this video, you'll have a workflow set up just like this, where you'll just be able to click a button, and all of a sudden, by the end of it, it's going to back up every single workflow in your n8n right into a Google Drive, ready to go. Here it is, backup June 18, 2025. And as you can see, all my workflows are coming right in, all as JSONs ready to be downloaded. And this has 71 right now. As I add more and more, you can do as many as you want, but literally, this is what we're going to be building here, so you can always back it up. So let's not waste any more time. Let's dive right in. So here we are in the workflow, and basically what it's going to be doing is first we're going to be, starting the workflow manually. We create a Google Drive node. All right, and it's a simple node which basically connects up, and what it's doing here is it's just generating a folder name. But basically what we're doing is we're creating a folder name starting with the word backup underscore, and then we're just setting the date. So in this case here, it's going to be backup underscore the month, the day of the month, and the year. But that's what this does here, and it creates that folder inside of my Google Drive. So you want to have a place where you're going to put all your backups. And I've got something called backups n8n here. All right. And so that's going to be where I'm keeping it. You could actually choose, where you're going to keep your own. But basically, it's going to be a main folder where all your backups are going to be kept. Next, we've got an n8n node. All right. So for those of you who don't know how to set up an n8n node, I'm going to actually show you how to do that right now. Okay. So inside of n8n, if you actually hit tab, you're going to see here that there's a node called literally n8n. So let me just zoom out a bit. So if I type in here n8n, you're going to see this node. All right. And then you could do all kinds of different things, with this node here. All right. So I'm just going to take this n8n node here so you could see this. And as you can see, it's asking for an n8n account. All right. So if I click on create new credential, it's going to say, well, I need an API key and I need some domain followed by /API/v1. Where do we get that? Okay, so inside of your n8n, this is a self-hosted n8n account, all right? On the left side here, you're going to see these three little dots. Click on that, click on settings, and over here, you're going to see n8n API. So go ahead and click on that. you're going to see this little button called Create an API Key. All right. And if you don't, it'll probably be in the center. But what you're going to do is you're going to click on Create an API Key. And from here now, and let me just turn off my video so you can kind of see this a little bit more clearly. Over here, you want to give it a label. All right. So I call it, n8n underscore API. You can call it whatever you want. Basically, you want to choose your expiry. You could choose as many days as you want. Because I'm using it all the time, I put no expiration. And then I click on save, and it's going to give me that key. All right. That's the key that we want to use, and it's going to show it to you, right here. And so, for example, I did an n8n API. But once you get that key, that's what you're going to use. And then when you're going to come back here, inside of your credentials, you're going to basically do the following. You're going to put that API key inside of here, and then you're going to get your base URL. So in this case here, I've got a subdomain, n8n.solomon.christ.com. You could choose whatever your domain is, all right? And then after that, you're going to do /API/v1, okay? And once that's all done, you're just going to hit save, and now you have access to your n8n, okay? And you're going to be able to do all kinds of different things. In this case here, we're going to be using our workflows, and then we're going to get all our workflows by doing a get many, all right? So this gives us a massive set of opportunities. So in the future, you're going to see more videos of me doing some advanced things with this here. But for right now, we want to set up a backup system. All right. So now that we have that set up, what we're going to do here is the n8n node is literally going to choose the workflows, and it's going to get many. All right. So it's important that you get many and return all. So that's going to get us every single workflow inside of our n8n. All right. From there now, we're going to be doing a loop over items. All right. And so if you don't know what that is, you just type in loop over here, and you're going to see that. It used to be called split in batches. You can use either one, but it's the exact same thing. And what's going to happen then is we're going to go in, and we're actually going to first parse this data. And specifically what we're doing with this parse data is we're taking the input information, and then we're stringifying it. All right. So if I actually run this here, let's just run the previous nodes here. All right, so it's going to create that folder on n8n here right inside of my Google Drive. As you can see, it created it again. All right, that's one I just did right now. And from there now, it brings in all this data. Specifically, it's bringing in my very first workflow. All right, now I have about 71 of them, so this is the first one. I want to take that data from that workflow, and I want to make it just pure JSON. And then I also want to actually export a file name. All right. So I'm taking in the actual name of my workflow. In this case here, it's this is Hands for Hope in LA. We did this one of my clients, incredible. They do such great work with the kids in Los Angeles. So if you're ever in there, definitely go and visit them, donate to their cause. They're so great with the kids and the people who are coming in, who need help in the Los Angeles area. So Hands for Hope, this was an image analyzer. We did an automation for them. And so that's the name of the file now that I'm going to be calling it. And then from there, we're taking the actual JSON data, and that's going to be outputted as a raw JSON, actual file. And so now these two are going to be used for us to build the actual final JSON file that's going to be it's going to be getting saved in our actual backup. All right. So once that comes out now, we're going to convert that into a text file. All right. So the information from the previous node, it's literally going to be coming out, and you can actually see the data here. We've got the name, Hands for Hope, image AI image analyzer .json, and then we've actually got the raw JSON there. All right. And so it's going to take that, and it's going to create that file name for us. And if I click on execute step, you're going to actually see we've now got our JSON file here. So there it is. Like, that's the actual JSON file. And it's actually as a text string. If I click on download here, I'll actually download it, and I'll just kind of open this up for you so you can see this here. And as you can see, this is the entire JSON, string here. Now, if I actually selected all this here and I hit copy, so if I go to an empty workflow and I just paste this, as you can see, it's the entire workflow. All right. So literally, I know that I've got this all set up. It's good. So now I just want to, be able to save this. And so our final step is actually going into Google Drive. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking that actual file, which is going to be the input data field name right here. All right. And it says data, right? And there it is, right? So that's going to be coming in. The file name is coming in from the previous node. All right. And as you can see, the one that we actually, named stuff. So this is the file name inside of that custom JavaScript there. And that's what's going to come in. It's going to be the final JSON name. And then it's going to go into my drive, specifically into that folder that we created earlier right here. So it's grabbing the ID of that folder, and there we go. So now it's all going to go right inside of this. All right. Now, of course, it's generating a whole bunch of these because I'm actually doing this several times, but usually you'll run this once. So here we go. I'm going to click on execute workflow. And now it's taking all 71 of my workflows that are currently on this n8n implementation that I have here, on this n8n server that I got, and it is literally writing these files out. Okay. Every single one as a JSON, ready to go. I'm now backing up all of my workflows. So I don't have to worry about, oh my goodness, I lost everything. And a lot of people, they're like, how do I back up all these workflows? Especially, the more you start working on n8n and, you're helping out clients, yourself, your friends and community. This is such an important thing, is to back up your workflows. Now you could do that and have it in a place where you can actually download it. A lot of the other tutorials are doing it on GitHub, but not everyone has GitHub. All right. Just so happens that I'm a, software developer, so I do. But for most of us, you're probably not going to have GitHub, but you're probably going to have a Google Drive. All right. And so that's where we're going to put it. And then from there, you can even zip that up as a folder and download it to your desktop. So the code for, this part right here, and for the actual, raw JSON, conversion here, I'm going to put that inside of the video description. So at least you can, get access to that. But at the same time, if you're like, what, I just want to get this workflow, then please go ahead, join my school community. It's a copy paste. It's going to save you some time, and you get to support me and, join a community of other AI automators, which is pretty cool. All right. And so there you go. I mean, this took literally a couple of minutes to do. And now all of my, workflows are backed up here, boom, all ready to go for me. And I could just download this, just like right click here, click on download. And now, Google will make a zip file for me. And in about, 5 minutes or so, I should have a zip file literally done and downloading. There it is, done. There's a full zip. And I've now got the backup on my actual desktop of all of my workflows. So really, really cool. The fact that you could actually do this, it's fast, easy. Set this up today so that you actually get going. Now, for those of you who are more intermediate to advanced and you want to actually back up your server a bit more, and I deal with more advanced stuff. That's for me. I come from a software development background. So what we want to do here is we want to actually copy our server address here from DigitalOcean. If you're using a VPS server, whatever you're using, whether it's AWS or any other hosting provider, and we're going to go into FileZilla, and we are actually going to connect up to our actual server here. And as you can see, I've created a folder here called n8n server backup inside of my FileZilla, right in my local, computer. And so now I'm going to actually connect to that server. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to click on new site. The protocol that we're going to be using is going to be SFTP. Our host is going to be that. Our username is going to be, the actual root user, and whatever password you set up when you actually set up this actual server. So in this case, I'm actually putting that there. There we go. And then we're going to connect to this here. All right. Once you're inside of this, what you're going to be doing is, as you can see, I've already got like a .n8n here, but that's not, where I'm going to be going, because I'm not going to see any files there. All right. So I have to actually go up a few, and I have to go into my OPT folder. And now you're going to see, your n8n Docker Caddy. That's where all your files are, your Docker Compose YAML, everything that you were doing. So what's going to happen now is, if you just download everything, it's going to take a while. Like I'm talking really, really long because there's a lot of files, but chances are, exactly which files, you changed or you actually worked on. For me specifically, the Docker Compose YAML is like so important. That's the area that we actually, get everything that we need. And then I had some custom Docker files. So, this Docker file here and this Olama custom, those are the main ones that I actually, did myself. So if you know specifically what actual folders and files you did, then those are the ones you want to actually just grab and download and put it inside of like a backup folder sort of thing. Right. So there we go. It's all done. It's all backed up. I don't have to worry because the rest of it is just, n8n stuff. It's going to be the Docker for n8n. It's going to be the n8n files. So all of that is there. I don't really have to worry too much about those because those will come in with every fresh install of n8n. but specifically the Docker Compose YAML, the custom Docker files that I created, those don't come, right? So those are the ones that I want to have backed up. And so that's what I do is I'll create a backup file here or a folder, and I'll keep everything inside of there. So now I've got two different types of backups here. I've got my, actual workflows backed up on my Google Drive. And I've also got my actual server backup stuff for more advanced users if you're going to set up a brand new server. Okay, so those are two very, very powerful ones, and hopefully that helps you out. Thank you so much for checking this video out. It's a short one because I wanted to get you up and running, and a lot of people, they don't know how to back up their actual stuff. This video now, you have no excuses. Make sure you have backups of your n8n workflows, all right, especially when you're doing a lot of automations. And I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please join my school community. There's a lot of other automators like yourself. And if you want to get access to, workflows and ongoing, information, advanced training, because that's what I now am specializing in, especially bringing my software background to the table. So if you want to learn more advanced stuff, then this is the place to be. Thanks so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Solomon Christ here in a node training video. That's right. We're going to be learning as many nodes as we can in n8n, and this video is all about the HTTP node. All right, so let's dive right in and start learning. All right, so here we are in n8n, and the HTTP node is one of the most powerful nodes around. It's the most versatile one, and we use it a lot in so many different things. Many times you're trying to get access to a website, and it's just like, there's no API endpoint. There's no place for me to, gather the data or information. How do I get this info, right? Many times it's a brand new service, and you need to build an app or something that will connect it up and, allow you to do things. And so HTTP nodes are very, very powerful. We use it to download, to upload. It just helps you with so many things to interact. So in this lesson here, we're going to actually go over the HTTP node, and by the end of it, you should know how to use it. You should know some of the challenges that you'll have along the way, and you should have a better grasp of the overall HTTP node. So let's go ahead and let's start off by creating an HTTP node here. I already created an actual, basic trigger. So that would just be like a manual trigger. So if you just type in manual trigger, just like that, and you'll be able to, get this specific trigger here. And then from there, I'm going to just type in HTTP, and we've got the HTTP request node. All right. So here it is. This is the basics of what it looks like here. All right. And so you'll see you've got parameters, you've got settings, and you can easily go to the docs to find out even more. One of the most interesting parts of this actual node is the import curl. All right. You're going to use that a lot. In various services, many places have curl, and you could just copy paste it in, and all of a sudden it just auto sets this entire node up. So you don't even have to do much, especially for certain APIs and stuff that you're trying to find online. You can actually get it all done, because sometimes you're like, is this a get? Is it a post? Is it what is it? Usually it's a get or a post, one or the other. And then what exactly do I need to send along? Am I sending a bearer token or not? Right? Those things are there, and it's kind of confusing. But with the curl commands, if someone already has a curl, if a service gives you the curl, use it, because that'll save you a lot of that headache. All right, so we're actually going to use the OpenAI stuff, but manually using the API itself. We're not going to be using the way n8n does it, but we're actually going to use it as an HTTP request. So we're going to go into the documents here for OpenAI, and you're going to see here for the developer quick start. So chances are you're going to get to the overview here. So click on the quick start here. Over here it's JavaScript. So even here in the overview, you're going to click on this little drop down here and select curl. Now all you have to do is just copy that, and you see where it says open API key. That's what you actually have to get. All right, so now I'm going to assume you already know that, but if you don't know where that is, you're going to go up here into your settings, and on the left side, you're going to see your API keys. All right, so that's where you're going to get it from. So the curl over here, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come back into n8n. I'm going to go to my HTTP request, and over here, I'm going to click on import curl. I'm going to paste exactly what I got from that API, and I'm going to click on import. There we go. It's set up everything for me. I don't have to do anything else. So now I can actually use, OpenAI's GPT systems and the API endpoint right from this. Okay. And it says a bearer token. This is it right here. So now I have to actually get my API key. You can click on copy once you get that there. And now you're just going to paste that into here. And so now if you did everything right, you should be able to click on execute step and you'll get a whole bunch of data back. So now it's actually connected to the, OpenAI service. Now, one of the things that you want to do inside of here, especially when you're working with OpenAI, with other services, it's different, but with OpenAI specifically, number one, you want to choose which project you're on. I usually will create a brand new project per API key. All right, so create a new project. And then from there, once you've got that project set up, in fact, I'll create a new project so you can see this here. So we'll call this a test project. All right. And then you'd create an API key for that test project. And when you're actually inside of this new project, one of the things is once you've got your key going on, we actually want to limit the actual AI systems that this key is using. Many times you'll find that, different actual GPTs are being used. And, many times it's like your key was stolen, especially if you're sharing, workflows and by mistake, your key got stolen. All right. That happens. Well, OpenAI fees go up massively. So one of the things that we want to do is first make sure you're in the correct project. So I'm in test project here. And then at the bottom left of the project, there's something called limits. Okay. So this is important here. You come over here and on the right side, you can actually set a budget for how much. This will protect you, especially if you've got keys and you're doing things for clients. You want to protect your budgets. And on top of that, select which models. Now, I know that usually I'm using GPT 3.5 Turbo or, 4. And usually the mini models and stuff like that, right, to save money. But, I could block all of them, for example. So I can just click on all of them to block if I want. Or I can allow certain ones. So over here, I'm going to click on allow. And I could be like, okay, you know what? I just want to use GPT 3.5, let's say, right? There it is, GPT 3.5 Turbo. And now this key will no longer have access to any of the others. That's it. That's all it's got access to. So what that does for me is I know that GPT 3.5 is generally low in price. So even if my stuff gets stolen and if I set a budget here, I know that it's not going to go above that budget. All right. And it'll get locked off and it'll just return an error. And it's like, okay, I protected myself. There's so many people who don't do this. Then they put their project on GitHub or they share it with a friend and all of a sudden their key gets stolen and now they're running up a bill and they're like, what happened? And, the OpenAI team has generally been good, to me. I'll message them, I'll email them and say, hey, you know what? I use that, but they'll give you credits back. But just that helps you now to really help out in protecting yourself when it comes to using APIs. All right, let's get back into our HTTP request here. All right, so now many times, the documentation of any API that you're going to use is going to show you how to, call these actual APIs. In this case here, I'm actually using the OpenAI one so that you guys can see how this is. But usually developer documents are like this. All right, they're going to, tell you how to use the HTTP command to actually do this here. So let's say I want to generate text from a simple prompt. So I can now take this curl here, just like that. And I can now duplicate this here. If I double click that there and I just click on import curl, I can paste this inside. And you could see here now, if I take my new Open API key here, if I just expand this, you can actually see what it's doing here. Specifically, the data that's being sent is which GPT model am I using? What's the rule? And it says write a 1-sentence bedtime story about a unicorn. Based on the model that I put inside of there is 3.5 Turbo. And you could go over here and you can actually grab that model by copying that, come back down here. Let's actually do that there, paste it in. And now if I actually execute the step, there it is. There's my story. Once upon a time, there was a magical unicorn named Sparkle, danced under the moonlight until she fell into a peaceful slumber. Okay, there you go. All right. So now I could actually do all of my AI requests from a single API call. All right. All in a single HTTP request. So that's very, very useful. Now, this isn't the only service that has APIs. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of services out there. Everything that you're used to using, from Google to Meta to like Microsoft and everything, they all have API calls. And the HTTP node is a very powerful node that allows you to access many of these things here. So now that we've seen an example of how to use this, now let's actually go into what are the different options available for the actual HTTP node and what we could do with it. So the first thing is get into some good naming habits. So like HTTP, it doesn't really tell me what I'm doing. So usually you want to put in the name of the API or the service that you're going to be using. So in this case here, if this is an OpenAI call, I'd put that in and I just, hit enter. So now at least it's named correctly and I can actually, understand it in a bigger overall flow what it is. Whereas these ones here where it says HTTP request one, request, I really don't know. I mean, I've got a little idea that it's OpenAI because of this, but it's easier when you can actually see that. All right. So here we are now, and you're going to see the methods. Methods are, the way that, HTTP commands are generally run. Now, if you did any programming in the past, you're going to remember that there are, there's usually get and post. Those are the two most important ones. Get has everything inside of the URL. So a URL can actually send data using a question mark and so on and so forth. However, we get into the dangers of what we call injection. And that is where you can have someone who injects data into your system using that same set of stuff, because it's like, hey, I can easily see a variable. And when I can see a variable name, and usually people will put like, and variable equals something. Well, back in the day, when there was not that much security, you could put in different usernames, for example, and access that user's information, right? So stuff like that, it got really, really bad. So then we got post opportunities where now things are being sent as data via a post command. It doesn't get into the URL itself, but it's sent along as the data package portion. And when it gets sent along in the post command now, it's a different way of sending things. After that, you get your URL. And this is what we call an endpoint, right? So whenever you hear the term endpoint, it's usually a URL. This is where things are. And there's many different types of URLs. For example, OpenAI has several of them, right? Some are for completion, some are for images, and so on and so forth. So there's different endpoints that they've set up. Whatever endpoint that your API is going to use, well, that's a URL. But for example, I can actually just do a regular get, and I can get any page I want. So let's go into something fun. Let's go into Google's technology news. All right. So this is like Google's tech news, and put this as a get, and I want to get that URL. If I just ran that alone, you're going to see that it's going to pull the entire HTML. Now it's so big that, if I show that data, it's got 3.2 megabytes of data. I just downloaded that data and it's JSON. So I'm going to open this up inside of Notepad++ here. All right. And this data here, it's massive. It's the entire HTML page. All right. And it comes out as JSON data. All right. So this is a lot of data. And you just saw what it looks like inside of like, Notepad++ when I actually downloaded it. It's the entire HTML of that page. So one of the things that you could do with HTML is you can actually do a markdown. So I'll do a markdown here, and that'll grab the data there. And literally, I'll just click on execute step. And it's asking for the HTML. I'm just going to put here json.data because that's what it came in as. There it is. Okay, so now it's got the entire thing here inside of an actual field. All right, and the destination key is called data. All right, so now I've actually got this information here, and there's a lot of cool things that I could do with it. I can now just take this information and just have, OpenAI summarize this. So I can actually use my other HTTP request here. All right, just like this one here. And right now I could actually change this here. This is going to be GPT 3.5. And then I'm going to say here, summarize the top stories for me from the following information. And now specifically what I'm going to do is I'm going to put inside of here json.data. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm also going to actually put this inside of a substring here. And this is actually a little bit more advanced coding here. But what a substring does is it reduces the size down because GPT 3.5 has got a smaller amount of data that it could take in. So string, we're going to take that JSON data itself, and we're going to actually get a substring here. So substring, and then from here, from 0 to, I'd say 4096. Let's try that. See how that runs. So that's only getting the first, 4096 characters. All right, so I'm going to save that, and let's execute this. All right, and now I've got the top stories there. Like literally now as summarize this. There it is. The top stories from here, what they are. So the top stories from technology section are Nothing's first true flagship photo plays it a little safe. Nothing. A hardware startup has released a new smartphone that is being described as their flagship device, but is considered to play it safe. Hardware startup, Nothing reveals its most avant-garde smartphone yet. Nothing Phone 3. So let's just go and see. Did it actually say something here? Oh yeah, there you go. There's the top 3 things right here. So it literally picked that up and it, automatically kind of told us what's going on. It did a summary. I literally thought that this was a mistake, but I go here now and I'm like, oh yeah, there's something called Nothing. And, it literally just parsed that and it, did that. So imagine you're creating a nice little news bot or something, right? Like now you're seeing how you can use this and the HTTP request just to get that data, simple data to create a simple news system, right? So now let's look a little bit more deeper under the hood in HTTP request nodes. We also have different things that we could do with it. There's input types such as JSON, binary, or URL query parameters that you can put inside of here. There's headers, as you are seeing here. You got different authentication types. You could actually have predefined credentials if you know the information. This is really useful if you've already done one of the credentials inside of n8n. Then you could actually go and grab it, and now you don't have to actually put in that bare information, all that. It automatically knows it. All right, so we've used that in several of our other trainings already, but this is, really, really important is, if you've already put the credentials in, you can actually now reuse it here inside of n8n. Okay, another one is a generic one, and that's what you will mostly use for those actual APIs that don't have an n8n integration or don't have credentials that you put in. You can actually now choose the type of authentication. So there is usually bearer, which is the most common one. There's header, authentication. Then you've got OAuth and so on. But usually, many times when you're doing API calls, it's usually a bearer token. Okay. Some will have a basic authentication, and then with those ones there, you can actually add your own credential. All right. So I can actually click on create new credential, and then it's simply a username and password. And that one is like literally enter an email, enter a password. That's it. Okay, that's a very basic authentication. It'll actually go and do that. Now, many times you're going to be either sending headers, query parameters, or you're going to be sending along the actual body, which will be usually in JSON, where you're putting in data and information. All right, so this is the sort of stuff that happens inside of here. And then you got additional options as well. Those options include, batching things, ignoring SSL lowercase, responses and how to handle those responses. All right. So based on the response, you can actually, choose those types. You can auto detect the different formats of how you want those responses. Timeout. So how long before you say, you know what, I'm done with this. Let's just end it. It could be 5 seconds. It could be 10 seconds. Totally up to you. You put that information there. Now, if there is any form of errors, you can actually now make it where instead of stopping on a workflow on an error, you can actually have it continue or continue using the error output. And then you've got these other options here. So you could choose to have SSL certificates, but you have to provide those. You can make it so that it always outputs data. Many times you want to do that where it's like, you know what, it outputted nothing, but that's fine. Maybe your next step, it'll detect whether it's nothing or not. All right. And so before we head out, let me just also share with you some really important things to consider, especially whenever you're using the HTTP node. This is something that happens a lot, and you're going to get many of these different, outputs along your day-to-day usage of the HTTP node. 400 bad requests, whenever you're seeing that, usually I found it to be, malformed or not correctly formed JSON parameters. All right, so you're not actually sending the correct stuff, or you've kind of set it up incorrectly. So try and take a look and see what you're sending and how you're sending it. All right, sometimes it's a missing, quote at the end of a JSON, or missing comma or whatever, but usually you'll get something like that. The 403 forbidden is literally you've put in the wrong information. All right, so either you've got an email and password that's incorrect, or it's no longer valid. So take a look by actually going to the main website that you're trying to access and try putting the same information in. And more than likely, it's like the password expired or you entered the information incorrectly. All right, so you want to just check that out. 404 not found is the easiest one, in my opinion, a lot, because it's like you had a typo. All right, this actual website doesn't exist. That's what it is. So it's usually a typo, and many times, especially when you're doing n8n flows where you're actually connecting up data and it's like custom dynamic data that you're trying to make a URL from some of the information that you got from the past, chances are that URL information came back as null or empty, and it's like, it's not going to find that. All right. So 404 errors are generally that, it's just the URL doesn't exist. 429, this one is usually a wait node that you need. All right. So whenever, you are having a lot of calls going out, and I see this all the time in like Google, for example, you're trying to send it to the Google API and you're just moving too fast. All right. You're going to need to get a wait node at that point because the rate limits have gone into effect and it's like, it's blocking you. And so whenever that happens, you want to put it inside a wait node inside of that entire flow that you're doing. And something like 5 seconds might work. You just want to check the API documents. In Google, for sure, 5 seconds has worked for me. And when you're doing a lot of that updating, that's when, having the wait timer really helps. And also doing things in batches. All right. So if for example, you're sending a whole bunch of like rows into a Google Sheet, and you're going to hit it too many times, well, then you could actually batch things out. And so that's a more advanced technique. But yeah, if you know that you're doing that and you're hitting a HTTP node a lot and you're getting these rate limit 429s, then put a wait node before it or after, especially if it's in a loop, and that should help things out. Our 500 errors are usually when the information that's being passed is not correct. All right, in some way, shape, or form. And so what I would recommend in those situations is try and do it manually first. More than likely, you're going to find that there's something missing. Maybe the stuff that you're sending is not JSON, right? So if it's supposed to be JSON text, well, maybe it's not, right? Or maybe it's not formatted correctly. Whatever it is, this is throwing an error, and it's usually because of some JSON data not being, correctly formatted. All right. So that's what I have found. Hopefully this one helps you out, but keep it as a reference, especially when you're using the HTTP node. This is what you're going to see a lot of times when you're actually, making all your workflows. So now if you want more information on the HTTP node, definitely the n8n documents are by far some of the best. It's going to get you up and running and, help you out there. But there's a lot of information on this node here as well. What you could do with it, and even more detail than what I've actually explained. But my goal was to give you a little bit more of an intermediate take on this actual node here. And then, of course, these are some of the common errors that you're going to go through as well. All right. Of course, all the different 400s. I went through some of those as well. But, the idea here is that you could go to these sites for n8n and read up on that documentation. And definitely, you want to bookmark it using this star right here and bookmark that. And at the end of the day, the more you learn, the better you're going to be at it. Well, there you have it. We went into a little bit more of a deep dive on the HTTP node, and I'm going to do more of these actual node trainings over the next weeks and months ahead. And this is very, very useful, especially if you're diving into n8n and you want to learn more on how to use this incredible automation tool and system out there. Then definitely check out these videos, and please do join my school community and be part of the n8n community. That's by visiting community.n8n.io. Well, thanks so much for joining me in this video here today. I hope you learned something new, and I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to this next video here on n8n queue mode. Now you get into the world of something called stress testing. That's right. What stress testing is all about is we want to see how many users can we actually put into our system, into our workflow, into whatever we've built until the server breaks or until everything breaks apart. And so when you're doing a simple workflow, if you're just doing something on, a basic level, well, maybe a couple of users might actually be good. But once you get to maybe 5, 10, 15 users, what's going to happen is now your server is going to get to a stress level where it can't handle anymore. And everything that used to take maybe a couple seconds, maybe it's taking half a minute to a minute or even longer. And the more users you add, the slower it gets until eventually your server just shuts down. And that is a stress test. That's where you push it to the stress level. So when that happens, like, what do you do, right? Well, in this video, we're going to go over n8n queue mode, and we're going to discover why this incredible mode of using n8n is actually the key to scalability. So let's dive right in. One of the challenges in n8n when you're actually building out workflows is
once you start building out some great workflows, your customers are going to come in and they're going to like what you do. And so what's going to happen is now, you got your first n8n implementation here, and, a user comes in, they call up your workflow, and your workflow works, and it's great. Okay. This could be maybe, let's say it's an AI that actually takes a photo and does something with it. All right. And maybe it's going to sharpen the image, right? Something like that. Or it takes a black and white photo and makes it color. Whatever workflow you've made that, that it's going to do. So basically at the end of the day, in order to do that for one person or two people, that's okay, because, you're taking a file, you're bringing it into some workflow that you've created, and then you're outputting the final, file after it goes through AI systems. Now, the challenge is, well, with one user, it's okay. What happens when you get to 10 users? Does the server slow down? Does it crash? What happens when you get to 50 users or 100 users or more than that, right? So now we get into a stress point. And stress testing is all about, seeing how far we can push our server before it breaks. Now, at the end of the day, you want a solution that's going to help you to grow and expand or scale. So n8n has something built in called n8n queue mode. So you have your main n8n system, whatever it is, you could call it whatever. Now, what's going to happen is normally what was happening before was you're just running all of your actual automations here. All right. And so now, this server is the only one. However, in n8n queue mode now, what's going to happen is this main server is no longer running any n8n workflows. So what's going to happen instead is that now when an actual workflow has to be done, the main n8n is going to say, okay, listen, I've got some work that needs to be done, a brand new workflow that comes in, and I'm going to send it to some form of database here that is going to take all this information and say, hey, here's an ID, all right, of an actual workflow that I need, and I need someone to do it. I don't care who does it, just I've got this workflow ID. And every single time another workflow request comes in to the main n8n, it's going to go to this database and it's going to put another ID of another workflow. So it's just going to keep on doing that and saying, hey, I've got another ID of a workflow that needs to be done. All right. So all of these are jobs that need to be done. So we're just going to call this our job, system here. So just like a human, job sort of thing, instead of me doing the work, I say, hey, you know what? I'm going to delegate it to someone else. All right. So I've got all of these jobs and they've got IDs on them so that you know which, actual workflow it is. So each job that comes in, like, listen, here's the ID. These are all the jobs that need to be done. Who's going to do it? Right. And so now we have to have a list of a whole bunch of n8n instances that are going to do the job, right? So you've got another n8n instance and another one. So they're similar to the main n8n. So they're the same type of thing as the main n8n, but instead what we're going to call these guys are workers. All right. So these are actual n8n implementations that will do the work. And their entire goal is to check out the job system and say, hey, is there any jobs available for me to do? And if there is, it'll pick up an ID, it'll go and do the work. So when this worker is completed the work, it's going to write that information into a database of completed jobs. And then it's going to now go back to that original job system and say, hey, I completed this work, remove it from the list. So now another worker that comes along and says, hey, I'm looking for work, doesn't by mistake pick up the exact same job, right? So the next worker in the line will come along and say, hey, okay, there's another job and I'll pick up that one. When it completes that, it'll go and it'll write the completed, information here inside of the completed jobs database. And then it'll go back into the list and say, hey, you know what? I've completed this job here, remove the ID. All right. And then, it's kind of like this back and forth sort of dance. Now, once that happens, this job system will notify the main n8n and say, hey, you know what? The job was completed. All right. Now this main n8n can actually go and check all the completed jobs, in the execution history, but it'll actually now go into that database of completed jobs and you'll be able to see all of the list of everything that's inside of there. So that's how the queue system works in n8n. So when you've got a lot of work that needs to be done and you've got a lot of users making requests, well, now this job system will really help you out. So to set up this entire vision here, we're going to need a few things. First, we're going to need something that's going to send messages back and forth and act as the job system here. Well, there is an open source tool called Redis that allows us to send messages back and forth and handle events. And now for this bottom part here, we're going to need a different database system to be able to store all of this. And just for that, what we're going to be using here is something known as PostgreSQL. All right, so we're going to be using that as our actual database system for the actual queue mode. So when we put this all together, the actual flow should look something like this. So a user is going to make a request into the main n8n. From there, the main n8n is going to send that request into the job system, which is now known as Redis. And then from there, the Redis system is going to have all the different jobs where now a worker is going to see what's available, and it's going to come in and it's going to say, okay, I'm going to pick a job, and then I'm going to take it, I'm going to complete it. Once it completes it, it's going to go and update the database system in Postgres here. And it's also going to go and update Redis and say, hey, I'm done. Remove it from the jobs list. And then from there, the main Redis system is going to send a message to the main n8n saying that the job is done. And now the main n8n can actually go into the database to see that, yes, indeed, the job is there and it is done. So the great thing about the setup is that as your application gets bigger and better and more powerful, and you have a lot of users coming in, you can literally increase the amount of workers here to actually be able to handle that many users. So let's say, for example, your entire system here is now getting stressed with, let's say, 20 users. Well, just fire up another worker and now you're good to go. All right. If you want to do 100 users, 1,000 users, no problem. You just add more workers to the entire list and you're able to handle now much more scalable applications. So for clarity, every worker is an n8n server, just like the main server. Now, cost-wise, if we were going to do a simple setup, let's say on DigitalOcean, let's say this main server is a $6 per month server, a very simple one. Then all of these guys would also be $6 a month servers as well. And so you can imagine now, if I want to add more, it's an additional $6 per server. And on top of that, each server system, based on your automation, may require more memory based on what you're trying to do. But for this tutorial, we're going to start off with a simple system, and we're going to be using DigitalOcean to set this entire thing up. Now, if you go to n8n's main website about the queue system, you're going to see here they have a similar image here with the main instance going into Redis with all the workers, and then the workers are going to write to the Redis and to the database and really just going back to the main instance. So it's a similar image there. So you kind of get the idea, but I wanted you to walk through the flow so you understand what's going on here and how we can build for scalability. So an important point to remember is as we actually set up the entire environment, n8n is going to automatically generate an encryption key upon the first setup. Okay, so when you start it up for the first time, you're going to actually get an encrypted key there. So this is the key that we're going to have to record somewhere. So as you can see here, whatever you're going to consider is the main instance, you must share that key across all workers. All right, so here we are in DigitalOcean, and now we're going to create 3 specific droplets. One which is going to serve as the main, and 2 others which are going to serve as workers. So let's go ahead and let's click on create, and let's click on droplet, and I'm going to choose San Francisco. And specifically what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to go to marketplace. I'm going to select n8n. So we've got the n8n image there. I'm then going to come down here and I'm going to select the $6 server here. Okay, then I'm going to type in my password, and I'm going to type in the name here, n8n q main training. I'll use the same name here, n8n q main training. Let's go ahead and click on create droplet. And at this point, I'm going to create the 2 workers now. So come back up here, click on create droplets, select San Francisco again. And for you, you're going to set up wherever is closest to you. All right, I'm going to select n8n again, regular server, enter a password. But this time, I'm going to be naming this one here, worker 1 for the training. And then I'll put that here as well, n8n q worker 1 training. Click on create droplet. All right, now let's create worker 2. So create droplets, choose San Francisco or wherever is closest to you. Go to marketplace, choose n8n. I'm going to choose a basic server here, set up a password. And now let's name this worker 2. So n8n q worker 2. And I put the word training after there, but you could just call it worker 2. And then same thing with the tags, n8n q worker 2. And then go ahead and click on create droplet. All right, so now it's actually finishing up the actual building of the actual server. So once that's done, as you could see, basically my cost to just set up the n8n queue mode here on DigitalOcean is going to be about $18 a month. If I want to add more workers, well then it's an additional $6 a month per server or per worker. So now that these three have been spun up by DigitalOcean, I actually still have to do another step, and that is I need to connect these to my domain name and actually set them up. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so here we go. This is the first one here. I'm going to copy this IP here. I'm going to go to my domain name provider and I'm going to add a subdomain. So here we are in my domain provider, and I'm going to click on add record. And I'm going to add an A record. Over here, I'm going to call this my n8n main, and I'm putting the letter Q at the end so that I remember that this is the Q mode version. And it points to this IP address, which is going to act as my main n8n server. So let's go ahead and click on add record, and let's repeat this process for the two other servers. So here we are in worker one. We're going to copy its IP address. We're going to add an A record, just like this. So I'm naming this n8nq worker one, and it's going to point to this IP address here. Let's go ahead and click on add record. Here's the second one. We're going to copy this IP address here for the second worker. Let's go ahead and click on add record, A record. We're going to type in n8nq worker 2, and we're going to point to the new IP there. Let's go ahead and click on add record. And as you can see, now we're just waiting for the actual IP to propagate. So give it some time, and once it's propagated, we have to set up all three servers. So while that's going on right now and it's actually doing the propagation, I want to go over specifically workers here. So if you just set up one worker and one main, you're not really going to see the benefits of queue mode. And the reason for that is, well, you just have one worker. It's equivalent to having just that one server that was doing everything before. Where you're going to see the benefit is now when you have two or more workers, it's going to be much faster. And when you add a third worker, it's going to be even faster. And so just recently, n8n's team released a video showcasing some of the actual stress tests with what queue mode can do. And I'm just going to share that with you right now. So Angel Menendez here, he created an incredible stress test video just a couple weeks ago to kind of go over this here. And some of the results that he actually had were pretty amazing. So this chart here really stood out because it was like showing what happens on a single instance up to 200 users at a time, for example, on something that was a simple type of webhook. He was actually getting, a pretty good set of responses before it kind of like started dying out on 200 users. But when queue mode was installed and set up, this was the difference. And when you're getting into 200 users now, it was like everything's working and it's great. And, as you can see, the data is really, really good. And that's why queue mode is so powerful in n8n. Suffice it to say, when you actually watch all the data that, the n8n team was able to show when it goes under stress, the queue mode system is a lot better when you're actually looking at scaling your applications to a higher level. So Angel Menendez did a great job of showcasing that. So really thank you to the n8n team and Angel for putting this together. And this is why it's so important to actually set up queue mode, especially when you're growing your n8n workflows to the next level and you've got a lot of users using your system. I'll put a link to that stress test video from n8n right in the description below. So take a look. All right, so the first system that we're going to set up is the main system. All right, so go to your main n8n that you set up as your main system. So if you remember back to the image, we're starting off with this main server here. So we're going to start setting that one up first. So here in DigitalOcean, let's go ahead and click on console. And now let's type in the subdomain that we had set up. So this one is n8n main queue. That's the subdomain. It's on my main server. So solomonchrist.com. And then the email address, I'll just put in mine. All right, let's configure the time zone. Yes, it's going to be Americas, 49 for United States. It's going to be 21 for Pacific. And is above correct? Yes. And so there we go. It's actually setting up the whole n8n. It's the usual same setup that you would do if you're just running one server. Now we're actually going to be doing this 3 times in a row, and that's for every single worker. We have to actually set it up. However, we're starting with the main one first because there is a different set of setups that we have to do for the main versus the workers. So once that's done, copy the domain name and let's go to web browser and set it up. All right, so now let's go ahead and enter all the information and do the setup. And where it says, how did you hear about n8n? You can type in Solomon Christ. There we go. And then after you hit get started, you'll see this screen here. Go ahead and enter your email, and you'll get an actual activation key as well. So go ahead, I'm going to click on send me a free license key. And once you get the activation key, you can actually click on the email here, click on activate license key, just like that. And you should be ready to go. So we've just done the basic setup of the main server here.
However, we still need to set this up for queue mode, and we also need to set up the Redis server as well. So we're going to do both of these on the main server. So let's go ahead and do that now. So now that we're on the n8n server, we need to actually get our n8n encryption key. That's a really important thing that we're going to need across all workers. So the main n8n system actually generated one. So to do that, we're going to be using this command here, docker space exec -it and then n8n-docker-caddy-n8n-1. This is the name of the actual, service that's running. And then we're going to be using the cat command and then /home/node.n8n and then /config. If I hit enter on that, I'm going to be getting my encryption key from it. And as you can see, it's actually written right here. Okay, this is my encryption key for this specific version. Now, I don't mind it being shared because I'm going to be, shutting this all off after the tutorial. But basically, you'll actually get the encryption key here. So another way to actually do this is we need to find our Docker information here. So if I type in Docker PS like that, it's going to list out all the information here. And I'm just going to quickly expand this out here so you can kind of see what's going on a little bit better. But specifically, the name that we're looking for here is going to be the n8n-docker-caddy-n8n-1. So to actually enter that specific Docker container, I would type in docker exec -it n8n-docker-caddy-n8n-1, and then I'm going to type in either bash or sh. So I'll type in sh here. And as you can see, I'm inside of here now. If I type in ls, there's nothing shown. If I type in cd space ... now I'm inside of the home directory. If I type in ls from here, you're going to see the node directory. So I'm going to type in cd node. If I type in ls again, you're going to see that there's nothing there, but there's a hidden directory called .n8n. So if I type in cd.n8n, now I'm inside of that hidden folder. And then there's a config file. So if I actually type in ls, you're going to see there's a config area, a config file. So nano won't work. If you're going to try nano, I just tried that, it doesn't work. So we want to use cat inside of here. So cat config, and you'll see there the encryption key is there as well. So this is just another way to kind of get to your actual encryption key for n8n encryption. So copy that down. So I'm going to take this here just like that. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to click on copy, and we're going to need that in a different step. So now let's exit back into our main system. So let's just type in exit. There we go. And let's clear the screen here. So now we're going to nano into our Docker Compose YAML file. So let's go ahead and type in nano docker compose.yaml, and now we're inside of there. So the first thing that we want to do here is let's add in our key. So right here at the bottom, what we're going to do is inside of the environment, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to go here and we're going to type in a dash and then n8n_encryption_key, and then you're going to paste in the actual key that we just found. The next thing is we need to add in a few other variables. Specifically, we need to change the executions mode to Q. Executions_mode is equal to Q. So that's QUEUE. And then the next thing is we need to set up our Redis items. So Redis host and Redis port. So let's go ahead and do that now. And the command is Q, so QUEUE _bull_Redis_host is equal to Redis. All lowercase. Then we're going to do that again. And then we're going to type in Q _bull_Redis_port. We need to get the port number. And that's going to be 6379. Now that we have these items here, the executions mode in Q, the Q bull Redis host is Redis, the Q bull Redis port is 6379. Well, we need to go down below here and actually add in the Redis stuff. So you're going to go down and you're going to do 2 spaces. You're going to type in Redis and colon. Then you're going to type in 4 spaces, and then you're going to type in image and Redis. Then you're going to type in restart, colon, and always, so that, every time the system restarts, it always, restarts Redis. And then you're going to set up the ports, 6379 to 6379. And so you're going to do ports, colon, and then 6 spaces in, dash, and then a quote 6379 colon 6379. And then we're going to do Control X to exit. Okay, so now we have to do a Docker compose down. So let's type in Docker compose down, just like that. And now we're going to do a Docker compose up -D, and that's going to pull in the Redis stuff as well. So Docker compose up -D. So if you did everything correctly, you should be up and running, and your Redis system should also be running. To check and see if your Redis system is running, all you have to do is you could start a blank workflow here, and then you can add in a manual trigger, and then we can add in Redis. There it is. And then we're going to select return generic information about the Redis instance. So just go ahead and click that. We're going to go to our credential here, click on create new credential. So inside of here, we're going to type in the word Redis because it's no longer localhost. It's actually its own system called Redis. And the port is that. There's no username and password, so we're just going to hit save here. And there we go. The connection is correct. So we know that Redis is up and running. So we can actually access this now, and there's no issue. If I click on execute step, it's going to give me all the information on Redis. And so everything is up and running. All right. So at this point, we've got our n8n main system running. We've got our Redis system running, but we need to upgrade our database from SQLite to a Postgres SQL because that's what's recommended, especially if you're going to scale into a large amount. And in fact, Postgres 13, I believe, is the one that's actually recommended. And you can always check out what they have going on inside of the queue mode here. As you can see here, Postgres 13 Plus is recommended. You can check the documentation. That's what they actually recommend. So we're going to now do that installation. All right, so now what we're going to do here is right above the n8n, we're going to add in 2 spaces. We're going to type in Postgres, so Postgres, and then you're going to put a colon. Let's go an extra space down. And then you're going to type in 4 spaces, just like that. And you're going to type in image. We're going to do Postgres, and then you're going to put a colon, and you're going to type in 14. So we're going to do version 14. So 13 plus is what's recommended. And then we're going to put in spaces again, 4 spaces. We're going to type in restart, colon always. Then we're going to go 4 more spaces again. We're going to type in environment, colon. We're going to do 6 spaces, a dash, and then we're going to type in Postgres underscore user is equal to n8n. And then we're going to do Postgres again underscore password is equal to n8n password. And then we're going to hit enter. And then we're going to put a dash, Postgres underscore db is equal to n8n. And then we're going to go 4 spaces in, and we're going to type in volumes. And then put a colon, hit enter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, then we're going to type in dash, we're going to type in space, Postgres, and it's all lowercase, by the way. So Postgres, lowercase, underscore data, colon, /var, /lib, /postgres ql, /data, and then hit enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to type in ports, colon, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're going to put a dash, and this specific port is 5432, and then 25432. So that's the main part of the Postgres config. Now we have to go into n8n and add in the Postgres items there. So let's go down here below our n8n queue items. And what we're going to do is we're going to add in now a few lines here. So db underscore type. So let's put a space. db underscore type is equal to Postgres db. Hit enter. Now we're going to do db underscore Postgres db underscore host is equal to Postgres. Hit enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, now we're going to do db underscore Postgres db underscore database is equal to n8n. Hit enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're going to type in db underscore Postgres db underscore user is equal to n8n. All right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then db underscore Postgres db underscore password And that's going to equal what we had as a password, which is n8n password. So just make sure that you keep everything the same when you're doing all of that. So another key item that we need to make sure that we add to our main n8n implementation inside of the actual Docker Compose file here is after we put in the Postgres information, the next item that we want to add in is n8n underscore runners underscore enabled equals true, because these are required for queue mode. And the last one here, dash offload underscore manual underscore executions underscore to underscore workers equals true. Okay, so these two need to be there in order for queue mode to work correctly. And then finally, if we go down to the very, very bottom here in the volumes, we have to add in the Postgres data as a volume. So we're going to do that here. Type in Postgres underscore data colon. There we go. So now we have a volume called Postgres data. All right, hit Control O to save it, and then hit Control X to exit back to the main system. All right, so now we're going to do a Docker compose down, and now we're going to do a Docker compose up dash D, and now it's going to be pulling in Postgres. So now that we've set up Postgres, we have to reset up our n8n, and that's because we're using a new database system for n8n completely. So let's go ahead and let's do that again here. All right, and just activate this version. So basically what's happened now is we went from an SQL-like database to a Postgres database. All right, so it's a different database system, and that's going to help us with scalability. So now we've set up our main system, we've set up Redis, and we've set up our Postgres SQL. So now our new system is running on this new database system. It's no longer running on SQLite. We are now ready to go into queue mode. So now let's go into our DigitalOcean and let's set up the other two worker n8ns. So we're going to go into our first worker here, and we're going to click on console. And the subdomain that we actually had was n8n queue worker 1. And then the domain name, solomonchrist.com. Okay, you're going to enter your own domain name. And this is based on whatever you set up. All right, here's my email. And then time zone, yes. Let's do Americas, 49, and then 21, and yes. And while that one's doing that, we're going to return to the other one over here. This is the second one here. And we're going to open up its console and do the exact same thing. So just click on console here. And then this one is n8n queue worker 2. All right, so now the two systems are basically getting all set up. So inside of our first worker, we're going to go into the OPT folder and then into n8n-docker caddy, just like you would in the main one. And we're going to type in nano, and then we're going to type in docker-compose.yaml, hit enter. Now specifically, our worker nodes do not need to show an actual user interface. So all we need to do is just have the n8n systems running, so we don't need the caddy and all the other stuff inside of there, unless you want to actually see the visuals, but we just need the worker nodes. So we're going to set this up so it's just the worker nodes and not the UI. So that way we're saving a little bit more on the actual server itself. So what this means is that we don't need the caddy files. So we're going to actually go over here and we're going to remove all the caddy stuff. And then I could just highlight that, hit Control K, and that'll remove it. And specifically, we're going to change this to n8n-worker. Image stays the same. Restart stays the same. We're going to be removing the ports here. So Control K, just like that. And now inside of environments, we've got a few settings that we have to put inside of there. Specifically, we're going to add in executions mode, and that's going to equal Q, so QUEUE. And now we're going to type in our n8n encryption from the other main system. So in this case here, n8n encryption underscore key is equal to, then I'm just going to grab the encryption key that I copied from earlier, and we're going to paste that in. Just like that. And now we have to actually put in our Redis information. So over here, this is going to be QUEUE underscore bull underscore Redis underscore host. And that's going to equal the main domain. So in this case here, it's n8n mainq.solomonchrist.com. That's the main system. So again, we're going to go down here. We're going to type in dash QUEUE underscore bull underscore Redis underscore port, This is going to equal 6379. And then we're going to go down here and we've got some database items here. So db underscore type is equal to postgres db. And then spaces over db underscore postgres db underscore host is equal to, once again, the main domain. So n8n main q dot solomonchrist.com. And then we're going to go over here again. Next one is going to be db underscore postgres db underscore port is equal to 5432. All right, now we're actually going to access the databases. So db underscore postgres db underscore database is equal to n8n. Now we have to get the username and password. So db postgres db underscore user is equal to n8n. And now the next one is db underscore postgres db underscore password is equal to, and this is the password from the main system. So n8n password. Now, of course, you want to have a more secure password, so change that. But for right now, as we're setting this up in the tutorial, we're just using that password. Okay, so now we're going to put inside of here n8n underscore runners underscore enabled equals true. All right, and we're going to start deleting all of these items here because we do not need them at all. So I'm actually going to erase all of this here as well. So here we go, Control K, there we go. And so now our final items here are dash offload underscore manual underscore executions underscore to underscore workers, and that's going to equal true. And then over here we're going to put in generic underscore time zone is equal to America / Los underscore Angeles. All right. And now the last part here, which is we need to put the command that this is a worker. So there we go. Command, and you are a worker. So there we go. This is a worker. And that's it. So now we're going to save this, and I'm actually going to copy this because it's the exact same thing in every single worker. So go ahead and let's hit Control O to save this. And now Control X. And then let's do a Docker compose down. And if you see this here where it says that the resource is still in use, you can actually do a different type of Docker compose down, which is going to force it to shut down. So Docker compose down -- remove - orphans. And so that'll kind of like force everything to shut down. And now we're going to do a Docker compose up -d. All right, so now to see if this is actually working, I'm going to be actually checking first what is it actually called. So I'm going to do a Docker PS, and I can see there that it's called n8n docker caddy -n8n worker 1. So now using that information, I'm just going to type in docker logs -f n8n docker caddy -n8n worker 1. And if I hit enter, and it's going to say that it's registered as a task runner. So worker 1 is ready. Here we are in worker 2 now. I'm just going to go to cd ... I'm going to go to cd opt cd n8n docker caddy, and then I'm going to type in nano, and I'm going to type in docker compose .yaml. And now over here, I'm going to delete everything here just by selecting everything there. And then I'm going to hit Control and K. That'll just remove everything. And then I'm going to paste the values that we have from worker 1 exactly like that. So everything is the exact same. And so now I can have unlimited workers, and all I have to do is just copy and paste the Docker compose YAML file from the first worker into every other worker that I want. So go ahead and hit Control O to save the file, Control X to exit, and now we're going to do a Docker compose down. Once again, it's going to say resource is in use. So now we're going to do that advanced Docker compose down. So that's going to be a Docker compose down dash remove dash orphans, just like that. Hit enter. Now we're going to do a docker compose up. So docker compose up dash D. Let me just clear the screen. Now I'm going to do a docker ps. That's going to tell me the name of this. And now I'll just type in docker logs dash f. And in this case here, it's n8n dash docker dash caddy dash n8n dash worker dash 1. Hit enter. And this is also running as well. So now I've got 2 worker nodes ready to go. All right, so now we need to test this out and see if these workers are even working. So let's go ahead now. So here we are inside of our main n8n. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from scratch and I'm going to create a brand new workflow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a form here so that I'll be able to check this a little bit more manually here. So let's do a form here, an n8n form. Let's go here on new form event. All right, and just simply a test URL, and there's no authentication. Test, and we'll just put in here a button, test, execute step. There we go. All right, so now what I'm going to do here, now that I have this, I'm going to save this here. I'm going to put this into active mode here. Got it. And stop listening here, production URL, copy that. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open this up here. And then inside of this here, I'm going to now turn these guys on here. I'm going to bring this window to a different place here so I could see this. So I'm going to show you here. I'm going to run this actual workflow a few times. So I'm going to hit submit. There we go. You notice that I'm just doing these executions here, and it's got the other one. Look at that. I can run these at the same time. I'm running now several users at the same time. It's running these commands all, concurrently. So I've got like 5 users and they're all doing stuff at the same time, trying to run this stuff here. And you can see these 2 workers have picked it up. So we are fully running right now. And if I actually just show you here, I'm actually just going to show this here so you can see this here. Let me just put this down here so you can actually see this actually going on live. All right, so you guys could see this worker finished job 7. So here's how we know it's working. So watch this. Going to refresh, submit, refresh, submit. Look at that. It's actually picking it up. The workers are now just dividing up the actual work. I've now run several different commands and each worker is taking on different ones. So I now have this entire system set up. So now I can have multiple users running these workflows and I don't have to worry about, the stress on the systems. If I have a lot more users, I could just add a whole bunch more workers and now the system will actually run without an issue. And you can see that. You can see that it's actually like each worker is just taking a different one. And that's with 2 workers. Can you imagine now if I put 3, 4, 5? So for scalability, this is incredible. And there you have it. As you could see now, we've got the workers who are now taking on jobs that come in. Once it's done, they report back to the database. Then afterwards, the Redis actually reports back to the main, and then the main actually goes to the database to check out what's going on. But all the information is now there, and as more requests come in, workers take it on, and now you have a scalable n8n workflow system that will grow over time. That's the power of n8n Q mode. All right, so that was quite an extensive tutorial there on n8n's Q mode. It is such a powerful system, especially when you're scaling up to, so many users, 100 users, 1,000 users. You'll be able to do that just by adding more workers now. If you found this video useful, please go ahead and join my school community. I would love your support. So thank you so much for that. For everyone who's supporting me, I do appreciate it. Go ahead and try and set this up on your end. And don't forget to also join the n8n community as well. Until next time, I look forward to seeing you in another video. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, in this video here, we're going to be doing a full how-to tutorial on n8n and setting it up on your own server. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's just dive right in. Let's not waste any time. Many of these videos that I'm going to continue to do with these how-tos, I'm going to be, letting you know whether it is got affiliate programs on there, whether it is been a sponsored video. Sometimes some of these AI companies will sponsor me to actually do a video, and that's fine. I'd like to do those how-tos. And if you're a company that's got an AI tool that you want me to actually review and do the whole how-to, that's completely fine. So this one here, n8n, has a cloud affiliate program. So I have that So if you see that in the links, it's an affiliate link. And once again, thank you for supporting my channel. That's how I am growing this as well. So just another area of revenue for me. So this one is going to have an affiliate, but it's not a sponsored one. Okay, so this is more of setting things up, and this is the how-to. All right, so the first thing is, what the hell is n8n? Why do I even need this thing? Why do I even care? I get it. Okay, so n8n is an automation system. All right. What that means is it takes many different apps, okay, whatever you're used to online. It could be, your Google Drive or, Google Sheets, Google Docs, whatever it is. It could be your Gmail. It could be your, I don't know, if you've got your Instagram, your Facebook, your Meta, your Twitter, whatever it is, and it allows you to interconnect them all to do something. So many times, you've got a blog. Maybe you're a blogger and you write a blog, but it's like, oh man, I need to write a blog, but I need information from, this website here or these sets of websites. And, I now have to go and get the blog formatted. And then afterwards, I need to create the blog and then have it load into my actual website. Then on top of that, I need to make a post on Instagram that will, post out. And then on top of that, I need to send an email to myself so that I know that this was done automatically so that I can actually go look at the links. I mean, to do all of that, either I had to, before, automation and systems and AI tools, I'd have to actually go and hire somebody to do that, to go through these flows, to actually write the blog and do the research and all that other stuff, and then send an email to me showing that it was done, right? That takes a lot of time. It costs money, all that other stuff, and it could take a few days at times. You're waiting for the staff to go and do that, and you hired employees, whereas now this thing could do it potentially in 30 seconds. All right, literally, if you actually set up your flows correctly, where now I can literally just, go on, let's say WhatsApp or on my phone and just say, hey, write me a blog, with the latest recipe for lasagna, okay? And then create a nice post about it as well on my, on my Twitter feed and send me an email back. So it would actually go and do that using AI agents, the whole entire thing. So that's what n8n is about, is it allows you to do all those connections and make it all work and build that flow, okay, in a very simplistic form. If I use n8n Cloud, they've got all these different, plans here, Starter, Pro, and Enterprise. But the one that we are interested in is setting up n8n on your own server. In today's lesson, we are going to set up n8n on your own host, okay? So that was a quick little overview. Let's dive right into setting this up. Now, before we begin, there's a few assumptions that we need to have. Number one, you've got a credit card. Why? Because you need to set up DigitalOcean. The second thing that we assume is that you've already got a domain name, so www.domain.com, whatever that domain is, and that's going to be required because we need to connect up that domain to this new droplet. So what you're going to do is you're going to be clicking on this button here, Create n8n Droplet. Now, if you do not have a DigitalOcean account, go ahead and click on the link below. You're going to see my affiliate link there for DigitalOcean. What it does is it gives you $200 worth of credit, and I get $25 for that. Okay, so it's a win-win for both of us there. And honestly, it gives me extra credits that I can continue to add more, droplets and pay for my DigitalOcean, so I get to use it for free as well. All right, so here we are now, and this is the screen that you should see once you're actually logged in and you've actually, got your account set up. So what you're going to do is you're going to choose a location for a server that's close to you. In this case, I'm going to choose San Francisco. And from there now, it's already got n8n selected. And you're just going to go down. You're going to choose a server. All right, so now the next thing is we're going to go down to the bottom here. Now you're going to set up a password. And so choose a password that is at least 8 characters. And, you know the whole thing, just make sure it's all good. Right now inside of here, make sure that you don't put any special characters or it won't create it. All right, so just put in n8n. You could put n8n training, for example. Okay, up to you, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so you see this create droplet button right here. All right, you're going to be clicking on that, and it's going to create the droplet. So now once it's done, you just go ahead and click on the actual implementation there, and you're going to see an IP address. Now the thing is, we need to actually take our domain name and point it to that and create a subdomain for that. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to use GoDaddy as an example. So now we're inside of GoDaddy, and you're going to select your domain. And inside of the domain section, we're going to go down, and you see where it says Manage DNS. You're going to click on that. And now over here where it says DNS records, you're going to click on Add New Record. Under Type, you're going to choose A. Under Name, you can make any subdomain. So for example, I'm just going to use n8n so that I know what it is. Now we need to get the IP address. So let's go back to DigitalOcean, and over here, you're going to click on Copy. All right, so that's going to give you the IP address that you have there. Then we're going to go back to domain name here, and inside of value, we're going to paste that IP address. And the TTL, just leave it the way it is and hit on Save. Now, this moment takes about, generally about a couple of minutes. It could take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but it could take up to 24 to 48 hours, depending on where in the world you are. All right, so now we need to check if our domain is actually ready. So to do that, I'm on a Windows PC. So I'm just going to go over here where you've got this little, search bar here, and I'm going to type in command to get to the command prompt. Okay, there's several ways to get there, but I'm just keeping it simple. And so now you're going to type in the word ping, P-I-N-G, and then you're going to type in the subdomain and the entire domain name. So in this case, it is n8n.nft.nft.ca. And I'm going to hit enter. And there we go. If I see this, then it is actually now set up. So that was pretty fast. GoDaddy is generally, one of the fastest, to get up and running. So now I know that it is correctly pointed. Now we need to actually set this up. So now let's go back to DigitalOcean. All right. And you're going to select the console view here. So go ahead and click on console. So now it's going to ask you for the subdomain. So when this window opens here, all right, it's going to say subdomain. So go ahead and type in n8n because that's what we typed in. We did n8n.domain.extension. So in this case, it's n8n.nftnft.ca. All right, so n8n is the subdomain. So I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm going to type in the domain name. So in this case, it is nftnft.ca. All right, and then it's going to ask for an email address. So you choose the email address that's going to be required. In this case, it's solomon@solomonchrist.com. All right, and I hit enter. Okay, and it says, would you like to configure a time zone? And so I'm going to hit yes because I want a time zone. All right, in this case here, I'm in the Americas. All right, and there we go, United States Pacific, and it is yes. And it is yes, there we go. All right, and so now it's going to do everything that it needs to. It's pulling in n8n, it's pulling in Caddy, it's doing everything that it needs to do to get n8n up and running. All right, so it looks like everything's ready, and they've given us the domain name that we're going to be going to, which is nftnft.ca. So let's go ahead and let's do that, and there you go. So now we've got n8n running on our own system. All right, so this is really powerful. So now we can actually set this all up. So we're going to set up a new owner account, so let's go ahead. And then it's going to ask, what is your company? So go ahead and just fill out this information. Let's see here. I'm just going to put IT for now. That's fine. I am a data science person. Sure. Myself for who this automations are for. How big is your company? Less than 20 people. Sure. How did you hear about n8n? SolomonChrist.com. Put that in. Click on Get Started. All right. And over here, you can get paid features for free forever. So you receive a free activation key for the advanced features below, lifetime access, so workflow history, review and restore any workflow, advanced debugging, execution search and tagging. So you just type in your email and then you click on, send me a free key. So there you go. It's actually pretty cool. And so, it's ready to go. So there you have it. It's ready to go, n8n on your own system. And now you can build out your own automations, your own workflows on a server that you control, which is actually pretty cool. And that's going to be very, very huge. And that too, you've got the free community edition here. And so it gives you a lot more stuff that you could do with it versus paying the cloud service for $20 or £20 a month or whatever it is. And if you're not sure where to start, there's a lot of stuff that you could do with this. I recommend you go and check out the templates. There's a lot of templates that are available for doing all kinds of sort of things. So, there's already people who've been using this for a long time, and they've got automations in so many different areas. So you can already start with something that, already exists. So there you have it. That's a quick breakdown of how to set up n8n on your own server very easily, step by step. And that's the basics. Now comes the actual challenging part, and that is using n8n to actually automate your life. And so there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of things that are going on with that. Even I'm creating more and more tutorials on that as well. So I recommend you start, diving in and really finding out what works for you. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to this course on the foundations of AI and automation. My name is Solomon Christ, and I'm so grateful that you joined me on this incredible journey to learn AI. These courses and programs, you're going to get a structured level of teaching that's going to help you to understand AI better and also be prepared as this thing is changing every single day. Now, you don't need a tech degree to master all this AI stuff, but at the same time, it will help if you do come with a technical background. Now, this first program should take you several hours to do. And so take your time, walk through it step by step, and for sure, take some notes. And so what are you waiting for? Come on in and join us in the course, The Foundations of AI and Automation, Level 1. So welcome to the Foundations of AI and Automation. This is your journey to mastering AI without a tech degree. Now, as I said, you don't need a tech degree to master it, though it will help if you've got some technical background. All right. The main thing, though, for sure, regardless of whichever background you've got, you got to have intent and consistency. All right. It's daily learning every single day, nonstop. So it's important that you learn and you get into that mindset of every single day, touching base, spending an hour or two, and just really diving into AI and automation. And you're going to do yourself really, really well as you enter this incredible industry. Over these next years, AI is going to start touching every single part of your life, from being deeply integrated into our daily routines, automating tasks every single day. You're going to have AI powered assistants that are going to be managing your schedules. They're going to be summarizing information. They're going to be helping you out with even your mental health and well-being, talking to virtual friends. I mean, that is a thing, and it's going to get more and more prominent as AI continues to grow. And some of the keys of success in this industry is not, being that technical person, but now becoming that problem solver, becoming the person who is willing to learn and adapt and, constantly focus and being consistent every single day in keeping up with these latest technologies. It is going to help you to save time, to save money, to, increase the hours that are in your day while, others are going to be doing things the old way. And, you're going to start seeing that people are going to continue to do the exact same things, and it'll take them hours and hours and hours, what will take you minutes or even seconds. Now, those who start embracing this world of artificial intelligence and these new technologies are going to be the ones who are early adopters of some of the newer forms of those technologies, including AI robots. That's right. It is a thing. All the way to the point where you actually saw the very first, robot boxing match in China. And as well as, you're seeing this already in various different places of business here in North America. You can go down to a Walmart and you're going to start seeing, a robotic cleaning machine. And it goes around and, it's detecting the people around it. You're seeing self-driving cars coming out. There's going to be AI robots everywhere. And these digital beings are going to be a part of our lives. Another big thing is called artificial general intelligence. And this is where AI gets to a point where it can start thinking for itself. It can start reasoning and, really get to that level where it is now human-like, thought processes. Right now, however, we're not there, and we are in the world of what we call large language models and systems like ChatGPT, which, many of us are using today, and that's changing already the way we live and work. However, as you're going to come to learn, large language models and AGI are very, very different things. And so at the end of the day, AGI is the goal, and you're going to see a lot of companies that are really pushing for that, but we're still many, many years out from AGI, in my opinion. Now, AI isn't about, replacing human beings. It's about augmenting our current experience and enhancing pretty much in many ways our capabilities. A lot of people worry that AI is going to replace you, but honestly, it's not that AI is going to replace you. It's going to be people who know how to use AI that are going to replace you. That's going to happen in your workplace. That's going to happen with, business. It's going to happen in, places that you never expected, and they're just able to outdo you in a matter of seconds, which would have taken you hours or days or weeks.
they're going to be able to do a lot faster because they're taking advantage of these newer technologies. Now, there's a lot of cool things that you can actually do with AI. All right, so AI allows you, especially in the generative AI area, you could do a lot of cool things such as generating AI music, generating AI images, and even generating AI video. Things like Suno and Udio make it easy to make AI music, and the quality is incredible. AI generated images can be created using things like Midjourney or even DALL-E and several other different AI systems, generative AI systems that allow you to create some incredible visuals. And of course, getting right into AI generated videos where you could create human-like people or beings or creatures or anything you can imagine. And this is giving rise to all kinds of incredible things that are coming out. Synthesia is a perfect example. It can, replicate a virtual avatar, a virtual human being, and it could speak in over 150 plus languages. We're at the point where we can actually replicate ourselves and make ourselves, completely cloned. And that does bring up, a lot of questions as to privacy and other concerns. But the fact that we're already at this point is incredible. So here we are, for example, in Suno and Suno.com, and it's incredible. I'm going to just show you an example of the type of music that we can make. So here we go. I'm creating a tutorial on AI and automation, and I want a song about that. Include things like ChatGPT, n8n, and let's say Google Gemini. All right, so there we go. So I just did that there. And the type of, music style or genre that I want, let's see here. So let's get into like some drum and bass. So let's kind of give that an idea there. And let's listen to what it actually generates.
Wired minds in the digital maze. Sparks fly as the circuits blaze. ChatGPT whispers in the glow, teaching us all the things we should know. n8n spins its automation spell, connecting the dots where chaos dwells. Google Gemini, star so bright, guiding the way in the endless night. Rise up machines, let the rhythm run. AI and Claude in the setting sun. Automation's pulse, to beat so loud. We're dancing now in a binary crowd. Rise up machines, let the rhythm run. AI and Claude in the setting sun.
Oh man, that is so good. That is so good. So it gives you an idea of the types of things that generative AI can do. And it is really, really powerful that it could do that. Think about the, future of music. And I know it's a challenge, but this is what's going to be happening. Now it's no longer, a thing of just, can I actually sing these lyrics or can I actually, get the beat right? It's literally now focused on creating, songs that move you. And in fact, think about the future of custom music. Like literally you could have your own, soundtrack for you as a human being. Just imagine you can actually go out there and there will be devices in the future that will literally allow you to have your own personal soundtrack. That's like incredible to think about that. And there's so many different applications for something like this. And you're going to start seeing more and more of this coming into, the world around you. And that is going to be exciting. Imagine birthdays, weddings, imagine, opportunities where now music can be custom built for your life. Imagine making your own motivational songs or making your own birthday songs, whatever it is, there's going to be brand new businesses made just from things like this. And here we are now in ChatGPT, and we're actually going to have it generate an image. So I said, generate an image about my course on AI and automation and, n8n and ChatGPT. And so let's see what it comes up with. And check out what ChatGPT created. This is pretty cool. It just took, some of my text and information and it outputted this. Now that is pretty powerful. And here's another one called Kling, which will literally take my text and convert it into video. And here we go. Check out the video that Kling made, with, this prompt here, a video game character battling, a boss and winning. Use a fantasy role-playing style in an open world setting and make it look beautiful like a poster. Check it out. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? So as you can see, there is a lot of incredible things that AI can do. Now, before we dive in deep, just a little disclaimer. This is your journey, and it's your responsibility. This course provides educational content and personal insights. It's not legal or financial advice. You're solely responsible for the outcomes you achieve. That being said, this is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Look, what works here may not work for everybody. Your goal is to adapt these systems for your own unique goals and circumstances. And you are the architect. Listen, AI is a powerful tool, but you're the one who gets to decide how you're going to use it in your life. I encourage you to ask questions and embrace continuous learning and adapt these systems to your needs. This is your journey, and hence it is your results. The path forward depends on what you're going to put into it, and you're only going to get out of it what you put in. If you are consistent with the application of the skills that you learn here, so apply the tools that you learn to the specific challenges that you've got, adapt the solutions to your unique circumstances, embrace continuous learning, and build a blueprint for your own AI-powered life. Now look, this program is not just an educational course. It's your blueprint to the greatest life ever lived. And it starts now, a life of enhanced success and freedom, something that AI and automations can bring to you by getting you your time back. Consider this the very beginning of your journey. We're going to provide you all the foundational knowledge you need for AI, and then give you the basics that you need to get up and running in tools like n8n and ChatGPT to solve real-world problems and challenges. And the hope is that with the knowledge and skills that you get here, you're going to be able to live a more successful and efficient life. By the end of this course, you're going to have a solid grasp on many of the basics of AI, understanding what LLMs are, understanding more about AIs, and of course, what are the many various AI opportunities out there. You're also going to start learning the tools of the trade, things like ChatGPT, how to be, a prompter and, prompt engineering, as well as what automation is and how to use it and where it's used. And finally, you're going to get the basic AI skills, a knowledge of how AI started, being able to prompt better and get better results from the AIs that you're using already. Later on in this program, we're even going to show you how to use ChatGPT on your phone, thus actually making your smartphone a very powerful AI assistant. So let's start off at the beginning. What is AI? This is a big question. A lot of people are just like, wow, it's this magical thing and it's smart and it's got knowledge and information and it's like intelligent. Well, first let's just, cut out those myths, okay? AI is not intelligent. I repeat, okay? AI is not intelligent. It simulates intelligence, so people think that it's intelligent, but it is not actually intelligent. It is patterns. That's what it is. It is a probability engine. All right. So what that means is it is a mathematical system and it focuses on probabilities and pattern matching. You could think of AI as a library and there's books there. And these books are large language models and they can't be changed unless, you've got the author to rewrite those books or even extend those books. So once a model is trained, its internal information or knowledge, they're fixed. They can't change unless they're fine-tuned or retrained. Perfect example is if the book of Macbeth is always going to be the same story. I can read it 1,000 times. It's always going to be the same story unless I go and find Shakespeare and have him write another chapter in that book. Or if I fine-tune it by, let's say I rip out some pages or I use some whiteout or some ink and I erase some things, well then that's the only way that the story can change or kind of shift. But other than that, the information that's in those books is pretty much the exact same and it's fixed. The same is true of large language models. Once they're trained, which takes a lot of time, money, energy, and power, it is fixed information. Now, with this fixed information, these large language models and systems, they use pattern recognition and various forms of rules and systems to actually understand how to actually access this data and find these patterns. It's not magic. It is math and patterns. They learn patterns from vast data sets. They identify relationships between certain concepts, and then they follow certain rules to produce the outputs. There are several ways that AI can be trained, and each type of training leads to a different type of large language model. Supervised learning, for example, is basically focusing on labeling the data set. So if I take a photo of, let's say, this over here, this is an actual battery pack, external battery for a phone, a cell phone. And I actually label this and I say to the AI, this is a battery pack. All right. Well, now it knows that that's a battery pack, but it required me, a human being, to actually label this. If, however, I do not label something, and let's say I just showed AI this, just the receipt that I got at, one of the stores down the street. Well, I know it's a receipt, but the AI doesn't. So it's just going to say, this is something, all right? And so now if I actually show this battery pack, well, it'll say this something and this something don't match. So I'm going to call this A and I'm going to call this B. Now I've got something else here. So now I'm going to say, well, this here looks kind of like A. So guess what? I'm also going to group it in A. There we go. That's unsupervised learning. So now it's actually found patterns, but without it being labeled. One of the challenges is that, it's harder to actually evaluate the accuracy and success of something that's not labeled versus something that is labeled. It will